Hello, guys. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yes, we
definitely.
can.
Cool, cool. Unfortunately, I'm still having a little bit of Zoom issues. I'm waiting for one of the program managers to give me the actual link to the Zoom, which then I can log in from my Zoom app instead of this browser mode. Um, while we wait for the rest of our staff to join, does anyone have any questions from Monday?
No, I'm good.
Oh, there you are, Tony. We're still waiting for Harsh and Starlight. Let me see.
Hi, I made it. I'm just fixing my audio or my background so you don't see my messy room.
Hey, Starlight. Good evening.
Good evening. Okay, let's
Do you
see.
happen to have the Zoom link by any chance?
I do. I'll send it to you right now, actually. Let's see. I sent you a really long thing, but the Zoom link is in there. It's the invitation.
Thank you.
There's a corgi. Let's see, backgrounds. Kind of want to be like Tony tonight. I'm going to do outer space. And then there's Tony. Let's see. They're logging in. Perfect.
Awesome. All right, I get to see more faces. Um, I still see a lot of just black screens or just names. If you could please turn your webcams on, or at least change your name so that we could at least we don't see your email, but we could at least call your name. Like net data macro, love the email, but I don't know who that is. um, or B79 New York or NY. So yeah, if you could turn your cameras on, please do so. At a very minimum, change your email display to your actual name. And let's see. Tony, are you gonna start off with the lessons tonight?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll start doing that. But before that happens, just in case anybody doesn't know how to be able to go ahead and change their name on their email stuff that's showing up inside of Zoom, just go ahead and highlight over your image, or if you're having the participants tab open, go over your name there. There should be the three dot options, right? Just click on those three dots. You should see a thing for rename there. Just click rename and then go ahead and type in your name, and it should switch it over so that way we can see who you are instead of what your email is, right? And again, like Sean said, if you're able to, if you're not driving and if you have a webcam, please turn your webcam on so that way we can be able to go ahead and see your bright smiling faces. And that way we can start forming that community. We can start getting to know one another, and we're able to go ahead and see you. You guys are able to see us, and we can start putting names to faces so we can start getting to know all of each other and form those networking connections that we talked about, right? Because we want to be able to go ahead and stay in contact even beyond this boot camp, so that way we can continue to help each other to grow, to learn, and to advance in this field, right? So with that, I'm going to go ahead and before we get started, I will go ahead and kind of reiterate what Sean said and ask if there's any questions from what we discussed on Monday. All right. So with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and get started today on our topic. We're going to go over, we're still dealing with, we talked about our orientation stuff on Monday. So today we're actually still going to go back to our cybersecurity fundamentals, and we're going to look at that 2.4 section, the cybersecurity mindset. So let me go ahead and share my screen, and we'll go ahead and take a look at that.
Henry, you had a question?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think you're not muted, but we can't hear you. You might have to go to like that mic icon, click that upwards arrow, and just choose your mic.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So yeah, so this is not regards to Monday, but so as far as like each course, like you know how we have classes on Monday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. So I was trying to you know, get ahead a little bit because I had time yesterday to do the self-learn for today's lesson, but it showed that it was still locked until course 1 was completed. And but I see now that it's available. So is that something that, let's say, like for instance, once we're done with today's session of the live class, will we be able to do the self-learning portion for tomorrow's lesson ahead of time, or do we have to wait until tomorrow to do that?
So usually that won't happen. What happened this time was that we did such a good job as a cohort that we went to the next course a day earlier, a session earlier. We were going to stay in course 1 today, but we felt that with all of our discussions and just the general consensus of the group that we would skip to the next course. With that came a bunch of manual unlocks that we had to do with our team that is across the sees from us. So as soon as I got it into them and they were awake, they got it in, and that's why there was a little bit of a delay. But in the
Okay.
future, that will not happen.
Okay, so once the class or the live class is over, then we should be able to move forward with the next one, right? I mean, because like I do work as well too, so like I'm trying to find free time when I do have free time to kind of like move ahead first.
Yes,
and then
and
other
if
times
that happens to you, feel free to let me know and I'll get yours unlocked. But we do tend to stay with the pace of the course. So now that we're
Okay.
in course 2, we'll be in here for a couple of weeks, I believe. Tony, Sean, nod your heads just so I can make sure. Perfect. So we'll be in here for a couple of weeks, so we won't have to worry about course 3 for a while. But when we get closer to that area, then I will have course 3 unlocked for those who need it unlocked.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, excellent. Are there any other excellent questions like that or any other concerns that anybody has before we move on? Cameron, go ahead. All right, if your mic isn't working, but you still have a question, you can always go ahead and type it into the chat and we'll see if we can still address it. All right, so Cameron is asking, were we just talking about the competency checkpoints? So I believe what we were just discussing was actually just going over whether or not the class materials would be available for self-study as we move from one part of our unit to the next, right? So from one of our topics that we're discussing, and then we move to the next topic, all within the same unit, right? So this is dealing with the fact that we've opened up our unit 2. So would we still be able to go ahead and be able to advance through the next topic, the next topic, the next topic, and so on? So it wasn't necessarily dealing with the competency checkpoint itself directly, but when it comes to our competency checkpoints, it should be included as part of the materials that are available for that unit. So if the competency checkpoint is part of our unit, so let's say the next checkpoint within unit 2, if you want to be able to go ahead and take that, it should be available, it should be accessible once we open it up, right? So everything for unit 2 should be available, should be open. And once in a few weeks we get to unit 3 and that gets opened up, then everything for unit 3 should be accessible and open available at that point as well. Hopefully that addresses your question there, right there, Cameron. If not, go ahead and clarify or type into the chat so that way we can be able to make sure to address that. Excellent. All right. Any other questions or any other concerns? All right. So let me go ahead and share my screen. And we'll go ahead and we'll take a look at essentially the topic that we want to be able to go ahead and cover for tonight. So hopefully you guys are able to see my screen here. Again, this is going back to our fundamentals. We're dealing with our cybersecurity mindset. So clicking there, that'll be 2.4, right? If we go right here, we see on the right-hand side, we did do 2.3 orientation on Monday. So we're doing 2.4, our cybersecurity mindset here. And so we're going to see then, there's a few things that we want to be able to pay attention to, right? We see on your self-learning stuff, you're able to go through, you're able to see the learning objectives. So we're going to go right here, excuse me. The first thing we want to do is get into this thinking of a cybersecurity professional, right? We want to think like that cybersecurity professional. So we're going to see right here, the whole aspect is what type of mindset do we want to have? What type of way do we want to think about these concepts of cybersecurity as we're getting into our cybersecurity mindset, right? Now, as somebody asked on Monday, they asked about whether or not we'd be able to have access to the slides that we went over on Monday. I believe that Sean did go ahead and post those for us in our Slack channel. So you guys do have access to that. And we see right here, as we kind of mentioned on Monday, our slides for this topic should be right in the LMS webpage itself. So you guys should have direct access to this already, right? So we're going to see right here for the cybersecurity mindset. The first thing we want to point out when we're trying to be able to get into that mindset is we should be having the mindset of always needing to practice, right? There's a quote that I once heard that I love that says, practice is the mother of skill. So sometimes you'll find somebody that you go, wow, they're very skilled in this area, or they know what they're doing, or they know what they're talking about, or they're just very talented. And really what it boils down to is they're not any more talented than you are, or they're not any more knowledgeable or skillful than you are. It's just that they've practiced more in that area, right? We can think about how somebody like Michael Jordan, right? Somebody that's universally recognized as one of the greatest basketball players of all time. He didn't get to that level of skill just on pure talent alone, right? As a matter of fact, if you know his history, you know that he tried out for his high school basketball team, I believe, and he didn't make the cut, right? But the reason he's known as the greatest basketball player of all time is because of the level of commitment and the practice that he dedicated to honing his skill and trying to be able to get to that level. So we have this mindset that we should always trying to practice what we want, right? Practice what we are learning, practice the skills we're trying to get. We should always be practicing. So we get to this next right here where we say that we're dealing with what we call tutorial purgatory, right? So we say, keep in mind that as with many skills, cybersecurity is best learned through experiential practice. So we could talk until we're blue in the face, Sean and I, about all the different skills, all the different concepts that you need to know in cybersecurity, right? But that isn't going to do anything as much as practicing these skills is going to do to help you learn these concepts, right? So whenever you can, prioritize technical practice over reading or reviewing tutorials. Try this stuff out yourself, right? Try to be able to go ahead and practice it. For example, once we start getting into our Linux commands, let's go into our virtual machines and practice those Linux commands, right? Try to be able to do it yourself, see what you can be able to do. We say, remember that the tutorial purgatory mindset is easy to get into. So instead of picturing it as a purgatory, consider the following, right? If you're procrastinating, procrastination is a form of anxiety, right? It's a form of kind of, in a sense, worrying about what's going to be happening, what's coming up in the future. So that's why we kind of put it off, right? So we want to try and avoid that. Reviewing many videos and reading many blogs might seem productive, but doing so has diminishing returns, right? You can only read so much, you can only watch so much before you're not going to gain much more knowledge as compared to when you first start learning a new topic, right? So if you watch a video, if you read a blog or something about a new skill or a new topic dealing with cybersecurity, the first few times you do it, it is going to be bringing in new information. It is going to go ahead and inform you, and it's going to be very beneficial. But after the third, fourth, fifth time, it's not really bringing in as much new information. So that's what we mean by diminishing returns, right? You can only get so much by reading about it. The rest has to come from actually doing it, right? So we say then take care to learn within any fear and not against it. So remember that for conquering fears, no buildup exists. The only way you can really get past it is just by doing it, right? And so we want to make sure that as we go throughout the boot camp, go through the materials, read through the stuff, watch the videos, do the lessons, but then also make sure to practice the stuff, do the checkpoints, actually go ahead and practice along with it, right? Don't just read about it and that's it. The next thing we get into when we're getting into this mindset is we say we want to be able to go ahead and use consistency, especially when it comes to something like cramming, right? We don't want to cram, we want to be more consistent. So with this aspect, what we're picturing is if we give you an assignment or if we're having you guys work on some stuff, maybe practice a new skill or learn a new tool, we're going to give you some time to be able to do that, right? And then we want you to be able to make the full use of that time, right? If there's like, let's say we have you into breakout rooms, let's say we give you an hour to go ahead and work on something, try to be able to use that hour, right? If we give you an assignment, and let's say it's building up for like a skillful assignment that we're going to have you do that's, let's say it's in red team, where we're going to have you hack a box and we give you a week to do it. We'll try to make full use of that week to be able to go ahead and do it, right? If you can be able to go ahead and apply even just a little bit of time, maybe 15 minutes to half an hour every day of trying to be able to apply our skills, trying to be able to go ahead and learn those tools, trying to be able to achieve that assignment over time, over that week or however long we have, it's going to build up, right? And you're going to be able to go ahead and that consistency is going to show, and we're going to be able to go ahead and earn that skill, learn that technique or that tool, right? Or if there's any problems, if there's any issues, any difficulties, any technical issues, which we've already seen in the process of online learning, there's a ton of technical problems that can occur, right? If you go ahead and you consistently try to be able to do this thing, then we have the time to be able to address those problems, right? If you have a week and within the second or third day of consistently trying to be able to achieve that assignment, you find that you're having problems or you're not understanding it or you're hitting a roadblock, well, we still have 4 days for us to be able to address it, right? You can be able to bring it to our attention. We can be able to go ahead and go over it. We can help you to learn it. We can help you overcome that hurdle. But on the other hand, if we're cramming, right, if we're waiting to the last moments and trying to do it at the last minutes, then there's going to be problems, right? There's no longer as much time to be able to go ahead and answer your questions. Or if you're really waiting until the last minute and you're waiting until, like, let's say it gets to midnight or something like that, well, then Sean and myself may not even be online anymore, right? Because at midnight, most people like to sleep. So waiting until the last minute can cause problems. So we want to be able to get into this mindset of, if I have X amount of time, let me try to be making the most efficient use of that, right? Be consistent in practicing your stuff, even if it's just for a few minutes a day, instead of cramming. So we say, let's get into some daily habits. So use spaced repetition. What does that mean? It means we want to do something like practicing, even if it's just 30 minutes each day, or if you can afford more time, more, right? So that way we can be able to get effective studying done. So effective studying for 6 hours, let's say only on Sundays, that's not really going to cut it, rather than doing 30 minutes every single day, right? So it's still around the same time, right? If we have 30 minutes each day spread out throughout the week, that's going to give us roughly about the 6 hours of study time that that person might be doing just on Sundays. So it's the same amount of time dedicated, but trust me, doing it spread out over the week is going to be much more beneficial in the long run, rather than waiting and doing it all on one day. Mainly because it's going to help it stick in our mind, right? We're going to be exposed to it one day, then the next, then the next, then the next, then the next. That's going to help it be in our mind often, and therefore you'll be able to retain the information a lot better rather than doing it just once and then never really touching it again because you did it for 6 hours on Sunday, for example, right? The other thing we want to do is we want to be able to try and be able to practice and develop habits that can help us build what we call muscle memory, right? So in doing something consistently, repeatedly over a period of time, it forms that type of muscle memory where we just get used to it because we've been doing it so often, so many times, right? Rather than doing it just once and then not really repeating it. So you say, remember that building any skill takes time and effort. So this is one thing I always like to be able to point out to my students, right? At first, when you're first starting, you might feel like, I'm not getting this. You might feel like, hey, this is difficult, or you know what, this is very confusing, or maybe I'm not cut out for this because I'm not doing what I think I need to be doing. But if you're consistent, if you're willing to put in the effort, if you do the work, over time, you will improve, right? So the whole purpose of our practice, of our consistency of forming these habits isn't to become an expert in one day, right? Is to be able to slowly improve, to become better than we were the day before over a period of time. Because as long as you keep on improving, eventually you will get to that expert status, right? And the one thing we want to remember is nobody started as an expert, right? Sean and myself, we didn't learn all the stuff we know now in just a period of one day, right? Or even 1 week. It took time to be able to go ahead and get to that level. And that's true with anybody in any skill, in any field. So we want you to make sure that, hey, right now, it's okay to feel like you don't understand. It's okay to feel like this is a little bit overwhelming sometimes when we're trying some of these assignments. That's what we're here for, right? Sean and myself, and of course our LMS managers, people like Starlight. So that way, if you're having difficult problems, right? If you're having technical issues, or if you're just feeling a little bit overwhelmed, you can come to us and we can help you out. And another quote that I like when I think about this is to get good at something, you have to start by being kind of bad at something, right? So remember that it does take time and effort to get to where you want to be. So we point out in our examples here on the slide, to learn to play an instrument, you got to learn chords before trying to actually play a full song. When learning, breadth comes before depth, right? You got to learn a lot of little things that kind of seem introductory at first before you can go really deep into the complex stuff. So the next thing I want to point out is you got to take control of your learning, right? As much as Sean and I would love to be able to teach you concepts and love to be able to go ahead and impart our knowledge on you, it's not going to do as much good to you if you're not willing to put in effort and learn the stuff yourself, right? So we can only teach you as much as you're willing to be taught, right? And the education and the experience you get out of this boot camp is only going to go as far as you're willing to put in. So you got to take as much ownership of learning this material, of your education as possible, right? So take control of your learning. So we point out some things right here that security in general, a lot of the stuff that we're going to be teaching you, you don't have to worry about memorizing it, right? Because it's not a skill that you memorize. So what we want to teach you is the process of getting to a solution, right? Not necessarily knowing the answer right off the bat or what to do or what's the right thing that you need to have happen next, but how can I find a solution? How can I analyze this problem? How can I think about it and get to a solution eventually, right? So we say step number one, anytime we're dealing with security, you got to do the research. You got to look up stuff, right? You got to go ahead and find out information. So we say get comfortable with searching the internet. Google is going to be one of your best friends here, right? Because we have the wholesome knowledge of human knowledge in its entirety at our fingertips, especially when we're using something like Google. So as a coworker of mine used to say in another cohort, use your digital friends, right? Those resources are there available for you. Get good at being able to search through it and being able to find it. The other thing we're going to see is a lot of the time when we're doing these type of searches, when we're looking up this information, we're going to find what is known as documentation, right? Either documentation about how software works, or documentation about a vulnerability, or documentation about a script that's being used as an exploit, or so on and so forth, right? Whatever the case is, you're going to get fast with learning how to be able to go ahead and look at some information, look at some documentation, and being able to pull out the relevant parts of it. So we got to get good with being able to read documentation in general. As we've pointed out on Monday, right? Another thing we should do is take notes. Yes, we have all the resources available for you guys here in our Simply Learn LMS, right? we're able to go ahead and see that we have all of our readings, all of our materials. We have the slides, for example, like we see right here. We have our instructions for our assignments, and so on and so forth, right? And we even have the recordings as we saw for Monday, right? Monday's recording should be available to you guys. If not, they will be soon. And then same with tonight, right? Our recording here, we're recording the meeting, so that way you guys can be able to later on be able to go back and review it if need be as well. But just because all of those things are there, doesn't mean it's going to take the place of your notes, right? Having to take notes is going to help it to, again, enter your mind and solidify that, right? To help it kind of sink in a lot better. Plus, sometimes when it looks at your own notes, when you're looking at what you have written, what you created, it's a lot easier to find things because you kind of know where it is because you wrote it, right? So sometimes when you have to go back and look up information or go back and kind of refresh yourself on something, it pays to be able to make it so that way it's your notes, what you wrote, that you're going back and looking at, you'll be a lot more familiar with it, right? So taking notes in general, always a good idea. Another quote, you're going to hear me say a lot of quotes throughout the boot camp. Another quote that I like when it comes to this is that the mind might forget, but paper does not, right? If you write it down on paper, it's going to stay there. So take notes. The other thing is you want to remember that you're not going to know everything. There's way too much information in security to be able to go ahead and know all of it all the time. And so we are just getting started here. So if you feel like you don't know some of these things, that's fine. Nobody knows it all, right? Again, practice consistently. We want to ask for clarification. So at any time, if you're wondering, if you're confused, or if you just want to make sure about something, ask, right? That's what we're here for. Always ask for clarification if you need it. This is always going to be a good thing, even in the industry, right? When you're working with a client, somebody that wants you to help with their security services, whether they're going to be that you're testing those security services or you're defending it as a blue team member, right? One of the key things is to find out what the client wants. And sometimes they don't express what they want correctly, right? So they might think they're telling you one thing and you're hearing something completely different. So always, always, always ask for clarification, right? If you think that, hey, this is what's happening or this is what they're asking for, ask and make sure. Ask and clarify. That way, you're not going off of an assumption of, oh, I think this is what they said because here's what they wrote out or this is what they told me, so this is what I understood. Clarify and make sure that's exactly what they wanted, right? And then we say, reach out whenever you need guidance. It's better that if you're getting a difficulty, if you're hitting a brick wall or anything like that, to ask for guidance, to ask for assistance, so that way you can overcome that hurdle and continue to move forward and progress within just a few minutes, rather than keep hitting your head, so to speak, against that difficulty for half an hour or for an hour or longer and not make any progress, right? So it's good to struggle a little bit, right? It's healthy, what we call a healthy struggle, to try and attempt a problem on your own. See if you can get a solution, see if you're able to do it. But if you're struggling for more than 10 minutes, then it's kind of time to ask for some help, right? Don't just continue to hit your head against it, not making any progress whatsoever. And then, of course, we point out you should be forming study groups. So that's one of the reasons why we have our Slack channel, for you guys to be able to communicate with each other, for you guys to be able to talk with each other. And that at any time, you guys can be able to form these study groups to help each other out, right? It is a form of communication, not just for Sean and myself to communicate with you guys, but for you guys to communicate with each other. So it's going to be our community that we have here in the cohort, right? So feel free to make use of the Slack channel to talk with each other, to help each other, to ask questions, to answer each other's questions, and to form those study groups when you guys need it. So that way you guys can be able to help each other out.
Hey, Tony, not to interrupt too much, but this is the perfect time for me to show what that Slack channel looks like, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
So let's see if I even have co-host capabilities. Let's see. I don't know if I have co-host capabilities. I switched out. Okay, let's see. Share screen. No. Okay. Let me reach out to someone and I will get co-host capabilities.
All right.
Oh, there we go. Look at that. Instant. Okay. Let me share my screen. I am going to go into Slack. Okay. So this is, hopefully everyone can see it. Can everyone see my wonderful Slack channel? Perfect. So this is our specific Slack group. This is for our April Slack group. Mine looks extra fancy because I'm an admin. So I have all of the wonderful direct messages. So I love this because you're able to talk to me at any time, or Tony or Sean or Isabel or Harsh, whoever you feel like talking to. It's as easy as just writing our name down in a direct message. So you would go here and you would type, Tony, and then Tony appears. And then you can just type to him. So I'm going to show you what that looks like. So I just sent a direct message to Tony. So I'm going to put, hello, Tony. From there, you would press send. And there we go. Tony gets it. So then Tony will be able to answer you anytime, Sean, myself, whoever. See, exactly. So hello. With this, you can also do fun emojis, which I just love doing. My favorite one is the parrot, just because it makes me smile. So I will respond to that pretty often. I'll do my little party parrot. But do you have emojis that you can respond to? I already saw that some people have started playing with this, because in our main group, where you will be getting summaries, asking questions about labs, possibly getting slides, asking anything you need to know about help, attendance, etc., you can put in this channel and then you can respond. So for example, there's the cute little eyes to show that you saw it. Just kind of keeping us on track. If you do like a very confused one, like if I went over here and I typed in confused, I could do this confused, or I like to do shrug. Shrug. There we go. I didn't spell that right, but that's fine. So I could do a little shrug, and then it's like, I don't understand what's going on. So this is a great way to do this. Another important thing is you can tag people. So if you had a question and it was answered and you completely understood it, and then someone had the exact same question, which will happen. All of us have, similar questions. You can always go into a post, and let's see, I'll find this one. I'm going to pick on Sean this time because I already said Tony. So if I had the same question earlier that was answered, I can just put, here you go, Sean. I tagged you. So it's just an @ and their name. And then you send it. So now Sean will be notified, and it'll say, hey, you were tagged in this. Go look at it. You can also use that to tag me or Tony in questions, or Sean in questions. See, there you go. Love it. See, that's the whole point. Build up that community. Love it, Cameron. So just make sure that, you can post anything in here. This is just for this group. It doesn't have, there's one for February that's private. There's one for data analytics. So everyone has their own little group. So this is your group. On top of that, I love this. It just makes me so happy. So this is the best way to network and kind of just make friends. And if you have a question about a lab, tag us. If you have an issue, tag me or Harsh or Isabel, so that we can get to you immediately, because we will see these a lot quicker than just posting it. Another thing is the general. So this is for every cohort in the history of time that is basically Caltech. Right now there's only 3, but there will be more, and people will see whatever. So you can see things all the way back from when we first started Slack for cohorts. So this is good for general comments like, hey, how was your weekend? What are some good articles for cybersecurity? Things like that. Help channel. My lab's not working. I don't understand Wireshark. How do we figure out the speed of something? Like, I'm in the classroom link and that's not working. I don't understand what's going on. Things like that. That's the help channel. Random is just fun. We haven't really put anything in it yet. Feel free. That's just like, fun pictures of like your dogs and things like that. I should probably put a picture of my dog. That'd be cool. So that's what that is. If you have any questions at all, you can let me know. You can also favorite things. So let's say I have a little section called team. So these are my teams. And so I have, a whole group with Tony, Sean, and Isabel. I have, the person who taught me how to be an admin, very important, other trainers, things like that. So you can create little teams, which is study groups. You can have multiple people in a group. So as you saw, I have 3 people in this group. You can make your study groups that way. You could create a group where it's Tony and like 5 of you, and Sean and 5 other people, however you want to do it. But this is up to you. It is completely personalized, and it is the best way. You can download it on your phone. So that is a very quick rundown on, I'm double checking it. Okay, I have to check. Okay, perfect. So if you don't have access to Slack yet, please reach out to me. It's very important. Check your spam, check your junk emails, check everything you possibly can so that you can get into this. What did you post? So it was an evil laugh. So that is just my very quick rundown on Slack. Any questions?
Hey, Starlight, do they have, can they create channels or is it just a group that they could?
They can
Group
create
DMs.
groups. I don't think they
Okay.
can create channels just because it would start to clog up everything. So I would highly
Yeah.
suggest creating little groups or using your general channel that we have for us for CBCS April. That just means Cybersecurity Caltech April. That's all it is. But that channel is really good for tagging us and saying, you know, I didn't understand this. Can we go over this? Do you have any more examples? Can we have office hours? Things like that. All important things. So that's my little jump. Let's see. I see. Okay. Some people didn't receive invites, so I'll make sure to try to resend those. It doesn't let me resend them, but I'm going to figure it out. But I would definitely suggest spam and junk first. Okay, back to you guys. Thank you.
All right.
I have
Excellent.
just one more thing, Tony.
Go ahead.
Now, while we're on the subject of Slack, and this isn't like a hard requirement or mandatory, but just a slight etiquette is if multiple people are talking at the same time, if you're answering a person's question and not the other, it's easier to track questions and answers if you go into the thread and start answering in the thread. So, you know, you won't just speak in the channel itself because they'll just kind of get, you know, overwritten or it might lose context. So go ahead and, yep, as Tony is showing you, click that reply to thread. That will kind of keep that thread going regarding that question specifically. Another thing is, as we get closer or as we get more comfortable using Slack, there are other handles except besides the names, like such as channel or here. For now, we'll use those as an emergency if somebody needs to reach out to the rest of the class. Probably me and Tony, they'll be using those, you know, if we need to get all of your attention. But just be mindful when you're using @here or @channel that it is going to blast everybody's notification. You know, it doesn't matter what time of the day it is, right? So just be mindful when you're using those broader tags. Okay, that's all. Thanks.
All right, excellent. Let's see. In the chat, Robbie says, same, never received an invite for our cohorts channel. So I believe Starlight will go ahead and take care of that. Make sure you guys go ahead and all get joined in. Make sure to reach out to her just in case, so that way she knows who you are and who still needs to be able to be added to the channel. Again, we want everybody to be a part of it so that way we can start forming our community. We can start getting to know each other. We can start helping each other out, right? And Starlight and Sean made excellent points about how we can be able to go ahead and use that channel. And again, if you guys have any questions or if you guys need any assistance with any of that, reach out to myself, Sean, or Starlight, or anybody else. Reach out to Harsh even, right? Our manager here, they can be able to help out. Any one of us can be able to assist you if you guys need it with that. And that way we can be able to go ahead and use our Slack channel as our form of communication outside of our live Zoom meetings that we have here. All right, so now that was an excellent sort of aside for what we talked about, right? And being able to go ahead and communicate, being able to set up our study groups. I'm going to share my screen again so that we can be able to continue on with the next point that we want to be able to have in our mindset, which is to be able to embrace the unknown, right? So we say that there's always going to be stuff that we don't know, right? There's always going to be this part of our cybersecurity technology, our knowledge that we don't have yet, right? This is unknown to us. So we say we need to have this mindset of becoming what we call a forever learner, right? There's always new things coming in. There's always new technology happening. And there's always therefore going to be new vulnerabilities, new weaknesses with those technologies, new ways we have to be able to find of securing them. So since tech is an ever evolving field, we're never going to know it all because there's always going to be new things. And tech is as deep as it is wide. So there's always going to be a lot more things, whether it's surface level stuff that's brand new, but once we look at it, it's going to be in the depth of it, similar to what we already know. But there's always going to be new technically complex things, I would say, that are going to require a depth of knowledge, right? And so it's always evolving, always changing, always getting new things. So we're never going to know 100% of all of it. We also point out, consider that this is the beauty of cybersecurity, that there's always going to be something that exists that we'll have to learn or that we'll have to research, and always something that it will be evolving into, right? So we're never going to get tired of this. We're never going to be that we're done with this, right? Because there's always something else on the horizon, so to speak. So we say, become a forever learner, an explorer, a detective. We're going to see that when it comes to when we kind of go ahead and take a look at what's happening, whether it's dealing with red team, blue team, or some other aspect of cybersecurity, right? There's different kinds of ways we can picture it. So for example, I like to picture it that when we're dealing with red team and we learn the basic skills of how to be able to go ahead and exploit a vulnerability to be able to gain access to a machine, we're kind of taking on a role of a spy, right? We're going to be thinking of our way of how can I infiltrate? How can I be able to kind of use subterfuge or something else like a spy would to get into an area that I shouldn't be in, right? But when we get to our blue team, we're going to see that we're going to take on the role of a detective, right? Where a detective, what they're looking at is they're looking at evidence, they're looking at a crime scene to try and be able to figure out what happened here. What's the story that I can kind of piece together from what I'm able to see? And therefore, what can I be able to say was the events that happened? And what can we do about it to kind of bring justice to that, right? So we're always going to have to wear these different kinds of hats, right? We're exploring new areas, we're learning new technologies, we're going to be wearing hats such as that spy hat or that detective hat in dealing with our roles in cybersecurity. And we got to strive to become a resourceful problem solver, not an encyclopedia. This goes back to what we talked about earlier with our memory, right? We're not going to have to memorize stuff because in the real world, you're not going to know it all. And it doesn't matter whether you memorize it or not. It matters, can you come up to a solution, right? So what we want to focus on throughout the entirety of this boot camp is not memorizing our Linux commands, not memorizing what I have to do or what I have to write in Python to be able to get this to happen. It's more of what can I do as a problem solver to get to my solution, right? What do I have to research? What do I have to look up? What steps am I going to break this problem up into so that way I can know what to Google next, or I can look up something related to this that can help me so that way I can come up to the answer, right? So for example, if you know that your Linux commands can do a certain action, like I want to remove a file from this hard drive, but I don't remember what the command is. Well, I know that that command exists. So all I have to do is simply come up with a good search in Google to figure out what is my Linux command to remove a file, right? And then it'll tell me what that is. So I don't have to remember that there's that command there. I just got to know how to be able to use it, right? That's kind of what we're getting at right here. We want to be able to strive to be that problem solver, not necessarily a repository of memorized facts, right? So then our next point is we got to accept that nobody's perfect, right? And like we said, we're not going to know everything right off the bat. Even when we become what we might consider to be an expert in the field, there's still going to be times where we will make mistakes, right? So accept the fact that you will mess up. It's just a part of life. It's just what's going to happen, right? Regardless of how much information you know, regardless of how familiar you are with something, regardless of how much of an expert you are in the field, you're still going to make mistakes. It happens to everybody. So we point out the following with regards to that, right? You have to walk before you run. And we want to remember that cybersecurity is always going to be a challenging issue. So throughout this course, keep in mind, as we discussed on Monday when we talked about our assumptions of the course, right? This is going to be something that moves very fast. We're going to throw a lot of information your way. You're going to have times where you're going to have things sink in very well. And you're going to have times where you'll forget certain things, right? And you will not understand everything that we discuss immediately. But remember that this is okay. This is part of the process. Eventually, what we wanted to do is that as we go through and as we practice and as we continue working with these type of things, that then it starts to sink in. And whether it was something you didn't quite grasp at first, after a while that it clicks and you get that kind of what I like to call an aha moment, right? Where you go and you think about it, oh, that's what it was talking about, or that's how I can use this, right? So embrace failure. Remember that fail stands for first attempt in learning. And keep in mind that if you have something where you fail, if you attempt something and it didn't quite work out how you planned, that's not the end unless you choose it to be, right? So you haven't really failed. You haven't really not got into that success yet unless you choose to quit, unless you choose to end there where you failed, right? If you continue to get up, if you continue to move forward, if you continue to be able to strive to be able to get to that success, eventually you'll get there, right? So it's never the end unless you choose it to be. So keep that in mind when you're making mistakes, when you're having failures, right? And then again, the next thing we point out is we want to have a growth mindset. So here are some building blocks that can help us to grow, right? We point out that learning itself is iterative. We'll learn something and we build upon that as we go along. So when you get into the industry, you will inevitably learn more about the technologies that we learn in this boot camp. So we're going to kind of go through at a certain depth with a lot of different things, but there's no way we're going to be able to cover everything about all that cybersecurity has to offer, right? For example, if we go into a specific tool, like maybe we're going to show you how to use Splunk or some other tool, we can go into it for a while so you can get familiar with it. You know how to be able to use it, but we're not going to be able to get all in everything that it can do, right? We're not going to be able to go ahead and cover the entire depth that it's capable of. And so therefore you will learn a lot more once you're actually out in the industry and having to use these, right? So just keep that in mind. We'll show you enough to where you are familiar with it. If somebody asks you to do something, you'll know kind of what they're asking you, or you can be able to understand and follow instructions that they might give you. But we're not going to be able to go ahead and show you the entire depth of everything, right? So we say we teach foundations. We go over scenarios that can exist that'll help you with what you need to do in the real world, right? Help you to dig more deeply into these technologies, but we're not going to be able to cover everything. And then of course we say learning appears differently for different students and is not linear. So there are going to be some of your classmates here in the cohort that they're going to pick up on these things very quickly. And you're going to be like, well, they're able to go ahead and they're dealing with Python, or they're dealing with Linux, or they're understanding how to be able to go ahead and do red team very well. And I'm over here and I'm struggling. That's okay, right? Everybody's a little bit different. The thing is to not give up, right? This is why we emphasize learning together. Their strengths can be able to help you out, because then you can ask them for assistance. You can ask them for help. You can ask when you form a study group for them to show you how they were able to go ahead and kind of do that, or why they know what they know, right? Maybe they figured out a little nice trick that works, or maybe they figured out a certain way to be able to enter in their questions into Google. They'd be able to give them a lot better answers than what we might find ourselves, right? So that's the strength of being able to go ahead and study with others, right? That they can be able to go ahead and we can share our strengths with them. They can share their strengths with us, right? And of course, you should never compare yourself to other people. Anytime we're looking at how we are progressing, the main goal is to make sure we are comparing against our old selves, right? Today, am I doing better? Am I learning more than I did yesterday? Because if we are, we're improving, we're making progress. And that's all that matters, right? Doesn't matter how much we are progressing compared to others in the class. What matters is that we are improving, right? So you only want to ever look at where did you used to be? How did your old self handle this? And are you making progress from there, right? So you are each on your own individual journeys. You will want to help each other and learn together, but never compare yourselves to someone else, right? And then we get to this just-in-time learning. So you say, know when to consider something as a black box, right? So we say at particular moments of your journey, you will be better off learning that certain things at a superficial level rather than thoroughly. What does that mean? It means, for example, if we were to learn a new topic, right? Like maybe if we were back in the day when we were learning mathematics and they tell us, hey, the quadratic equation works this way. As long as we understand that the quadratic equation works and we can use it to get an answer, we don't need to know why it works, right? That's more for a later, a deeper discussion once we get a better understanding of math. Similar thing here, right? We want to be able to go ahead and point it out that at certain points, we just got to know that, hey, this tool works for this. We don't need to know why it works at the moment, right? Or if we do these actions, we're going to get this result, which is what we're looking for. We don't know why. Well, we don't need to know why it does that at the moment, right? So that's why we consider it that black box. Essentially, we put something in, it does something we're not sure, that's the black box, and it gives us our answer out, right? So we just need to know that, hey, as long as I understand how to use this thing, not necessarily why it's able to do what it does, that's good enough, at least for the moment, right? So we say an example here is the command line. You could spend days, you could spend weeks trying to learn every single command available in Linux. But is that really the best use of your time at the particular moments? Some of the commands are very rarely used, or not necessarily going to be very, very useful when it comes to security. Maybe they're very useful when it comes time to being able to do something like operating systems, but not for cybersecurity, right? So we just need to know what are the most useful operations that we should be familiar with, the ones that are the most common. And then for anything else, again, being that problem solver and using our digital resources, we can then be able to Google for it if we need something that's a little bit more extreme or a little bit more uncommon, right? So we say redirect your learning to something that's more valuable at particular moments. This is what we mean by just-in-time learning, right? What do I need to focus on at the moment? What's going to be most valuable for me now? Let me focus on that. And so then we get to this concept of progress, not perfection. So remember, perfection doesn't work, not in cybersecurity, right? It doesn't exist anywhere really. So aim to be just a little better than yesterday. Take a long overview. When you get immersed in the details or the complexities of something, it might seem like you're not making progress. But if you examine your progress from a week ago, or even let's say a month later, we look back at where you were here at the beginning of the boot camp from when we started, you will observe that you've actually made a lot of progress, right? So picture it this way. You always look in the mirror and see your face every day, or at least most of us do, right? So we may not notice how things change from one day to the next. But imagine that you haven't seen somebody like a cousin, an aunt, an uncle, a friend for maybe 5 years. Maybe we haven't seen somebody since before the pandemic, right? And suddenly we meet them tomorrow. We're going to really notice how they've changed, and they're going to notice how we've changed because they haven't seen us in such a while, right? So while day to day, it may seem like, oh, we haven't changed at all. Given that time period that's longer than just a day, we'll notice that there is something that's changing, right? So same thing here. Day to day, you may feel like maybe you're not making progress. Maybe I'm not improving, but give it time. After a month, maybe a few weeks or longer, you'll see that your skills are improving. There's going to be stuff that you didn't know at the beginning of this boot camp that now you know how to do. Stuff you were struggling with at the beginning of this boot camp that a month or two later is easy for you, right? So keep that in mind. Just give it time and make sure that you're progressing little by little. You'll get there, right? Then we have this positive reinforcement thinking. So whenever we're trying to be able to go ahead and study our new materials or learn something, doing that positive type of struggling with a new topic, right? We want to say to ourselves, I might not understand this now, but I will soon, right? Keep that mindset of, at the moment, this might be difficult for me, but soon enough, I'll know what I'm doing, right? So practice this type of positive reinforcement thinking. Once you stray into the territory of, I might not be cut out for this, that's where it kind of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? If you start to doubt yourself, if you start to think that maybe this isn't for you, then your mind kind of starts to make that happen, right? So keep it up with thinking that I can do this. Maybe it's difficult for me now, but I will be able to go ahead and get a handle on this. So now we start thinking of this mindset, right? We've been discussing the mindset we want to be able to have throughout this entire time. So we should start from this approach at the very beginning of thinking like a security professional. We already want to start thinking of, how would I conduct myself? What would I do if I were already working in the industry, if I were a cybersecurity professional, right? So we say right here, good engineering involves thinking about how things can be made to work. The security mindset, therefore, involves thinking about how things can be made to fail. That's one thing we're going to always be thinking about as we're going through this, right? If we need to defend against something, we need to think about all the points where it can be failing, and therefore we need to reinforce that. We need to defend that, right? So our mindset is going to be thinking about all the points where it can be made to fail. So this involves thinking like an attacker, like the adversary or a criminal. You don't have to exploit the vulnerabilities that you find, but if you don't see the world as things that can be exploited, you'll never notice the security problems, right? So we see that right here from Chenier in 2000 quoted this, and it's still true today, all these years later. So we're going to see throughout all the stuff that we're going to be taking a look at, if we take a look at our daily lives, all the devices around us, there's a lot of deficiencies out there with regards to security, right? So things like voting machines, things like credit cards, medical devices, ID cards, almost anything. If it's digital, it can be exploited one way or another, right? So we want to keep that in mind. There's no such thing as absolute security. Nothing can ever be made 100% secure. The moment you think it is, that's where you're going to be in for a rude awakening, right? So everything when it comes to our digital devices needs this type of security. There's always going to be something we need to be able to do to secure it. So we see an example right here, right? This is what we call a security review. So we're thinking about an item. We're thinking about something that we might see in daily life. And we want to think about how is it being used? And then, like we said, with our mindset, we want to think about how can this be exploited, right? How can we be able to go ahead and take advantage of the way that it's supposed to be used to do something that it's not meant for, something nefarious, maybe something malicious, right? So how can we be able to be thinking like that criminal on being able to do something with this device? So here we have rent drop-off boxes. So we say some apartment complexes have drop-off boxes for tenants to pay their rent. Such a box often exists in a common location and gets locked with a physical key. The box has enough room just to slip in an envelope or check, but not enough to reach in. So we have some assets and some security goals with this, right? What are some assets? Some assets that this box has is stuff like money, right? If they're dropping off their rent into this box, there's going to be money in this box. If they're dropping off checks, then there's personal banking information in here. There's signatures in here, right? And what is the goal of this box? What is it intended to do? Well, the box structure is intended to keep all of these things safe, right? So nobody can be able to go ahead and take advantage of that information. So we want to think about, if this is the device we're analyzing, what are the assets? What are the security goals? What is it intended to do? Now, what on top of that are potential adversaries or threats? So what can potentially try to be able to go ahead and get at those assets or prevent that goal from being accomplished, right? So we say here, malicious people interested in stealing money or possibly even just forcing late fees onto others, because if they take the money that that person paid in rent, then that person on their account, it's not going to count because that money wasn't received in the end, right? So they'll get late fees as well. So anybody that's intending to do that could be this potential adversary, right? Now, if we think about this item, if we're analyzing this object, what are some potential weaknesses? How could this adversary be able to go ahead and steal that money, even though that box is trying to be secure in the ways that we discussed, using that physical key, making sure that it's just big enough to slip in an envelope or check and not a hand, right? What can we do to still try to be able to make use of those things to exploit it? So we point out that checks remaining in the box for an extended period of time can allow them more chance for them to be compromised, right? If it's over a period of an hour, then that's not a whole lot of chance for somebody to come by and be able to try and get that check. But if that check is there for a week, that's a lot of time for somebody to be able to go ahead and try and be able to get it out of there, right? We point out that since this is in a common location, it is possible that maybe there are non-residents to that apartment complex that could be able to have access to where this box is, right? So the more people that are able to physically get to that box, the more chances are that somebody can do something, right? And then we point out that the box itself, or maybe the lock that it's using, might not be of really high quality. So maybe somebody could come and just hit it with a hammer, or even maybe just the back of their shoe. If they hit it hard enough, maybe that lock will break, right? And now they have access to everything inside the box. Or maybe they could just hit the box with the hammer and it'll bust a hole in it that they can now be able to use to pull things out, right? So just the quality of the stuff itself physically can make a difference here. So we want to analyze what is the assets, what is in there that somebody might be wanting to try and get to, what is the goals of the object that's trying to secure it, who are the people that might want to be able to get at these things, and then what are the potential weaknesses that they might be able to exploit to still be able to go ahead and get this information anyway. So we're going to have you guys do a similar thing in the next few seconds, right? So we want you guys to be able to go ahead and do a security review. You guys, when we go into your breakout rooms, you guys are going to choose either a physical or a digital object. It'll be up to you guys in your groups to decide what you guys want to focus on. And then you're going to try and be able to put on that security mindset to determine what are the assets that that object would have, what are the security goals of where it's being stored, right? So what would be the goal of where it is? How's it trying to be able to keep it secure? And then we point out what are some potential adversaries or threats. So who might be trying to be able to go ahead and get at that information or those assets? And then what are some potential weaknesses that that object or device has? So with that, we're going to see that if we go ahead, this is the last slide that we have for tonight or in that topic. So if we scroll down, we're still in our LMS, right? 2.4 for our security mindset. We're going to see that underneath the slides, we have this link to security review. We're going to go ahead and click on there, and then we're going to make a copy of that document that comes up. Once we make that copy of that document, this is what you guys are going to be using in your guys' breakout rooms. So we're going to see right here, we're going back here to our Jamboard, and we're going to see that we have about 5 different slides, right? So you're going to, on slide number 1, you guys are going to discuss in your groups. You guys are going to choose what is that physical or digital object. Then on the next slide, you guys are going to come together and figure out what are the assets and security goals, what are the potential adversaries and threats on the next slide, and then on the last one, the potential weaknesses, right? So we're going to go ahead and take that time to be able to go ahead and come up with that security review where you're going to come up with those things. You guys are going to do this as a group. And then when we come back, we're going to go ahead and go over it together, right? So you guys are going to share what you guys were able to come up with your reviews on the different physical objects or digital devices that you guys decide to come up with. With that, are there any questions so far about this first activity that we're going to have you guys do? So in the chat, someone's asking, is this in course 1 or 2? This is still going to be going back to, I believe, course 1. So if we go back to course 1 and click on there under 2.4, we should be able to find it there under security mindset. Any other excellent questions?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, let me actually go ahead and share my screen so we can be able to go ahead and see that. So let's go ahead and go back to our main screen right here. We're going to go to course 1. So we're still dealing with our activities here in the fundamentals.
Oh, okay.
And then from there, we're going to see that on the right-hand side, we're going to go to 2.4, right? The security mindset. So once we click there, it'll take us here. We're going to scroll down. We're going to scroll past the slides that we've gone over. And right here where it says procedure, that security review link, that's the where we're going to go ahead and use.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other excellent questions? All right, go ahead and get into the breakout rooms and start doing your security reviews.
Henry, were you able to log? Do you have a room? I think you're in room 5. Okay, perfect. Okay, and then we'll go into our staff room.
Sounds good.
Hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you're on now.
I've been having so much issues in with the mic
The
and
breakout
video.
rooms.
Yeah, and the breakout
Yeah.
room. I was able to
You're-
hear
mhm.
them, but they couldn't hear me, nor I can turn my video on.
Yeah, you're not alone in that. So I've been contacting Zoom and we've been trying to troubleshoot it on our end so far with no luck, but I'm going to keep trying. And as soon as Zoom has a good answer, then hopefully it'll fix on our end. I always suggest trying to add the dates into your calendar on your LMS so that it shows up on your Google Calendar or on your, what's the other calendar? Apple. And clicking that link, having it connect to your Zoom desktop app. That way it doesn't go through like a Chrome tab. Like some of them are going through your internet browser. You can try that and see if it helps.
That's
It's
what I
helped
did.
for me. Oh,
That's what it is. So I have the Zoom desktop app right now. That's what I'm
Mhm.
using, but I haven't tested out yet. I was trying to catch
Okay.
you if you could put me back in that room, but since y'all already in it already.
Yeah, we'll have to try it during the next breakout and let me know if that works for you, because that's so far the only thing that I have found that might work. And even then, sometimes it doesn't. But I am talking to Zoom about it. We're trying.
Okay.
All right, so I believe most everybody is back now from the breakout rooms. So one thing that we're going to go ahead and point out, there was a few questions that some had about if you could be able to change the email that you originally registered with, so that way you could be able to be a different email. You are able to do that. I went ahead and asked Starlight. Starlight was wonderful with the answer, and she said that you can be able to log into your Simply Learn account and then go to your account settings there, and then go ahead and change your email there for what's associated with the boot camp. And so you can be able to go ahead and change it that way. And then you would want to get into contact with Starlight to be able to go ahead and let her know what is the new email that you've switched it over to. And that way she can make sure that you're connected to all the places you need to be with that email. So for example, being able to log in and get the invite for the Slack channel to that email, and so on and so forth.
And
And
if
then-
for whatever reason it doesn't work, like you aren't able to access it through your learning management system, message me on Slack and just say, hey, I want to change it to insert, and I will try to see how I can do that on my end.
And then I believe, as Harsh has put in the chat, Harsh, our other LSM, right? He was able to go ahead and give us our Zoom chat link. So if you guys are having issues, like Jeremy was pointing out, how he had some audio issues with being able to go ahead and get into the breakout room through Zoom and being able to hear or anything like that, you can be able to go ahead and get the link in the chat. You can be able to go ahead and then use that to be able to try and connect, so that way you can be able to go ahead and get in through the Zoom app itself, rather than going ahead and getting in through the Chrome tab, right? So that way you guys can be able to go ahead and try that. So with that in mind, Sean, was there anything that you want to be able to discuss or be able to go ahead and bring up?
As far as sorry.
Upskill?
Oh, the upskill. Wait, is that something you're gonna go over, Starlight? Or I honestly didn't know what upskill was.
Oh, someone had a question and it said skill up. I'm not sure where it said it, but it might have meant upskill, like upskilling like your career, but I'm not sure because I don't know the context of it. So whoever asked that question, feel free to send
Oh.
me that.
Sorry, yeah, Antonio, go ahead and message Starlight, and then she'll be able to help
Yeah,
you
no
out with that
problem.
one.
I'll message you, Starlight. Thank you.
Thanks.
It's on my dashboard, so.
All right, so moving forward from there, hopefully we've addressed some of the issues that have been happening with this first breakout room for tonight. We're going to go ahead and sort of look at what you guys were able to come up with then. So if we can be able to have some volunteers of what you guys chose for your device or your object, and what was the security review you guys were able to go ahead and do from there. So I saw Ryan raise your hand first. So let's go ahead and go with Ryan first. Go ahead and show us or discuss with us what was it that you guys selected and what was your security review?
Okay. We selected a smartphone. So like the asset security goals, we had, oops, wrong one. There it is. We had communication, personal information, your social media, like contacts, behavioral data, personal finance data, pretty much everything, commercial data, if you work for a company phone, whatnot, and also geolocations. And then under the potential adversaries and threats, we had theft was one of them, identity theft, physical safety as well, like tracking, whatnot, ransomware, malware, and then I think Robbie said that one, like access points where you get into other networks. And then on the potential weaknesses, like easy passwords, security codes, lack of two-factor authentication, and then repetitive use of passwords, not updating passwords, and then we also had phishing emails and/or calls. So phishing calls, phishing emails. I think that was it. Yep.
All right. Excellent points, excellent things to think about. So this helps us to get in that whole security mindset that we pointed out, right? That we want to be able to think about what can an attacker do? How can they be able to try and take advantage of this? And what would they be after? Because that's going to help us to decide what we need to do to defend it, right? To be able to make it more secure. So excellent points with that. Those are some very valid things about what we can find in a phone, and then what somebody might try to be able to do to get advantage of it, right? Like those phishing emails or even the phishing calls, right? Thankfully, lately, I know that they've been trying to be able to implement more of a kind of letting you know that if you're getting a call and it's coming from a recognized number or a number very similar that's one that used in scams in the past, that they've been doing a better thing with carriers, letting you know that it's likely a scam call that's coming in. So they're little by little, we're trying to be able to improve these things, right? Get these type of securities to be able to deal with these issues. But we need to think about how they are being exploited first. Excellent. All right. So I see Griffith, you're the next one that I noticed with your hand raised. Go ahead.
Yeah. So let's see. Our asset that we chose to talk about was a home Wi-Fi adapter. So the assets on it that you're trying to protect are your network traffic, like the actual adapter settings, as well as just access, who's able to log on to that network. So your goal, like our goals for that would be you want to have your network traffic be encrypted. So you don't want people to be able to see like what sites you're going to or the actual information that you're sending to those sites. You want to have these settings on your router be protected so that no one can, like, say, set up a backdoor, like set up like vulnerabilities like port forwarding or things like that. And you also want to, make sure that you have good access control. So like you are keeping track of who you're actually giving your password to. So potential adversaries and threats, so one would just be like, nosy neighbors who are trying to steal your Wi-Fi to not have to pay for their own internet bills. But that would, there could also be like Sean came in our group and mentioned there would be people who would like say go drive around neighborhoods in trucks with an antenna and essentially like scrape network traffic off of home networks and take it back and then try to encrypt it. So that involves, making sure you have, good encryption on your network traffic so that they can't break that. Then, of course, just people potentially a guest that you invite into your home that you share your password with, they now know your password, and that's a potential vulnerability. And so those weaknesses, like I said, it's the password sharing, having say like default router router settings, plenty of people will just not change their the actual like username and password that you need to change your to access your router settings. Like it'll just be like user and then admin or something like that. And so then anyone could figure out how to get onto that. And then there could also be the vulnerabilities of like vulnerable devices on the network that are potentially like exploitable and would give some access to that network in some way, like through Alexa or whatever.
All right, excellent. Yeah, a lot of the times we're going to see that when it comes to even the most secure company or the most secure organizations, that when they get hacked, it may not necessarily be because they got hacked directly. As Griffith just pointed out, it's a device or some other organization that they're the ones that are vulnerable and they're connected to this network. And so somewhere else got exploited and then they were able to tunnel in, right? So we want to make sure that when we're thinking about these vulnerabilities, when we're thinking about these weaknesses, we are considering as much of what's connected to us, just as much as we're considering our own devices themselves, right? Another good point, the moment you let somebody know your password, like he said, that means that they have access, and giving access means that they can be able to use those weaknesses, use those exploits, because now they're able to get in, right? So something like if you're to use your place for an Airbnb or something similar, right? Anybody that does an Airbnb, if they're letting people know what the password is for their Wi-Fi, if they're having it continue to be that same password, that means that whoever was able to book that room or get that place, they now can be able to access that Wi-Fi anytime they're in the area, right? And then they can be able to do whatever they want from there. So again, we got to be able to think of these things to see what would we need to do or what recommendations would we make that needs to be done to make it more secure, right? So maybe, for example, in that case of that Airbnb, the moment you let somebody know the password, once they're done and their timing that they've booked is done, change it, right? Go and change the password or something like that. Now, of course, we can make these recommendations or we can understand that this is what should be done, but how often do we actually go ahead and do this, right? So as was pointed out, a lot of the times when we get a new device like a router, we set it up, and as long as it's functioning, as long as it's working, a lot of us don't go and actually make the necessary changes, right? So it's still set with the default username and passwords to be able to access the settings or something else. You'd be surprised how often that happens in the industry, that you'll check out the security settings at some place and you'll find out that they have their routers, they have their devices all still set up with the default username and password stuff. So you can just walk into that area, and if you're able to gain access to that login page for those settings, try to be able to use that default username and password and get in like 80% of the time, right? So one of the first things we should do is when we're considering all the ways that they can be exploited, making sure that we can be able to go ahead and try and be able to, at least for the most part, change those defaults, right? All right, excellent. So I noticed that June has her hand raised. Go ahead and go. All right, so he says, or they say, my microphone is not working. Let me try to refresh the meeting. All right, excellent. We'll go ahead and give you some time to go ahead and try and refresh that, see if you can be able to get your mic working. And then we'll go ahead and hear what you were able to go ahead and for your group, what device or what public object did you guys decide to do your security review on? While they're doing that, we're going to go ahead and focus that if you guys haven't been able to go ahead and get past this portion, right? There was a few groups that we went into that we saw that you guys were able to finish up your security review and started moving forward. That's excellent, right?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Apologize for the interruption. Just checking my microphone. So in my group, the object that we chose is a mailbox, just like a standard mailbox you'd find on the street of someone's house. The assets and security goals that we established were that a mailbox could contain bank information, personal identification information relating to like insurance papers, housing payments, credit card bills, checks, cash, just general information that you'd want to put in a shredder if you're going to throw away, which is obviously sensitive and you don't want people accessing. The potential adversaries and threats to this information would be general thieves, burglars, or people with just general malicious intent trying to gain information on you that's private or leverage that type of information against you in a way that isn't helpful. And the potential weaknesses of a mailbox, it depends on what type of mailbox you have. But if you think of your standard mailbox, for instance, in like a street, that's just a handle with a that you open up and reach your hand into to get the mail out of. It's very exposed to the public. Anyone can access that. It's extremely easy to open up and break into. There's no lock on most of these mailboxes if they don't have a key. And then if there's no PO box, then there's no surveillance or alarm if the lock is broken. If the security is breached, there's no notification that it has been breached, and no one would know that it was ever broken into. And that's what we came up with.
Excellent. Yeah, that is a definite valid point, right? And even though there's still that it's a federal crime to mess with the mail, right? It's still something that happens. So definitely something that's vulnerable. And yeah, again, making excellent points of how we can be able to think about this situation, who might want to be able to go ahead and kind of break into it, and what are they going after, what's motivating them, and then what are the weaknesses that we can be able to kind of think about and analyze and find out are there that we might want to be able to protect against, right? As you pointed out, unless it's something like a PO box, it's probably not being monitored, right? So maybe that would be a way we would want to be able to go ahead and tighten security, have a way of being able to go ahead and put up something to monitor it, right? Maybe we are able to go ahead and request a type of mailbox that can be locked, right? Some areas they'll have it, there's kind of like a community mailbox where everybody gets a key and they have to go and use the key to be able to open up the mailbox to be able to access it, right? Makes things a little bit more secure, but of course never ever 100% secure, right? But definitely good points in being able to analyze common mailbox and being able to figure out what are some ways that somebody might be able to go ahead and kind of break into it and get at valuable information that's there. All right. I noticed that Sean also pointed out that nowadays people do drive-by Amazon packages, right? So not only with the regular mail, but they'll kind of look around to see if there's anybody that got a recent package delivered from Amazon and will go steal it from their porch, right? So that is an issue as well. So yeah, definite ways we can be able to go ahead and try and think of how security can be improved in those areas. All right. With that in mind, we're going to go ahead and advance further. So we're going to go into our next activity. So real quick, we're going to see the next thing we want to see with our cybersecurity mindset is we're introducing what we kind of briefly hinted at back on Monday, right? This whole concept of CIA. And so we're going to go ahead and see that when it comes to CIA, for our purposes, anytime with relation to cybersecurity that we're talking about this, we're going to see that this is talking about first, confidentiality, right? So what does it mean by this? Well, we can be able to see what we show here, but essentially it boils down to who was the intended recipient for this? Who is supposed to be able to have access to this, right? And do they actually, are they the only ones that actually have access, right? So we see it's about preserving authorized restrictions on this information access or disclosure, including the means to protect personal privacy and proprietary information. In other words, a lot of the times we're going to see that if we have information, if we have data, that we're trying to make sure that only the people that are authorized for it actually are able to see that, right? See, the next thing for our CIA triad is integrity, right? So when it comes to the integrity, we're seeing that this is talking about the fact that our data isn't messed with, right? We want to make sure that nobody's modified it, nobody's edited it, nobody's changed it, right? Because if you're to download a file, let's say you're downloading some software, once it's downloaded to your device, you would hope that in transit, right, as you're downloading it through the internet, that nobody's messed with it, nobody's changed it. So that way it's now something that's malicious, right? Instead of being like, let's say you're trying to download an image, instead of being that image, that it's now a Trojan, right? So data integrity is that we are guarding against the improper modification or destruction of information and ensuring what we call non-repudiation and authenticity of that information. When we talk about non-repudiation, we're saying that if something has happened, if there's been an action that has taken place, that nobody can deny that it was them, right? So if we're able to see that, oh, a user logged in and they modified this file, then they can't refute that, right? We know for sure it was them. So that's part of this data integrity, that it's not being modified, right? That if we downloaded something, what we end up receiving, for example, is exactly the thing that we wanted. And then finally, we get to our availability. So our A is dealing with availability. This means that do we actually have access to it when we need it, right? So we're ensuring the timely and reliable access and use of information. So something like a DDoS attack, right? A distributed denial of service attack. That doesn't necessarily compromise the integrity of a system, right? Because we're not necessarily modifying files. We're not deleting data. It doesn't affect the confidentiality, right? Somebody that's supposed to have access only to certain data, it's not necessarily making it so somebody else now has access to that data. What it's affecting is the availability, right? Now somebody that's trying to be able to log into a website, trying to be able to access something or use a service can't do that. And so that's a problem, right? If we're paying tons of money to be able to have access to a service and we're not able to use it when we need it, what's the point of having it, right? And so that can be a problem for our digital systems. So these are the three main areas that we're focusing on whenever we're talking about security, right? Do we have it that only the person who should see this is the one who's actually seeing it, nobody else? Do we have it that if I look at some data or if I look at a file, I can be confident that this is the way that I left it? Nobody's modified it, nobody's changed it. So if I sent an email to somebody, nobody in the middle of me sending that email changed the contents of it to say something else, for example, right? And then availability. When I need something, whether it's a service, a file, or access to something, can I actually be able to go ahead and access it? Or is it something that's blocking me that I cannot use that at the moment? Because if I need it and I can't use it, then I might as well not have it, right? There's no point in having that service or that system if it's not there when you need it. So we see that this forms this kind of like pyramid or this triangle, right? These are the three different pillars, so to speak, of our cybersecurity that we're going to be focusing on. We need to make sure that if we have these three things sort of protected and working well, then for the most part, our security as a whole is working well, right? So the next activity we're going to have you do, if you go still the same area where we went ahead and got those slides that we used in our last activity for the security review, we just scroll down below that little triangle, right? And we're going to see that there is our CIA triad resource. So again, we're going to go ahead and click on that. We're going to go ahead and make a copy of that. And we're going to see that we're going to go ahead and get our Jamboard slides once again. Here, we're going to see that we're going to be focusing on just one slide, but we're going to go ahead and kind of talk about this stuff that we see on the right-hand side here. And we're going to try and be able to figure out, what does this deal with? Is this dealing with something that deals with confidentiality, integrity, or availability, right? So with that in mind, we say when we put you back into the breakout rooms, we're going to want you to be able to go ahead, go to that document, share it with each other, right? Have somebody screen share, and then kind of figure out which one each belongs to. And then we go ahead and point out, if you want to get a little bit more information about each one of these, or see how does it relate to security, we can kind of look up these different things that they point out right here. So for example, with confidentiality, we can look at how there was an attack that violated this. For example, the Marriott attack, right? Or for data integrity, for NHS, right? The National Health Service hack that dealt with changing information, right? Changing that data's integrity. And then for availability, GitHub had an attack where they had a denial of service, kind of like what we just mentioned in our example earlier, right? So they had this DOS attack that prevented people from being able to use GitHub's services, right? So go ahead in the next few seconds. We're going to go ahead and put you to those breakout rooms and get that that resource, those slides, right, for our CIA triad, and discuss with yourselves to figure out all the stuff that's on the right-hand side of that slide. Which area does it fit under? Which one of our three pillars of security is it dealing with? Any questions before we put you into the breakout rooms for this one? All right, let's go ahead and open up the breakout rooms, and you guys can go ahead and start working on your CIA activity.
Okay, 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
All right, have fun, everyone.
Let's see. Go. And there we go. I sure hope everyone can be heard. I am going to go join in and see, not that I can give them much of a solution, but I'm going to see if I can hear them.
Sounds good.
So I'll be back.
All right.
Are we staying here or going to the
I'm
staff
going to go
room?
ahead and jump into the staff room. And then in
Okay.
a few minutes, we'll go ahead and jump into the breakout room. So we'll give them some time to be able to work on the activity. And then we can go ahead and kind of see how they're doing.
Sounds good. Hold on. Min, do you need a... Oh, actually, you're in the group. Are you having problems joining your breakout room?
I know earlier Min was having issues with the audio, so they may not be able to communicate through the mic.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll see you in the staff room. See you in a little bit.
Sounds good. Right, hopefully we're all back, so that way we can be able to go ahead and continue on with class. We have just about 20 minutes left to our class for tonight. So what we're going to do is we're going to get right into seeing what you guys were able to go ahead and do with categorizing out our stuff between our CIA triad. So I'm going to go ahead and ask for a volunteer of who wants to be able to go ahead and discuss what you guys were able to go ahead and categorize everything as. Go ahead, and I see, hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right, Sai, as your hand raised first. So go ahead and go.
Yeah, for sure. So you want me to just go through all of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. So for confidentiality, we put passwords, biometrics, authorization, and permissions. For integrity, we put data checksums, read-only files, and software patching. And then for availability, we put load balancing, DDoS response plan, and then system redundancy and hashing. For hard copy, we put that as availability, but we also said it could be all three.
All right, excellent. So I'll go ahead and ask June. I notice your hand is up as well. Go ahead and go over yours. And then to make it a little bit different, I'm going to go ahead and have you go ahead and tell us why you thought the reasoning for each of those. So
Sure.
I love how we were able to go ahead and see the categories right off the bat with Sai. We're going to now also add in the reason for why you guys went ahead and switched them up and put them into where you guys put them.
Sure. Can you hear me first off?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. So for confidentiality, the first one is passwords. That one's fairly self-explanatory. You know, obviously, in order to keep information and account information or whatever data in whatever respective category secure, you have to have a password, and that's a confidentiality issue. Biometrics is the same thing. It's just data relating to your bodily functions and like your heart rate and your blood pressure, stuff like that. Permissions, that one's really self-explanatory. If you don't have permission, that information is confidential, or if you do have permission, you can access said confidential information. It's not confidential for you anymore. Authorization, self-explanatory. You can be authorized to access confidential data. Those ones are simple. For integrity, system redundancy, for me, when I read that phrase, I think if we have system redundancy, that means that if there are multiple different checkpoints that happen in a specific line of processes happening, it prevents the amount. If one of them goes wrong accidentally and there are 16 other of them that are doing the exact same thing, then the system's not going to all fall apart just because one thing went wrong. And then instead of the whole system falling apart and nobody knowing what went wrong, you can pinpoint what the issue is with system redundancy because you can see where specifically that issue may be happening. With software patching, that one's really self-explanatory. In order to improve the software and improve the integrity of said software, there have to be constant patches and updates to make sure that it's working on all the specific ways you want it to as it progresses into multiple different systems. Read-only files are there because to prevent people from accidentally or purposefully changing the information in those files that could potentially ruin or damage the software. Data checksums are ways that it's similar to hashing, but not super similar to hashing. They're just ways of verifying that the data that you have is similar to the data that someone provided earlier, just to make sure that everything is coherent and together, so that there aren't any discrepancies between two different things. And hashing is the process of it's similar to encryption, it's similar to encoding, but it's not, because you can unencrypt something, but you can't unhash something. So if you download a software and a company is like, hey, here is the hash for the software, you can figure out if your software is legitimate or not. For availability, we have hard copy data, load balancing, and DDoS response plans. Hard copy data is obviously an availability things. If all of your data that's stored on, let's say, the cloud goes away, you have a backup of it. That's the availability to have a backup. Load balancing is just a process for efficiency, and that means if things are more efficient, therefore it's more available. And then DDoS response plans obviously, in order to have something be available, you don't want to have your thing be DDoSed. So that is the act of trying to prevent that from happening or fix it from happening after it starts.
Right. Excellent. Very good explanation. Very good thought process. Let's go ahead and move over to, I believe it's Abel. Go ahead and go. It does seem like you're muted, just so you know.
Yeah. Let me open. So for confidentiality, we pick passwords pretty much for the obvious reason. It's confidential password authorization, very similar read-only files, which allow specific access, biometrics like fingerprints and stuff like that, and permissions as well. And for integrity, we did hashing, like given a string of character, kind of like an identity, and data checksum, just checking, making sure like it is what it is. And for software patching, it's changing to kind of like communicating between different programs or a computer, I believe. I didn't get to write everything, so because we looked it up. And for availability, we have the DDoS response plan, load balancing, system redundancy, and hard copy data.
All right. Excellent. So the main thing that we're going to be pointing out with that is that when we're talking about confidentiality, we're really talking about who should be authorized or who should have access to this, right? So we want to make sure anytime we categorize something under confidentiality, it's because we're categorizing this as something that's dealing with who has access. So as you guys pointed out, right? Permissions, passwords, things like that, that's letting us know who should have access to this, right? Our data integrity is making sure that it hasn't been modified, right? That it is exactly what we expect it to be. So things like hashing, very good point in putting it there, right? Because as Griff was able to be explained earlier, right? By June, he explained, or they explained that if we go ahead and hash something, right? If we're downloading something, for example, and we're downloading it from this particular company, if they make a hash available of that software, then we can be able to compare the hash value they gave us with the hash value of the software after we've downloaded it and see if it's the same, thereby making sure that it hasn't been modified, it hasn't been changed, right? So that's why we want to think of when we're talking about integrity, can we guarantee that this hasn't been modified? And then of course, with our accessibility, can this be something that we can still be able to reach, right? So that would be more or less, the good argument could be made for redundancy to be part of integrity, but redundancy is more likely going to be part of our accessibility, right? If one thing goes down, we still have like 10 other things making that thing accessible, still making it so that we can be able to go ahead and provide that service or something, right? So things like redundancy, things like making sure we're not going to suffer from a DDoS attack, things like that are making sure that we still have that service available. We're still providing access to that thing, to those who should have access to it, right? So those are the main concepts we want to take away from our CIA triad. With that in mind, before we finish off tonight, we're going to go ahead and take a look at just a few more things. We have 2 more things we want to be able to go ahead and cover. So I'm going to share my screen once again. And below where we were talking about our CIA triad, we should now see this thing dealing with threats, vulnerabilities, and risks. So we see that security professionals use our CIA triad to understand and assess an organizational risk. And so therefore we picture risk in general to be associated very closely with what we call vulnerabilities and threats, right? So we can picture it almost like this equation right here, right? Vulnerability plus a threat equals a risk. And this is what we're going to formally define it as throughout our boot camp. We'll say a vulnerability, well, this is going to be a weakness, right? So there is some weakness in our organization's infrastructure, their network, or their applications. And this weakness is going to potentially expose them to threats, right? So we can picture this like a chink in our armor, right? And then we have our threat. So the threat is going to be a process that increases the likelihood of a negative event, like when we exploit a vulnerability. So what can we do? What is possible to make use of that vulnerability for our malicious intent, right? So whatever thing we have to do, whatever steps we need to take, whatever process we can do so that we can exploit a vulnerability, that is a threat, right? And then finally, we get to our concept of a risk. So this is kind of where those two things cross, right? We have our vulnerability, and then we have this process we have to go through to be able to take advantage of it. We have that threat. So when those things come together, we have that risk. This is the potential loss, damage, or destruction of our assets or our data that cybersecurity threat can cause, right? So what is the likelihood we can kind of picture, right? So we can picture it kind of like as a percentage. What is the likelihood? What is the percentage chance that that threat that's out there will actually happen and take advantage of our vulnerability, right? So normally we would go ahead and have you guys go into the breakout rooms once again for this last exercise, but we're going to go ahead and kind of go through it together. So that copy of that document would look like this. So here we would just want to be able to go ahead and picture what are some vulnerabilities, what are some threats, and then what would be the risk involved. So we'll go ahead and kind of work on this together. We have this example right here. It says vulnerability could be that the company does not have any security awareness training. So that's a weakness in their defenses, right? The threat could be something like a phishing email that gets sent to every employee in the company. And the risk would be that the malware being released into the company's workspace. So because of this phishing email, we now have some malware getting released into the company's stuff due to employee susceptibility. In other words, they didn't get their training, so they weren't aware that this was something that was bad. They clicked on that email, now they got malware and it's spreading throughout the company, right? So what would be another type of thing? We can picture almost anything that could be a vulnerability to an organization or a company. What's something that we can think of that could be a vulnerability somewhere?
Let's say having a open guest Wi-Fi network.
Excellent. So an open guest Wi-Fi network. Yeah, that could definitely be a vulnerability. Now, what would be a threat? What would be something that could be able to take advantage of this?
The loss of data.
Well, that would be a result, but that's not
Oh,
the
result,
process that could take advantage of it, right?
Maybe ransomware.
All right. So ransomware. So this is something that might happen, right? Where, hey, if we have this open guest Wi-Fi network, somebody can go and put some ransomware on there, right? We can be able to access this network and spread some ransomware on there. So we can be able to say then the risk is that the ransomware gets released, right? Onto this Wi-Fi network. Since it's a guest network, anybody has access, right? So that's what we kind of picture here. So we wanted, the main takeaway from here is our vulnerability is what is the weakness in our defenses? What is a problem that might be happening with what we have going on, right? The threat is the process, some action that can be taken that goes ahead and exploits that vulnerability. And then our risk, this is kind of what's going to be happening, right? What is the likelihood that that will occur, right? So the risk then is kind of that percentage. So right here, the ransomware getting released onto our Wi-Fi network, and the reason for it is because anyone has access to it. What is the likelihood that that will happen? That would be our risk, right? Any questions, any comments or concerns with this concept of vulnerability, threat, and risk?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Would outdated hardware count as a vulnerability?
Definitely, right? The older something is, the more likely it is that we've had time to find exploits to it, right? So definitely old hardware can definitely be considered as a vulnerability. Old software can definitely be considered as a vulnerability. For the most part, old anything just about, because again, the more time we've had with it, the older it is, the more likelihood somebody's been able to go ahead and mess with it and figure out how can they be able to exploit it, right? Any other excellent questions?
If that's the case, One or more companies have newer hardware, or these companies still using old hardware? Because I know government do still use old hardware. So
Exactly. Good point. So from a cybersecurity perspective, especially now that you guys are starting to do this journey and starting to learn this, you or I would say, hey, if you have old hardware, get rid of it, update it, get something newer, get something that's more secure. But at the same time, what does that mean that the company is going to have to spend if they want to do that?
they're gonna have to spend money for that hardware for one. They gotta spend money for the people to implement the cause. Then they also gotta figure out, okay, so we are exchanging this, right? What they're gonna cost delay for whatever product they're using or whatever software they're using. Not all the time when you update something, it immediately working. You gotta troubleshoot that. So it's a very long process. It's a costly process, not only for companies, but it's also definitely for government. And that alone right there also can cause vulnerabilities too.
Excellent points. Yes. So normally when it comes to these businesses, their model would be kind of along the lines of, if it ain't broke, why fix it, right? If it's still working, if they're still able to make it provide the service that they need, and if they haven't had an attack yet, right? So if there isn't a problem with that system, they don't see any need to upgrade it. Even though you and I might see there's a lot of vulnerabilities, there's a lot of ways that people could be able to exploit this. They're going to say, has anybody done that yet? If there's no reason, if nobody's done it yet, if we don't see a need, then we're not going to upgrade, right? And that's just the sad fact of the matter. So a lot of the times, it's not until a company has been hurt or they're seeing somebody else that is in a similar position getting hurt or getting exploited or something similar, that's when they'll finally decide to go ahead and upgrade something or try to be able to implement some more securities. So in the meantime, if it ain't broke, then their thing is, why fix it? Why do I have to spend more money if what I have right now is providing the service just fine? And yeah, as much as we would like to secure it, that's not unfortunately going to be up to us 100% of the time, right? So any other questions before we move on to the last thing that we want to show you guys before we wrap it up for tonight? All right, so going back to our last thing with our lesson today, we're going to see that it's all about this virtualization. So throughout the remainder of our boot camp, there's going to be times where we're going to have you guys work on some labs. We're going to have you guys work on some machines, and we're going to do this through virtualization, right? That way you don't have to buy another machine. You don't have to buy another operating system or anything like that. We'll be able to go ahead and work on it virtually through these labs, right? So when you guys get a chance, you're going to want to be able to go ahead and go to the lab that's available there. Now, I remember one of you guys went ahead and made an excellent point of when you guys started up, it might tell you that it's only available for 3 hours, right? That doesn't mean that you only have access for 3 hours and then it's gone completely. That just means that in the event that you leave the lab and you leave it running, it's going to automatically shut down after 3 hours time. Even if you're actively working on it, after 3 hours time, it's going to shut down, but you'll still have access to it. You can just simply start it back up. You'll still be able to use it again, right? So what's going to end up happening is inside of our LMS right here in Simply Learn, you're going to see that there is a practice labs tab. When you click on that tab, it'll take you right to the labs, right? And then you're going to want to be able to take some time throughout either tonight or tomorrow, or maybe even over the weekend to get familiar with going ahead and running the lab and what you can do with it, right? It's essentially running a virtual machine, a virtual computer, but we're doing it over the internet, right? We're doing it sort of in the cloud. So we're running it on the internet, on their machines through Vocarium, and then we're streaming the results over to us so we can be able to make use of those virtual machines. So once you do that, we're going to point out when you start up your lab, it will take a few minutes to actually get up and running. Typically about 5 minutes. If it's taking more than 10, you're having an issue, contact us for some help or something, right? But typically should take about 5 minutes. So in the future, when we have you guys get started on a lab, or if you log into a lesson and you see that there's going to be some lab work involved, ahead of time, like at the beginning of class, if we're going to do it for class or something, go ahead and start up your lab. So that way those 5 minutes will pass and you'll have it ready for when we need it, right? Because it will take some time. Now, with that in effect, let's go ahead and take a look at how that's going to look for us. So I've already started this lab up. You'll notice up here in the top right-hand corner, there's a bunch of different buttons. One of the buttons says Start Lab, right? So when you first click on there, you're going to see that it'll be blank, and then you can click there to start it up, right? So once you click Start Lab, that's where it's going to take 5 minutes to go ahead and boot up everything. And then if you need time extension, you can go ahead and click extend. If you're done doing anything you need to do with the lab and you want to go ahead and just shut it down, you can click end lab, right? If you need to reset it, so kind of like have it reboot, you can click reset. And that's pretty much the gist of getting it up and running, right? For this first lab, we'll see something like this over here where it says activities. That's kind of like our start menu. This is going to go ahead and allow us to be able to activate and see the different apps we have. If we want to see all the apps that are installed, right here, this kind of 9 dotted area will show us all the applications that are here. We can see everything that's installed on this machine, and we can be able to run through it to see what we can be able to go ahead and pop up and use. One of the more common things we're going to use throughout our camp is terminal, right? So here, we're going to go ahead and show you a few of the commands as we go along. So if you see some commands here and you're not sure what they are, don't worry. We'll get into detail about it later. But we're going to see that this is going to be a way that we can be able to go ahead and interface with our machine. We can take a look at different files, see different folders, and what we can be able to get our machine to do. What commands can we enter? What can we have our computer process? Or what are we going to be doing with this data, right? So the terminal is going to be one of the primary things we're going to be showing you guys how to use. And this is how we're going to go ahead and work on it, right? So when we're going through our Linux commands, when we're showing you how to script in Python, when we're showing you the concepts of red team or blue team, we're going to be doing it in a virtual environment through Vocarium like we see here. Any questions whatsoever about the lab itself or being able to use it?
When's the due date for this lab? Or is there a specific, do we need to do this by tomorrow, or is this something we could do by next, or when do we need to get this finished?
Excellent question. So usually what we'll do is we'll have it that within the unit itself, whenever we're trying to be able to do it, we want to be able to try and complete it within the week we've introduced it, right? So usually we'll go ahead and unless we say otherwise, it'll be within that week that we'll want to be able to go ahead and complete it. So it doesn't necessarily have to be completed by the end of day or within class or that very same hour or something like that, but it would be within that week.
Where can I also access, sorry, just clarifying question. Where are these labs for us to access again? What specific aspect of the portal?
Excellent question. So each lab would be specific to the current unit or the current subject that we're talking about, right? So let's go ahead and go back to our LMS thing. So if I go here, if I go, we'll see right here inside of Simply Learn's LMS, right? If I had a lab available, so for me as the instructor, it doesn't show me the lab, I have to go through it a different way, but you'll see here accessible for if there's any labs for this section, right? So for example, going back here, I see course 1. If there was any labs there, I'd go into course 1 and then there would be a labs tab for all of the stuff necessary for course 1. For course 2, I can click there.
Want, I can show it on mine. That way you
Yeah.
can see it a little bit better.
Let's go ahead and do that.
So just because I have all the labs. Okay, so this one is February, so it'll look a little different, but this is your boot camp. And so if you go into, see, we'll go into course 2. If you look right here, it will say practice lab. So it's on the left-hand side. There's like live classes, assessments, and then practice lab. So this is what you will launch. And then, like it said, it ends after 3 hours. You can always have it reset, just don't terminate it. And Tony and Sean have the most control when it comes to those labs. As far as I know, I don't have control. So hopefully that helps. I didn't see the chat, hopefully. Did that help, Abel?
All right. So how do we practice it if it's not on the practice lab? I don't see it on mine.
You don't see practice lab when you log in. So first, make sure that you went down to course 2.
Okay.
And then see how the learning track has that little hat?
Mm-hmm.
It should be right under that. So it's not in the self-learning right here. It's right next to it.
Okay, I'll search it. Maybe it's because I just changed my email. So
maybe.
Yeah.
It should still show, but I can always log in as you and try and see. So we can work on that together.
All right. Thanks.
All right, so once you launch that lab, it should take a few minutes to be able to go ahead and load up, but then it will show you the desktop of your environment that we have for that lab. And then anything for that course that we have you guys working on, anything we're going to have you practice, any activities that are involving that lab, you'll be able to go ahead and do it in there. And we'll see, once we go ahead and tomorrow, for example, we'll get into our first activities that'll deal with that. And we'll see how we can be able to go ahead and do some basic navigation around in our Linux environment. And so we'll be able to go ahead and make use of our virtual environments that way. And it's going to be a thing we're going to be using throughout the rest of the boot camp. With that, are there any other excellent questions? Pam, go ahead.
Is there anything that we need to complete by tomorrow?
So if you are able to go ahead and do that competency that's there, if your sites are still able to do that, you guys can go ahead and do that. Otherwise, the only real thing we have you guys that you should be doing by tomorrow is making sure to go ahead and read through the pre-reading material, right? The self-guided lesson for being able to navigate through our Linux environment. So that way, when Sean and I start going over that material tomorrow, it'll be something that's more of a review since you've already read through it, you've already kind of been exposed to it. And so it makes sense what we're talking about as we go over it.
Okay, great, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Any other excellent questions? All right. If there are anybody that has any questions, or if you guys just want to wait until it's more of a one-on-one type thing, I will be waiting around. I would expect that Sean will be waiting around as well, so that way we can be able to address that. Otherwise, if you guys don't have any questions, that's all we have for you guys tonight. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening.
Bye.
And learners, before leaving, please fill up the feedback form. We had shared the feedback link on the chat. So before leaving this session, please rate us regarding the today's session because your feedback matter to us. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you for reminding us about that, Harsh. Yes, Robbie, go ahead.
So in today's class, it seems to me a common theme for security is what enterprise or entity has the most money. So I'm wondering, as far as an individual and securing your own networks and like your, your own personal LAN, for example, does that also require a certain amount of funding? I mean, is there a certain level of security that you can reach that can guard you against significant threats?
So I would say that there is stuff that we could always be able to look for that can be cost effective, right? So there's always going to be proprietary software we can be able to get that'll cost money, but then we could always look for open source software alternatives, right? And typically, open source, I would say it can be just as good as our proprietary software. So you don't have to spend hundreds or thousands of dollars to make sure your stuff is secure. There's ways we can be able to go ahead and secure it that'll be cost effective where you're not having to spend a whole lot. It's just doing your research, finding out what works, what is respected, and what is known in the industry that will be able to go ahead and help you in that aspect, right?
Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm. Any other excellent questions? All right. In that case, it doesn't seem like anybody has any questions. So I'll say good night.
Have a good night. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, guys.
See ya.
See ya. All right, Starlight, I'm going to go ahead and take off.
Okay. Bye. Have a great
See
night.
ya. Have a good night as well. Have a good night, Harsh.
Good night.
Okay, we did it.
Yeah, we did it, Starlight.
Have a great rest of your day since I know that it's early for you. Hopefully you get a good night's sleep. Good morning sleep. Good nap.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sleep. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Bye.
Can you guys hear me? Audio check.
Yep.
Nice. All right. Well, we're gonna uh, give a little more time for the rest of us to join here. How's everyone doing?
Good.
Good.
Nice. Good. All right. I mean, while we wait for the rest of the class to join here, does anyone have any questions or any concerns that they want to talk about?
Yeah, actually, I have a question regarding the labs. Actually, like, so I was able to get into the Linux lab and the self-study portion. Now, I think someone might have mentioned that yesterday, but the self-study portion, does that have to be completed before class today for each day that we have class, or is that something that we can kind of, I mean, like from yesterday to today, there wasn't a whole lot of time to cover all this material.
Let me see. When you say self-learn, are you talking about like the reading material?
Right, yes.
Right. Yeah, that's a good question. So in theory, yes, right? You want to read ahead. Now, there is, for classes between Wednesday and Thursday, yeah, we don't have much time because Wednesday we end late. You guys probably
Right.
have work. And so
Yeah.
it is pretty tight. So, but then going forward, when we open up these units, you will have all of the units available, way beforehand, right? So,
Oh, I see. Okay, all right. Yeah, that'll help.
right, so try to spend some time during the weekend if you want to kind of read ahead and just kind of briefly, go over the day before or the day of the class.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, it is going to be a little bit tricky. But to that note, in the past, it was we didn't open it all the way through. So it was literally like after Wednesday, we'll open up the next module, and you guys will have like limited time to read through all the content. But yes, to answer your question, you do want to at least pre-read ahead so that you have some context to what we're going to go over during class.
All right.
It's a good question. Any other questions or concerns?
For the lab, it was said yesterday in class that it's expected of us to finish those labs during the week that we're assigned the material. So would you expect us to have the lab finished by next class next week on Wednesday or before that?
Ideally, it'll be done before Monday. The reason why I say this is because going forward, every day we're going to introduce new topics. And once you start falling behind, it's going to pile up really, really fast. So I highly recommend if we do like 3 labs today to try to knock those out during breakout rooms or after class. I wouldn't carry anything that we learned this week over to the next. If you guys have stuff to catch up, do it during the weekend. So on Monday, it's starting fresh, new content, new labs, and everything like that.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yep. Actually, I think a lot of us have joined and it's past 30. So let me go ahead and share my screen. We're gonna do a little bit more questions. Harsh, do you mind giving me co-host, please?
Sure, I will do that.
I do want to get your labs started, and then we'll go over a couple more questions, and then we'll get the class started. By the time I end my first lecture, the labs will be up and running. So we do want to get that started sooner rather than later. Okay, so I have co-host. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome. Cool. All right. So at this point, you guys should know how to at least kind of navigate through the LMS. So I'm currently in the asset and inventory management, which is unit 2. We're going to be going over 1.2 today, which is navigating the file system. But before we actually get started, what I want you guys to do is for you guys on the right or on the left here, you guys should have practice labs. Go ahead and start the lab here. I don't know if I could actually launch my lab from this point, but once you click launch lab, you'll get to the next screen where it will say start lab on the top right. And I want you guys to click that, and it'll take about 5 to 10 minutes to get started. So let's go ahead and get that started, and then we'll start class. But before I actually start, has everyone started the labs? Let's do this. Can everyone on Zoom, there's a feature, if you look at the bottom portion, there should be a button called, let's see. Now I don't see it. Reactions. So if you go to reactions and then go ahead and raise your hand like this. Yeah, everyone just raise your hand. This way I know who's paying attention, who's not. Yeah, so everyone go ahead and, not like that. Bilal, I saw you. No, but there's a feature at the bottom where, where it says, what is it? Let me read it again. Reactions, and if you click reactions, it will say raise hand. Cool. Now, I see Nancy, Balaz, you guys struggling to find it, or you guys can come off mute if that's better. There. Oh, I see clapping hands. So it's not an actual emoji, but there's like a feature that says raise hand. You'll say that there it is. Okay, cool. All right, so I see a couple who hasn't raised their hand, but I see their cameras off as well, so maybe they're AFK. That's fine. At this point, if you have your labs at least started and you see the spinning circle, go ahead and lower your hand so that I know if you have a problem, I could ask Tony or Starlight to help you solve it. So if your lab is spinning, it doesn't have to be started, right? But as long as it's spinning, go ahead and lower your hand. Okay. All right. So there's 4 of you. Are you guys having problem with the labs, or are you guys having problem lowering your hand? Or if your lab's spinning and you want to lower your hand, you go to same place. You go to reactions, and you just click lower hand. But if you have a problem with the lab, please come off mute and tell me. All right, Cameron, net data macro. I still don't know your name, man. Or I'm assuming. Sorry, I shouldn't have to say man, but I still want to. I still don't know your name, net data macro. So if you could, Joel, there you go. Cool. Joel, are you having a problem with the lab, or if you're good, I can lower the hand for you. Bad Wi-Fi. No worries. Okay, so let me lower your hand for now, assuming you're good. But if you have problems with the labs, we'll troubleshoot this later on. But we at least want to get this started before we start the class, because it will take some time. Let me move some of these over here.
If I may, while you're doing that, I want to point out that in the future, we're going to be doing this pretty often, where we're going to be working with the labs. And so we're going to want to get in the habit of, when we start class, start up your lab. Just get it up and running. That way, the moment we need to jump into it and start working on our stuff in the labs, you guys already have them running. You guys already have it where you need to be, instead of us saying, okay, let's go into the breakout rooms, let's start at the labs, and still having to wait another 5-10 minutes, right? So after this point, just kind of make it a habit. When we get into the class, start up your labs. That way they're good to go for when we start up our actual exercises in our lab environments.
Yep.
Will do.
Sounds good. Thank you, Tony. All right. So before we get started today, I do want to kind of backtrack and really start from the beginning, right? When I mean the beginning, I'm talking about, I want to go over what is a computer. And once we sort of understand the fundamentals of a computer, it'll be a good segue into today's class, right? So when we think about a computer, right? And you guys can come off mute for this short discussion. What do you guys think about or comes to your mind when we say, what is a computer?
Operating system.
Very good. Operating system. What else?
Think of short-term memory.
You got memory. Yep.
Communication.
Communication, right? And in computers, we'll call that networking, but communication, absolutely. Communication.
Software.
Terminal.
Network. I heard two great things. I heard terminal and I heard software, or is it application? Who said, was it software or application?
Software.
Software, there it is. Very good answer.
Processor.
What else? Processor,
Processor.
yep. There it is, processor.
Network.
What else?
The storage.
Someone said network. Sorry, that's supposed to be network. My I don't. It's a mixture of my poor mouse and network that's doing this. Someone said port. What did I?
Data storage.
Data storage. Okay. Yep. So we got storage.
CPU.
Yep. We got processor, CPU. What else?
IP address. IP address.
IP.
IP address.
Oh. Like that. IP address. Right. What else?
Store, retrieve data.
Processing. Yeah. So basically, we could store data. We could retrieve data. Right. What about some? Let's think about supporting assets. We call it peripheral devices. So what gets attached to the computer to really help us use that computer?
Monitor.
These are all
Docking station.
monitor. Yeah, docking station. What else?
SSH.
SSH, which is an application,
Yes.
right? So we got
Keyboard.
apps. Keyboard. Yeah, keyboard. What else? Mouse. Yep. Firewall, right? Yeah. Firewall, we got mouse. Sorry about my my handwriting. So I think we have a pretty good list. The reason why I wanted to go over some of these is because we want to start identifying some of these key concepts and then sort of migrate into what we're going to be talking about today, which is terminal. But when we talk about a computer in general, we could think about it as hardware and software, right? We got the hardware in terms of the memory, storage. Someone said networking, so like networking devices, maybe it could be cable or wireless adapter. We got different ports. Then we also have software, right? We got applications. We have apps on our computer. We're gonna be talking about this in just a sec. Operating system, which is huge, but as far as hardware, software, that's what we have, right? And we also want to talk about inputs and outputs, right? As an input, we have peripheral devices such as keyboard, mouse, right? Basically, we input external data into the computer. And we also have outputs such as a monitor. We could also talk about like speakers or printers. Basically, it will output a data inside from that computer, right? So we have input, output, we have hardware, software, and we have what's called an operating system that sort of manages all of that, right? It sits in the middle and sort of integrates and manages all of these different components so that the user, us, could use the computer as intended. Now, when we talk about operating systems, let me create a new page here. Operating system. Tell me something about operating systems.
It's what the computer uses to operate basic functions. It's like the central hub for all the operations that a computer can do. Like Windows and Mac are operating systems.
That's what I was looking for. Yep, Windows, right? So we got, I don't know, I could tell somebody's age by asking what was their first Windows system, right, that they used. So we got Windows, we got Mac,
Linux,
CentOS.
CentOS. So CentOS is actually a Linux distribution.
Kind of Linux. A kind of Linux.
Right. It's a. We're gonna talk about mainly this today, but you guys are correct. So a lot of people understand operating system either as a Windows machine or a Mac machine, right? These are two separate Windows operating systems. But what we don't really talk about is the Linux system. Again, Linux is one of the biggest operating system, out there. We just don't see it. However, we interact and use it on a daily basis, right? If you have Android devices, it could fall under Linux, right? If you access any of the web servers, browsers, right? They all are, or mainly are operating off of Linux. And then I don't know who said it, but you have different distributions of Linux. You got CentOS. Later in our course, we're going to be talking about Kali, right? Which is, and these distributions are basically the same under the hood. They have, they might be different in certain ways, but at the end of the day, they're all Linux machines. But they do have different, what's the word here? Different specialties, if you will, right? Some might be better at one thing than the other, but at the end of the day, most of them are open source, so they're free to use. Some of them you have to pay for, such as like Red Hat, right? I think Red Hat right off the bat potentially could be free, but if you want to get into some of the licensing or support, you have to pay. But this is one of the reasons why it's being used very often is one, it's open source, like I said, so it's free. And two, it's very light. When I say light, I mean, it doesn't take a lot of resources to run Linux. Whereas Windows and Mac, as you guys probably already know, when you buy a Windows machine or Mac machine, it will have minimum requirements. It will say you need at least 8 gigabytes of RAM, you need this much storage, because the operating system for Windows and Mac uses up a lot of resources. On the other hand, Linux does not, right? So that's what I mean by light. Any questions on operating system? What Windows is, what Mac is, and what we'll be talking about today in terms of Linux. All right. The other thing I want to talk about is when we talk about operating systems, we could almost kind of, go ahead, June.
Is Ubuntu also, or sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, Ubuntu a subsection of Linux as well?
Yep, it's called the a distribution, but yes, Ubuntu is.
And then, sorry, go ahead. I interrupted you.
Oh no, I was gonna say it's a Linux. It's just a different flavor or distribution of Linux. Yeah.
My other question is, I heard somewhere that Mac is like a different, or a different form of a really basic version of Linux. Someone told me, but I think that may be wrong. But
you're correct. So it's part of a Unix system. Now they're very related, but they're not the same, right? And we're gonna if you have a Mac machine, you'll sort of realize as we learn about Linux terminal commands that most of the commands are identical in Mac. However, there are some other commands that's not compatible. But yeah, so Mac runs on Unix, but it has its own sort of operating system. That's why we have to pay a lot of money to use or buy a Mac system versus a Linux. Robbie, go ahead.
Just out of curiosity, I was wondering, so if both cyber professionals and potential cyber criminals are using different versions of Linux, where does the advantage of over one come? For example, how are you prepared if everyone's using the same system? How are criminals, for example, able to get into networks and create 0 days, things like that?
If I understood your question correctly, so a lot of the servers or the sort of the companies that we're aware of, like Facebook, Google, whatever website you visit, they're going to be running off of Linux web servers. But just because it's a Linux web server doesn't mean they have the same distribution of Linux. It's all different, or mainly they're all different. We're going to be talking about this when we get to red phase, where we could sort of identify what Linux web server it's using. But to answer your question in terms of the offense side, it's actually the opposite, right? For instance, if everybody used the Windows machine and there's one vulnerability that gets found, well, it's like a party for the hackers because they could use that one vulnerability for every system in the world. But that's not the case, right? Everybody uses different systems. They have a different security, toolings and capabilities. So even if you found one vulnerability, let's say on one of the websites, doesn't mean that vulnerability is going to be used at every other website that you visit. So it actually makes it harder for the hackers to find one vulnerability that works at every place. Does that first? Did I answer your question? Did I understand your question correctly?
Yeah, you did. Thank you.
Yeah, there is a concept of what's called a 0 day. So a 0 day will basically, to your point, will work on any system because 0 day basically means it's a brand new vulnerability exploit, and there's no patches, there's no updates, none of that, right? So in those concepts, yeah, if you find a 0 day, you could probably use it on any sort of system, and it would work as long as that 0 day works for that system. But yeah, any other questions? No? All right, there's one more thing I want to talk about before we get into the actual class is the operating system. And this is why I go back to what I said earlier is when I first got my computer, I think it was Windows 90 something, 95 or something like that, right? But my other friend at school, he showed me something that I've never seen in my life, which is called DOS, right? So MS-DOS is basically a Windows version of the terminal way back when. But when older sort of people used the computers, when they first came out, they didn't have a graphical user interface operating system. They weren't able to use their mouse to click and drag or right click to see different options. They basically worked off of what's called a terminal, right? And as developers started improving on user interaction between consumers and the computer, they came up with what's called the operating system to make it easier for us to use the computer, right? So when I first started using a computer, I didn't have to learn any of the command line or any of the commands. I just got a keyboard and a mouse and I started working on a computer, right? So you could think of an operating system as, at a very high level, as like a software that's running on top of the computer to say, okay, if I click something and drag it, it's gonna do that. right? But in the back end, it's actually a series of programs that's running to take your input from the keyboard and the mouse and do exactly what you told it to do. But now with that sort of understanding, we're gonna try to go backwards in time and get into terminal and how that sort of works, command at a time. Because when we get into red team and blue team, we're gonna start identifying different use cases where a terminal is the only way that we could access the computer and have no monitors, no mouse, right? None of that's going to be available when we have to, protect against hackers or, pen testers for like our web server, for example, right? We're not going to be able to physically access the web server using a mouse. We have to use, a terminal to get access and to remotely manage and secure that server. Okay. Any questions before we continue with today's lecture? And I do apologize for my poor writing here. Any questions? If not, we'll get into the lab. So for the labs, well, I'm sorry, not the labs. For the first lecture, if you will, or first demonstration, or any demonstration for that matter, you guys can follow along. It's really up to you, right? It's a demonstration of the content that I'm gonna basically teach you guys. After the demonstration, we will have breakout rooms for you to do the labs and practice on your own. But do let me know if I'm going too fast, or do let me know if I'm going too slow, right? This is our first sort of hands-on demo. So you guys sort of tell me. You could tell me in real time, or you could tell Starlight during the feedback after the class, but please let me know. Do speak out, right? Okay, so if you want to follow along, the way we're going to operate the Linux machine, let's kind of back up. So first of all, this is a Linux machine, right? This is the Ubuntu machine, and right off the bat, it doesn't look that much different than a Mac machine or a Windows machine. You have, instead of Windows, what's called a toolbar at the bottom, you have a toolbar at the top. You have different power options here. You have speaker, Wi-Fi. You have the date and time. Most importantly, you have what's called activities. So think of activities as like the startup or the Windows key, right? Where you get to see different apps, right? If you click the show applications, it almost looks like a MacBook if you have a Mac, right? What we're interested in is the terminal. Going forward, we will almost never use the GUI. GUI, again, is graphical user interface, is where you interact with the mouse, click and drag, right click, and stuff like that. We will almost never use it. Going forward, we will be using the terminal, right? Again, terminal is just another way to interact with the computer, right? At a high level, terminal does both input and output on the same panel, right? So you could basically put a bunch of commands and it will give you something back, right? So it's an interactive session between you, the user, and the computer. There's different names for this. Obviously Linux uses terminal. I think Mac also uses terminal. Windows uses command prompt or PowerShell. But at the higher level, as a general term, you could say terminal, command line or command line interface, CLI. Or you could even say the actual language of the terminal itself, right? I could say this is a bash shell. So bash is the language. Shell is another sort of nickname for the terminal. So there's different terms you could use. There are obviously some differences, but you can use them interchangeably, okay? Cool. Let me make this a little bit bigger. All right. So right off the bat, before we get started, let's kind of go over some basics, right? Again, this is a terminal. We could input our commands and it will give us an output of whatever input that we give it. If it's a command, it will give an output of the command. If it's an error, it will give you an error message. Now, we haven't really talked about what this was, right? This portion of the terminal is called the prompt, okay? And I'm gonna sort of break down the prompt for you so it makes more sense. So here, fstack, basically any type of letters before the @ sign is the username. Whatever user that you're logged in as, it's gonna show up before the @ sign, okay? We didn't go over this command, but later we will when we get into users and stuff like that. We could type in a command called who am I, and it'll give you who you are logged in as, okay? So I am currently logged in as fstack, and that's why fstack shows up before the @ sign. Now, the letters that come after the @ sign, can anyone take a guess what that could be? make this a little bit more interactive. What could Ubuntu be here?
The system you're using.
I'll give it to you. It's a name of the computer, right? So if you remember when you first set up your MacBook or your laptop or computer, it'll ask you, what do you want to call this computer, right? So sometimes you'll say like, oh, June's MacBook or Sean's Windows 10 or, you know, my kid's iPad or, you know, whatever the case might be. You sort of name it when you first set it up. So that's what this is. It's the name of the computer. Again, don't worry about the commands that I'm running. We're going to go over this later. I just want to verify that that is the case, right? So fstack is the user at Ubuntu, in this case, is the name of this Linux machine. Not necessarily the distribution. It is an Ubuntu distribution, but whoever set this machine up named this machine Ubuntu, okay? Then you have this colon, which basically ends the name of the host or the computer, followed by the tilde. So in this case, this item tells us where we are in the file system. Now, you might be thinking, I've never seen a directory or file name or folder name named tilde. But in Linux world, tilde means that you're in your home directory. And when I say directory, I mean folders, right? It means you're in your home folder. However, the term folder almost never gets used. We use the term directory. So you have files and you have directories, okay? And to show you what I mean, I could use a command called pwd to show me my present working directory. Don't worry about the acronyms, but just remember the command. But if I use the pwd command, it's going to show me where I am in my file system. And the tilde is my home directory. Okay, so it's almost like a shortcut, right? Any other directory that I go to, it's not going to have tilde. It's going to show you the actual directory. Okay, June, go ahead.
What does the $sign stand for?
Perfect. We're going to get to that just now. So that's the home directory tilde. The $sign means in very generic terms, what permission you have with this terminal. So I know that me as full stack on Ubuntu box, I'm currently in my home directory and I have basic permissions, right? And we will go over escalated privileges or admin privileges or root privileges later in the cohort. But just know for now, $ means you don't have escalated privileges. You basically have basic permissions. Okay. Any questions so far? Cool beans. All right, so now let's talk about some commands, right? The first command I always like to introduce you guys to is a command called what is. The reason why I like this command is because it's easy to remember. It's in plain English, what is. And what is command basically tells you what a command does. So for instance, we didn't know what whoami does. I just told you that it gives you the username. But if you want to make sure, you could use what is, which is the command, followed by a space and a command name, such as whoami, right? And it will tell you, it will basically say, hey, whoami is the command. What it does, it will print the effective user ID. This might not make a lot of sense right now, but basically printing basically means not a physical, you get a print out of the printer, but it's gonna print out into the terminal the effective user ID. And I think they use the effective, meaning I can change the user from the terminal. I could be logged into my actual computer as fstack, but there are commands where I could change my user to a different user, right? Go ahead, Justin.
Yeah, for what is that similar to the command man, like man?
It is. So man, we're gonna go over, I think in lab 4 today. It stands for manual, where you actually get to see the actual manual of the command. So it's not gonna be just one liner. You're gonna see the whole thing, what the command does, what the syntax is, all the different options. So yes, it's somewhat like it, but this is just very lightweight. Hey, someone's using this command. I want to know what it is real quick. You can use the what is command and the command name. But in lab 4 later on today, we're going to go over the man command, which is a very thorough explanation of each command that's on your Linux machine. Good question. Cool. All right, so that's the first command that we went over. What is? You could do this on your own time. So you could, go during your breakout session, you could run all these commands to see what they do. For the ones that print out multiple, don't worry about them just now, right? Because what this basically means is it has different manual. So yeah, let's leave it at that. There's different manual pages for that command. And that's why it's able to pull 3 different descriptions of that command. But we'll get to that a little bit later. The other command I like to go over is clear. Any guesses on what clear command would do?
It refreshes the amount of commands you've put into the terminal.
Yeah, it basically clears your terminal, right? Now, there's a pros and cons, right? The pro is obviously it's cleaner, so you don't get distracted. It's very nice. The con is you lose all of it. You can't scroll back up. That whatever that was out there, the commands that I ran and the results that I got, it's no longer there, right? You can, however, use the up arrow key to look at different commands you previously ran, right? And you could scroll up and down, but you won't be able to see the output. If you want to see the output, you have to run the command again. So that's a pros and cons of clear. So that's the second command, right? What is clear? It just clears the terminal screen. Awesome. Now, so that's some basic maneuver commands of terminal. The first sort of useful command that we really need to talk about is the command called ls. Now, the reason why I don't introduce ls first, because there's no vowels, and I don't want to, a lot of people kind of see this and kind of, you know, it doesn't make any sense. But I think it stood for like listing. But what it does is it lists out the directory content. Okay, again, directory is folder. It's just, you know, start thinking about directory as folders. We're almost never going to use the word folder in here. We're going to use directory. So let's go ahead and run it. See what we get. ls. So when I ran ls on my current directory, my home directory, I get a desktop, downloads, pictures, templates, demo, practice, and so on and so forth, right? It's almost like when you're on Windows and you click users and you click your name, you're gonna have the same screen. Like, hey, you could go into your desktop, you could go to your, you know, documents or downloads, pictures, and all that, right?
So like Finder on Mac?
Exactly. Yeah. Finder on Mac, Windows Explorer on Windows. But listing will basically, or ls command will basically list out the content of a directory. Now, can anyone tell me some differences with the results that I got here?
Folders, files.
Folders and files. Yeah, but how do I know which one's which?
Colors. The one has an extension.
Exactly. Okay, that's good catch. I was about to talk about extensions, but extensions is a good catch. We're going to talk about that in just a bit. But it is colors, right? Colors are different. So, and you guys probably already also noticed the prompt here is in green, your directory or your path is in blue, your command is in black. So your terminal will have some default configuration to change its colors. Now, the next thing I want to go over is what's called the options. In order for me to see what these really are, I mean, I could tell that the blue here is a folder. The green, we're going to talk about in just a bit. The black is a file. But in order to give me a definitive answer on what they are, I could do something like -L. Now we're going to talk about -L in just a bit, but let me go ahead and run this command. Nice. So he gave us what's called a long listing of the ls command. Now, every command, maybe not every, but most, probably 99% of commands that you run in Linux have some sort of options that you could give to the command to alter its behavior, right? We're still listing the content of a directory, but we're doing it in a long listing format. In a long listing format, you get more information, such as, I think this is the time that was created, the size, the group of who owns this folder, the user who owns this folder. I'm not sure what this 2 is. Might have to get back to you on this one. And you have your different permissions, right? And the key takeaway here for me to understand why this, how I know that this is a directory, is the first permission here. It says D, it stands for directory, right? If it doesn't have it, it's a none directory. It's not a directory. Okay. Now, when I say directory, like I said, it means folders, but it's really to help us, the users, understand and differentiate between folder directories and files. Now, this concept might not stick at first, but let me just at least say it, but we'll come back to it and it will make more sense. But to an Ubuntu machine or a Linux machine, everything is a file. right? To a Linux machine, even this is a file. Everything in Linux is file, right? Your monitor, your external hard drive that you hook up, your network device, your network adapter, whatever you interact or you provide to a Linux machine, it's going to think it's a file, but it's not, right? I mean, for us, it's not, but that's how Linux understands information, right? But we differentiate it by saying, okay, this is a directory, so I could open that directory, look at the contents of its directory using the ls command. Whereas if it doesn't have the D, or if it's not in blue font, then I know it's not a directory. So it's probably a file. Okay. And the other thing that I want to mention, I think Balaz said it, that he saw an extension. So if you're familiar with Windows, we have what's called the file extensions, right? .exe, .pdfs, .mp3, mp4, .jpg, right? You got a bunch of file extensions. Now, Linux don't care about file extensions because, again, everything to a Linux machine is a file. So why do we put .sh? Again, to let us know, the consumers, the users, that this is a shell script. We're going to talk about shell scripts later down the cohort, so don't worry about it for now. But it's think of it as a series of commands in a file. So if I run this file, it's going to run a series of commands. Okay. But in order for us to understand what it is, we put the file extension. Linux doesn't care. Okay. Cool. Any questions so far?
If I may, Sean?
Go ahead.
So that number that you were saying that you may have to look up, where we see that number
yes.
2, that's the number of directories that are inside of that directory.
Perfect. Thank you, Tony. MVP, lifesaver.
When
Yes.
you say directories inside of a directory, do you just mean that there's another folder within that specific folder?
Essentially, yes. So it's a number of links, essentially directories, folders, for those of us that are more familiar with that terminology due to Windows, that are inside of that one. So right there, we're seeing that if we're to go inside of documents folder, or directory as we should call it, there's apparently 2 more directories inside of there, or 2 more links that are linking to something inside of there, and so on and so forth, right? So that's what it's supposed to be indicating, is that we have these links happening to these directories that we have here.
Awesome. Let's validate that real quick. So let me go into the desktop directory. Now I'm going to introduce you a new command, cd, right? I think it stands for change directory. The reason why I say I think is because that's how I remember it, but they don't teach you like, oh, it's change directory. I learned it as cd, which basically it changes your directory. So whatever helps you remember it, go right ahead. But cd command, again, let's do this real quick. What is cd? It helps you. Nothing appropriate. Oh, so in this command, in this manual page, there's probably not enough information to give us information on the cd command. So that command didn't give us much information. But the syntax is you do cd, which is, again, change directory, and you give it which directory that you want to get into. So let's go ahead and type desktop. And notice how we don't have tilde, we have tilde/desktop. Again, that's the directory that we're currently in now on our terminal. And let's run the ls command.
Now, there
Nothing
is a
in here.
reason why it looks like that. It's because we're going to learn about further stuff. And there's going to be an option we can be able to use. And this is getting a little ahead of ourselves. But just to be able to go ahead and see, there's going to be folders. There's going to be directories, in other words, and sometimes files that are hidden. So right now, while we did our regular ls, it wasn't showing us everything. So now that we do this option -a, it's showing us what is hidden. And so we're seeing there's actually 2 directories in here that we weren't being shown before. It's what's known as dot and dot dot. So those are the two links that were being indicated by our long list format earlier. And I'll let Sean go ahead and continue his brilliant explanation of what's going on here.
Yep. Thank you. So this was a little tricky, and there's gonna be a lot of tricky situations in Linux where you think it's gonna happen, and it doesn't happen the way you intended. But there's always a reason, right? We're gonna be talking about this in lab 2 when we talk about file paths. It might not look like it means anything with the dot and two dot, but it actually has a very, very important meaning, right? And I don't want to go ahead of ourselves. So after exercise 1, when we come back to lab 2, we're going to talk about the dot and two dot. But just to validate, there are 2 items inside of desktop. Now let's go into Ubuntu folder or directory and see whether we have 17 links in that directory. This is a good segue for me to show you another sort of trick in Linux or in terminal is if I just type CD, it will always take me back to my home directory. So I don't have to give it where I want to go to. If I just type the command CD, it should take me back to the command or my home directory. Now, this again is a default setting. You can't change this, right? So that if you type CD, it will take you somewhere else. But by default, it should take you back to your home directory. Okay. Now let's go back into Ubuntu here. Another cool, what's the term here? Life hack, if you will. Linux is smart enough if it identifies enough of a unique character of what you're trying to type, you could do what's called a tab completion. And instead of me typing out Ubuntu, it will just fill out, oh, do you mean Ubuntu, right? Because U is the only U directory or file inside of my home directory. It's going to automatically fill out the rest. Okay. Now let's try this again. If I do ls, let's do tech A again. Oh, by the way, -A basically means give me everything, all. It stands for all, right? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6, 12, 18. There's a lot more. How many do we have? 17? Oh, it's only counting the directories.
Exactly.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Nice. Cool. Now, if I do ls-l here, now I see even more links inside of these directories.
Why weren't you counting the bash history, bash logout, and bash RCs as included on that? Or what, did I miss that?
Oh, no. So that's what Tony was talking about. So these aren't directories. What this 17 implied was that there are 17 other directories inside this directory, whereas this one is a file. Now, the way we could tell that this is the file is, here's another thing that we could, I definitely don't want to go over our heads, but you can combine the options. So we could say, I want a long listing and I want to see everything. To answer your question, June, these aren't directories, right? So it doesn't have the D at the front. So it doesn't count towards that 17 that we counted above.
So for each command, can you combine a command with any other command to make them both happen at the same time?
We're going to be talking about that later down the cohort. You can, but there's some extra information they have to provide. It's called pipes, standard out into standard in. We're gonna talk about that, just not in this class because I don't want to confuse some of you. But yes, you can run multiple commands. You could also, oh, go ahead, Tony.
I will point out that technically what we did right now, we didn't combine multiple commands. We just used the same command with multiple options. So we said, hey, instead of running the normal way and displaying what you would normally display, I want to display it as a long format, and I want you to show me everything. So it's the same command, We're just telling it how to be able to go ahead and show us the information a little bit differently. So we were combining options, not combining commands.
Right, right. Sorry, June, I thought you meant, technically you can run multiple commands, but what we just did is not running multiple commands. To Tony's point, what we did was we ran the ls command, gave it the -l option for long listing, and then we gave the -a option to give us everything inside the directory.
So
Now, when I say, oh, go ahead.
So for -l and -a, that's just an extension of the ls command, or is that a separate command entirely?
No, it's the same command. It's just different options. Remember, options, it's just altering the behavior of the first command that we give it, which is the
Okay.
ls command.
So
yeah,
-l and -a are not commands, they're options to the ls command, to clarify.
exactly.
Okay,
Yep,
okay,
yep,
okay.
yep. Awesome question. Justin, go ahead.
Yeah, so with
So
the
my
different,
question is, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
oh no, you're good. So with the different options that you had, I know that you said A means all. You could take that different option and put it on a different command. They're interchangeable, or is there only certain commands that you can add that to it?
Very, very good question. Now, there are some options that multiple commands use and they do the same thing, but they're not universal. They're not global, right? Some commands will have its set of options. Another command will have its own, right? Now, and don't, this sort of segues into a different option that I want to show you is you could do a double dash help. Again, this is a shortcut to the man page, but it will give you a different set of options that you could give it for that command. Okay. So currently we use the -a, which is all, right? Do not ignore entries starting with a dot. And then we went over -l, which is a long listing format, right? Now, if I use CD, for instance, I don't see as many options, and I don't see the same options either. Okay. So does that help you answer that question? Some options you could use for multiple commands, but safe to say that, you know, in order for you to use specific commands, you have to look at that command's options in order to combine it with that command. Did that answer your question, Justin?
Yeah, it did. Thank you.
Yep, yep. And then is it Hail or is it Able? Able, go ahead.
yeah. So my question is, my understanding you do -l to kind of open up what is within the command, right?
I'm sorry. Repeat that question one more time.
So when you do -a, so it shows you everything. When you do -l, shows you what is within the command. Am I right? Is that what it is?
Your -a definition was great. It shows you everything, right?
Okay,
-l.
so what is -l? Mhm.
So let me show you the difference. If I run just ls, it looks like that. It just gives you the name of the directory and the file. If I do -ls-l, it gives me the names. However, it gives me a long listing format, right? Do you know, if you use Windows, if you right click and then do like view options, you could do like icon, you could do long listing where you have the name, when the file was created, who created the file. It's basically that, right? You get to see the long listing format of the content of this directory. The only thing different is you get additional information.
Yeah. So why not -ls instead of -l to see that?
-ls like this?
Yeah.
Like this? remember the dash is to show attach different options to a command. Dash ls is not a command, right? Once you put a dash, it means an option. So we actually have to give it the command, which is ls. Any options come after the command. Or A or L. Does that make sense? We can't give it an option without having a command.
Okay, got
Because
it.
options basically enhances the command, right? Or basically change the behavior of the command. So first we need a command. Before we do anything, we need a command. Then if we want to provide different options, we could do that.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. June?
My question is, does the -L and -A commands exist to save space, or is it why wouldn't Linux just display everything as detailed as possible?
That's a good question. So let me sort of try to answer it in multiple phases. It's not always better to give you as much information all the time. The options, and we'll figure this out as we go through the cohort. There's going to be different use cases for every option. You don't necessarily want to use all the options, because just look at this and look at how many different options this ls command provide you. You don't want in reverse order, or to sort it against some work. Like, these are just options to help you against certain use cases. Like, if you need to list this out in a reverse order, then yeah, use this option. But if not, maybe I just want it alphabetically, or just by size, or whatever the case might be. So more information doesn't necessarily mean better, first of all. And then second, these options are available to suit your use case. And you're gonna have different use cases as we go through the cohort. And it's up to us to kind of look at the man page or the help options to say, okay, what command or what options can I use to satisfy what I'm trying to do, right?
Thank you for explaining.
Absolutely, absolutely. And let me lower your hands. Any other questions before we continue? These are great questions, by the way. And if you're not asking questions, please do, because the first time we're going over Linux or terminal in general. So hopefully you guys are having a lot of questions, or maybe someone else is asking the question for you, but please ask questions. Go ahead, Tony.
For those of you, if you guys are still having problems with your lab, because I saw in the chat that there was a few of you saying that it's still spinning, it's still trying to start, but it hasn't actually started. Go ahead, if you're part of the Slack channel, which you really should be by now, message Starlight and send her screenshots of what's happening. And that way she can help you be able to figure out kind of what's happening with that to get your labs up and running. Okay, that's all.
Cool. Thank you.
And yes, if you are having doubts, if you are having issues in lab, if you are writing on Slack, please write your email ID also, because it will help us to check your is your lab is working or not. So please mention your email ID also. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So let's continue if there's no other questions. Now we went like back and forth, so let me just kind of catch up on my notes to see if there's any other important commands we have to go over before we do the lab exercise. There are a couple tips, if you will, that I want to let you guys know. Let's do a quick survey. I know we're running out of time here, but let's do a quick survey. The question here is, if I do, is capitalization important in Linux? Right? If you think it's important, raise your hands. Is the ls all uppercase the same as ls lowercase? Sorry, if you raise your hand, it means they're different. If you don't raise your hand, it means they're the same. Nice. Cool. For the purpose of time, I see a lot of hands up, which is great, because yes, Linux is case sensitive, right? Very, very case sensitive. When I say very, very, I mean like everything, right? The commands, the options, the file names, the directory names, everything you give it in Linux has to be case sensitive, okay? For instance, like this directory here, I have to make sure that DCV is uppercase and the S is uppercase and everything else is to be lowercase. If I don't, if I do something like DCV storage, it's gonna say, yeah, that directory doesn't exist. Sorry, right? So please, please, please make sure that it's case sensitive. The other thing that terminal is sensitive about is spacing, right? What's a good example? There's no good example here, but if you have a file that have a space in between the files, right? Linux won't be able to identify what file or your what file you're mentioning. We'll talk about that in just a bit, but just know that it's case sensitive and sensitive to spacing. For instance, like if I have a file called Shanha, which is my name, you need quotations to say, hey, this is actually one file name that I want to look at. If I don't put the quotations, it's going to look for two files, one named Sean, the other one named Ha, right? Again, just some tips before we get into the first exercise, because you guys might run into those issues. Let's see. So ls cd. I think, yeah, before we get into the first lab, I actually need to talk about this. Oh, this is not a good file to do so. Let's go into desktop. Now, I sort of showed you my previous command here, but let me go ahead and lower your hands if you don't have questions. If you have questions, please leave it up. Now, remember when we did ls-a here, we saw two additional directories, right? These are actual directories. It has a D in the front. Now, the reason why we're able to see these directories when we use the A option is very quickly, I'm going to go over this. In Linux, the way you hide files is by placing a dot in front of the file or the directory. That's it. That's how you hide stuff in Linux, okay? And so when we use the A option, it basically says, show me all the files or folders or directories, whatever, that had the dot in front, right? And that's why we're able to see the dot and the two dot. Now I need to go over what they mean. We're gonna talk about how these play a role when we talk about file paths. But for now, let me just briefly talk about how I could use these to navigate the file system. Now, the dot simply means, this directory simply means my current directory that I'm in. So this dot basically represents ~/desktop. Okay? It's my current directory, the directory that I'm in. If I need to reference anything in this directory, I will use the dot, right? The the double dot, is the parent directory. When I mean parent directory, I mean the directory what's a good example here? So when I say the parent directory, I'm basically saying the directory above my current directory. So if I'm in the desktop directory, I'm talking about the directory above, which is my home directory. So in order for me to go up a level, I'll do cd. I can't do cd, so there's multiple ways I could get to my home directory. Right? I could use just cd command and get to my home directory. Or I could use CD tilde, get back to my home directory, right? Or I can use CD ... And that will put me one level up, which is my home directory. Okay.
And you have to include a space between CD and ... correct?
Yes. This is where the case sensitive, or not case sensitive, space sensitivity comes in. If I just do CD ... it's not gonna know what this means. Okay. Now, can I use CD ... here?
Why would you need to go to your home directory of your home directory?
Remember, the home directory is a tilde. The ... is a parent directory.
What's the parent directory of the home directory?
Let's figure it out. So if I do present or print working directory, it's /home/fstack, right? If I do CD ... where would I go from here? Where would I land if I do CD ... So we're
/
currently
home?
here. Yep, exactly. Anytime you see a slash in Linux, it means it's a directory. It's you're inside of that directory. So currently I'm in the fstack directory. If I do CD ... I'm gonna go to the home directory, or I'm sorry, the parent directory, which is the home directory, right? And now you see that I'm in /home. Now, what would happen if I do ... or CD ... again? Where would I go now? I'm currently in /home. If I do CD ... where would I go? Any guesses? Any brave souls out there? Whoever is eating, you gotta answer, man. You make me hungry. Or is it Tony? Never mind. Tony, don't answer. So let's just run it, right? See where we go. We go to the root directory. The root directory is the top layer of the file system in Linux. The / is called the root directory, which could get confusing later on because we don't have admins in Linux. We have what's called the root user, the root permissions, right? So when we talk about the admin permissions or the admin user, we say the root user, the root permissions. It's an actual name. The username is going to be called root. But we also call the root directory, the top layer directory in a file system, the root directory as well, right? So if I do ls, in the root directory, we'll have all the files that this Linux is running off of, okay? In order to get to your home directory, just like how you go to C/users/ your home, your username, we'll go into CD/home/fstack. And now we are back in our home directory. Okay. Let's play with this just a bit. And I'm just going to do just random demos of all the commands that we went over, just so that you have some visibility. So let's say I want to go into the downloads directory. I'll go to CD downloads. Again, once I get enough unique characters, I could use a tab complete and go inside of the directory downloads. And I could see that I'm in the downloads directory because I see this here. I could also verify with the PWD. That's where I'm at. If I do ls, there's another directory here. So let's try that. Let's go into CD docs, do an ls, right? There's nothing in here. But if I want to go up a directory, I do CD ... CD ... to go up again, right? Let me see if there's any other command I gotta go over before exercise 1 here. Any questions in the meantime here? Let me go over some commands.
If you try and use the CD command to navigate from like let's say you're at the root area and you try to use CD to navigate in a directory that is several directories within another directory, it's not gonna like that, right? You have to specify, you have to go each individual step into each individual directory, or can you shortcut to go into a specific directory?
We're going to talk about that in lab 2. You could do both. To answer that question, you can do both. We're going to talk about what's called an absolute path and a relative path in lab 2. Now, so we went over, oh, any other questions before I continue? There's a couple more commands we got to go over, then I'll let you guys do the lab 1. So the first, or not first, another command that we have to go over is called, let me just double sure that we got. So file, touch. Okay, cool. So now we sort of understand how to go inside a directory, list out the content, look at different folder directories and files. We could go up the parent directory, list out the content there. So we sort of understand how to go one layer in, one layer out, and navigate through the file system. That's the very basic. Again, to June's point, we're going to talk about the absolute and relative path to go into multiple directories at the same time, or multiple parent directories at the same time. But before we get there, there's 2 commands that I need to go over, which is the touch command. What is touch? Oh, wow, that's horrible. Change file timestamps. Clear this. So touch command will basically help you create an empty file, okay? So if I do touch, actually, let me try to, it's fine, I'll create here. Touch test file. Now, if I do ls, notice I don't have a file called test file, but now if I do ls, I now have a file called test file. That's how you create empty files in Linux with the touch command. I absolutely was not expecting that that description to come out, but yes, the touch command is to create empty files. Okay, there are different ways we could create empty files, but the touch command does specifically that. It creates empty files. Let's try another command just to create another file. Let's call it test2. Notice we don't have test2 in here. Well, now we do, right? So now we have test2. Okay. Again, I don't know what helps you remember the command names, but try to come up with something so that you guys could, memorize some of the commands that we just went over. Now, how do we make directories, right? The command is mkdir, or I like to remember it as make dir without the vowels, right? So you got mkdir, make dir, and the name of the directory, right? So I could say test directory, right? Notice how we don't have test directory here? Well, now we do, right? So now we have test directory. Okay. Let's create another one just for the sake. Make dir test directory 2. Actually, before we do that, let's try this. Let's move into test directory. All right, so now I'm on test directory here that I just created. I'm going to create some more. Let's create test directory 10. I'm going to create another one 11, and I'm going to create another one 12. If I do ls, I see 3 directories in here.
Let's go ahead and make one with a space in it so they can see what you were talking about earlier.
There it is. What? Yeah, another pop quiz. What would happen if I do test directory space 12? I'm sorry, 13. Ooh, I see. I saw Crystal with the 2 things. You didn't say anything, but I'm going to take that as it's going to create 2 directories. Yes. If I do that, notice the command didn't fail. It said, oh, I understand what you're trying to do. You want to create 2 directories, one called tester, the other one called 13. Yeah, I got you, right? That's what But what if I want to create a directory called tester space 13, right? Again, the way Linux understands that you mean one directory with the space in between is by putting quotation at the front and at the end. So if I do make dir quote tester space 13 quote, I will get a folder called test 13. I'm sorry, directory called test 13. Right? And because I need to go over tree, let's do another interesting thing here. So in order for me to get, change my directory into test directory 13, I would also need to put that in quotation, right? So test dir 13. And this is why I never put spaces, right? You'll once you sort of play around with Linux and get used to it, you'll kind of come up with your own, to-dos and not to-dos. One of the things that I avoid at all costs is putting spaces. If I need to separate it, I'll put underscore or dash, right? Because it's going to save you a lot of trouble later on. But yeah, when it comes to file names, I try to avoid spaces. Okay, so let's go ahead and touch some or create some files. File 1. Again, the logic stays the same. The syntax remains the same. If I need to create multiple files, I could do something like this, right? I don't have to run touch command 3 times. I could just do touch file 1, 2, 3, right? And notice now I have 3 files, okay? Not every command will let you do this, but some of these create commands like touch and make dir will let you put multiple arguments, and they will create either a file or directory depending on which command you're using. Okay. Now I'm going to use cd ... to get back up to my parent directory, and I'm going to use what is command to show you what a tree command would do. It lists contents of a directories in a tree-like format. So let's go ahead and test that out. So let me go ahead and clear this. And let's run tree. Now, again, tree command basically shows you in a 2-dimensional graphics, if you will. Remember, the dot is your current directory. So it's the home directory tester, right? And what it's saying is underneath my current directory, there's a directory called 13, tester, tester 13, tester 10, 11, 12. And inside tester 13, there's 3 files, files 1, 2, 3. It's basically just showing a hierarchy of your file system from where you run that tree command. Right? If I ran this tree command in my home directory, it will look something very different, right? Because now it's looking at it from my home directory. I got my desktop directory, I got my documents, I got my downloads, so on and so forth. So it will give you that graphical 2-dimensional file structure from the directory that you ran the tree command. Okay.
For instance, Finder on Mac, when you're navigating through Finder manually and going through the trees, is that just basically a visual version of what you're doing here?
In Mac Finder?
Yeah, like how if you go into a file, it gives the path and then the file path, and if you go back, it
yeah,
shows
on the
you.
left,
Is that
yeah, exactly.
is that just is that just what this is?
The reason why I use I want to be a little bit cautious. The reason why I use the analogies is to kind of draw some connections, but I don't want to say this is like one-to-one, right?
Okay.
Right. When we talk about graphical user interface and terminal, they're very different things. But I just use these analogies to help people like, oh, like that's what it's doing, but it's not one-to-one comparison.
Gotcha.
Yep. Any other questions? Let me see what commands here. ls pwd cd make their file. Oh, we didn't go over file. We could go over that right now. Oh, go ahead, Wilson.
So we could create directories and files. Is there a way to delete them as well?
We gotta go over that on exercise 2, I think. Yep. We're gonna go over that in lab 2. For lab 1, but answer your question was yes, of course, yes. We will be able to delete files and delete directories. The final command that I want to go over is file. Determine the file type. The file command determines the file type. Now remember, I said everything in Linux, the Linux system itself treats every file or directory or whatever as a file. It's up to the human, the users, to figure out what is the file type, right? So if I do an ls command, I get all of these output here. I could run the file command against desktop, and it's gonna tell me, oh, it's a directory, right? Let's do it again, file on test1. It's gonna say it's an ASCII text. ASCII is basically the standard, alphabetical number string. We're gonna talk about strings later on, but it basically means it only has text inside the file. So it's a text file. Let's do one more on sample.sh. It tells us it's a born again shell. Hopefully you're doing okay. Born again shell. Again, it's BASH. So it's a bash. Remember I talked about bash in the beginning? It's one of the terminal language. So bash actually stands for born again shell. It's a script, right? And it's an executable. It's an ASCII text executable, right? So basically file command is how we, the user, the humans, could use against different files and directories and executables to figure out what exactly it is, okay? Any questions on the file command? We will use this a lot when we get to blue team, because we're just gonna throw a lot of, files and directories and applications. It's up to you guys to figure out, how am I supposed to use this information, right? The way you do that is by using the file command against all the different files that we give you, for you to see, okay, oh, this is a ASCII executable, this is a text file, this is a directory, so on and so forth, right? This will definitely come in handy later on, but for now, just know that in order for us to figure out what type of a file type it is, we could just run the file command, okay? And I think that's all the commands that I need to go over for exercise 1. Now, in order to do this exercise, basically, hopefully all your labs are working and running. Let's see, they give you a quick scenario, what's going on. And this activity directives are referred to file paths. Everything. Okay, so you need to go inside of activity 1A, right? And you have to run this command. So basically anytime there's like sort of this highlighted gray box with the red font, that's something that you can copy paste into the terminal, right? So it's basically saying, hey, in order to set up this activity in the terminal, you have to run sudo space practice space activity 1 capital A space setup. It's basically a pre-built script that's going to run on the back end, and it's going to set up this lab for you. If it asks you for a password, it'll say enter your password. You type in academy, okay? Remember, when you type in these passwords, it's not going to show up on the thing. So just know that you're typing, but it's not going to show you that you're typing academy. If you miss your password, we'll just say you entered the wrong password, try again. But just make sure you're not going to see the validation as you type it, okay? And it says change to the new directory, activity 1A. So I do apologize. You're not going to be in the activity 1A when you run this. You're going to be in it after you run this command. So when you run this command, it's going to set up the directory for you. So that's when you go inside the directory using the cd command. And then you're going to create the following. So you're going to create the ops directory. Inside of that, you're going to create the host directory. You're going to create local and remote files and all of these different directories. Okay. And the instructions are pretty straightforward. If any of the instructions don't make sense, again, ask your teammates, struggle for a little bit. You're still stuck after 10 minutes. In this case, even 5 minutes, do let either myself, Tony know, and then we could help you guys out. But try to use the resources that you have, right? Google, your teammates, but just don't go over too much time because we don't want you, wasting time like that, okay? Any questions on exercise 1?
I think before we put him into the breakout rooms, we can go ahead and at least give a demonstration of how to run that setup command. So that way you can be able to create them activity 1A. And that way you guys know how to be able to do it, get that up and running. And then again, the goal is by the time you're done running all of these little parts to the activity, if from within activity 1A, you run that tree command, you'll see exactly what we see there as that little tree option under step 2 there. So that's our goal for this exercise.
Awesome, awesome, cool. So let me go ahead and copy this. Oh, with this. There's another thing you could copy paste. I don't think I went over this. If you copy something from your host machine, which is your Windows or Mac that you're working off of, and you want to copy something into the VM, you click this 2 boxes overlaying one another called clipboard, and you basically put in whatever you're copying, and then click done, and it should paste it into the terminal. Okay, or you could just type it, put one screen on one side, put another screen on the other, look at the instructions, and you can type it in yourself. If you want to copy paste it, this is how you do it. Okay. Again, it says, hey, you're running the sudo command. What is the password for fsec? It's academy. This is what I mean. When I type in my command, it's not going to show up, but I know that it's taking it. So it says, cleaning up any leftovers, creating home fstack. So it's in my home directory. It's going to be under practice activity 1A directory. And then it says done. So in order for me to get there, we're going to talk about this in lab 2. You could do basically just copy paste into here. Or you could do the cd dot dot, cd dot dot, and once you get to the home directory, cd into practice, cd into activity 1A. Okay. Now I'm in home fstack practice activity 1A. And I don't have anything in here currently. And it's up to you guys to basically make that the file tree, whatever this is. Okay. Yeah. Cool beans. Any questions on the exercise or how to initiate the exercise? No? Cool. All right. Hey, Tony.
Yes.
Do you have the breakout rooms created by any chance?
Yes, I do.
I didn't ask you. Perfect.
So
All
I'm
right,
gonna go ahead
guys.
and open up the breakout rooms. I will point out if any of you guys are experiencing problems. So if your VM isn't up and running yet, or if I noticed somebody in the chat was saying that they were trying to be able to follow along and do that make directory command, but it was saying that they didn't have permission to do so. If you're experiencing issues, stick around in the main room so we can help you out. Otherwise, I'm going to open up the breakout rooms right now. Go ahead and join the rooms and then get started on this first activity.
Have fun, guys.
Rooms should be open.
Oh, sorry, Henry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm in the lab, and again, I'm having issues with the permissions, like when I was trying to make a directory or even create the file, doing that touch command.
Okay. Do you have permissions to share screen?
Let me see. I think I do, but
Jeremy, Leonard, and Melmira, do you guys have questions, or you guys did
I
not
have an
finish flying through?
Shane, still loading. Still loading the
Oh,
logo.
loading. Oh no.
Yeah, I just,
Okay.
yeah, I've been driving the whole time. I just got here about 15 minutes ago. So I
Oh,
can get to
okay.
that screen, but I don't know how you get to where you were when you copied and pasted over to that
Right.
screen. So I don't know how you got there.
You don't know how I got here, right?
No, you know where you copied and pasted? It shows you the exercise, the activity you were doing. That one there. How do you
Yep.
get to that?
Oh, here it
How
says
do you
demo
get it?
exercise commands.
Okay, but how do you get to that from over there on your left side there? You got there somehow.
I would say go back to showing them how to get into the course for today.
Oh, right. Okay. So let me go out. So this is the loading page, right?
Right.
You go to course 2, asset
Okay.
inventory management,
Okay.
and it should land on navigating files. Oh, never mind. I have to go to
No.
self-learning on the left.
Self-learning? Okay.
Yep. There you go.
And then
And it should land on navigating the file system. If not, you could click on the
go to, okay, I'm
right.
on self-learning. We just show an overview.
Go ahead and go on 1.2 on the right.
Yeah, you're probably here. So on the right, there's a
1.2
navigation
on
panel.
the right. Okay. Yeah, let's see. It says activity 1A. Is that correct?
Yep. That should be our
That's
activity.
correct.
Okay.
Exercise.
Okay. Turn on exercise. Okay. And let's see the pseudo practice activity 1A setup.
Yes, that's it. Yep, that's the command that I got. Copy paste.
So
Copy
and
this
okay,
double box over here. And I'm just gonna paste it into here. And you press done.
oh yeah, I found a double box of stuff. I just didn't find this page here. Copy.
Awesome.
I got to go back and no, going back, I lost the lab. So let's see to get the lab back, the purple page. Gotta figure that one out.
All right. While Leonard is going through that, Henry or Harsh, can you help him share his screen real quick? Or actually,
Yes, I had provided the access to Henry. So Henry, you can share the screen.
Okay.
Do you know how
All right.
do you know how to share it?
Yeah, I'm clicking on the screen right now. I actually have 2 monitors. Let's see here.
This labs. Launch.
Okay. Do you see my screen right there?
Yep.
Okay. So well actually I already started the exercise. I was able to copy and paste the command in there. But earlier, like let's say for instance, I was trying to do a let's say test 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
See right there, it shows permission denied.
Okay, watch the lab.
Can you do an LS real quick? Cannot create their permission denied. Oh, you need to be inside your home directory.
Yeah, so is that not the home right there?
No, that's the home directory. I'm talking about the home directory of that user. So you need to go inside of AppStack.
Okay, so do I back out now?
Oh no. So you could just type CD. Just type CD.
CD, okay.
And just enter. Notice how this tilde is different than /home.
Oh, okay.
So
All
slash
right. Okay.
home is where, yeah, different users have their directories saved under
Okay,
it,
I
but
see.
you need to go inside your directory to.
Right.
But yeah, so now if you do make dir, it should work perfectly fine.
Okay, I'm
Okay,
copying on
great.
that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Now I'm copying over there on that activities page, the double page there. There's a copy and paste content preview and paste there. Says clipboard is synced.
Perfect.
Hit done.
Yep.
Then it just goes back to the regular purple cat on there.
That's what we want. So in that purple cat, you could
yeah.
either click activities and then open the terminal that way.
Okay, click activity. Oh, there it's over on the left. Okay. Now what do I click on the
Perfect.
left? This files.
Or Leonard, do you
Office.
mind sharing your screen just so we're on the same page?
Oh yeah, how do you do that?
I think Harsh needs to give you permissions, but once that's done, you should be able to stop or start sharing. At the bottom of the Zoom meeting that you're in, you should see a box, the green box that says share screen with the uptick arrow.
I don't see anything at the bottom of the screen here for that.
Let me share my screen and then you can follow along.
Okay, let me get back to you. Okay, there you are.
Yep. So
Okay.
once you copied your command using this, right? And you
That's
synced
correct.
it, what you want to do is now click activities.
That's correct.
And either click this black
terminal?
box icon which says terminal, or you could type the terminal here and then you get to the same. Let me close this out real quick. Yeah, so you
Let me
could
go-
click this terminal and it'll just open up another terminal.
Okay, I click the terminal.
Mhm.
Okay, it's there.
Right,
It
and then
says stack
right click and paste.
Wait, let me go. Hold on, let me go back to where you're at. Now okay, you're right there, right? That's where I'm at right now.
Yep. So
Then,
basically right click and then select paste.
Okay, let me get back there.
Mhm.
Right click.
And paste.
I'm not getting anything on my right click. Because mine it says fast stack Ubuntu $$ That's what mine
Perfect.
says.
That's what mine says, right?
Okay.
That's what mine
Now,
says.
I don't-
Do you see my mouse cursor?
let me go back to you again. Okay, go ahead. All right, there. Yeah.
You see these? Yep. So what I want to do is basically
Yeah.
where this black rectangle is,
correct,
right click
yes.
that, and then select paste.
Okay, right. Well, all I got is a touchpad and it's not operating. It's not cooperating with me.
Oh, touchpad. You might want to use 2 fingers. Just do a double.
You're right.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
Okay. And paste. Okay, yeah. Not okay. It pasted. It's in there.
Perfect. Now press enter.
Okay. Okay.
And now it's gonna.
Password.
Yep.
Academy.
Academy. Yes.
Let's see. Why isn't it letting me type?
It's
remember that,
it's
Sean-
letting. Yeah. Go ahead.
He did tell us that when it comes to security for passwords in Linux, it will look like nothing is happening. So you will type stuff and it will just look like no characters are being inputted, but it is happening, right? This is just an extra layer of security since we're dealing with a password.
Yeah. Type and the cursor went down and said, sorry, try again. Okay.
So type in Academy and then press enter.
Okay, create directory done. Yeah, it's in.
Perfect.
It says create host fast stack directory done. Okay, now cursor's back up there again. So from here, I just go over to, you guys gonna put me in one of the groups or see what they're doing? Because I missed
I think
a lot
you
of
should
the-
be assigned already.
Mhm.
So if you, at the bottom of your Zoom screen, it will say breakout rooms. or you'll see 3 dots. You click 3 dots where it says more, and then click breakout rooms.
Okay.
Actually, I think I could just, oh, there you go. Perfect.
Excellent.
Nice.
I think at this point,
No,
yeah, it's just no Mira that seems to be the only one that hasn't joined their breakout room yet.
is yeah. Are you here, Nemira? Are you having problems? You could chat if your mic is not working. All right. Well, okay. I wish they had the feature where it automatically sends you to the breakout rooms. Harsh, can you set that up? when we create breakout rooms, we could just send them, automatically into the rooms. I think there's a setting.
Yeah, let me
It's
check.
okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. We'll let them figure it out. It's fine. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna get some water, but oh, sorry.
We can go ahead and hop into the staff room in the meantime, and then we can be able to go ahead and take a break from there if we need to.
Sounds good. See you there in a little bit.
See you in staff.
Back. How is everyone doing? How was anyone able to complete it? Oh,
Yep.
Griffin with a thumbs up. Nice. Wilson, nice. Some of you had some VM problems. Just for administrative things real quick. If you're having any problem with the virtual machine is the Ubuntu machine, right? Whether it's not starting up, if it's too slow, if it freezes, do let one of us know. And then we will probably recommend you to reach out to Starlight if it's something that we can't fix. But yeah, those things that's outside of your control, please let us know immediately. If you're stuck on how to do something, spend about 5 minutes. But if it's something that's outside of your control, like your VM won't start up or your VM froze or whatever, do let myself or Tony know immediately. And then we'll most likely, unless we could fix it, we'll tell you to let Starlight know. So she's the program manager. She'll take all of your feedback and then escalate it to whoever she needs to get that resolved for you guys. Okay. Cool. Usually, if we have time, I'd like to go over the exercises, but for today, we are running quite a bit short on time. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna finish out all the lectures, but then you'll have the weekend. If you haven't finished the labs, you'll have the weekend to finish them. So don't feel discouraged. It's our first day doing the exercises, going through the labs. So if you haven't finished it, please don't get discouraged. Keep trying. We'll get there. Trust the process, right? Let me go ahead and share my screen back up. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome. So far we went over ls, right? We went over make dir to make directories, right? There it is. We went over touch, right? Some file. So now we have some file. Remember, you can't use make dir command to make files, and you can't use a touch command to make directories. They're separate commands, right? We went over CD. So if you want to go inside a directory, we could do that. We learned about tree. We could also do tree. Let's see if I go back up. We could do CD dot dot. Let me do another CD dot dot, and I could do something like tree on test dir 13. Do I not see it?
Hey Sean,
What's the-
can you
Yes.
make your command a little bit bigger? Thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
Quick question
Good.
for you, Sean.
Mhm.
Are we supposed to turn in these labs anywhere, or is it just for us to do and verify that we know how to do it?
Yep. So that's a great question. So these labs are specifically for you guys, for your understanding, your repetition, your hands-on keyboard, muscle memory, all of that. Now we can see your progress within the labs. However, we're not enforcing any grades, right? However, if you don't do the labs, you're gonna struggle. It's gonna compile, right? So make sure you do the labs so that whatever new content we go over on Monday, you guys can focus on that instead of worrying about the content that we went over today. Because it will get to a point if you're sort of not doing the labs, it will catch up to you where it's like, if today's content doesn't make any sense, Monday's content might not make any sense, and so on and so forth, right? So
thank you.
Yep.
If I can
Cool,
add to
cool.
that,
Yes.
I will go ahead and point out that while we're not grading the individual exercises, like Sean pointed out, it is for you just to be able to practice these skills, get hands-on practice with being able to learn about the different commands we're going over. We do have it that when you get to the checkpoint competency, that's where we're going to go ahead and check to see, okay, did you understand this? Because we're going to ask you questions about these commands and how they work. So that is graded, and that will be covering the stuff that you're practicing in these exercises.
So these are like homework for the test, basically.
Yes.
Cool. Right. So the other command we talked about was tree. You could run tree against your current directory, or you could do the tree against the directory that you want to see the visual of, right? So I started on the tester, and I see what's underneath the tester, different directories and files. Okay. Those are the main commands. So now let's talk about file paths. So file paths are very important. So June asked me, do I need to put in a full, file path, or could it be what we call relative, maybe a shortcut or halfway through, right? What I mean by that is, let's sort of look at an example. Let's say currently I'm in my home directory, right? Let's say I'm sort of navigating through the different file systems. Let me go ahead and go into the test directory. If I could spell test directory. Let's go inside of test directory 13, right? And now I'm pretty well within my my home directory. Now, if I want to, let's say, get into test directory 11 instead of test directory 13, I could technically do this two ways. One is what's called an absolute path way. So again, the absolute path basically means you start from root. Remember, the root directory is at the top layer of your file system. So you start from the top layer, go back into your home directory, your appstack directory, your tester directory, then into tester 11, right? So in practice, it will look something like this. So I could do cd, start from root, go into home, go into appstack, go into tester, and then go into tester 11. And notice now I'm in test directory 11. I'm not in 13 anymore. Now, this required a lot of typing, right? Because I had to start from root. A shortcut, if you will, is what's called a relative path. A relative path means start from where you are currently. So what that means is, I don't want to start from root. I'm starting from where I am relative to where I want to go to. So from where I am, I need to go back up to tester. For example, the example here is I want to go back to, let's say I want to go into test directory 12 now. But instead of going to absolute path, I want to go into test directory 12 using the relative path. So what relative path does is I start from where I am currently, right? So currently I'm in test directory 11. In order for me to go into test directory 12, I need to go back up to test directory, the parent directory. right? And the way we do that is ... right? And I go straight in from the parent directory into the test directory 12. Okay, and notice how I am in test directory 12 now, right? I didn't have to go start from root and give an absolute path to the directory that I want to go to. I was able to do so relative to where I'm at. So this is called a relative path. Any questions on relative versus absolute path? Now, a quick pop quiz. Can I use the same command cd ... tester 12 to get into tester 12 from where I'm at currently?
No.
Yeah, because our relative starting position has changed, right? Before we were in test directory 11, and if we go up the parent directory, we're gonna go to tester, and then from there, we're gonna go into test directory 12, which makes sense because test directory 12 is inside tester. But in tester, my parent directory is gonna be my home directory. And inside my home directory, there is no tester 12. So this command will fail. It'll say tester 12 does not exist. Okay, so relative path, you have to be careful where you're starting from. Whereas an absolute path, it doesn't matter where you are in the file system, you will get there. For instance, I could run this command inside my home directory. Oh, wow. Let me try to copy this. Copy. Right. So I ran this command to get into test directory 11 from test directory 13. I could run the same command and get into test directory 11 because this is an absolute path. It doesn't matter where you are because I'm saying I'm going to start from root, and doesn't matter. It's not relative to where you are currently, right? So if I run this, I go into test directory 11. Go ahead, June.
So can you explain one more time why that command would fail? Is it because the location of test directory 12 is not in the right spot? Can you explain one more time?
Exactly. Yeah. You got it right. But basically, if I start from here, right? If I start from test directory, and if I use the same command, I'm basically saying go to my parent directory, which is, in this case, my home directory. Now, I did this command earlier. I didn't. If I did an ls on my home directory, there is no tester 12. So in order for this command to work, so let me go back to my home directory, right? In order for this command to work, what I need to do is cd. Actually, I need to go back into tester. So what I'm trying to do is replicate this here. In order for this command, excuse me, in order for this command to work, I need to go cd ... If I wanted to start from ... then I need to go back into tester 12.
And you can't do the cd ... tester 12 because it thinks, is it because the tester 12 is in a directory below where you're trying to go, or is it, and it's trying to go
Exactly.
above?
No,
So
it's
when
trying, yeah, go ahead.
So I guess what I'm trying to clarify is when you hit cd ... tester 12, it goes to your home directory and looks for tester 12, and it's like, well, it's not here because tester 12 is way deeper in the directories than where you're asking the computer to go. Is that
You're
correct?
exactly right. Exactly right. Remember, it's not going to go higher because in order for us to go higher the level, you have to use ...
Yes, and
So-
but if you want to find tester 12, you'd have to go deeper into it instead of
Exactly.
going up.
Yes, that's why
Okay, that
in
was
order
what I was
for
trying to clarify.
Yep, you're exactly right. So in order us to find the tester 12, we actually need to go back into tester. This is kind of redundant. We're gonna go up the directory, go back down to where we were. But that's how we will be able to get into tester 12 if you want to do relative path starting with ... Okay.
So
Again,
for
a good
relative
way to-
paths, or sorry,
I
for
was
relative
just gonna
paths, you
say-
could,
I'm sorry, June.
you're good.
I was just gonna say that a good way to visualize this is if we go back into our home directory and do that tree, we'll be able to see exactly how everything is laid out relative to each other. And so we can see then when we're in testdir, right? We're able to go ahead and see that from there, if I say go up to my parent directory, right? And then from there, I say now go inside of testdir 12, we're gonna see in that level, there is no tester 12, right? Like you said, it's deeper in. So when I was in another directory, like when I was in tester 13, if I said go up one level, and then from there I say now look for tester 12, we're gonna find it. And so that's why it works when we were doing our command at first versus when we were trying it again later, right?
So you can't, the reason why the computer gets confused is because you're saying go up to find something that's actually below is what.
Correct. That first portion of the command, when we go ... we're saying go up. And so
And
it's
we're-
going to the place above us and then looking for what we told it to find.
Which, and tester 12 is not in that, is why it's confused, right?
Correct. Once we move
Okay.
up a directory, tester 12 is no longer inside of that directory to find it.
It's in a directory within a directory within another directory.
Exactly.
Okay.
So you can picture it like if we were to go to an apartment complex, right? And we're saying, hey, go and find me what's inside of my bedroom. But you didn't tell it to go to your apartment. So it's going to get confused because it didn't go inside of your apartment first to then find your bedroom, right?
Awesome.
That makes
Cool,
sense.
cool. Thank you. Thank you for the explanation, Tony. I saw 2 other hands. You guys good? Was it? Yeah, ask away. Henry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, actually, the way I was thinking of it was, is it kind of like, let's say, a family tree? Like, let's say when you're in a directory, like, let's say your great-great-grandparents versus your great-grandparents and your grandparents. So if you're in the same level, you can change to that directory. Let's say, you know, amongst your parents, or like, let's say, like actually, Tony brought up the idea of an apartment, right? Or a level. Like, let's say you're on the second floor. You're on the second floor of a building. You can request any other rooms within that floor, right? And then if you're moving up to another floor, then you can't quite do it that same way. Is that kind of like the same kind of like concept?
Yes and no.
Or did I
So
just-
the apartment made sense. When we went to family tree, when you said the level, so you're not going to be able
Yeah.
to see all your cousins, right? You only see the cousin
Okay.
of your uncle or
Right,
your uncle
okay.
and aunt.
Well, because
Right.
it's branching out the other way. All right.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's sort of, but yeah, the apartment analogy made perfect sense because on that floor you should see all the rooms,
All the rooms. Okay.
right? But if it's in a different building, it's a whole different story, right? But
Right.
and then if you go to a
Okay, so-
different floor, you'll see all the rooms there.
Okay, so test directory 10, 11, 12, if they're all on the same floor, you can request, you can type that command in, and then you'll see it, right?
If you're doing a relative path, yeah, you could say, hey, I want to go
Yeah,
to
the
that
relative
floor,
path.
tester floor,
All right.
and then look at all the files that are available and then go in there.
Okay, all right.
Yep. I saw one more hand. I couldn't catch the name, but you guys, whoever that was, are you good?
Yeah,
Miss
I
Sai?
think
Oh, is it?
yeah, it
Okay.
was
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Dylan.
June kind of answered my question with your guys' discussion. Although I was curious though, if your command would work if you just got rid of a dot. So if you specified it
Oh.
could go down instead. So if I did dot slash and then looked for my directory.
Oh, yeah. So what you're saying is, let me go back into tester. So if you're saying if I want to go into tester 11, right? Like this?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it will work. Again, that's a relative path. Now, but that's a little bit redundant, right? Because we don't need the dot, because when we say I want to go into tester, that's sufficient, right? What I mean by that is I could do something like cd tester, and it's going to look for tester 11 inside my current directory. So this is sort of redundant. I'm basically saying in my directory, look for tester 11, whereas the same command, same output could be achieved just by saying cd tester 11. Does that make sense? Or did I confuse you?
No,
This will come in handy later on when we do execution. But for changing directories, yeah, this is a little bit redundant. Right. Sai, go ahead.
So is there a reason why you put the slash instead of a space?
Instead of a space?
What's the functionality of, yeah, so in the cd dot, and then you put a slash, and then you put tester 11.
Oh, remember, that's a two-part question. So a space, it's gonna think of two different arguments. It's gonna think, oh, you want me to go in my current directory and tester 11, it's gonna fail because it only takes in one argument. So anytime you have a space, what you're basically telling the command is, hey, do this multiple times. In this case, we really can't, right? Because you can't change directory into multiple directories. You can only go into one. So that's what I meant by space sensitivity is you don't want to use space when we're using it with commands because it's gonna, because remember when we did something like touch and then did space to say file 1, right? File 2. This is with this space, I'm literally saying create two different files, right? Okay. Whereas if I do CD, I don't want to go into two different directories. I want to go into one. So you shouldn't use any spaces. Now, the significance of the slash is that slash differentiates the hierarchy. So I'm basically saying this tester 11 is going to be underneath my current directory.
Okay, so that comes after backing out, and then you put the slash to say after backing out, this is what I want to do.
Right. So anytime we see a slash, it basically means it's inside of that directory. So inside of the root directory, there's a home directory. There's a directory called home. Mm-hmm. Inside of that directory, there's a directory called fstack. Inside of that directory, there's a directory called tester.
Okay. So then after the command, why is there a space there? Is that just for the dot? So if you were to remove the dot, would that change the command?
It will in this case. Now, again, it's a twofold question. So you always want to put a space in between a command and an argument. Oh, okay. Whether you're using an absolute path or relative path, you always need to do it. Because if I don't have the space, what Linux will think is this is an entire command in its own. So it's going to say, I don't know that command. No such file. Boy, in this case, it was trying to go in, but let me see if there's no dot. I don't know if it's actually trying to do it or if it's failing.
Yeah.
But anyways, you basically need a space in between the command and the argument. Now, if I remove the dots, it's actually going to fail. And can anyone tell me why it might fail?
Is it because it's just going back to, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, you don't have a test.11 in your home directory.
Well, right now I'm not in the home directory, so I'm in the tester. So I actually do see tester 11, right? But if I do cd/tester 11, this is gonna fail, right? And can anyone guess why this will fail?
You're not telling it in what direction it needs to go?
That's somewhat correct.
I guess what I was trying to say was it's gonna go to your root directory, and then it's
Yeah.
gonna try to go to your tester 11, which doesn't exist.
Exactly. This is an absolute path now, right? Because remember, if it starts from slash, that's an absolute path. And there is no tester 11 inside the root directory. That's why this is gonna fail, right?
So
if I
do you
do-
differentiate?
oh.
My apologies. Do you differentiate between absolute, an absolute path? There's no dot dot or dot before the slash. Is that what that means?
An absolute path will always start from the root. The root is
Okay.
the slash, right? A relative path could start with a dot dot, or you could go down from wherever you are, right? So you could start from CD tester 11. And then if there's a multiple directories they're going to go in, you could do that. It's just, you're starting from where you are. That's what a relative path is. An absolute path is, no matter where you are, you start from the root. You start from the slash and you tell it where you want to go to.
Thank you for explaining.
Yep. Sai, did that answer your question?
Yeah, actually, yeah, I got it now. Thank you.
Awesome. Cool. Awesome. Okay, cool. Oh, Henry, go ahead.
Actually, this is kind of off topic, but how do you navigate to your user folder or directory from the root directory? Let's say if I do a CD space slash, and
So you're saying
so
CD
I know
slash?
CD by itself would take you to your home folder, but how would you navigate from the root directory to your user home folder?
Yep. So there's two ways. You could do, let's do both ways. Let's do an absolute path, which is going to be, you start
Okay.
from the slash and you go into home, you go into app stack, and then there you are, right? So now you're in the tilde. Now you're in the home directory. Let's go back to the root. Now, it's going to look very similar because we're at the root. But basically, if you want to do relative path, you're going to say go to home from here, then go to fstack. And now we're in the home directory.
Okay, so like let's say if we did a CD space slash and then enter.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, now let's do a ls. Okay, so now where within this directory is my, or is the fstack user account located?
In home.
Okay, so
Right.
it would do CD.
Yep. So
Space
we do
home.
CD home, and then
All right.
this is where fstack is.
Okay, I see. Okay, all right. Yeah, just the whole tree that I was trying to figure out, like where it was located at.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Awesome. No problem. Any other
There actually
questions?
is-
Oh, go ahead.
There actually is another shortcut. In addition to what Sean has shown us, where we could just type in CD and hit enter. At any time that if we want to use something relative to our home directory, we could actually use the tilde itself. So if we were to go ahead and go CD and use our tilde, that'll take us right to our home directory.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Or yeah, you could do that. Yeah, you could do this as well.
So in case there was two, so in case there were two test directories, like in the fstack user directory and also the root directory, right?
Correct. So
Oh,
here
no,
we'd be saying,
yeah.
here
Go
we'd
ahead.
be saying first go to my home directory with that tilde, and
Okay.
then relative to my home directory, go into tester.
Okay, great, thanks.
Mhm.
All right. Any other questions? Go ahead, John. Or I'm sorry, June.
So when you put CD slash up, you're running through your home directory with tilde $ CD slash. What does that mean? Again, what are you telling the computer?
You're talking about this command here?
Up a little bit, right underneath CD slash home fstack with the, keep going up.
Oh, this
right.
one here?
Up one more. It's just CD
This
blank
one.
slash. What is that signifying?
Well, slash is the root, right? So we're basically saying go to the root directory.
Okay.
So if I
and
do
then
CD slash,
you're in the
now
root
we're
directory.
in the root directory, right?
Okay,
So this
and
is
then-
this is at the top of the file system.
Then when you're in the root directory and you go CD home slash fstack, why are you not putting another slash before the home? Is that because you're already in the root directory?
Exactly. So this is a relative path from the root directory to go to my home directory.
Okay, I see.
Yeah,
Thank you for
because
the
right
explanation.
now we're going straight into home. We're not starting from the root, but I mean, that's why it looks the same because you're starting from root, but
So you don't actually have
if
to
you're
signify that you're going to the root, because
right,
with an
right.
absolute
'Cause
path,
you're
you
already
have to
there.
always start with the root, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Cool beans. All right. Anyone, does this make sense? Because we could dive, let's do some, let me name the files or the folders so it makes sense. So let me do make dir 2022, 2023, and then let me do this. Actually, let me do CD into 2022. I'm gonna, let's do, yeah, make dir spring, summer, fall, winter, right? 2023, make their spring, summer, fall, winter. Now, let me do this real quick. Just to make sure a little bit cleaner. Don't worry about these commands. I'm gonna go over all of them in just a bit. Just move it. Okay, move 2023 season. You go into season. All right, so inside of my season directory, I have 2022 and 2023. Inside of those, I have fall, spring, or they did the alphabetical here, but I have the fall, spring, summer, and winter. And inside my 2023, I have fall, spring, summer, and winter. Let's say I go into 2023, right? And inside winter. I'm just gonna call on a random person. Let's say Griffith. How can I go into 2022 summer relative from where I am? Sorry to put you on spot, man. Or let me not do that. Can anyone tell me how I would do a relative path from where I'm at into 2022 summer directory? How would I change directory into that?
CD dot dot and you can put no, just CD dot and then put the summer. All right.
Oh, yeah, this will be correct if I want to go into 2023 summer. How would I go into 2022
Just
summer?
dot. Okay, just dot and dot and 2022 and then summer.
Nice. So now we're in summer. Now, can someone tell me how do I go into 2023 spring with an absolute path? And let me help you guys out by doing this. So this is where I'm currently at. How would I use an absolute path to get into 2023 spring? Go ahead, John. Oh, you're not muted, but I can't hear you. Oh, now I see the frustration. Sorry, man. You could type it in. You could type it into the chat. Oh no, that's June. Oh, is that it? Okay, so yep. So basically, I'm gonna write what June wrote. Oh, I might have to do this. Let me see. Yep. Paste. And that should take me to 2023 spring because I'm starting from the root. I'm saying go to home, fstack, season, 2023 spring. Right? Also, does tilde count as absolute? No, so absolute, you have to start from the root. That tilde is just a symbol to basically, it's a shortcut. So anytime you use a shortcut, you're basically using relative path. That's a good question though, John. I think it go, Tony, what do you think, man? Because basically, I think it's an alias is what I'm trying to get at. What I mean by alias is basically you're taking a character or characters to mean something inside of your terminal.
You can picture it as a substitution. So by using that symbol, the tilde, we are substituting in a shortcut essentially for /home/ and then our username, so that we will
Right.
start always with our home directory.
So I think it's safe to say it's absolute path with the shortcut enabled. Because you always start from your home, basically root, home, and fstack if you use the tilde. But that is a good question. Yeah. Current. So it shows current absolute directory.
The tilde is always starting from the root directory and going into our home directory. So no matter where we currently are, the tilde is always referring back to our home directory. So for example, if we did the tilde right now where Sean is in the command line, it isn't going to be this current directory, right? It's going to be going back to our account's home directory, always.
Yeah. That logic makes sense to me. Absolute path it is. Because that basically says that's equivalent to, hey, start from home or root /home /fstack, and then wherever you want to go to. Right?
Exactly.
Awesome, awesome. All right, any other questions?
Yeah,
And
so
because
there's
this is, oh, sorry.
is there such thing as multiple parent directories, or is it just as simple as a main directory then subdirectories afterwards?
Did you say could there be multiple parent directories?
Yes. Like you create multiple parent directories in one go. And
Oh
they
yeah,
all
so you're saying like, can we
all
do
parents
something
directories, or they
like that?
do the main one, then below that or underneath that would be subdirectories.
So there could be only one direct parent
Mhm.
at a time. However, there could be a lot of subdirectories, right? For instance, I could do, let me go up one. I could do ls here, and there's 4 subdirectories underneath 2023. However, there's only one direct parent of parent directory of season. From here, I can't go up to tester, right? I have to go through season, and then into my home directory, then down into test directory.
Okay.
Does that, let me see if I can do this. So what I'm saying is, in order for, let's say I'm in the spring directory, there is only one direct parent directory from spring. I can't go to 2022 directly. I have to go through 2023 and then to up to this home directory down to 2022. I have to follow this path if I want to use a relative path. I have to go from, let's say, yeah.
So 2022 and 2023 are also parent directories.
So when we say parent directory, it means it's a directly above the directory that we're in. But if you look at it from like a general purpose, yeah, you could say that this has subdirectories, and it's a parent directory to these directories. What I'm saying is, just because they're both parents, I can't go from winter in 2023 directly to 2022. I have to go up one level.
I get that part.
Yeah, right. Sorry, if I'm not understanding your question, can you just say that one more time? So,
Well, let's
Sure.
say the seasons are not there, and then you have 22, 23, and 24, right?
Right.
But it becomes subdirectories under seasons, as such as being parent directories. You get what I'm saying?
So when we're talking about a parent directory, it's always in relation to something else, right? So 2022 is the parent of the fall, spring, summer, and winter ones that he created inside that directory. So relative to those directories, 2022 is their parent. But you are correct. As far as 2022 is concerned and 2023, their parent would be season, right? So relative to season, they are subdirectories. They are children of season. And season would be their parent. So whenever we're talking about parent and child or subdirectories and other regular directories, it's always the relation between them. So the parents is what is above and the subdirectory is what is below. Hopefully that
did
makes
that
sense.
answer your question? Yeah, Jeremy.
Yes. Here, I'm gonna type a command in the chat and see. Now, I did dabble Linux before, so it's something, like maybe certain options. So something like this. And let's say the now if I do something like that, if I
What's
do,
the
and also,
question?
so if I do something like that and then create those directories, are they becoming separate directories, or can I just basically go back to directory of season and then LS and now it just lists 2033 and 2023?
No, there'll be subdirectories of one another.
Say it again.
So there'll be subdirectories of one another. So underneath season, you'll have 2033, and underneath 2033, you'll have 2023.
Oh, so it'll be subdirectories for that. Okay.
Yep. So remember, if you want to make directories at the same level, you do it by placing a space. You're saying, hey, make all these multiple directories. If you want to make subdirectories within that directory, then you just slash. You're basically saying it's going to be underneath that directory.
Okay, I get it now. That's what I was confused on.
Awesome, cool. Any other questions? At this point, I'm thinking we'll probably finish out with lab 2 today and then finish out lab 3 and 4 on Monday. It's not going to take long, but I just want to make sure that everyone's clear, given this is our first day, first hands-on keyboard and all that sort. Any other questions regarding anything that we just went over? Cool. So let's go over 3 more commands. So let's see. Let's say I do, I make a directory called 2024 this time. And let's say I created directory fall, right? Oh, I'm sorry, make dir fall. And I thought, and I say, okay, well, I made a mistake. I meant to create this fall directory inside of the 2024 directory, right? So there's two ways we could do this. Well, in this case, let's just move this directory. Let's just move the fall directory into the 2024 directory, right? So the command is nv, again, just take out the vowels. So it's nv fall, which is the file or the directory that you want to move to the destination. In this case, it will be 2024. Okay. So now if I do ls, I don't see the fall directory anymore, but if I do ls 2024, I do see inside of 2024 that fall directory has moved there. Right. Now, let's say I make another directory called winter. And let's say instead of moving, I want to make a copy of it, right? And then put it inside 2024. The command is cp, again, without the vowels, winter, whatever that you want to copy, and then the destination, which is 2024, right? So command space, what you want to move or what you want to copy, space, where is it going? Okay. Oh, in case of a directory, you have to do this recursively. So let me give you the option real quick. CP help. So what we're going to use is this recursive option. It's going to copy directories recursively. This means if there's any files underneath that, it's going to copy everything over together. Right? So let's go ahead and rerun that command. Let's see, cp-r winter into 2024. And now if I do ls, there's winter, ls 2024, there's winter here. Okay. And actually, I lied. There's a couple more commands I got to go over. Let me do another make dir 2025. We're going up the years here. So right now we have 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, and winter. If I want to remove a directory, to make it was make dir, right? mk dir. To remove the directory, it's rm dir, right? And let's say I want to remove winter. So rm dir winter. And now if I do ls, it is gone, right? Something to be mindful whenever you're deleting or removing something from the terminal, there's no concept of trash bins. So it's gone forever, right? Not forever, right? We're going to talk about in digital forensics. You can still recover deleted files, but for a regular purpose, once you remove something or delete something, it is gone from the file system. Okay, there's no way to recover it. Go ahead, Pam.
Question. So after we've hit the command, should we always be typing in the next line ls to see what the rest is?
No, I'm just running this to show you, to validate that it did remove winter directory. But you don't have to run ls. It's just to show you that this command worked.
What about, is it good to just do that just so we visually see it for our own benefit?
Sure. Yeah. It really, it's almost like a what is it? Like a habit, right? Some people do like multiple enters before they do a new command. Some people do clear every time they do a new command. A lot of people have different habits. I personally do a lot of ls, or I do pwd just to see like where am I at, what sort of options or arguments I have that I can interact with. But it's really up to you. There's no right or wrong way.
Okay, yeah, because I was kind of getting a little lost without that ls, kind of knowing where I was at. So now that I see you doing it and I see the repetition, I see the benefits of it. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, sounds good. Any other questions? I forgot to go over another command. So if I touched a file called weather, right? In order to delete or remove a file, it's just rm, right? So rm weather, ls, weather file is gone. Okay. Now, here's the tricky part. What if I wanted to remove 2022? Or I'm sorry, I should have done that. How would I remove or delete 2022? Pam, I don't know if your hand is up to answer or if that's from the previous one. No, okay. Anyone? Let me take a guess. Well, the reason why this is say this might be tricky is we just went over the command rmdir. And if we do that against this directory, it says directory is not empty, right? And for whatever reason, there is no option to recursively remove a non-empty directory using the rmdir command, right? So in order for you to remove a directory with files or directories in it, you have to use rm-r because in the rm command, there is a recursive option and the directory that you want to remove. And then now 2022 is gone. So in reality, I personally almost never use rmdir. I just know it exists, but unless there's an empty directory running somewhere that I need to remove, I almost never use it. I always just stick with rm. Any questions so far? I know we're at time, so unfortunately, go ahead. Go ahead, Cameron.
Completely different user to a directory and another user.
Oh, sorry. I started hearing from user to another directory user. Could you repeat that question one more time?
How do you copy something from one user to a directory and another user?
That's a good question. So again, this is a twofold. Actually, no. So you're basically saying, can I copy something underneath fstack into somewhere like a different user, right? Different user's home directory?
Yeah,
is that what you're asking?
I've been doing the second activity, and that's what it's asking me to think.
So let me answer that question first. So it's just like how we did it before. So the command will be either move or copy, whatever that you want to do, then the source. So let's say I want to move, let's say I just do touch some file, move some file, and then basically where it's going to. So again, you could use an absolute path or a relative path, and you could say, well, in this case, let's say I want to go into home. I don't know what other users there are, so let's whatever user, right, fstack for the purpose of this demo, and then let's just put it on the home directory of fstack, right? So if I go back to home fstack, I should see some file. Now, be careful when you're moving across different users' home directories. You may not have permissions to put, for example, like if I was a user and let's say Wilson was a user on the same machine, you wouldn't want me putting some random files in Wilson's desktop, and vice versa. You wouldn't want me moving something from Wilson's desktop into my desktop, right? So there's gonna be permission issues when you wanna move between the home directories. That's a little bit protected. But anywhere else, we're gonna talk about writable where you could write to. But anywhere within your home directory, you should be able to move and write to any other directories. But some other directories, depending on your permission, again, we only have a $sign here. You may not have enough permissions to either move to or from different directories. Go ahead, Tony.
So I do see the area that he's talking about in this next exercise. And so what it is having them copy a file from somebody else's home directory to a section of theirs. So as Sean pointed out, if you're trying to copy or move something from somebody else's home directory, so you're trying to copy something into their directory, or you're trying to move something from their directory, can't do it because that's theirs, right? That would be like going into somebody's bedroom and stealing their stuff, or trying to place something into their bedroom. They're not going to let you do that, right? But you can copy a file from theirs because that's not going to change the fact that they have that file there. So you can copy something, but as Sean is demonstrating right here, that just means we have to first tell where are we copying this file from. So we have to let the computer know where to go to find the file we are trying to copy. So we see that after the copy command right here, we're saying go to the root directory, go inside home, go inside of whatever that username is, and then the file that I want to copy that's inside their home directory. So that's telling the computer where to find it, right? And then we have another space. And after that second space is where do we want to copy this into? So now we can tell that, again, with a relative or an absolute path, where do we want to place that file that we told it to copy?
Did this answer your question? I don't know who was it. Cameron? Was it Cameron?
Yes. Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. Well, I know we're a little bit over time, so I do apologize. What we're gonna do is we're gonna officially end the class. However, me and Tony will be here after class if you guys have any questions. When we come back on Monday, we'll finish out this lesson. So we'll as a homework, I'll ask you guys to do the lab. But when we come back, we're gonna do lessons, the labs 3 and 4, finish out this module, and then go into the next one, right? But yeah, for homework, just do finish out lab 1, finish out lab 2, and then on Monday we'll finish out lab 3 and 4, and then we'll go into the next module. But because we're over time, if you guys need to drop, you guys are good to go. But if you have any questions, please stay back. Tony and I will be here answering any questions you guys may have.
Have a wonderful night, everyone. We'll see you guys on Monday.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Before leaving this session, I had shared the feedback form for today's session. So before leaving, please give the feedback for today's session. Thank you.
I see a question from John. It says, question, if we have, is there a more efficient way to add a prefix to multiple files, i.e. Downloads to the file in Daphne's folder after you copy it? Is this from the activity? There is a concept of wildcards, if that's what you're asking. You could do something like, hey, let's see. If I want to delete both of these files and I don't want to specify 1 and 2, I could do something like rm test wildcard. Let's see, cannot remove tester. Oh, it's gonna, okay, let me try to do it in a different folder here. Let's see, go into tester. Let's see. I could probably do it from here. So if I want to remove file 1 and 2, I could do remove file and the wildcard. And now if I do ls, all the file, any file that started with file with whatever trailing characters, it will get deleted. So basically wildcards will match any character after it matches file in this case. But this could be anything, right? Oh, go ahead.
So short answer, yes, there is a way to be able to go ahead and make things a little bit easier like that, be able to do things a little quicker. Long answer, it's a little bit out of the scope of what we had for this first exercise. So in doing what you were asking about with Daphne there for that directory, we do want you to go one by one renaming it.
Got it. Sorry for missing the context there, but yes.
No worries.
Henry, go ahead.
Actually, just a quick question. Regarding going back to the exercise that we did, the pseudo practice activity 1 setup. So I was able to create all those folders or directories within, I guess, the FStack user home folder or directory. I'm sorry, I'm so used to DOS.
No, you're
so,
fine. You're fine.
Folder.
Yeah.
But so what was the purpose of running the sudo command and then typing in the password? Was that supposed to set us up a certain way, or because I ran that and I initially typed in the password, but it didn't. I couldn't change into the activity 1 directory, so I just kind of like manually navigated to the directories and did it myself.
Yeah. To answer your question, first of all, I don't see the actual source code, which is basically what this is doing in the backend. So I can't tell you exactly what this command is running. However, what I see and observe is that it's going to create what's called a directory called practice. And underneath the practice directory, you're going to create activity 1A. The benefit of running this setup is that you can clean it up later if you want to repeat this exercise.
Oh, okay. All right.
Right now, we're just creating directives and whatnot, but later on, when we add in more complex things, like let's say if I ask you to create 1,000 files, right? If you want to repeat that exercise, you have to delete 1,000 files and it's going to take a long time. Whereas if you just clean up, it's going to remove whatever that's inside of activity 1A, and it's going to let you restart it basically by doing another setup.
Okay, so that's the command to rerun it, right? Or kind of clear it out.
Exactly.
Now, is there a way to rerun the VM machine, virtual machine, and then like start from like, let's say, clean environment?
I think so. I believe it's reset.
Reset.
That should kick it back. Yeah. Am I right, Tony?
I'm not sure if reset will do it, but I do know that on our end, when we have access to your machines, we can go ahead and there's an option for us to hit terminate, and that will go ahead and reset it back to a fresh installation.
Oh, okay.
There it is.
All right, that's fine.
Cool.
I just want to see if I can kind of like rerun this practice again.
So yeah, so
in
you
that
could
case,
be able to go ahead.
Yeah,
You could be able to remove the directories. You could be able to delete the files in the way that Sean showed us, right, manually. Or if you were able to create the directories using that command, where we're able to go ahead and do the setup, doing the cleanup, we'll go ahead and remove everything for us, bringing it back to how it was before we created those activities.
Okay. All right. Great. Thanks.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Oh, go ahead, Nancy.
You mentioned about labs 1, lab 2, lab 3, I think. These are the steps, the activity 1B, activity 1C, those are the labs that you're referring to?
Yes, that was what I was referring to. My apologies for the wrong word of choice. Yeah, I meant activity 1, 2, and 3, 4. Yeah. 1B, 1C, 1. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, so
and these are the
homework,
instructions.
correct. But for the
Yes.
homework, he meant 1A and 1B is what we want you to work on. And we'll go and do 1C and 1D on Monday. And so those are the instructions for what we want you to do in each of those exercises.
Okay, and so that's for the weekend before Monday.
Correct.
Correct.
So just 1A and 1B for Monday, and then 1C and 1D, we'll go ahead and get activated into those. We'll actually go ahead and do those and go over the commands and stuff for those on Monday itself.
Right. And those should be really quick. Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Okay. Cool. Thank you so much.
Yep. Any other questions?
Yeah, I was talking to Tony in one of the breakout room, my breakout room, about setting up like a one-on-one with you guys. Setting up some times or office hours.
So yes, we're gonna go ahead and set up some office hours. We're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna have some available tomorrow. I'm gonna set up a little link real quick in the Slack channel to try and see what time is best for everyone, to see if I can be able to go ahead and schedule a time where most people can be able to make it. But yeah, Sean and I are going to be scheduling some office hours within the next week or so that way we can have some time where one-on-one, if you need help or you need questions answered, that we can be able to do that.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, just if we can do that tomorrow, because that way I want to make sure I'm up to par before Monday's class.
Right, right.
Excellent.
Well, yeah, we'll make sure to put up some time on Slack channel. So just be watching that channel for any updates.
Okay.
Cool. Any other questions? Also, is there a way to disable some shortcuts in Debian? What do you mean disable shortcuts? You talk about these ones right here, John, like at the top? Or, oh, no sound. My screenshot on Mac enables some kind of, oh, search or something. Not sure. I want to say no, because again, this is running from the browser. I feel like there's limited option, or maybe, okay, preferences. Keyboard. Maybe some of these is what you're pressing. I don't know. It might be different for Windows. But yeah, to answer your question, we have very limited set of configuration or settings. My search, my screenshot.
You want to
search
remember
or-
that when we're entering in keyboard shortcuts and stuff for like trying to do a screenshot or trying to be able to, let's say if we want to do Control Alt Delete, which can normally give us access to the task manager to bring that up or something, we're technically doing all of this virtual machine stuff in a web browser. So it's entering through our regular operating system and the web browser way of communicating first before it tries to be able to send those commands to our virtual machine.
Yeah. You might think this is bad, but I think we had it worse. This is much better. We used to run virtual machines on our own box. Sometimes it's better, but this isn't bad. But there is limited configurations and settings. Yeah. Any other questions, guys? I do feel, because there's so many of you here, I do feel like you guys are still like, should we just continue class? I mean, do another do another hour session. You know? No, I'm just joking. But yeah, if you guys don't have any questions, you guys are good to go. Have a great rest of the weekend. Just remember to do exercise 1A, 1B. And yeah, we will update you on any office hours for tomorrow. And any messages will come through Slack. Or any updates, I mean, yeah.
Have a wonderful weekend, everybody.
You as well. Thanks again.
Absolutely. See ya. All right. I think I will go ahead and drop as well. If Namira, Cameron, and Fenry, maybe they're FK. So.
Oh, I'm just doing the.
Oh, take your time, man. Take your time.
Should I just leave?
All right. Yeah. Sorry. Oh. Did you
Just
have a
for the
question,
purposes
Cameron?
of the recording, if you have no questions, then that way the recording doesn't continue longer than necessary.
Okay.
Cool.
All right.
I'm going to drop Namira.
I will be.
All right, Tony.
Well,
Harsh.
so.
Have a
Bye,
good Monday.
Sean.
Bye, Tony.
See ya.
See you, Harsh.
See ya.
Tony, your voice is not audible. Sean, are you available? Can you hear us?
Yep.
Perfect.
Yep.
So let's start. Oh, nice background, huh, Sean? Finally. Chalo,
Yeah,
let's start with
got it.
let's start with today's session. Let me introduce myself to all the learners. See, my name is Harsh, and I'm gonna be for today's LSM. And whatever the doubts you are, general queries which you are having, you can write it on the Slack, or you can also write on the chat box. I will be available all the time. And Sean, let's start with today's session. Give me an audio check confirmation from your end that my voice is loud and clear to you or not.
Yep, we can hear you loud and clear.
You can hear me. Okay, I'm gonna provide you the presenter access so we can start with today's session.
Cool.
Just kindly confirm from your end.
I still don't have co-host. Or
Yeah.
maybe I do now. Let me see.
Give me a second, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Now you can share your screen if I'm not wrong.
Yep. Cool. Awesome. So let me go ahead and share my screen real quick.
Okay, let's start with today's session.
All right. So welcome everyone to week number 2, continuing from where we left off last Thursday. I do like to give some buffer time at the beginning, so to allow more students to join in. While we're doing that, does anyone have any questions on anything we've learned so far, or anything cybersecurity in general? If you don't have any questions, please go ahead and start your labs up, because we will be going straight into the demo today. So you could do this from the LMS. There should be the labs tab on the left. I don't think I have it, but you should. And you can start the lab from there. Or here, practice labs. And you should be able to start your labs from your LMS. Go ahead, Joel.
Hello, good afternoon, good evening to everyone and to Sean. My question is, I was running the lab earlier. I have about an hour left on the lab. Should I hit extend, end lab, or reset?
Yeah, I think you could extend. It should go over 3 hours. If not, you'll probably just restart it once the timer is over. You can stop and start another session. It'll give you the brand new 3 hours. So really up to you. But go ahead and try to extend it, clicking the extend button here, see if it goes over.
I believe it extends it for a few minutes and it goes for a maximum of another hour. So you can extend it for another hour for a total of 4. If you think that you can complete what you're working on within that hour, then you can go ahead and just extend it for that maximum time. You might have to click extend more than once. If you feel that you're going to need over an hour beyond that original cutoff time, you might as well stop it and then start it back up. That way you can have the full 3 hours that it normally goes for. And whatever you were working on, it should be able to be persistent. So it should be able to be when you start it back up, your work will still be there.
Okay. What would happen if I hit the reset button? Pretty much everything, reset and end would have a similar outcome of stopping and restarting.
I believe hitting the reset would just go ahead and stop it and restart it. I think the only way that it'll go ahead and kind of wipe it clean is if Sean or I on our end go ahead and hit terminate on one of your machines. That will go ahead and kind of reset it back to how it was at the very beginning. So just hitting stop or hitting reset, I believe it should still go ahead and keep your work there.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just reply to this text message real quick. Cool beans. All right. As more of us are joining, I do have a couple things. Oh, go ahead, Henry.
Oh, a quick question. So I see there's a disconnect option if you click on the Ubuntu like drop-down menu, and then I can reconnect at a later time. And it seems like it saves everything in there. Does the time stop when I hit disconnect, and then it resumes again at a later time, or how does that work?
I'm not sure. Tony, do you know if
So
that's
what ends up happening is when you launch the lab, you're starting up the machine. And then when we hit connect, what it's doing is it's allowing us to be able to view what's happening on that machine. So when you disconnect, the machine is still
Right.
technically running. And so the countdown, that timer for 3 hours is still technically going. It's just that
Oh, it
you're no
is, okay.
longer viewing it, right? So within 3 hours of when you started it, it will still turn off regardless of whether you're connected to it and viewing what's happening on the machine, or whether you're disconnected and so you're not viewing it anymore, but it's still
Right.
running.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Just curious about that. Yeah. I mean, all the activities are still there. Like my activity 1, A, B, C, and D. They're all in there still. So I guess it didn't lose anything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool. Thanks.
Yep.
Awesome. Cool. Cool. Any other questions? Go ahead, Dylan.
Yes, thank you. I was just wondering if wildcard characters differ from different variations of Linux.
It's a good question. I think I can't think of any distributions on top of my head that would use a different wildcard than the star symbol, which is let me make this a little bit bigger. Which is the Shift 8 key. So that should be universal if I'm not mistaken. But there are different, when we get into regular expressions, you might have different characters, but for the operating system, from the Linux level, it should be that key there, that character for wildcards. Cool, cool, cool. Any other questions before we get started? All right. So, like I said, we're gonna finish off where we left off on Thursday. Should make the size bigger, okay? Hopefully that's big enough for everyone here. Cool. All right, so let's get started. So we finished with lab 2 on Thursday. So for today, we're gonna finish off with lab 3 and lab 4. It should be relatively quick compared to Thursday. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna go over both the materials in activity 1C and 1D, and then we'll get into breakout sessions, and you'll be able to work through the exercises for both, because 1C is really short, and we're only gonna cover about 4 commands, so this should be really quick, and then you guys can finish out with the exercise or activity 1D, okay? Cool, so let's go over this real quick. Let's go ahead and create, see where we are. Let's go ahead and create a new directory called Monday. Get in here and let's create some files. Now we haven't went over the text editor, so I don't want to go ahead of ourselves. So what we're going to do instead is open up. All right, if you're yep, try to go on mute so we don't introduce any background noise here. Let me go ahead and open up an editor, text editor. Go ahead and open, let's see, home, Monday. And I know we said we're not going to use the GUI for the rest of our class, but we haven't went over the text editor in our terminal. So I do want to go over the application text editors just so we could write something into the file. Because the next command we're going to go over is going to be displaying the content of a file, right? So let's go ahead and enter some content. All right, let me go ahead and mute some of you here. Cool, cool. Some content, you know, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, right? Let's go ahead and save this. Exit out. So from the terminal, in order to display the content of some file, we just edited some file using a text editor. What we're gonna do now is display the content of it into the terminal. The command that we're gonna use is cat. So cat stands for concatenate. We're gonna go over this when we go into Python programming, but basically it means to combine strings, and strings is basically literal characters, right, or letters. And so we're gonna print that out into this standard output. Okay, so let's use cat. The syntax is cat space whatever file that you want to open, right? So some file. And notice we see the content of that file displayed into the standard out of our terminal. Okay. Pretty simple command. Now let's look at another command that deals with opening up files. Now, some file only had what is it, about 5 lines, right? It wasn't a big file, and I was able to see it within one terminal screen. But there are some files within Linux that are a lot bigger. We haven't went over any of the log files, but usually log files are, you know, several bytes long. And when you use a command like cat and some log file, it's going to cover up multiple screens of the terminal. And then let me go over, let me open up a file using cat just to give you an example, right? So if I cd into the root, etc, let's look at some files here. Let's see. Yeah, let's try to open up this one here. rsyslog config. So the command is going to be cat space rsyslog.conf. And notice we got the content of that file, but we don't know where it starts off because we don't see our prompt anymore. Notice how our prompt is not at the top anymore. It's on the previous screen. So in order to look at the top of the content of this file, we have to scroll up in this terminal to get to the beginning of that file. When I ran that command, this was at the top of that file. And because the file's content was longer than the size of my terminal, it took up multiple screens. So basically, we get to see the bottom up, right? In order to sort of combat this, one of the commands that you could use is called more, right? What is more? File perusal filter for CRT viewing. In other words, it gives you the content page by page. So if I use more and the same file, notice I start from the top of the file and it says more 43%. So you're displaying the top 43% because that's what it fits in the first page. And if you press space, it goes to the second page. Right, so from 44% to 80% is what we're seeing here. And then if I press space again, I see the last remaining bits, okay? So that is a more command. It literally just displays the content of a file page by page. And when I say page, I only mean whatever fits in my terminal, right? Terminal screen. Now, if I do, I'm sorry. The other command that is very similar to more is called less, right? It's almost like play on words. It says opposite of more, but it's really not an opposite. It's an additional feature, if you will, to the more command. Now, somebody told me that it was a word on play because on Windows, the command is more. But in Linux, they come out with a new command called less, but basically it's better version of more, right? The syntax is the same. You can say less and the command or the file name, or syslog.conf file. Again, it has similar features in that it's going to display page by page. You could press space to go to the next page. You could also press enter and it'll go line by line. So as you can see at the bottom here, I'm getting single line at a time instead of the whole page. You could also do what is this? The cursor up, right, to go up, cursor down to go down. You could also do page up or page down, the keys on your keyboard. And you could also search using less. And the syntax to search is by using /. And let's search for this UMask here. So if I search for UMask, it's going to find the instance of UMask and take you directly to that line. Okay. So less, again, has similar feature as more, where it displays the content of a file page by page, but you have additional features such as scrolling at different rates. You could even scroll up. You could also search, right? So it's one of those commands that you use a lot more than more, right? I personally don't use more unless less is not available, like in Windows, but in more than 99% of the time, you'll probably use less over more, but it's good to know that you have both. Okay, cool. So that's that. And then in order to get out of either less or more without scrolling to the end of the file is by pressing the Q button or the Q key, right? So if I do less, right? And instead of going all the way to the bottom of the page, if I want to leave after seeing the first page, I could just press Q, which stands for quit, right? And then get out of the less command. All right. Now there's two more commands that we're going to go over that's very similar in nature, but that does a little bit different. The first command is called head. Outputs the first part of files. So if I do head rsyslog.conf, it literally just prints the first 10 lines of a file, right? It's almost like a preview. I don't want to see the full page, right? I just want to see the first 10 lines to see if it's something that I need or want. Sometimes you'll need to use this because in some of the log files that you're going to work with later on in Blue Team, the first couple lines are going to give you the different column names, which you're going to need. So that's another sort of use case on when you'll use the head command, right? But yeah, know that head basically just prints the first 10 lines. Opposite of a head, you have what's called a tail, right? The tail command. So what is tail? Outputs the last part of the file. So it's literally just the opposite of tail, right? So if I do clear and I do tail rsyslog.conf, now I see the last 10 lines of that file. Again, a good use case for this command is if you're trying to look at different log files and see what new entries have been entered into that file. This is a good way to see, instead of looking through the whole file, I just want to see the most recent activities. This is a good command to do so using a tail command. Okay. You could also do tail -- help, right? It'll give you different options, right? This is just a review from last Thursday. A good option for both head and the tail command is the -n option. So instead of giving you the last 10 lines, you could use the -n to output different number of lines, right? So for example, if I do head -n1, the same file, I will just get the first line of that file, right? Also, if I do tail -n20, I'll get the last 20 instead of the last 10, right? So again, the command itself will do last 10 or the first 10 file or first 10 lines, depending on whether you're using head or tail by default, but you can change that default value using the -n option. Okay. Any questions on those commands so far? That's basically activity 3. You got cat, more, less, head, and tail. Go ahead. Is that, I see Jalbert. But
Oh, yeah, it's me, Pam. Sorry.
Go ahead, Pam.
So just to clarify, for the tail and the head, when you do the dash N, and then you do any number, right? That you're looking for.
Mhm.
Okay.
Right,
Just wanna make sure.
exactly. Yep.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
tail, yep, the tail is the command, dash N is the option, basically altering the behavior of the tail command. The tail command by default will give out the last 10 lines, but now we're saying give us the last 20 lines of this file. Right. Good question. Any other questions before we get into the Lab 4 content? So in the chat, Antonio says, I'm sorry, is it Antonino? Is it
It's Antonino.
Antonino? Sorry, I think I've been calling you Antonio this whole time. Okay, Antonino. So it
No,
says,
that's okay. Just to summarize,
Yeah.
we do the exercises. When you say
Mhm.
lab 1, 2, and 3, I'm assuming it's activities 1 alpha, 1 bravo, 1 Charlie. This seems to be like 1 Charlie. Is it for time management purposes that you just go through the commands and do kind of a pseudo exercise rather than go through the actual exercise with us?
Oh, right.
Just to
So
make sure.
no, so the
Just to ensure that we're doing
exercise,
the exercises correctly.
right. So this is just a short demo. The exercise is where you'll do the labs. I use those words, lab and exercise or activity, because in the LMS they call it activity, but it's actually under the exercise tab. And this is what I mean by the lab, where you get to go through all the sort of questionnaires and go through the procedure and get some hands-on experience of the commands that we just went over. Right. But yeah,
So
this
those
is
exercises are just for us to do at home.
Exactly.
When you do it,
right.
when you do the demo, you don't actually go through the exercises. You just go through the commands.
Right. So yeah, you're right. So I just go over the commands, and basically you'll be using the commands that we just went over in the demo to do the exercise. But I don't go over the
Just
exercise
because
with you. Yeah.
I'm asking because I know I'm not the only one that gets stuck doing the exercises.
Right.
And I thought we would do the exercises before class and that you would go through the exercises to ensure that we're doing them correctly. I may have just understood wrong.
Yeah. It's the other way. So the pre class is basically right before we get to the activity side. There's some pre-readings here. Sometimes there's some videos or slides. You'll go ahead and review those. Then we'll start off with the demo. This is something that I would do. And after you guys watch me do some of the demo, you'll get into the exercise, which is what we call the lab, and do the labs.
I got you.
Right.
Okay, I was
right.
doing it backwards. All right, thank you.
But if you do have questions during the breakout sessions, please let either myself or Tony know. After about 5 minutes of trying, we'll jump in and sort of help you where you're stuck. And so that, if you do get stuck, you're not alone, right?
Okay, thank you, Sean.
Yep. Speaking of asking for help, I forgot to mention this at the beginning of class. A lot of you reached out to me over the weekend after last Thursday, Friday, and stuff like that. One thing I like to ask you guys when you're asking these questions, great questions, by the way, but it's instead of saying or asking, hey, something doesn't work, because at that point, like, we know it doesn't work. That's why you're reaching out to us. But in order for us to help you better, it's really better to ask in this sort of format, like, hey, I'm having a problem with this problem. Like, this is what I tried, and this is the outcome that I got, right? Maybe it's an error message or it's something that I didn't expect. But if you format your question in that sort of format, you really enable us to help you better, right? Because it's the same question I'm going to ask every time. If you have a problem, I'm going to say, what did you run? Like, what command have you ran? And then what did you get as an output? I need those two information to guide you through that exercise. Because the last thing Tony and I wants to do is give you the answer. Like, we want you to figure out the answer yourself, but we're just trying to guide you to the right direction, or just find that one maybe misspelled command or some syntactical errors. So next time you ask a question, just, like, hey, on lab 1C or whatever 1D, step number 4, I ran this command, but it's not working. I get this output or this error. Any tips or any ideas? And then me and Tony will basically review your command and output and give you some suggestions. Okay. Cool beans. Any other questions before we get into the content for activity 1D, and then we'll get into the breakout rooms. Pam, do you have another question, or is that from previous question? Now let me lower the hand. All right, if there are no other questions, let's keep moving. For exercise 4, there's even fewer commands that we're going to go over. So far, some of the commands that I've went over that helps you sort of understand what a command does was what is command, right? It basically tells you one line description of what it does. We also went over the help, the -- help option. It gives you a different sort of shortcut, if you will, index of different options that you could use and what those options do. Now, all of this information is actually coming from a different source, and that source is called manual pages. So every Linux distribution comes with the man pages, what they call the man pages, which is basically manual pages for every command that Linux knows how to run. And the command to access the manual pages is man, right? So if I do what is, well, hopefully I get the correct answer here. Okay, here. Macros to format man pages and interface to the system reference manuals. So it's the first one. So if I run man and, let's just go over the command that we just went over, man tail. So basically, man is the command to interact with the command or the manual pages, space, and whatever command that you want to read more about, right? Now, this is the entire manual on how to use the tail command, right? So first, it starts off with the name of the command. This is where you get the what is from. So it says tail, outputs the last parts of the file. Then you have what's called synopsis. This tells you the syntactual guide on how to use this command. So you first start with the command, then you have different options such as the -n. But notice the bracket here. So the open and close bracket basically means you can use an option or you don't have to. Okay. Same thing with the file. You can provide a file, you don't have to, right? And the reason why you don't have to is because we haven't went over this yet, but there's a concept of piping, basically taking a standard output as a standard input in terminal. So you could use a tail by itself. So you don't necessarily need to provide the file name, but you can, right? It's an option. Now you have the description, a little bit more in-depth summary of what the command does. It gives you a breakdown of all the options and a very thorough explanation of all the options, right? We just went over this one, -n, but notice how there's a lot more different options that we could provide. I think Tony mentioned this earlier. We don't expect you to memorize every single command that Linux provides. Even I don't know every command. More importantly, I don't know every option, right? That's something that's sort of, it's going to be important to know and how to use most common command, or I'm sorry, most common options, most used options, but it's not required to memorize all of the options because it's readily available. Okay. Whether you have the man pages or through Google. So the concept here is to understand where to look to get the answers that you need, not to memorize every single command and every single option that are associated with that command. Okay. And then if you scroll down, there's some other information about the commands, like the author. You don't really need to pay attention too much on this. Some other commands will give you, like after the options, they'll give you like examples on how to run that command. So that could be another good area to look at if you don't know how to start using that command. But that is it. That is the man page. You could use the man page on every command that Linux has, right? So as an example, you could do man head. And again, same thing. It'll give you a brief name and description. This is where the what is command is pulling the data from. You have the synopsis, same syntax. You have the command, optional options that you could provide, and optional file name that you could provide, and different options as well, right? You could also scroll up and down. You could use the slash to find whatever that you're looking for. So if I want to look at an option to look at the version, I could, it's same as the less, right? You could use a slash to search whatever that you want to find inside the man page, because some man pages will get very long, right? So instead of you reading through the whole thing or scrolling through the whole thing, you could use a slash and then whatever string that you want to search for to get to wherever you need to get to quickly. And another tip is here you see version at the top here, you see another version, and you see another version down here. Sometimes it's all over the pages, right? So in order to get to the next instance of the word version, you could press N and it will keep going down and then bringing the latest instance of that version at the top of the line. Okay. Any questions on the man page? Or how to use the man page? If not, I do have one more example to go over. In order to do this, let's go ahead and open up our text editor one more time. Go ahead and open that file again. And let me do this. Sean, Tony, simply learn, Harsh, copy some names here. John, hello, Sarah. Cool. Let me go ahead and save this. Again, if I want to see the content of that page, I'll just do cat some file. Cat some file. Where did it go? Did I not save it? Oh, I don't know why it didn't save. Let me do it. Actually, let me do this one more time. Text editor, open some file. Oh, what the? I saved it. Why isn't it there? Let's see. File. Whoa, okay.
I think that it was saved into your Monday directory for some reason.
Oh, it's a different sum file.
Yeah.
No, it's not for some. It was probably me. This is another sort of helpful tip for you guys. There's a habit of mine that name basically a lot of Sean's, a lot of sum files, a lot of tests. And later down the line, I end up using a different directory, a different file. But no, I do remember now. I saved it in Monday, thinking today's a Monday demo. So it's not for some reason. I definitely did put two files, cut some file here and some file here. So my bad. So let me go ahead and cat that file. Cool. Now we have this content here. Now, for the next command, I'm not going to actually just run it. What I'm going to do is use the man page to understand the next command a little bit better, understand how to use the syntax and so on and so forth, and then go ahead and run the demo, right? And the command that I'm going to go over is sort, right? As the name suggests, basically it's going to try to sort the content of this page. But let's go ahead and check out the man page, find a little bit more about sort. So again, sort is sort lines of text files. The way you use it is you can use the command could provide any options, and you could provide any files. Again, these are optional because again, you can use sort with a pipe. So you could use the cat command to get the content, pipe it into sort, or you could start off with the sort command and provide the file name that you want to sort. I think this is files 0 through files 0 dash minus. I'm not exactly sure what this one does, but there is maybe an options page that kind of goes over it. But yeah, I need to do a little bit more research on what this does. But what we're going to try to do is the first one here. So we're going to use the sort command. We're not going to provide any options for now. We're going to provide the file name to see the outcome of that sort command. Right. So if I press the Q, we'll get out of the man page. Let's go ahead and run sort command with the file name. And now notice how it was able to display the content of the page in an alphabetical order, right? Now, I could do sort dash dash help to get some of the commonly used options. Or you could use the man page to find whatever that you're looking for, right? Let's go ahead and pick out this one here, dash R. Again, you could go into the men page and then do sort, and then either scroll down to the options or try to search for reverse with the slash. And it will take you to that first instance of that word and then give you that option as well, right? So let's go ahead and use the sort command with the dash R to reverse and the file name. And just as we expected, it gives us the sorted content of the sum file in the reversed order, right? So this is another way you could look at if you kind of run into a new command that you're not very familiar with. You could use the man page to get additional information, to look up different options that you could use, to look up different syntax that the option, that the command uses. So basically, we're trying to provide different resources that you guys could use to look up the commands and use them in case you forget what we went over during the demo, right? But that should be it for activity 1C and 1D, right? So let me just quickly double check what commands I need to go over. Yep, so we went over this. And the commands, man, sort. Perfect. Any questions before we get into the breakout sessions and work on activities 1C and 1D?
Yeah, Sean, I had a question.
Yep.
In one of the activities, it asked us to sort the file showing the last name first. I didn't know how to do that. I didn't know which option to use. And I was getting the -K modifier also, but I didn't know what to put after that. Is it sort -K 2, which depending on the column, or 4?
Oh, I see.
Is that designated column?
So let's do this.
So when we think of files, are they like Excel spreadsheets kind of and have columns and arrays and everything?
So let me answer that in two parts. One is no. So when we say a text file, is very different than when we say like an Excel sheet. An Excel sheet at its core is what we call a comma separated file, like CSV, comma separated value file. A text file is basically just any sort of string of characters and letters and words. It'll sort of make more sense when we talk about strings when we get into programming, but basically, it's basically just text, right? What the sort does though is, I believe there's an option where instead of sorting on the first field, you can use sort to basically sort it on the second field or second column, if you will. Let me just look that up real quick. Let's see.
Hey, John Wang, if you're there, can you explain how you use -K to sort last name?
I think it's should be just. Give me 1 second. Let's see.
K5.
What's the actual file? Let me try this one. Nano some file. Let's try this. Let's say Shanha, Tony Diaz, something. John Cena, of course. Sarah, I don't know. Smith. Go. Nope. Okay, so let's do sort K2, some file. Yeah, so notice in this one, I'm basically saying, hey, use, so not every command will allow you to use the sort of fields, if you will. So basically right now separating at the space here and saying, okay, I want you to start sorting, not the first word, but the actual second word and start sorting it from there. But not every command will let you do that, right? So I don't want to say every command will allow you to treat text files as if it's some sort of an Excel sheet, right? But sort in this case will let you do that with the K option, right? If I do then sort, search for -K, key def, sort via a key. Key def gives you location and type. Let me see if there's a better example to use. Oh, I think that's it. Okay. Okay. I wish they give another example on how to use the key def. But I think the easiest to remember is the number of the field. Let's see, so if I do K1, okay, so it does the first one. Let me add one more to see if that will work. Nano some file. Let's go ahead and add one more field here. Z, D, I don't know, A. W. Cool, let's do this. And let's do sort -K3, some file. Okay, yeah, so it's basically the number represents the column, right? Separated by the space. So if I use the K1, it will use the first, whatever that column represents, whether it's first name or last name or whatever the case might be. If I use the K-K2, it will use the second column, and then 3, the third column, and so on and so forth, right? So hopefully that answered your question. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, Sean, since it's not an Excel file, it's a text file, do you think it does it by word in text file?
Does it by word?
Yeah, since we're asking it to alphabetize the third, since it's not an Excel file, it's a text file, maybe it's going by word, third word, fourth word, fifth word. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to figure out.
It is definitely using a delimiter, right? So it's not
a delimiter. Okay.
Right. So I mean, technically, again, I don't want to confuse you guys just yet, but technically you can use numbers as well, right? It doesn't have to be a letter or a word. It could be numbers. And we say sort the string value of the number.
Got it. It's a delimiter. Okay, thank you.
Right, right. Cool, cool. Any other questions on
on the exercise or any of the commands that we just went over? Go ahead, Abel.
So, quick question. So when we sort like 2 or 3, is it like in alphabetical order? What are we sorting? How is it sorting?
Yep. So it should be what's called the ASCII table. So basically, I believe it's uppercase first, then lowercase, then numbers. Let's verify that real quick. Some file. Let's go ahead and enter some new things. A new line, right? It's easy. Something like this, right? So if I do sort some file, notice the uppercase gets sorted first because it has higher, or I should say, it comes first in the ASCII table, then the lowercase. Then if you were to have numbers, you know, like 9, 8, 7, 1, 2, 3, then it should do, I'm sorry, the numbers first, uppercase and lowercase.
Okay. So, okay, uppercase we see, and then lowercase, but how are the lowercase sorted out?
How is it sorted out?
Is it random or
Alphabet.
by alphabetical order?
It's alphabetical, right? So it starts from the, yeah, right.
And then, so what? So when you add a number to it, what does that do? Like the, you know, K,
The dash K?
2, yeah, the dash K 2 or 3.
So that was basically what somebody, I think Antonino was asking, is they're saying instead of sorting it on the first character of that line, use a delimiter to go to the second instance. So in this case will be not A, because there's a delimiter. We're looking at new, and then this capital N as basically what we're going to sort off of.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So
but
if we use,
okay, I thought earlier it wasn't sorted out in alphabetical order, so that's why I'm like, how's this? Yeah, but I get it.
Oh, like here?
Yeah.
So basically, when I use K3, I'm not using this as the sorting criteria, if you will. I'm not using K2, I'm using K3.
Can you
here.
go to the one above?
I cleared it, but let me
okay.
do,
That's fine.
but let's go over sort dash K2 real quick, right? And we'll say some file. So notice how this, again, there's nothing here, so I don't think it gets sorted on the K2. So instead we get number sorted. Starting here though, again, the capitals get sorted first, right? So you get the capital N, since there's only one capital N here.
Oh,
Then we look at the Sina, Diaz, Harsh, Hello, Smith, and something.
All right. So the capital is what confused me. Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Yep. Any other questions? These are great questions, by the way. Going once. Going twice. All right. Well, I'm sure you will have more questions as you do the hands-on portion. What's the difference between binary and ASCII? So good question again, somewhat outside the scope, but real quick, binary basically means it's ones and zeros. That's bi as in two, right? So that's basically the language of the computers, basically, right? Everything that a computer does at its core, you know, CPU level is compute ones and zeros, right? When we say ASCII, it's basically a representation of that binary to represent our text, right? Our alphabet, our uppercase, lowercase alphabet, our numbers. Computers don't know any of that, right? Computers only understand ones and zeros. So what an ASCII does is it's an abstract layer above the binary for us to understand, but to translate back to the computer language, which is binary. Does that sort of help a bit, Joel? We'll get
The
into
easiest
this.
way to
Yeah,
the
go ahead,
easiest
Tony.
way to picture it is essentially who is the intended person, the intended audience that's supposed to read this. If humans are supposed to read it, it's ASCII most likely. If the computer itself is supposed to read it, right? So it's not meant for us to take a look at. It's just software that we want to run, and the computer's supposed to be the one running it. Then it's a binary, most likely. So who is intended to read this? Humans or the computer?
Right. For example, we say, you know, this is equal to, 0, right? And if we say, we'll just use that. And then the 1 will look something like that, right? And then the 2 will look something like this. So it's just a different representation of the binary format to give us the ASCII character that we as humans understand and know how to use. Because we can't really do binary. Our math, right, is a decimal value, not a binary value. So, but again, we'll get into this when we go over encoding and stuff like that. But for now, just know that binary, you only have ones and zeros, basically the language of the computer. ASCII is language of the humans, right? The alphabet, the numbers, and those sorts. Okay. Cool. All right. For the purpose of time, we're going to get started with the labs. But if you do have any questions with any of the questions in the lab, or if you get stuck anywhere, do let myself or Tony know. We'll jump right in and help you guys. But please, at this time, go ahead and start your labs and work on exercise 1C and 1D. Right, they should be relatively quick compared to Thursday. Tony, if you have the breakout rooms ready, let's go ahead and create them. If not, I can create them.
There you go. They should be open and available now.
Awesome. Have fun, guys. Hey, Cameron, Rui, Min, Amira, you guys need help? Or just FK? Are they assigned to the room, Tony? Or-
Everyone's been assigned. I believe that Min has been logged in twice, so that might be one of his other accounts that kind of was there. And I think someone said that they were going to be right back, so that might be Elmira or someone else.
Let me go ahead and drop the other one then, just so, hold on. Breakout rooms. Yeah, I see Min, the other one. Okay, so I'm gonna drop this one. Elmira. You said Elmira is in another account as well?
I think that might be an individual person. I don't think that that is. I think they just might have just gone AFK for a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, okay, but I see that she's assigned, or he or he is assigned to room, so I think that should be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, yeah, Tony, you want to jump on the staff room? I have a question real quick.
Yeah, let's go ahead and jump into staff.
Yeah. Hey guys, welcome back. This is good and bad at the same time. We're getting a ton of questions, which is super, super awesome. We were able to troubleshoot a lot of the problems. It is a little bad that we're taking a lot of time for this exercise. But it's good. Don't ever stop asking questions, because the more questions you guys ask, the more it will stick to your brain, the more you'll comprehend. Some problems that I did see throughout all the rooms that I visited was that you guys had a lot of Zoom issues because you guys were signing in from the Zoom within the LMS. So basically you're joining Zoom from the browser, right? So what I ask you guys to do from next Wednesday's class is, when Harsh posts the Zoom link in Slack, go ahead and click that link and join the classroom using the Zoom client from your actual computer, not through the browser, right? If you don't have the client, whether you're running on Windows or Mac OS, just visit zoom.us, and then right off the homepage, you'll say download Zoom for Windows, download Zoom for Mac, or whatever. Download that client, and for Wednesday's class, click the link in Slack instead of the LMS, and you will be able to join Zoom using the client, not the browser. With that said, you shouldn't have any more Zoom issues as long as we provide you the share permissions, right? But do try to get that squared away before Wednesday, so we don't run into these issues going forward. Before we continue, Tony, do you want to should we just, you want to cover the last 30 minutes with the new content, or should we just finish out this with me going over some of the exercises, and then you start maybe on Wednesday?
I think it'll be a good idea to go ahead and have you go ahead and show how some of the exercises work, and then we can start the new stuff on Wednesday.
I think that might be better too, because we're almost at time here. All right, so can everyone see my screen?
I'm able
Awesome,
to,
awesome.
yes.
I see. Yep, cool.
Yes.
I'm gonna pull up the questions. Thank you. I'm gonna pull up the questions here. Just give me just 1 second. And usually we don't go over the exercises unless it's like what do you call it? Office hours or after class, because it is intended for the breakout sessions. If it's a very difficult one, we will go over it. But because this is the first exercise we're going over, and a lot of you guys are somewhat struggling. I know some of you guys, completed it, but because this is the first one, let's go over it together. But then going forward, the expectation is that you guys should be able to finish this during breakout room or after class, as like a homework, right? Or bring it to office hours. That's when we also use office hours to go over some of these. But anyways, let's go over activity 1C together. I'm just gonna pull up my question here. So it says run sudo practice activity 1C setup. So let's go ahead and run that. Sudo practice activity 1C setup. You could run it manually, you could copy paste, it's really up to you. Some of you asked me, hey, how come it didn't ask me for a password? It didn't prompt me for a password just now either. I don't know. Maybe it's the first time they ask you, second time it doesn't. I don't know how the script is written, so I can't really tell you, but in theory, whenever you run sudo, you should be prompted with a password. But anyhow, we'll figure that
Real
out later.
quick.
Oh, go ahead.
It usually depends on the timing. So if you've recently used sudo, or you've done something where you've had to enter your password, typically the average, I think the default is 15 minutes. So within the last 15 minutes, if it's asked you for your password and you've entered it, then it's going to assume that you're still that same user because you haven't logged out and logged back in. But if it takes longer than 15 minutes, then it's going to try to re-verify who you are. And so it'll ask you for that password again. So typically, if you don't see it, it's usually because you just finished signing in or entering your password recently.
There it is. Cool. Thank you for that explanation, Tony.
Mm-hmm.
So now that we have this set up and it says, hey, cleaned up all your leftovers, we have your new directory, and then copying activity files. So let's go ahead and change directory into that directory. And now I'm in the home fstack practice activity 1C. Step 2 says change that. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I did that. Step number 3 says note that in the ops logs directory contains 3 log files. So let me go ahead and change my directory into ops logs directory and verify that I do have these files. So I have 6 files in total. It looks like I have 3 batch files, badge A, badge B, badge C. Then I have these 3 log files. So okay, so cool. So I have these 3 log files, and it says, and the beginning of each log file has the name of the system it was pulled from. So let me go ahead and run the new head command that we just learned using the -n, or you don't have to do -n. Let's just do head command with the log1.log. And I could verify, yes, indeed, in the beginning of the file, I do see which system this log file was pulled from. And then it says preview each file, we just did, and then rename each file to reflect where it was pulled from. Perfect. So, oh, the other question I had for this was, how do we rename a file? We really haven't went over renaming a file, but in essence, the logic works is that you move a file, for instance, the file that you want to rename, and you move it to the same location with a different name, right? That's in essence how you rename a file in Linux. So if I could say, actually, let me go back and do the head, just so I could get the name of the system it was pulled from. So it's from nyc08-db. And now I'm gonna do move log1.log into nyc08db. So in essence, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this file name and then replace it with this file name. But the content of the file is going to remain, right? So in essence, I'm just going to rename it. So now if I do ls, notice I don't see log1.log, but I do see nyc08-db, right? And you do this for these 2 files. So if I do, let me do clear, I do head log2 now, I get nyc03-web, right? So again, I'm going to move log2 into the nyc03-web. Again, let me just verify that it worked. I don't see log2.log file anymore. I do see nyc03-web. So good. Finally, I do head log3. Now it says Chicago 05-db. Perfect. So let's go ahead and move the last log file into Chicago-05-db. And now I should have, instead of just 3 log files that I didn't know where it was from, now I know I have 3 different locations and their functional servers and the logs associated with that log file, right? Any questions so far? Awesome. So let's move on to note number, or actually step number 4. It says note that the same ops logs directory, which I'm currently on, contains 3 batch files. We verified that earlier, right? Excuse me. And then it says preview them all and find the one that contains the name Josh Allen. Rename that file to serverroom.log. Okay, cool. So we haven't went over how to find something within a file. We're gonna go over that on Wednesday, which is super cool because what I'm about to do now is a very manual process to find the content of a file. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and go into less badge A, and then do the / option to look for Josh. Josh Allen. It says pattern not found. Oh, bummer. Let's go into less badge B and do the same thing, / Josh Allen. Oh, cool. So Josh Allen is in badge B file. So I'm going to exit out by pressing the Q button. And same thing, I'm going to move badge B and name it serverroom.log. Right? If I do ls, badge B file is gone, but instead I have the serverroom.log. So that was number 4. Step number 5 says note that of the 2 remaining batch files, only one contains the name Zach. Rename this file to networkcloset.log. Again, let's go into batch C this time and look for Zach Moss. Found it. Cool. So press Q to get out. Now we're gonna rename batch C file to network closet log. Again, I don't have batch C file anymore, but I do have the network closet.log file. Finally, number 6, it says because the last file must be used for the front desk, rename it front desk.log. It's going to be like this. Move badge A and rename it to front desk.log. Now, again, to verify, I don't have any. So all the file names basically have been renamed to serve its purpose, right? We know where it's coming from, what server it's running. We know where the logs are coming from in terms of its location of the building, right? So it's just, we just wanted to introduce best practice at the same time going over all the commands that we just went over, right? And it says find the log file that has the latest timestamp. Copy that file to ops log latest.log. Oh, okay. So I think you have to do tail, just do -n to Chicago first. This is March 2010. Actually, let me see if I could do this. Okay, so I see all the, basically I said, give me the last line for every file. And now I'm just gonna compare the timestamp. So I got March 20th, March 19th, March 27th, March 20th, March 20th, March 31st. So I think this is the latest one. Copy the file to the latest timestamp. So I'm gonna take this file name, and it says copy that file to that new name. So remember, moving and copying is different, right? So copying is I'm gonna leave this in place and I'm gonna make a new instance of that and then put it somewhere else, right? So I'm gonna say copy server room.log into ops, not that ops. Since I'm already in ops log, I'm just gonna call it latest.log. So now I should have server room and the latest.log. Okay, and this latest.log should have the latest timestamp. Okay. Any questions on activity 1C? Go ahead, Henry.
Quick question. So earlier when I renamed one of the file, is there a command to undo that or revert back to the previous one, or is there not one to do that? Like, for instance, I renamed the server room.log to the last name network closet, which, you know, but can you revert back or undo something, a command?
That's a good question, because in the GUI, sometimes you could do like undo or revert or something like that, but in terminal, you can't. It's
you can't, right? Okay.
No, so you basically have to now rename the new file that you just renamed into the correct name.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
Good question. Any other questions? And just a caveat, we haven't, the idea from going forward is that all the new commands that we teach you, it's just going to start building up, right? So, you know, 2 lessons from now, we might ask you to sort something, or, you know, like a copy or move. So just because we just covered in this module doesn't mean we're not going to ever use it again. This is almost like we're just introducing and getting you more familiar with the Linux system. All the commands is going to come back. Same thing with programming. Once a lot of people, when we're done with the programming module, they think we're done with programming, but it will just keep coming back, right? So all the commands that we learn, write quick notes, do practice on the labs, but try not to forget the commands, right? The options, you can look it up, but the commands themselves, try to remember, okay? All right, so we're done with activity 1C. Now we'll get into activity 1D. So let's go ahead and run that sudo command, sudo practice activity 1D setup. Cool, it has cleaned up all the leftovers. We have a new directory and perfect. So now we're gonna change into this directory. So now I'm in 1D, perfect. Okay, so it's changed to that directory. This will be your base of operations for this activity. Note that the ops logs directory contains the logs that you gathered earlier. Perfect. So if I go into ops logs, perfect. So I should have all of these from exercise or activity 1C. Awesome. So number 3, it says run the sort command on server room.log. To do so, use the correct man page to find the correct option for sorting the log by the last name of the person that appears on each line. So let's just verify what each of those lines look like. So go to the latest. Is it latest? Oh no, server room. Server room. Let's just look at how the file looks like. So it looks like this. It has the month, has the date, has the timestamp. Looks like it has a first name and the last name, right? Now, and I do apologize for the instructions giving it little, not as clear instructions. Like someone might be arguing like, oh, how come this isn't the last name, right? Usually at the first line, it should say timestamp, right? It'll say that this is the timestamp or the month of the year, day of the month, time of the day, first name, last name, to kind of let you know how this log is formatted. But in this case, it didn't show, but it does look like that the 5th item in this event or the log line is the last name. Now, if you assume that this was the last name, I'm still okay with that. As long as you know how to pull and sort by different column, that's the main objective of this exercise, right? So let's go ahead and man into sort. And we talked about this earlier during the demo, but the option you have to give was -K, and we're gonna give it the location, which is the number of the column, right? So let's go ahead again. So this is 1. I'm sorry. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what we're gonna do is sort -K5 and the server room log. And notice how the last name is sorted by the alphabet, right? So we got Zimmer all the way to Edison, right? So that is number 3. Number 4, it says when you feel satisfied that the sort has run correctly, which I am very satisfied with this result, write that data to a new file named last name _server_room.log. And it tells you to do so, add this bit of code to the end of your sort command. So what I'm going to do is basically do what the instructions tells me to do. I'm going to run that sort command, and at the end, I'm going to add greater than sign last name _server_log. I'm sorry, room.log. Every time I run a command, I don't see an error. I always want to verify if that command worked. So I'm going to do an ls, and notice how we have this new file, right? Last name server room.log. Now, if I really want to verify what's in that to see what it actually did, I could do a cat last name server room.log, and I see that it's the last name sorted of the server room logs, right? So whatever we just ran in that sort command, I was able to create a new file by using that greater than symbol. We're going to talk about that next time. It's basically standard standard redirection. We're going to redirect the output instead of displaying it onto my terminal. I'm gonna send all that to a different file, right? So I'm gonna clear that real quick. And it says number 5, run cat on your new file to verify that it is sorted version. Okay, so I just did that. Perfect. Number 6, repeat steps 3 to 5 twice, but these times create sorted version of network closet log and front desk log. Rather than, okay, so basically I'm gonna have to, another thing I like about the Linux is you can just scroll up, right? I mean, in this case, you gotta delete a lot of stuff, but actually let's do that. Because I don't know the format of other logs, let me just do this step by step. So now, next, we're done with server room. Next, we're gonna do the network closet log. So let me do head network closet log. And thankfully, it looks like it's the same format. So month of the year, day of the month, time of the day, first name, last name. So it's gonna be the same command, sort-k5 network closet. That I know it's gonna run. I can verify it. I got Wilson at bottom for the last name and Ellen as the first. So I know that it's alphabetical in its last name. It's been sorted, right? So what I'm gonna do is basically run that same command, but instead of displaying this content in my terminal, I'm going to redirect it to a new file called last name underscore network closet.log. Perfect, no errors. No errors means good. Let me verify that with an ls command. And notice how we have 2 last name files now, one for the server room, the other one for the network closet log. Again, let me verify that with using the cat command, last name, network closet, and I should say, yep, Meg Wilson, and then Ellen at the top here. All right, perfect. Now let's do that one more time with the front desk. Again, same format. So I'm gonna do sort-k5 front desk, type or redirect it to last name underscore front desk dot log. Do an ls command, and there you have it. All right, we have 3 last name files that's alphabetically sorted by their last name. Now it says number 7, similarly to the way that you created the previous 3 files, create files that are sorted by time of day for the 3 files, server, network, and front desk. Name them time underscore server, network, and front desk respectively. So let's do that real quick. So head server room, the time of day is in the 3rd column, right? So that's going to be sort-k3 for the 3rd column, server room, and then we're going to redirect it with the greater than sign, and then we're going to name it time underscore, what is this? Server room.log. Verify that real quick. We could also verify by using the cat command, and notice how it's sorted by the time of day. So, you know, as it closer to midnight, it's at the bottom. As it gets closer to past midnight, that's where we see that. So now that we know that commands is good, we'll go ahead and run the other 2. Sort-k5 network closet this time. Redirect that to time network closet dot log. Let's verify that this time by saying cat time network. See how that looks like. Again, we got, oh, this one didn't work out that way. Let me see.
You sorted it on column 5.
There it is. So let's do that one more time. And instead of K5, let's do K3. Now, we haven't talked about appending and redirecting. Again, we'll go over it later. But if I run this command again, it's basically going to rewrite the time underscore network underscore closet.log with this new information. Okay, so let me go ahead and run that. And let's do cat time network. And again, the midnight, closer to midnight is at the bottom, and closer to right after midnight should be at the top here. Here. All right. So that is our file number 2. And lastly, we got sort-k3 front desk, and then we're going to redirect it to time_front desk.log. Let's verify that it worked. Front desk. Again, the time here is sorted by the time of day. So that should be number 7. Number 8, it says find out what the WC command does, and then answer the following question. According to the front desk, server room, and network closet log file, which of these 3 places is the busiest? So we didn't go over what a WC command is, but we could always use the what is WC. It says print new line word and byte count for each file. Excuse me. We could also go into the man page to understand how to use it. We read that just now using the what is, but it says, hey, word count command followed by any options and followed by any file names. It says print new line word and byte count for each file, and a total line if more than 1 file is specified. You could read this through, but what we want is a general understanding of the log files. So basically, every new entry or every new line is an event, right? So if we're thinking about what is the busiest, right? What has the most events? We're looking for what has the most entries in its log, right? What has the most lines? And in order to do so, we need to use the -l command. We need to print the new line count. We need to find out how many lines are there or how many rows there are in each of those log files, right? So let's go ahead and use the WC-L. And again, let's try to use the wildcards to see if it works. Perfect. So let's see. It says, oh, according to the 3 rooms. Okay, never mind. So let's just do it for each. Word count -L server room. It has 82 events in server room. Word count -L. What is it? Network closet log has 80 events in there. And then what's the last one? Front desk. Front desk has 78. So we could see that the server room was the busiest by 2 additional events, right? Now that concludes activity 1D. Now let me pause here to see if you guys have any questions regarding the activities or anything in general that we just covered. Go ahead, June.
What is the homework that we need to do before Wednesday?
We'll post it on Slack, but in general, it will be to read up on the next module. So in our case, it's going to be finding files and data, right? So you're gonna have to read up the introduction, learn about the learning objectives, different sort of introductory information here. You can work ahead if you want to, right? But that isn't expected. What is expected of you is to at least read up to here, right? And then come Wednesday, Tony will do the demo, and then we'll get straight into the exercise, which is the activities or the labs. Oh, and if you haven't finished any, oh yeah. If you haven't finished any of activities from today, that will be your homework as well, right? So if you haven't finished activities 1A through 1D, that should be your homework as well. Well, thank you for asking that. That was a good question. Any other questions? We'll stay in silence for the next 9 minutes if no one has a question. But I'm just gonna, I'm sure someone has. Let me talk about some, oh, go ahead, Dylan.
I just wanted to ask, in your opinion so far of the activities that we have done, which one or ones would you would say like uses like the most amount of commands, and are therefore like better for like practicing more than like others? Like say if you had like a good handle on like 1A or whatever, like what's like a good one for like getting a lot of these commands underneath your fingers? Like would you just like I guess
The man page. I would say the man page for sure. So the activity 1D. Try the man page on all the commands you learned so far. Try the other one is if you guys are ever bored, if you're working ahead and you're like, I'm so bored, there's you could type the help command and it will print out all of the built-in commands within Linux terminal. You could pick and choose any of these commands and be like, okay, I wanna look at some of these commands in the man page. Some of them are completely outside the scope of this class. So again, if you're completely bored and have nothing else to do, you can look at different commands. Some of these we're gonna go back during our Linux foundations, or our asset and inventory management module. We're gonna go over some of these commands, and we're gonna come back to some of these commands when we're going to permissions and all that sort. But just get used to the man page, right? How to use the man page, right? What are some different options that I could try out, right? If you're very comfortable with all the commands we went over, try different options, right? See whether how you can make that work. Think about different use cases that you could use these options for. But yeah, they're all equally important in terms of file navigation, how to create files, how to make directories. Some of you guys asked a lot of hypothetical questions too, like, hey, if I have a file named something, if I were to create a directory with that same name, what would happen, right? There was a lot of what ifs. So test it out. Test what happens if you have a file name called test and you try to create a directory named test, like see what happens, right? And vice versa. So, kind of experiment out. If you have time, repeat the exercises 1 through D, 1A through 1B. But there's a lot of things that we're going to go over starting today until end of the module. So if you want to work ahead, by all means, read ahead as well. But yeah, hopefully did that answer your question, Dylan?
Yes, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, cool, awesome. Anything to add to that, Tony? If they have some time, what to go over?
I think you covered that pretty well. It's always good that as one of the benefits of working on a computer, anytime we want to be able to figure out, hey, what would this do? Try it out, just like Sean said. Test it, see what happens. A lot of the time, it's not going to be just from learning on what you're reading that you're going to be soaking in the knowledge and what you need to know about how Linux works or about a lot of the different concepts we're going to be going over. A lot of the time, it's going to be from practicing and testing out things and seeing, hey, I wonder if I were to do this, what would happen? That's usually where these things are going to stick. So that's an excellent thing that Sean brought up.
Awesome, cool. Any other questions?
I think Justin has a question.
Go ahead, Justin.
Thank you. For Skill Up, I know that you can kind of select different courses to do. There's Introduction to Cybersecurity, one that I'm doing right now. Is there any limit to how many skill ups you can do? And if so, do you have any recommendations on some good ones to participate in?
Nice. Tony or Harsh, do you have any information with the skill up? I'm not too familiar with that one.
Unfortunately, I haven't used that myself, so I wouldn't be able to say too much about that.
On the other hand, anything sort of platform related, Starlight might be the best source to get that answer. Like she will understand the platform and what other modules or features are available within the LMS. So if you could message Starlight, she will probably be the best source to give you, the recommendations or what additional resources to look over.
Got you. And when are office hours? Just so I know, good time to reach you all at.
Yep, I think I'll let Tony speak for him, but for me, usually my best time is Fridays. Last week I couldn't do Friday. I think I did Friday mornings. I think a couple of you reached out. Usually though, I'll try to set it up on Friday the same time. So maybe like 7:30 to 10:30, depending on who needs it. But it'll be Friday night to answer your question. Usually, but if I need to reschedule it, I will let the channel know. The way I like to do it is I say, if I don't say otherwise, it's gonna be Friday night. And if you guys just reach out to me individually, like directly, and then we'll set up a time that works best for you and I both, right? Because I don't want to say every week something changes and I have to like change time every week. Just know that between Friday night, 7:30, 10:30, I should be available. Just reach out to me if you need to set up one-on-one. We could go from there. And then Tony, I'll let you go over your office hours.
So usually Fridays work better for me as well. I'm going to try and see if I can start having some possibly on Tuesday. Unfortunately, this week I won't be able to do the Tuesdays. What I will like to do though is I'm going to try and see if I can be able to find out what time works best for you guys. What times do you guys have available on those days? Or on what days would you like to be able to go ahead and try and see possibly in the future, if we can be able to make accommodations on what days you guys would like to be able to go ahead and have something available, maybe at least for half an hour or something like that. So I will go ahead and I'll be posting some more stuff to our Slack channel to kind of get a feel for what is the majority of people in our cohort, what would work best with you guys. And that way I can be able to go ahead and kind of plan accordingly. And then typically what I'll do is I'll go ahead and kind of like what I did last week ahead of time. I'll post something where you guys can be able to schedule with me. And then I'll go ahead and hold it to that, right? So if somebody schedules with me, I'll expect that they'll be able to go ahead and meet with me. If you're not able to make it, just let me know. And then I'll usually post like the Slack on our Slack channel. What's the Zoom link that we'll be using for when you're meeting with me? So that way you guys can have that access to that information. Let's see, I know in the chat, Henry's asking what time zones are we in? And that's in reference to the office hours. I'm on the West Coast, so I'll be Pacific time. And then Sean?
So I mean the central time. So when I said 7:30, 10:30, that's my local time. So Pacific time, it will be 5:30 to 8:30. Yep.
And then I also noticed in the chat that there's Joel and Leonard are asking some questions as well. So we can address that. But I think you had something to say right now.
Yep. I just like to address, so we like to use the office hours for someone who might be a little shy, or if they're like completely lost in a module, or they maybe missed the class or whatever the case might be. But try to leverage the Slack channel as well, because we do monitor it, whether it's office hours or not. If we are the first there, we'll try to answer it. But if we see someone else within the class has already answered it, by all means, we'll just put like a thumbs up emoji or whatever. But yeah, if it's something that's like, hey, I ran this command for this activity, but I'm not getting the expected output, it might seem a little awkward to ask each other because we're so early in the cohort, but definitely try to leverage that resource as well. Just because if there's a lot of you requesting one-on-one office hours, we only have limited number of times. So, it's gonna be first come, first serve, but if we can, maybe we'll do group sessions, but if not, try to leverage that first line of sort of helpline using your peers to see if they have already went through that exercise and know what the problem is. Right?
To add to that, you guys could always form
yeah.
study sessions with each other. So if you guys want to form study groups, if you guys want to help each other out, you guys can always do that. You're more than welcome to do that for these exercises. So anytime we say, hey, do the labs or the activities or the exercises for this section, right? So like we did with 1A through 1D just now. If you guys wanted to be able to form a study group where you guys get together and you guys help each other to do that, you guys are more than welcome to be able to do that as well. That way you guys, like Sean was pointing out, can help each other in being able to figure out, okay, well, what's the next thing we got to do? Or what's the next command? And how would I run that? And then if you're experiencing difficulties, you guys can help each other out through that as well.
Absolutely. Cool. So let me look at some of these questions. I know we're at time. If you need to drop, by all means, go ahead. We'll update you on the homework and all that on Slack. But if you have questions, do stick around. I'm gonna go ahead and answer some of these questions in the chat.
Before anybody leaves, I will point out that Harsh has posted in the chat a link to a little survey of how we felt that the class went. He's going to be posting those every single time if you haven't noticed. So make sure before you leave, go ahead and click on that link and fill that out so that way we can be able to go ahead and get some feedback. Joel, I noticed your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you. Earlier on, while I was doing some of the practice activities, I ended up creating a directory with the wrong name. Upon doing some research, I found the command remove directory, rmdir. While I was doing that research, I ended up also finding other commands like rm dash r and rm dash rf. And I just wanted some clarification on when we can use those or how to use them properly.
Yep. Real quick, rmdir is to remove empty directories, right? rm-r is to delete directories that have contents in it. So whether it's another directory or another file inside a directory, and if you delete the whole thing, then you'll use the rm-r. It means recursively, right? rm-rf is a little bit more powerful deleting command. It'll basically force any, so you might run into like errors or permission issues or whatever the case might be when you're trying to delete file. Maybe it's already open somewhere. Maybe you don't have the permissions. Maybe it's not your file, whatever the case might be. You can technically run that rm-rf. We're basically saying recursively force remove everything in that directory. You might need higher permissions in case, depending on where you're running that command against. But it's just know that if you're doing it's basically the same as rm-r, but you're adding that force in, option where what I mean by dangerous is that if you run that on the root directory, you could technically delete the whole Linux operating system because it will just go ahead and slowly delete files starting from the root.
So I guess you can say it would be maybe not necessarily like a hard reboot, but like you just pretty much wipe everything clean. Not necessarily clean because I think you can still maybe retrieve some information, but you technically just forcefully remove everything in that directory or in general.
In whatever directory that you're running from, as long as you have the permissions to do so.
Okay.
Right.
Well, can you give me an example of what directory like that might look like?
That might look like what directories that you might not have permissions to delete?
Yeah. Yes.
So let's go back to the home directory, right? So if I go into so I am fstack, right? But if I were to go into let's do this real quick. Let's go into mystery. Oh, that's not a file. Let's go into I don't know why these are numbers. Let me test that out real quick. Actually, let me go into Scrappy. I don't even know if I could go in here. Okay. Oh, there's nothing in here. But let me try to delete that real quick. So let me try to remove -r Scrappy. Descent right protected directory Scrappy. This might work because I just ran a sudo command and I currently have sudo permissions when I did the sudo setup. But if I don't have sudo permissions, this should fail. Let me go ahead and, I actually did. So in this scenario, it is working. So if I do, you see how every time I do that, it's saying, hey, you sure you want to delete that? You sure you want to delete that? So if I use rm-rf, it will go ahead, as long as if I have permissions to do so, it will go ahead and delete everything inside Scrappy.
Okay, so one of them asks like just the R. Oh no, the R rm-r will ask you for permission, as to the other one will just completely deny you if you don't have permission.
No, I got both. I got denied in both, right? The RF, what the F does is it won't ask me anything. It's just gonna force it. It's gonna delete it. Whereas if I didn't provide the F, it's gonna ask me every time, like, are you sure? Are you sure? You know, are you sure you want to delete this? Right? Whereas the F option, it just did everything, except for the ones I didn't have permissions for.
Got it. Understood on that one. I did have one more question, just pretty briefly over here. Also, what is the difference between CP, the copy command, -R, and CP and MV?
So MV, first of all, is to move. So move basically means take it from this location and move it somewhere else, right? So the original location will not have that file anymore. Whereas the copy, you make a copy of the instance and put it into different locations. You have 2 copies in 2 different locations. CP-R is basically recursively copied. So if you need to copy a directory with subdirectories or files in it, you'll have to use CP-R to say recursively copy everything in here and then paste it somewhere else. Good night, Alex.
So it'll create a duplicate.
Exactly, a copy, yeah.
And CP will just create it within that directory, or what's the difference between CPR and CP?
So CP, you just copy one file, whereas a CP-R is you doing it recursively.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yep.
Thank you.
Just like the RM command. Yep.
Thank you very much. And that's it for me as far as my questions. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Good night, Leonard. Anyone else? Anyone with questions?
So I know Leonard, right before he said goodnight right now, did type in the chat of where he can find the commands again. So if anybody needs to be able to go ahead, or if they're coming back and watching this video again later, if you go to where the exercises list out their instructions, there should be a tab there which has the commands for that exercise, right? So you can always click there and see what are the commands related to the exercise you're working on.
This is for Wednesday, by the way.
Exactly. Of course, as Sean pointed out, at any time though, if you know what command, but you don't know how to use it, or you're wondering how does it work, or any information related to it, you could always use the man page as Sean has shown us. All right. With that, as Sean has stated, if you guys have any questions, you guys can stick around. Otherwise, with answering that last question, we're pretty much done. We don't have anything else further for you tonight. So remember that Harsh posted a link in our chat here, so that way you guys can be able to go ahead and give some feedback for the session. So make sure to click on that. Make sure to go ahead and give that feedback. Otherwise, have a wonderful night, everybody. We'll see you guys on Wednesday, ready to be able to go ahead and continue with the next section.
The pickup point. So my plan is just like, let's go get the van. We'll take it together to Lonnie so I can back cars to pay at her place for the activity. And then yeah, it's a good show and then just go from there.
I didn't know if that was a question or okay, cool. Yeah, if you guys don't have any questions, you guys are good to go. Min, Brendan, Fanry, you guys good, or do you guys have any questions? I think they might be AFK, so I'm gonna go ahead and drop them. Bye, Min. And bye, Fenry. Cool. All right, guys.
We'll see you guys
I'll
on
see you guys
Wednesday,
Wednesday.
gentlemen.
Absolutely. Good night.
Good night.
Hi Tony, hi Sean, and hi everyone. Thank you for participating for this session today.
And let's start with today's session. Before starting with this session, give me a quick audio confirmation that is my voice is loud and clear to all of you or not.
Yep, we could hear you.
Thank you, thank you. Can anyone else also provide? Okay, perfect, perfect. Thank you for confirmation on the chat box. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, so before starting the session, Sean, can you confirm that can you access the screen or not?
Now I can. Yeah. Can you also make Tony co-host? I think he'll be leading the class
Yeah,
today.
I'm doing that. Yes. So Tony, can you confirm from your end?
Tony, you might have to fix the audio. We couldn't hear you there.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yep.
Excellent.
Yes, it's audible. Did you get the co-host permission from your end?
Yes.
Perfect, perfect. So let's start with today's session. I will be available in the chat box and even on Slack. So any doubt, ping me. Thank you.
Thanks, Harsh.
All right. So let me make sure that I have my Vocarium machine up and running. All right, so it is starting. Let's go ahead and get started with going over some of the stuff that we want you to be aware of from your guys' self-learning part. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Okay, so as Sean has kind of briefly discussed before, right, we've learned a little bit more about the Linux operating system in general, and we've gone over a few of the different commands that we want to be familiar with. Of course, we haven't gone over all the commands yet, right, but we've been introducing them little by little. So we're going to see here, part of what we go ahead and get into is that when we're talking about our Linux operating system, there's a lot of different flavors, as Sean kind of already mentioned to us, right? There's a lot of different ways that they can be able to be available. So we refer to these as, we might say distros, which is short for distributions. And we see then, when it comes down to it, there's really just two that are in our Linux world, right? There are Debian-based, or what we might just refer to as Deb-based. And then there's RPM-based. And that just really comes down to how do we go ahead and install the software? How's it going to recognize that, right? So we see right here that when it comes to the majority of the machines that we are using, such as our Ubuntu machine, we're going to go ahead and be using that these are essentially a followation of our Debian family, right? These are all part of that Debian type of style of packaging. So we're going to see right here, later on, once we get a little bit more advanced, we're going to see how we can be able to go ahead and use the command apt to be able to go ahead and look for information, or to be able to look for software packages, be able to download them. Or we're going to see that if we go to a website and download some software, we might need to use something like dpackage or dpkg to be able to go ahead and install that software. So this is just coming from that family of Debian Linux distributions. So we're going to go ahead and see that as we go through, you may, once you get more familiar, or once you start seeing other Linux distributions, that you might run into other ones that, such as these that they mention right here, right? These are other popular Linux distributions: Red Hat, Debian, of course, Ubuntu, like we've been using, Oracle, and SUSE. When we go ahead and come to these, they're essentially going to run the exact same way, right? If it's a Linux distribution, we can be able to go ahead and kind of understand that while the top layer, the way that's kind of presented to the user, that can be different. That the core layers are essentially going to be the same, right? They're all still going to be that type of Debian Linux. So all the commands we've been learning, they'll pretty much work no matter which distribution that you're working on, right? So that's kind of why we're going ahead and focusing on this, because in our environment, as we go into the field, there's going to be a majority of our machines, especially when it comes to networking machines in general, right? Or using it in combination with the internet, that they're going to be going ahead and running Linux. So it is very popular. And again, no matter which distribution we are running, these commands are going to be working, right? So we get to our first activity, the first thing that we want to be aware of here. And so this part right here is dealing with file storage. So we're going to see right here, when it comes to the commands we want to be aware of for here, we're going to kind of briefly go over, once again, our ls commands and then our tree commands to kind of see where things are. But the reason we want to know about this in this first exercise is going to come down to these different important areas in our Linux file system, right? So we're going to see, again, no matter which version of Linux we are running, that each Linux operating system is going to have these different directories available to it in the root directory, right? The very top layer directory. So if we go there and we look around, we're going to go ahead and see that we should find these directories there, and they're important for various reasons. It's kind of how our operating system will organize various important things. So we're going to see one of the more important ones is this /bin. So we're going to quickly go through and read through each one of these right now, and then we'll go ahead and kind of explore that in our virtual machine, right? So we see right here /bin. This holds the binary files. When we're talking about binary files, these are essentially the software, right? Like our commands and stuff like that. So it's machine code, as we were kind of indicating last time, right? Sean kind of told us and explained the difference between machine code and something that's like ASCII or a text file that we can read, right? So here, these are executables. These are machine code. So it's already made for the software to be ran by the computer. And so when it comes to our most common user commands, they're going to be found here in /bin. So when we type in cat or when we type in ls or something similar, usually these type of commands are coming from right here. So when you type in something that says command not found or not recognized, it's because that is not an executable that's in bin, right? We're going to see then some of these other ones. We have /boot. So when we get to /boot, these are static files that the computer uses for when it's booting up, right? So any file that's important for the boot up of our machine when we are running our Linux operating system is typically going to be placed into here. We're going to see another important one is /dev. This is where the connection to all of your hardware devices are located. So when our Linux system needs to be able to go ahead and know how to interact with our actual hardware components, a lot of that software is going to be found here in /dev. Now, one that's going to be really important for us is this one right here, /etc, or as we can see over here, is commonly pronounced etsy. So here, these are configuration files for almost everything. A lot of the time, if we're trying to, like when we get into Red Team and we're trying to access sensitive information, or we're trying to be able to go ahead and find out stuff that we shouldn't get a hold of, it's going to be information that's here in the etsy directory. We're going to see then the next one is /home. We should be kind of familiar with this, right? This is where the users have their home directories. So in our first activities, from activities 1A through 1B, we dealt with a lot of stuff that was in the home directories, such as going and taking out who's available on the machine, what users were there, right? And then be able to go ahead and copy information from those directories into our home directory, or going ahead and creating files based on those users and so on, right? So right here, anytime we go ahead and essentially get a new, we have a user that's going to be accessing our machine, that user should have a directory being built for it inside of here /home. And that's going to be kind of their area, their space on the computer to be able to go ahead and use for their files and their stuff, right? We're going to see that the next one is /lib. This is short for libraries, right? And then we see that there's a few different configurations for that. So we see that there's that asterisk, that wildcard, right? So these are shared libraries. Here, these are files that are going to be shared by multiple programs. And we point out that they're really all symlinks. And if you recall, Sean told us what a symlink was, right? So we're seeing that these are symlinks to our user directory, or USR /lib right there. So we have it, this is a shortcut, so to speak, to our libraries folder over there. We see the next one is /media. So here we have removable media like flash drives, CD-ROMs, and so on. They're going to be attached to our hierarchy on the computer, or what we say mounted at this location, right? So if we're looking for something from a flash drive when we were able to plug it into our machine, we would find it here under /media. We're going to see right here /MNT. This is a place to temporarily mount additional file systems. So MNT would be short for mount. We have /OPT. This is add-on software, not normally controlled by the operating system. So we see opt is short for optional. We're going to see /PROC. This is short for process. So this is where process information gets stored. Here is a very another important one, right? So every typical user will have their home directory in /home, but we're going to see right here, the root directory isn't your typical user, right? Because root isn't your typical user account. When we have root access, that's because we have privileged access, as Sean has been kind of hinting at throughout the times that we've had our class last week, right? So he talked about how times we may try to do an action, or we might be able to try and do something where we need additional privilege, right? We need privileged access to be able to go ahead and do that, to accomplish that action. Root would be kind of the most privileged account we could have, right? It's going to be able to have access to everything, can do any action. If it's possible to be done, root's going to be able to do it, right? In Windows, this would be kind of like the system administrator. So it'd be very similar to that type of style of account in Windows. So here, for that root account, they would have their home directory inside of this /root. We're going to see then there's the next one is sbin. This is very similar to bin. Our first one was bin. We said that that's where our binaries are located. And those binaries are essentially the commands that we can be able to go ahead and run. So here, this directory holds system binaries that usually require super user privileges to use. So these are going to be binaries that are privileged, right? They have a little bit extra of what they can do, a little bit more power behind them, but on top of what our regular binaries can do. And so they're located here, separate from our regular bin directory. We're going to see that we have this /swap file. And we say, notice that this is only one in this directory that is actually a file. So this isn't necessarily a directory that we're going to be able to see, right? This is a file. And then we see right here, the next thing is /tmp. So /tmp is short for temporary. So here we say temporary files are placed here. We say, notice the special coloring. When we go and take a look, we're going to see this is a little bit different than the rest because here we have very lax permissions. We are making this directory specifically writable by anyone. So if any software or anything that we're working with or anything that we're installing needs to be able to go ahead and have area on the hard drive to be able to write a file or to be able to create something temporarily, like let's say if we went to a website and maybe it's where we're going to get our cookies, right? Let's just say that we go ahead and connect to a website. It asks us, do you want to be able to allow cookies? And we say yes. And so maybe it wants to be able to write a cookie. This would be an option, right? That we can be able to always be able to go to temporary or the /tmp directory, and we can be able to use that to be able to go ahead and create something for use for just a little while, right? For a temporary moment. Now, this is never meant to be holding a file or something that's important or something that's for long term, right? So we can quickly just write something here and have access to that. So any user, any application can be able to write into this directory, right? And then we're going to see that we have our next one is USR, so Universal System Resources. We'll typically just pronounce this as user. So here, these are user utilities and applications that we can be able to go ahead and have access to this area to be able to write and do things with. And then finally, we have our /var. Here, we're going to see that Linux, being a very trying to be robust in its security-minded thinking, is going to log a lot of actions, right? When we try to do something, when we're trying to be able to go ahead and have an action accomplished, Linux is going to log it. So that way we can be able to go ahead and look into that. And we'll see how we can do that and how we can be able to use that information to figure out what is happening, not only what is happening, but also who did it, stuff like that, once we get into Blue Team. But we're going to see right here, this is typically where those logs are going to be, right? So we say this is used by applications to store files that change a lot, hence var, or short for variable. And this is also where our logs for our operating system are going to be stored. So there is a lot of different directories, right, that we have in our Linux file system. And these are the ones that are going to be important to know. So let me go ahead and let's see if I can be able to share my screen for our machine, and we'll take a look at some of these. So let me go ahead and stop sharing this screen. And let me go ahead and pull up our Ubuntu machine. So that way we can be able to go ahead and take a look at that. All right. So here's our Ubuntu machine. This should be familiar to us by now, right? If I go ahead and click here on activities, and then I go to our terminal and open that up, and then let me go ahead and Let's increase the size on this. That way we can be able to go ahead and see this better. And now let's go ahead and from here, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the directories that we just mentioned. And that way we can kind of see how do they look and what is it about them that we want to be aware of, right? So right now, if I go PWD, does anybody remember what this will do? If I hit enter after just typing in PWD.
It shows you where you
Shows
are.
the
Excellent.
absolute path.
Excellent. So those answers were perfect, right? It shows you where you are. It shows you what's your current directory. It shows you an absolute path, right? So if I hit enter right here, we see that I'm inside of the root directory, inside of our home, like we mentioned in all of those lists of directories we were talking about, inside of the fstack users home directory, right? So I'm not going to be able to see those directories that we mentioned because all of those are at the top layer. They're all at the root directory. So I'm going to have to go CD, if we recall, to change directory. So anytime I want to move, anytime I want to go to a different directory, I need to type in CD. And then to go to the root directory, of course, we'll need to type in /. That is going to be how we always will go back to our top most directory, right? The top layer, so to speak, and be able to see what's at the very base level of our hard drive. So if I go CD and then that / and I hit enter, we notice before my prompt, before that $, it changed from that tilde, that little squiggly line, indicating that we were in our login directory, that home/fstack. But now we're with just a /. So now we are in the root directory. Now, one of the commands we said for this first activity that we wanted to be aware of was ls, right? Because anytime I need to look around, anytime I kind of need to see what's here in the directory that I'm at, I want to be able to use ls to be able to list out all of the contents, right? So if I hit ls, we're going to see all the different directories and files that are here inside of our root, right? So here we see is our bin file, right? This is our, well, technically our directory, right? So here's our bin directory. We're going to see underneath it is our boot. Then we have our dev, our etc, our home, our libraries, right? We see that the reason that our library directory had that star when we were looking at it in our self-study is because there's multiple ones, right? Because there's different types of libraries. So we have lib, we have lib32, we have lib64, libx32. And this is really just what is that library kind of built for, right? For example, is it specified that it's supposed to run on a 32-bit processor? So is this 32-bit software versus a 64, right? So that's why we might see like lib32, lib64. So we don't have to worry too much about the specifics of that. We don't have to get concerned with that because that's going more towards hardware and knowing how computer software is going to work. And that's not really the focus of what we're doing here, right? But we do see that the reason we have those different libraries is just because it's specifying how's that software going to run for the operating system. So that's why we have multiple library files right there, multiple directories for it. We see our media, right? We see our mount, we see our optional, we see our process, we see root's home directory, we see our sbin that we mentioned, and then we see here is our temp. Notice it has a different coloration. And again, the reason for that is because unlike these other directories, here, anyone has access to temp. Anybody can write something when they're inside of temp, right? And so we're going to visually make that distinguishing mark to sort of show that it's different than the rest. And then we have our user, and then we have var, right? So let's go into some of these. If I go into /bin, and now I want to look around, I want to go ahead and do an ls. So again, anytime I say like look around or I want to picture what's inside my directory, I want to be able to see what's here, ls should come to mind, right? I want to list out everything that's here. So I'm going to go ahead and hit that. And we see there is a ton of different things here inside of this bin directory, right? But if we look for stuff that is familiar to us, let's say I want to see, is cat in here? Because we know that we can use cat, as Sean showed us earlier, to display the contents of something, right? We can be able to use it to be able to look at what's inside of a file. So if I scroll up, we're going to notice this is all going to be listed out to us in alphabetical order typically. So I'm going to go ahead and scroll up to our section for C. And we should see that inside of here, I should be able to go ahead and find that. So went too far. Let's go ahead and scroll back down just a little bit, and there it is. So here is our cat command. So kind of like we hinted at earlier when we talked about this directory, any command that we use, any command that we're going to get familiar with that we can use for our Linux terminal, it's going to be found in here. If we enter in a command and it says, I don't recognize that, it's because it's not technically one of these binaries, one of these softwares that we have already installed inside of our bin directory, right? So when I do something like cat, it's going and looking inside of this directory to see, is there a bin, a binary known as cat? And when it finds it, it runs that software and then it does whatever cat is supposed to do. For example, if I scroll down, oh, went past it again. We're going to go ahead and see in the middle column here in the L's, there is our ls. So when I say type in ls so we can look around, again, it's going to come here into our bin directory. It's going to look for that ls command, see if it can, I find one that's with that name, and then it'll run it, right? So all of our commands are held here in the bin directory. So we want to be aware of that. This is an important directory. All of our commands that we're teaching you come from here, right? Now, if I wanted to move one level up, I would, since I need to change directories, type in CD, but do we recall what I would type in afterwards? So that way I could be able to go back to my root directory instead of staying here in bin.
Double dot.
Excellent. To go up one level, I would go double dot. So I'm going to type in CD dot dot. I'm going to hit enter. Notice here, when I changed into bin, right before my $sign, it shows me that, yeah, we have indeed moved into the bin directory. And now that I told it to move one layer up, now it's back to just a /, right? So we have moved out of bin and gone back up one layer into the root directory. If I do an ls here, we see our directories once again. So what's another important directory you want to check out? Well, we've mentioned, especially for sensitive data, our etc directory is going to be a very important directory. So let's take a look inside of there. If I go into etc, and let's go ahead and clear this so we can be able to see this better. I'm going to do an ls to look around. And we're going to see inside of here, there is a ton of stuff in here. And this is a lot of important information. Typically, we're going to see as we get more advanced, there's two very important information files here. One is going to be, let's see, this one right here, passwd. Now, in case the name hasn't already given it away, especially the way we kind of abbreviate things, this is going to be kind of our password file. So a lot of accounts, once we create an account for our system, it's going to place information here about that account, including the username. And originally, it would actually have the password here as well. But we're going to see once we get into that, we kind of broken it up for security purposes into two parts. So in addition to password here, we're going to see that there is also this file right here, shadow. So these two together are very important because this is where it's going to have your password information. Once we get into red team, we'll take a look to see how we can use these two things to be able to get access to accounts by cracking their passwords, right? There's a lot of more important information, a lot more important files here with sensitive data, but these are going to be two of the most common ones we're going to be having to pay attention to, right? Because that's where our password information is located. So this is inside of our etc directory. So our bin directory held all of our commands, right? All of our recognizable Linux commands we could be able to type in. Inside of our etc directory, we have a lot of sensitive data about our different accounts and other things. If I go back once more, so cd dot dot, and we'll take a look. Another one we're going to take a look at is going to be our temp directory. So this one we said was different than all the other ones, right? So let's actually go ahead and go back into etc. Let me try and do something here. What command, if I want to just create a regular file, would I type to be able to go ahead and create a new file?
Use the touch command.
Touch.
Excellent. Yes, I would use the touch command to create just a regular file. So let's say I want to create something here. I like animals, so I'm going to say duck, right? So I'm going to try and create a duck file here inside of my etc directory. And if I hit enter, notice it says permission denied. We can't actually create duck, right? So our touch command can't go and run and create my duck file that I asked it to. We're going to see that that's going to be very typical to a lot of these directories, because these directories are important to how the operating system runs. So if we just allow anybody to start messing with these files, right, to either delete them or create new files, that could be a problem for the operating system in making sure that it continues to run smoothly. So a lot of the times, like we did here, we're going to see if we try to do something like that, it's going to tell us permission denied. Some of you guys may have experienced this in our first activities, right? You may have gone into one of the user directories that wasn't yours, right? So like if we go back to, let's say /home, and if we take a look there, we saw that there was Daphne, Fred, our F stack, right? Scrappy, Ubuntu, Velma. So if I change into, let's say, Fred, and I try to do the same thing there, let me touch and let me say dog. We're going to see permission denied. Why? Because this isn't my directory, right? I'm just a user that is allowed temporary access to some areas of this machine. We can picture this like this is a house. I'm a renter. I have a room that is mine. That is going to be /home/fstack. I can do what I want in that room. I can't do what I want in somebody else's room. I can't do what I want all over the house, right? Because it's not my house. I'm renting this space. So as a regular user account, we can picture it like I'm a temporary person here on this system. I do have access to what's available to my account. So I have access to my space and I can do stuff inside of my home directory because that's my area where I can do things, but I'm not allowed to touch and do things otherwise, right? So if I go to these other directories, it's not going to let me do stuff there because I don't have permission. I'm not the owner, right? So since I don't own it, I can't create or mess around with those things. But if we go to /temp, we're going to see here, if I say touch duck, it didn't give me an error message. And if I look around, we're going to see here are those private, not necessarily private, but those temporary files that we mentioned that some software may create. But we also see, here's my duck file that I just created. So temp is special in that anyone is allowed access to here. This is a kind of like a common area. And so anybody can write to here, anybody can read from here, anybody can have access to this directory and do what they want. Now, again, the files created here are meant to be just temporary files. This isn't meant to be something where you can create a file for long-term storage or something where something important is supposed to be, right? Because if you write something that's supposed to be some important information here, someone else could come and delete it, change it, or get rid of it, right? Or something else. Because again, these are just temporary things and everybody has access to it. So this isn't where you should be storing important data, right? But everybody can be able to write here and be able to make things here. So that's what makes it different from all of our other directories. Let's go back up to our top layer again. And we're going to see the last one we're going to take a look at right now is this /var directory. So here with /var, we said this is where there's going to be a lot of quick changing information. So this is var is short for variable, right? But we also said this is where we're going to go ahead and have our logs. So if I do an ls in here, we're going to see that here is a log directory. And if I go into that log directory, we see there are a lot of different logs in here, right? And so we're going to see exactly what some of these logs do as we get more advanced. We're going to see exactly what type of information it's keeping track of and how we can then read and interpret that information. But essentially, kind of like what Sean was showing us when we're going ahead and looking at files on Monday, right? This is going to be keeping track of different events, as we would call them, right? So when somebody does something, maybe like, let's say if they entered in a command or tried to be able to access a certain area of our directories, somewhere where there's important data, then it'll probably go ahead and log that event and then store some information about it here, like who was that user, when did it happen, things like that, right? So we're going to see here is where we're going to look for log information. Anytime we want to be able to see what type of data was recorded when an event happens. So those are the most important directories you want to be aware of, right? So again, if we take a look at that, that's our bin directory. That's where our commands are. That's our Etsy directory. That's where sensitive data is. That's our /temp directory. That's where we have access to be able to create anything we want, because everybody has access to our temporary directory. And then /var, that's where our log information is. So with that, we're going to go ahead and see that you'll be able to go ahead and accomplish the first activity, right? With just this information, you should now be able to know how to be able to kind of go to specialized areas, go to different directories, and find the specific information it's going to have you do for that. So we're going to move on to the other commands we're going to have for the other directories today. So with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and see that the next thing we're going to want to do is see some commands that will help us actually be able to find or locate files throughout our machine, right? So let's go ahead and let's go back to, if I type in just CD and hit enter, we notice that that takes me back to the tilde or my login directory, right? So again, that would be always our /home and then whatever account name we have. So in our case, fstack, right? So this is our login directory. This is our area that's in the house. This is our room, right? And so now I can be able to go ahead and create things here if I wish. So we see right here, we can go at ls and we see our different directories that belong to us. I'm going to go ahead and go into our practice directory. And we see here kind of what we saw as we were going along with Sean yesterday, right? Or on Monday, our activities 1C and 1D. Here, I'm going to go ahead and create my own stuff here. So I'm going to say mkdir. If you recall, this is to make a directory, right? And I'm just going to go ahead and call this demo. So now we see that I've created that directory. I'm going to go ahead and move into it. So now we're in our demo directory for today. And let's say here, I want to go ahead and create my duck file once again. And then I want to be able to go ahead and create that dog file, maybe for like Scooby-Doo, since we see all those names in our user directories are named after that. Maybe I'm also going to go ahead and do something like a cat one. And then maybe I'll go ahead and do a cow. So if I do an ls, now we see that I have cat, cow, dog, duck. All right. So if I want to be able to go ahead and find this, so let's say I go back to my regular directory, right, my login directory. So here, I just see my regular stuff. I don't see our cat, cow, dog, and duck because that was inside of practice, inside of my demo, right? So let's say I know that those files exist. I know what their names are, but I'm not sure where they are, right? Well, we can use the command find. Now, let's actually go ahead and like Sean would do, right? Let's go ahead and do something like you can do --help, and we can be able to see a little bit information about what's going to be happening when we use this command. So it tells us the usage. So how can I use this? I would start with my command find. We'll see that we can be able to enter in a few different options, right? To be able to go ahead and change how this would work. And then we see that we have at the very end. So the last thing I'm going to give it is an expression. So what is the expression I wanted to try and find? That expression, we can picture it, that's the file name, right? So what's the pattern of the file name, or how is it spelled, or how is it looking that I want to look for, right? So if we go ahead and do that, we can be able to go ahead and type in find, and I can say duck. And so right here, we're going to see that it says find duck, no such file or directory. Now, why is that? Well, typically it's going to look inside of where you're at to try and see, can it be able to go ahead and find that? Now, if we want to go a little bit deeper, right, we can go into our manual, right, our man page, and go man find. We can be able to go ahead and look for what our different directories or our options are, right? So we can be able to go ahead and kind of search through this. So as Sean has shown us when he went over our excellent kind of tutorial of how to be able to go ahead and go through our man page, we see right here different options that we can be able to go ahead and go through. You can kind of look at this on your own to kind of see how can we be able to kind of direct our finding command to be able to go ahead and look maybe a little bit deeper. For example, right here, we can be able to say -depth, right? Or as a shortcut, we can say -d, right? And so we see right here, we would process each directory's contents before the directory itself. So here we can be able to tell it just how deep, how many subdirectories do we want to go and look into before it stops, right? If we go further down, we're going to go ahead and see let's see. Here we go. Here's one way we can be able to go ahead and specify this as well. That's going to be important as we get more advanced. Our dash size. So here, we're going to see that we're going to be looking for a file, not necessarily based on the name, but on the size of that file. So here, we're going to give it a number, n. This is going to be units of space. So what's the size that we want it to look? So it's going to come back with multiple files that have that particular size. But here, we're going to see then, we're going to have to specify what units are we using, right? So for example, B, we'll see right here, these are entire 512 byte blocks. C would be just for a normal byte, and so on and so forth. We'll get more into that as we get more advanced. But essentially, we'll be able to go ahead and specify a little bit more of how this thing works, right? When we go and look at those options, we can see how we can modify exactly how we're going to go ahead and find this, right? But let's say I go into our practice. Let's say we go into my demo. So here we see those things. Let's see if I were to go ahead and say find duck, and we see that it finds duck for us, right? So what it's going to do is it's going to look in the current directory to see, can I find that? And then depending on how we specify how it should search, it's going to go ahead and look further. So what if I were to go do something? I think find R should do this. And if I go duck, all right, so maybe I'm remembering that incorrectly, but essentially we can be able to go ahead and use our options to be able to go ahead and refine this a little bit further. So as we did earlier, we did find duck from this location. We said that it wasn't able to find it. I have to tell it to search deeper. Right now, it's only looking in the current directory. I would essentially have to tell it to be able to go ahead and look past that, right? Go ahead and look into the subdirectories, look into those subdirectories, and then it'll be able to go ahead and find it. Another thing that might be easier for us a lot of the time would actually be the thing locate. So if I do locate, we're going to see then, again, if I go into our manual for this, we're going to see right here, it lists out the files and shows us what matches with the pattern that we're looking for. Now here, there's a difference. In find, it's going to go through our actual hard drive itself to try to be able to go ahead and find that file name. Here, it's looking inside of a database. So we're going to have a database that our operating system keeps track of, where there's files and directories and such that's on our hard drive. And what locate is doing that's different than find is it's actually going to go ahead and look through the database rather than looking through our hard drive. So this can typically be a lot quicker, right? Especially if we're not sure where that file or what we're looking for is. So we could be able to go ahead and let's say that here, I tell it, let's say with find, one thing we can see that we can be able to tell find to do is to be able to go ahead and we can give it a directory on where to look, right? So I can be able to say, let's say from the very start, right, our root directory, let's go ahead and look for duck. So if I do that, it's going to look through, we're seeing right here, it's looking through a lot of different areas, and that can take quite some time. It can be very slow sometimes, depending on how much information, how many things we have on our hard drive. So it's going from our root directory, it's searching through everything to try and be able to find duck, right? Where it can, where it's going to be trying to picture this, and then it will come back and show us what it was able to find in the areas that it's typically going to look through, right? So in its typical areas of where it was looking through, it wasn't able to find duck, right? Mainly because one of the typical areas it's going to search through isn't our home directory into new directories that we created, right? So that's why it's not finding duck. But we saw how long that could take, right? That can take quite some time in order for it to be able to search through everything on the hard drive. Searching on the database is a lot quicker. Right, we have a better way to be able to kind of store that information and search through it. So if I do locate and then duck, we're going to find two things. One, it's going to go a lot quicker. Two, it's not going to give me the duck that I want, right? So we found right here, we have a file titled module role ducking.so and a gtk perf _ duck image, right? It ends in .png. but neither of these are the duck file that I created. Why is that? The database that it's looking through isn't automatically updating unless I tell it to, right? So that database doesn't even know my duck file exists yet. So that's why it's not coming back when I search for it. So what am I going to do? I'm going to go ahead and anytime that I want to update my database, which is typically going to be before I go ahead and do a search like this, right? So if I want to find this file, I'm not sure where it is, but I know it exists somewhere. I'm going to go update DB. That's the command to update the database, right? Now, when we do this just like this, we're going to find that it says this: permission denied, permission denied, permission denied. It's trying to go to our areas, look for new information, and update that database. But as a regular user, it's going to get permission denied. And so it's not going to be able to update itself appropriately. So when we go ahead and try to update our database, we're typically going to use our command sudo. Sean has kind of shown us this before. We've seen this when we've also ran our commands to start our practice exercises, right? We have to start with sudo, and then we would type in some command we want to run. So this is going to temporarily give us access to super user privileges, right? So we're saying for the moment, run this as if we were a privileged user. And what is it that I want to do? I want to update my database. So update DB. I'm going to hit enter. It's going to ask me for my password. Now, remember, when you're typing in your password, Linux has this layer of security where anytime a password is involved through our terminal or something like that, if we're typing, it's going to look like nothing's happening. So you might say, well, I'm typing and it's not working, or it froze, or it's not responding. It's letting you type. It's going to allow you to put in your password, right? But as that layer of security, it's keeping it secret, right? In Windows, other types of areas where we might type in our password, it'll go ahead and typically do an asterisk or a dot or something similar. It won't show us the character, but it's still showing us how many characters your password is, right? Here, I'm not showing anything when you're typing your password. It's keeping that secure as well. So that way, anybody that might be looking over your shoulder or something like that, looking at your screen, they won't see how many characters your password is. I believe it's Willie. Go ahead. I see your hand is raised. Ask your question. Just so you know, Willie, your microphone is muted at the moment. All right. I'm going to see in the chat. I'm going to assume that's what your question is because I can't hear your audio, unfortunately, Willie. It says, can we use the su command to access the root account like CentOS? Let's go ahead and check that out in a little bit, right? We're going to see that sometimes it depends on our permission levels. So we might be able to do that. And sometimes, again, depending on our permission levels, it'll tell us we can't, right? So we'll see how this account is set up if we have the right permissions to do that. So here, I'm going to type in my password, hit enter, and then it should go through and be able to update our database, right? Now, sometimes we're still going to find areas where, again, depending on our permissions for our account, whether or not we can actually be able to go ahead and locate things or be able to access that area. So we might still see permission denied, but notice it's a lot less permission denied, right? So now if I say locate and then duck, almost had a problem there. Whoops. Let's see. Locate duck, right? So I want to be able to go ahead and find this file. I hit enter, and notice now it found our file, right? So here it's saying inside of our home, inside of fstack, inside of practice, our demo directory has this file titled duck. So it was able to find it. Notice it was able to find it a lot faster than when we were trying to find it with find, right? So if I were to say something like find, and let's say that I want to be able to go ahead and do it inside of my home, let's say /fstack. So let's say I want to find it inside of here, duck. So it's going to go ahead and try and search through all of our /home/fstacks, and it's trying to be able to go ahead and try and find it here. We can see exactly what areas find went through, right? So it went through inside of my fstack, this Ubuntu directory, right? And a lot of subdirectories inside of Ubuntu. It went and it looked through let's see, scrolling back down just so we can be able to go ahead and get through this. Inside of Ubuntu, we see a lot of different areas, but aside from Ubuntu, it also went through. And let's see, we see that it looked through our demo, demo 1, right? Demo 1's a lot of their subdirectories, desktop, music, and so on. So it didn't look through every directory, right? So there are some that, again, it just doesn't look through. We can be able to specify how we wanted to do that, or what's permissible, what can it look through, or maybe what it's aware of, right? To be able to go and search. But notice that it took a while to be able to find that, whereas when I did locate, since it's looking through our database, right, it was able to go ahead and locate that file pretty darn quick, and we're able to see the absolute directory of where it is, right? So we can keep that in mind. When we want to be able to go ahead and find something, I can go find, I can be able to go ahead and give it the directory that I want to start searching in, and then I can give it a file name, right? I can be able to go ahead and for locate, I can be able to go ahead and say locate, and then I can be able to go ahead and give it a file name, and it will be able to find it for these cases on if it's aware that it's there, right? So then locate, we said we had to do an update DB in order for us to be able to update that database. As a matter of fact, one thing we can do, let's go ahead and go back into our practice directory and then into our demo. If I do an ls here, we see we have our 4 different files we created. If I go rm and then I remove our duck file and I look around, we see duck is now gone. But if I say locate and I tell it to try and be able to find duck, notice it's still telling me duck is there. Why? Because again, it's not looking on the hard drive, it's looking at our database. So if I've done something like this and I want our database to be accurate, I would have to update it again, right? So I'm going to go sudo update db so we can update our database. It will take a little bit of time to update. And then if I do now locate duck, we see it no longer reports that duck is there. So we want to keep that in mind, right? Until we do that update, it's not going to know that a new file exists. If that file were to get deleted, it's not going to know that it's no longer there unless we update it as well, right? And then since it's looking at the database rather than our actual hard drive, it can be able to go pretty much a lot quicker to be able to locate some information and report back what it has. All right, Antonino, go ahead.
Hey, Tony, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, just a quick question. When I'm using the ls command, when I type in, I can just type in L and it does the same thing as ls. Is that a mistake in Ubuntu, or can you just type in L?
Well, let's try that here. Let's see if I type in just L, looks like you're correct. It does the same thing. I would imagine, and Sean can be able to say if he knows differently. I would imagine it's probably going to go into our binaries and then kind of look to see kind of almost like an autocomplete, right? What is the command that is most likely going to be represented by this? And then it's going to find ls and report back with that, right?
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It might also be an alias. So you might have an alias set up. It's almost like a shortcut. I don't know why you would shortcut ls into L, but that could be another possibility.
Excellent.
Thank you, Sean.
With that, let's also check out that su command. So this is going to be a little bit ahead of what we're doing right now, but as was asked earlier, Willie asked, could we be able to go ahead and rather than doing sudo to do something like our update database, could we just switch into the root account by doing something like su? So if we go ahead and hit enter there, it will ask for a password. If I try to be able to go ahead and enter that password and I hit enter, it might say authentication failure, depending on whether or not that's the correct password. Typically, it's usually asking for your account password. When you're trying to switch into something like the super user, it's going to ask for essentially the super user's password. So in this case, it's asking you for the root user's password. And if you don't know what that is, you can't do that, right? So to answer Willie's question earlier, could we just switch into root to be able to go ahead and run our update database rather than using sudo? If we know what that password is, we probably could. But given that we haven't told you what the password is for root here for this machine, you probably wouldn't, right? We would get this authentication failure. And so we would stick with doing just sudo to be able to run our individual commands. So that's how we would go ahead and update our database. All right, I did see that for a little bit there, Min had their hand raised. Let's see, it says in the chat, would the database ever get updated automatically without the user running that update DB command? And so, yeah, like Sean says, we can definitely, as we get more advanced, we're going to see how we can be able to go ahead and automate certain tasks, tell the operating system to be able to go ahead and on certain days and times and such, to be able to go ahead and run certain commands or scripts. And so we could automate that if we wanted to, but purely on its own, unless we were to do something to make that happen, it doesn't, right? So we can make that happen, but until we actually do, it doesn't do it on its own, not by default. All right. So we've gone over our locate, we've gone over our find, we've shown how for locate, we have to be able to go ahead and do that update to our database. So that way it can be able to go ahead and work on things. So that way you can be able to go ahead and find new files or find out that files have been deleted and so on. The next thing we're going to take a look at is something that Sean hinted at a little bit earlier, right? This is our redirect commands. So if we use a greater than symbol, this is a form of redirection, right? So normally, let's say, if I were to go ahead and say ls, it will go ahead and display to the terminal some output, right? It's going to show me what our ls command is doing. So my ls command is just simply lists out what's in my directory. So it's going to display cat, cow, and dog. So for my ls command, cat, cow, and dog right now is its output. Now I can redirect that and tell it, instead of sending it back to my terminal, instead of showing it to me here on my screen, I can be able to tell it to send it somewhere else. Typically, it's going to be a file, right? So if I were to say ls and I do the greater than symbol, what this is telling it to do is don't display on my screen the results of this ls. Instead, we can picture it like an arrow, right? From ls, send it to this thing. We're kind of showing an arrow going to where we want it to actually end up. So maybe here, I'm going to create my duck file again. And so what comes after that greater than sign is the name of the file you're sending it to, or we can also give it a directory if we want to be able to give it a location other than here, right? So if I don't give it a location, I just give it a name, we're going to see if I hit enter, now I do a regular ls, I now have a duck file, right? So if I don't give it a direction, it's going to tell it right here in this same directory that we are currently in, create this file with this name. And then if I were to do cat on our duck file, we'll see inside it has what would have been that ls, right? So it shows me the contents of what was the output of that command, right? So what if I wanted it somewhere else? Let's say I want to not place that duck file here in this directory. Let's say I want to go up one. So instead of being here in my demo, I want it inside of my practice directory. I can say ls, and then I can be able to go our greater than symbol, right, to redirect this output. And then I can use two paths, right, as Sean has shown us. I can be able to use a relative path. So I can be able to go dot dot to indicate I want to go up one directory, and then go slash, and then go duck. So this is saying I want to place this into a duck file, but I want that file to be located one above, right? I want to go first up one directory and then place our things into a file named duck there. So if I hit enter, if I look around right here, this is our original duck file, but if I go up one now, and I do an ls here, notice there's another duck file. This is the one we just created, right? Now, let me go ahead and remove these ducks. Let's get all of our ducks in a row. And so if we go ahead and remove these, you see there's no more duck here. When I go right here, there's no more duck here. Let's go back to our regular directory. We see here, there's no duck here, right? So I could, let's go into practice. Let's go into my demo. I can do once again something like ls, and I can be able to go ahead and redirect it. And we can be able to say into that duck file, but let's say I want to be able to put it somewhere else. So I could say an absolute path instead of a relative path. So I can say, let's go to home. Let's go to fstack. So that's my home directory, right? My login directory. I'm going to say slash, and let's say I want to place it there, right? So we already were there. We saw that's our ls that we see just above, right? I have desktop, documents, downloads, all the way down to my Ubuntu file, but no duck is there, right? So here I'm saying, let's do an ls command. Instead of showing me the results of that ls, redirect that output into a file named duck, and I want it to be located inside of my home and an fstack directory. So when I hit enter here, notice if I do an ls here inside of demo, there's no duck. But if I go back to my home directory and we do an ls here, now there's a duck there. So I can be able to tell it, where do I want it to place this, right? Where am I redirecting this output to? If I give it a relative path, it'll follow that. If I give it an absolute path, it'll follow that. But then whatever that last pattern is, right? So we see that right here. That's going to be the name of the file that we are storing that into. And again, if I go ahead and cat this out, we see that it has the contents of what that command would have shown me on our screen, right? So our single greater than symbol is a way of redirecting that output. Instead of having it appear on the screen, I want it to go to this file, and we can tell it where to save that file when it creates it, right? Any questions so far with that? All right, so the next thing we're going to show you is a continuation of this, right? So let's go ahead and go back to our practice and then our demo. And so here we were able to go ahead and do an ls, and then I told it to create a duck file. And so when I do an ls here, there's my duck file. And if I cat it, we see there's the contents of this. Notice if I do this again, and Sean told us this last time, right? If I run this same thing again and I tell it to save it to that same file again, right? If I do an ls, there's my duck still. And if I cat it out, it essentially hasn't changed it. Why? Because what really happened is with a single greater than symbol, we are erasing whatever that file was. So when I did this the first time, there wasn't a duck file here. So it created one, and that was this file here, and we saw the contents that it had. But when I did it the second time right here, it's going to look to see, is there a file already named duck? Whereas in the first time we ran it, there wasn't, so it created a brand new file. Here, there is. So what's going to happen? Well, since I'm using just a single greater than sign, it's going to overwrite it. That means it's essentially going to erase the file that was there with that name, get rid of all the information it had, and then recreate it with the results of whatever I told it to redirect, right? So for example, we see right here, the second time I ran it, it has the results of my ls. So what if I wanted to change this? So I'm going to go right here. I'm going to enter into that file. We're going to go ahead and change this. I'm going to go ahead and say zebra, lion, hippo. And so now I've added to this, right? So let's see. If I cat this now, we see that it has that extra information, right? We see it has zebra, lion, hippo. But if I do my ls and redirect it into duck again, and I hit enter, and if I were to now cat that file out, notice all that extra info is gone. And it's only showing me, again, what would be the output of my ls command when I ran it. So a single one is going to overwrite the file. It's going to delete what's there, and it's going to go ahead and save whatever the output of my command was into that file. Now, when we do this, there's also another action we can take called append. That is going to be 2 of our redirect symbols. So here, if I were to go ahead and say ls, and I do a append instead of just a redirect, right? So I'm going to go ahead and do 2 of these symbols. And then I tell it to send that to my duck file. This is going to add to what my file already has. Typically, it's going to add it to the end of my file. So if I hit enter now, and I cat out my duck file, notice now it doesn't have just the same information. It has 2 copies of it. one from the previous time where I sent that information in, and one from this time where I told it append this into the file. So it's adding to what the file already has. It doesn't delete it. It doesn't get rid of it. It's adding to it, right? So now if I were to go ahead and go into this file, and then let's say we add in those extra 3 animals, right? So I can be able to say lion, hippo, zebra. And let's say I go ahead and save this. And then I go ahead and let's append to it again. So ls once more, I'm appending to our duck file. And now I cat this file out. Notice we have our original time that we first created this, right? So cat, cow, dog, duck. The second time where I told it to append, so cat, cow, dog, duck. Here is our information that we just added in, lion, hippo, zebra. And then here is my most recent append. So it goes to the end of the file and then adds to it. So we see right here that proof that it did indeed, when I told it to append yet again, went to the end of my file and added that information into it. So these are the 2 things that we can do with this symbol, right? I can be able to tell it whatever my output is, send it to this file. If I do a single redirect symbol, so a single greater than, it's going to always overwrite it. So it will delete whatever that file was, if there's one that already has that name, and then create a new one with the information that it would have for that output. If we do 2, it's going to add to it instead. All right, so I see go a little bit into how we can use commands like nano or other commands to be able to do that. So that's a little bit beyond the scope of what we're doing here tonight. So we will explain nano later this week, but we're not going to get into that tonight. Okay, just so you guys are aware. All right, any questions on using those redirect symbols to either initially just send our output to a file or to do an append like we just explained here? All right. In the chat, I see Min's asking, do you prefer Nano or Vim? Depends on the environment, but I prefer usually Nano. And for those that are unaware of what that is, Vim and Nano are 2 different types of text editors. Nano is one that's more simple, but Vim is more robust. It allows you to be able to have more options. You can do a lot more with Vim. But since Nano is usually for what you're going to be using a text editor for, Nano suffices and it's a lot easier. That's kind of why I prefer it, right? Let's see, Pam says, when would you use an append? Typically when you want to be able to conserve the data that's already in a file, right? So our append action is going to keep any data that's already there in the file and simply add to it. So if you want to preserve the information that a file already has, that's when you would do append. If it doesn't matter, we don't need that information, we don't need to then do an append. We can do just a regular redirect, right? All right, let's see. The next thing that we want to take a look at, we're going to go ahead and see, is this echo command. Now, in the real world, when we're talking about an echo, this is how sort of sound works, right? Where our sound can travel in a wave through a medium, and it can be reflected back to us. So we can be able to hear our voice, right? That's what an echo is. Similarly, here, inside of when we're dealing with our terminal, if I tell it to go ahead and do an echo, then essentially it's going to repeat what I said back to me, right? Just like in the real world, if I have an echo, I'm hearing what I said, right? So here I can be able to say, hello, and notice it repeats that back to me. So it's going to go ahead and echo that. For that, this can be an easy way to be able to go ahead and create contents for a file, for example. I could be able to, instead of touch, which creates just an empty file, right? So here I can be able to say, let's say Fido, and if I do an ls, I now have cat, cow, dog, duck, Fido, right? So here, instead of doing that, let's go ahead and let's remove Fido, let's remove our duck, and I can be able to say echo, and I can be able to say hello, and then I can redirect this into my duck file. And if I look this, notice I don't see that message being spit back out at me, right? It didn't echo that, but I did create my duck file. And if I go ahead and cat that out, we see there's my hello. So echo is very useful for a lot of the times where we might need to have the terminal go ahead and display something or respond with something, right? Typically when we do an echo, all it is just repeating back at us whatever we typed, but we can use it for useful things like we see right here, where I can redirect that back into a file. And so I can be able to essentially write that into a file, whatever message is that I wanted it to echo, right? So echo is just simply able to spit back out at us. So I believe, what is it? What is? We see right there, the description, it just displays a line of text. What line of text? Whatever we tell it to echo, right? So we have that command. The next one we're going to take a look at, this is going to be one that's very important for us, right? This is going to be grep. Some of you, if you're very familiar with Linux, might already recognize this and the importance of grep. If you don't, that's fine. We're going to show you right here what this is for. So when we are looking for a file, right? So like I wanted to be able to find duck, let's say, I can be able to tell it to find duck and it'll look in the current directory to be able to find it, right? And so it'll tell me that duck is there. But what if I wanted to look at the contents? I don't want to find the file itself. I want to find what's in the file. So if I'm searching for a file or a directory, I can use find, I can use locate. But if I'm looking at the contents of that file, I want to look inside that file and search through that, I can use grep. So here, I'm going to say grep hello. And it's going to go ahead and take a look and try and see what it can be able to find. Now, typically, and I did this so we can be able to see this example. Some of you guys were having some trouble where you might do something, you might enter in a command, and we see in this case, it looks like it's kind of hanging. So we see, oh, it doesn't give me back that $, doesn't give me back my command prompt. So if I were to try and do something like an ls, or if I were to try and do something like cat, it's not responding. How can I get out of that? Anytime this is happening, this is essentially that we've entered in a command maybe incorrectly. So it's expecting, it's become interactive is what we would say, right? So it's expecting us to continue to give it some input so it can finish off whatever the command is supposed to do. And so while it's interactive like this and it's waiting for us to do something additional, and so maybe we're not able to do it, or maybe it's just taking forever to run that command. Like maybe I did a find and we see all that stuff is searching through and it's taking forever and I no longer want it to be searching. Maybe I want to stop that action. Anytime you want to cancel the action of a command, or we want to be able to exit it, essentially, more often than not, I would say like about 95% of the time, you can hit Control on your keyboard and C. And we see that happen right there. It cancels that action. It'll exit out. So if you're ever experiencing that problem, if you're having an issue where you've typed in a command and it seems to have gone into that interactive mode and you're not really able to do anything else, or you're kind of stuck, try Control C and it'll usually cancel that action and exit out of it and let you get back to your command prompt, right? So let's go ahead and take a look at what is grep. So we'll see right here, its sole thing is to look at contents of a file and it will print out the lines that match that pattern, right? Now, obviously, when I did just grep hello, we told it to try and look for that pattern, but we got stuck, right? So that's not how it's going to work. So let's go ahead and look at our man page. So we're going to go man grep. And we're going to see right here, we have the synopsis that typically we want to be able to go ahead and go grep. We can be able to play some options next. We're going to tell it the pattern we wanted to search for. And then more often than not, right? We see right here, as Sean explained before, when we see those closed brackets, right? This is an option. So optionally, we can tell it the file we wanted to search in. So we didn't tell it the file to search for hello in. And so it got stuck, right? Now, the reason this is an optional thing, as we're going to see a little bit later tonight, is because we can pipe commands together. We'll see what that means. We'll see how that works. If we're piping, we don't have to specify the file, right? We're going to be able to go ahead and give it something that we wanted to be able to search through. But here that we're searching just for a particular pattern and we're not piping anything, we probably want to give it a file name, right? So I'm going to go ahead and say grep, then it should be followed by the pattern that I'm searching for, and then the file name that I want it to look in. So notice if I say grep hello duck, it comes back and highlights the line that it found that pattern, right? I told it to find hello, and at the moment, My duck only has the word hello, right? Now, let's go ahead and modify this a bit further. So I'm going to say hello world. And then down here, I'm going to say nice day, isn't it? And when I exit from here and save that, we can be able to go ahead and cat this out. We'll see those changes. Now, if I do a grep, and again, I'm going to tell it just to search for hello. I'm going to tell it where to search. I want to look inside of my duck file. Notice it's highlighting hello once again, but now it's displaying the entire world, all right? The whole hello world line. It did that technically before, but the entire line was just the word hello. This time, since it's more than just the word hello, we're seeing the word hello, we're seeing it highlighted, and we're seeing the rest of the line, and not everything is highlighted now, right? Just the pattern that we were looking for. So what does grep do? Once we tell it where to search, it will go ahead and look into that area. It will go ahead and look for the pattern we are telling it to find. If it finds that pattern there, it will display the entire line from where it found that pattern, and then it will highlight on the line what the pattern that it found was, right? So go ahead and show us that. This is a very quick and easy way to be able to go ahead and search through the contents of a file. So kind of like what we were doing before, when Sean was showing us in one of the activities on Monday, how we could be able to search for a name that was in a log file, Josh Allen, I believe it was, right? He showed us how using less, we could be able to go ahead and inside of that command, we could be able to do a search for that. We could have done a search straight from the terminal using grep and told it, hey, go into this particular log file and grep for Josh Allen. And it would tell us whether or not it was there and on what line, right? So we could have used grep now that we know the difference, right? Let's see. In the chat, I see that Henry says, so when the echo command overwrote the existing duck file, the nano command only shows hello. Is this the intended action? We're going to see when we go ahead and use nano or some other text editor, once we get into that later this week, it's going to show us whatever the contents of our file is. If we do a single redirect, it's always going to overwrite the file, it's going to delete it and display whatever the output of our command is when we do that redirection. So in that case, when we went ahead and redirected our echo, yeah, it would go ahead and delete and only go ahead and display whatever the echo was going to go ahead and show us, right? Irving asks or says, when they got stuck with a command, they used Control Z to be able to exit out of there. Is there a difference? In certain times, in certain commands, right, Control Z can be able to go ahead and do that. That's not necessarily a universal thing. Control C, I would imagine, to my knowledge, and Sean could be able to go ahead and talk to whether yeah, there's something else with that. But Control C is a little bit more universal with that, right? So Control C is going to be typically the way we would cancel an action or a command.
Yeah, it's just a different interrupt. So you could either interrupt the process or kill a process. It's just a different terminology, and there's different use cases. Sometimes Control C won't work, or Control Z or Control D will work. In other cases, to Tony's point, a lot of cases, Control C will, if you're running a basic command, if you're stuck somewhere, you can use Control C. Or if it's taking a long time, you could do a Control C to exit out of it. But there are different use cases where you might have to use a different interrupt to get out of the what I call like hanging prompt. So there is a difference, but in most cases, Control C will get you out of it. Different use cases, you have to use Control D or Control Z.
Excellent. Thank you, Sean. So with our grep, is there any questions so far on how to be able to go ahead and use grep to search through a file? All right.
Tony,
So
I got a
yes,
question.
go
When
ahead.
you search, like, for example, I made 2 sentences, hello everybody from Earth, or hello from Earth everybody. If I use grep/hello/everybody, can I search for 2 words, separate words?
So we're going to see when we do our grep, we can be able to tell it almost any pattern that we wanted to search for, right? So you said that in this case, you said hello, and then what was the first sentence you said?
Hello, everybody from Earth. And then the other one, I just put hello from Earth, everybody, just for test purposes. And then I put grep space hello space everybody. I was wondering, it only highlighted hello, but it didn't highlight everybody.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So you said grep hello everybody, like that?
Yes.
And was that all that you entered?
Yeah, I should I have put quotations in it, or?
That's exactly what we're going to get to, right? So if we just did
Oh,
this right
okay.
here, grep hello everybody, notice that again, kind of like Sean told us before, right? When the spaces are taken into account, it's going to assume the first space divides the command and the first thing the command is expecting, right? So grep is the command, since that's the first thing that we typed, and then we get to our first space. After that first space is going to take hello to be the pattern that it's looking for. And then the second space is dividing the pattern that we're telling it to search for with the file we're telling it to search in. So in this case, with what I typed, grep hello space everybody, it's expecting everybody to be the name of a file. And that's why it says afterwards, no such file or directory, right? Now,
Oh, I had duck. Yeah, you're right, though. You're right.
Let's go ahead and try that. Notice, like you said, here, it's going to go ahead and take into account exactly also what Sean told us, right? If we have spaces for certain things, it's going to assume that we're doing it more than once, right? So notice the very first thing it tells me is, hey, everybody, there's no such file or directory, right? Why? Because now this time it's taking it that before the first space, that's our command. So we're doing a grep. After that first space, this is the pattern that I'm searching for, hello. After the second space, everything after this is taking it to be different file names that we're searching for, right? So like Sean has told us, we're repeating that command, grep hello, but we're doing it to all these files afterwards, or at least what it assumes are files. So it's assuming I want to search for hello inside of a file called everybody. I want to search for a file called duck and look for hello inside of there as well, right? And so inside of duck, we see in my version, there's the hello world. So it highlights that for us, right? And it even tells us this is inside of the duck file, right? And then here we have hello and from everybody from Earth, right? And then hello from Earth, everybody, right? So it's telling us on which lines it's finding that hello. Now, if we wanted to look for the entire pattern of hello, everybody, then just like you pointed out, we're going to want to be able to change that with some quotations. That way it's going to assume that that space isn't a delimiter, right? It isn't a way of separating out what is our command and what is our pattern and what is our file name. This space that's inside of hello everybody is actually part of the pattern
string.
that we wanted to search for. So this is a string, yes. So now if I go grep and then I put these quotations around it, now when I hit enter, notice it's going to look for hello and then everybody. Now it is case sensitive. So if we look at what's right here, that is not capitalized. So it comes back with, there's nothing that matches that exactly, right? Now, if I change this to match that case sensitivity, notice it does find it. Now notice it is going to look exactly for what that string is. So even though there is an everybody here, and there is a hello, is not together. So it's not matching that string exactly. So it is going to look for that pattern
for what,
and exactly.
So it'll only search for what exactly what you tell it to search. It won't
Exactly.
find other patterns. I see what you're saying. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other
Thanks for the
excellent
explanation.
questions? You're welcome. All right. So that's how our grep is going to function, right? It is going to search exactly for the pattern that we tell it to look for. Some of the commands now for our final activities for the night that we're going to have you guys work on, we're going to see what is known as the awk command. So here, I'm going to go ahead and go what is, and let's go awk. And notice that it tells us This is a pattern scanning and processing language. So this is a way to kind of process our strings, to process our data, right? So what does that mean? Well, let's take a look at the man page for awk. So here, we're going to see right here, this is part of the awk programming language. And so there's a way to tell it what it is that we're kind of wanting to do with this, right? So here, we're going to see that it's typically going to go ahead and start off with some POSIX or new style options. So we're going to give it some options of how we want it to be able to go ahead and process this data, how we want it to analyze our data. And then we're going to go ahead and kind of give it a program file to be able to run through or do something with, or we can just give it a text file that we wanted to analyze, right? So here, let's go ahead. Let's look back at our file for duck. We see here, we have that hello world, nice day, isn't it? Hello everybody from Earth, and then hello from Earth, everybody. And so here, let's see. Let's go ahead. Let's modify this just a little bit. I'm going to say hello world. Let's actually say once again. All right, so here we're going to see that I have hello space. So our spaces are going to kind of be delimiters, kind of like what we saw when we were going ahead and looking at our sort function on Monday, right? How it was going to go and kind of form columns, so to speak, based on our spaces, right, by default. So here I have hello space, world space, once space, and then again. So I have 4 different words. We can picture this like 4 different columns, right? And then I have nice day, isn't it? So another 4. Hello, everybody from Earth. So 4, hello from Earth, everybody. So 4 again. So I now have this as a nice file with 4 words on each line. So I can be able to go ahead and do something like awk. This is telling my command terminal that I want to be able to use some awk terminology, right? That programming language. Now, when we do this, we're typically going to go ahead and do kind of the following. We're going to go ahead and go single quote, and then an open curly bracket. This is going to be how we begin the way we're going to tell it to analyze what we're looking at, right? So what is it that we're going to do? After we start with a single quote and our curly brace, we're going to give it an action that we want it to do. Typically for our purposes, it's going to be to print. So here, I'm telling it to go ahead and print out some data. The data that I wanted to be able to go ahead and print out comes next. I want to tell it what exactly I want it to show me, what exactly I want it to print. Now, when we say print, what we're really meaning is display it to the screen. That's what print is going to represent. So what is it that I want it to print? I'm going to go ahead and use this $sign to indicate a variable. I'm not really wanting it to print out the next thing that I'm telling it to. I'm using this as a variable to represent some information. And so typically we're going to go something like $2. This is going to indicate a particular column. And again, kind of like we saw when we used our sort command on Monday, by default, it's going to use spaces as delimiters. So it's going to look for spaces. And so my second word, essentially, right, is going to be what I'm telling it to print. So it's going to say, go to every line and get me the second column or the second word, whatever's after that space, right? So that's what I'm telling it to do here. And it's going to go ahead and display that into what it shows me. So I'm going ahead and I'm using my awk language. I'm telling it to be able to go ahead and print out something, print out the second column. And then I go ahead and I close it because that's the only action I want it to do now. And then I close that same single quote, right? Now that's going to be one thing we're going to see when we're dealing with stuff like awk or any other type of programming language. Typically when we open something, we have to make sure to close it, right? Just like in math, if you have an open parentheses, you would then have a closed parentheses for it to make sense, right? So here I have an open quote on the left. I should have a closing quote on the right. I have an open curly bracket on the left. I should have a closing curly bracket on the right. So now that I've told it to do that, I then need to tell it what is it going to look through and then display the second column of. So I got to give it a file name. So here I'm going to tell it duck. And notice when I hit enter, it's going to give me that second word, right? So we went ahead and edited hello world, and then we added in once again, right? So world was that second word. And look at that, we see world. Here we had nice day, isn't it? And so we see day as that second word. Here we had everybody. So it's going to go ahead and give me everybody. And then I have from. So it's going to go ahead and give me from. So that's as simple as that. We're not going to get too complex with awk, right? For right now, what we want to know is I can tell it to show me a particular thing, right? Such as the second column. Now, what if I wanted to show the second and the fourth column? Then I can simply go like this, right? Notice I put a space in between, and it's going to go ahead and go $4. So we're telling it I want another variable. I don't want literally to print out the number 4. I want it to be the fourth column. So if I go ahead and hit enter here, notice here, it's going to go ahead and show me both, but they're right next to each other, right? So world, again, day, it, everybody, earth, from, and everybody, right? So it's technically bringing both of these together and showing me what are the contents of that, right? So it's showing me what is the first column, or not the first, but the second column and the fourth column. And so we can be able to go ahead and modify it from there. But this is going to be our basic way to be able to go ahead and use awk. This is a very useful because then we can be able to kind of process our files, right? I can tell it to go into this particular file and then give me just certain pieces of it rather than everything that is on that particular line. Any questions on awk? All right, so with that, we can be able to do a few things, right? Let's say that I only want to see the third word, right? So I want to see just the third column of this file. Then I can do the same thing, and I can be able to go ahead and change this to be 3. So now that's going to show me just the third word. Now let's say I want to sort this, right? So if I want to sort this, how can I do that? Well, right now, with what we've learned, can't, right? I can either tell it to show me that third column, or I can sort the file. Now, I can sort the file based on the third column from what we saw on Monday, but what if I just want to see the third column? I don't want to see the rest of the line, and I want it to be sorted. This is where our concept of piping that Sean has hinted at comes in, right? So this is going to be right above the return button. You'll notice there's the backslash, and then there's typically going to be either you might see a straight line, or you might see a line with a small little break in it, right? So that little line character, that is known as our pipeline character. So when we're talking about piping, we are going to use that pipeline character. Again, it's right above the return key on the right-hand side of your keyboard, right? So it's with the backslash. Now, if I hit shift and I hit that backslash character, we get this line. That's our pipeline character. Now, what does this do? We're going to see that this is an operator that is telling our terminals, telling the computer, take what this previous command, whatever is on the left-hand side, take what that is going to do, and instead of displaying the output to us, kind of like our redirects earlier, right? How we were able to go ahead and do a redirect, and we told it essentially, don't show this to me, instead send it to this other place, right? In this case, when we did a greater than sign, it was sending it to a file. Here, when we do a pipe, we're going to send it to yet another command. So as Sean kind of hinted at on Monday, when we do pipelining like this, we're taking the output of this first command and we're telling it to send it as input for the next one. So here I could say sort. And now look at that. It sorted my contents. So it's going to take what we saw before, right? This is what it was printing out. It showed once, isn't, from, earth, and then a blank line because we had that in our file. And it's going to sort it out. So according to, as Sean explained, right, when we do sort, it's a lexicographical sort. It's basing it off of our ASCII table. So we're going to see an empty space comes before any of our other characters that are able to be printed. So that comes before even our uppercase characters. So we see that first, then we see any uppercase characters in alphabetical order. So we see earth. Then we see our lowercase characters in alphabetical order. So we see F, which comes before I, which comes before O. So we went ahead and took that output from when we did awk and then sent it to sort to get that output sorted. And so now we're able to see just that column because that's the output from awk, and we were able to tell it to sort that output. And so now we have it sorted, right? Any questions on how we're able to do that piping? All right. The next thing we're going to see is we can actually do this again and again and again, right? So I could say, let's go ahead and send this, let's say, to another sort, and let's say we do this in reverse. So notice what's going to happen here is I can be able to pipe as many times as I want. And whatever is going to happen is it'll run through this from left to right. So it's going to do the first thing on the left. In this case, we told it to process my duck file and show me just the third column, right? Then it's going to go to the next command to the right. So it's taking that output and it sorted it. So we would have had something like this, right? But then we piped it again and we told it to send that to this next command, which we told it to then sort in reverse order. And so we see that's exactly what happened, right? The end result was it took our third column, sorted it, and then took that sorted column, reverse sorted it, and then showed me that reverse. So I can be able to pipe this and send it to another command and send that to another command and so on and so forth as many times as I want, and it will process it from left to right. So whatever the output of this command is becomes the input to this command. Whatever that output is would become the input to this, and so on, right? So that leads us into this next thing. Let's go ahead and go back into my duck file. Let's say here, actually we have 3 hellos. That's actually a good example. We'll just stay with that. So let me go ahead and exit out of here. And let's change this up to printing out the first column. So if I do this first column, and let's say we just do just one sort, notice we see hello, 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 nice, right? Because we have the hello world, nice day, isn't it? And then hello from Earth, and then hello everybody from Earth, and so on and so forth. So we see 3 hellos because that's what 3 of our lines start with. So now we're going to learn about the unique command. So UNIQ. So what is this? Well, what is unique? We see this tells us it is going to report or omit repeated lines. What does that mean? Essentially, if there are duplicates, we can send that output, we can pipe it to unique, and it will get rid of those duplicates, right? So let's go ahead and do this, where I'm going to go ahead and say, let's go ahead and do awk, where we're going to print out that first column. We're going to tell it to go to duck, get the first column from there, print it out. Let's sort it, and then I'm going to send it to unique. And notice now, instead of 3 hellos, as a matter of fact, let's go ahead and clear this. And let's do that again. Notice instead of 3 hellos, I get only 1. So what is it doing? It's looking to see, is there a pattern being repeated? And then once we repeat that pattern, can we go ahead and get rid of it? So we show only the unique patterns, hence the name, right? So since I had hello 3 times, those weren't unique versions of that word hello. So it got rid of those ones that were the same. And we only see 1 instance of the word hello. Now, let's do this. Let me go ahead and get rid of this sort command. And let's just go ahead and tell it, let's get that first column and print it out as it is instead of sorting it and send that to unique. And notice we get hello, nice, hello. Why did it show hello only once the first time we did it, but this time it's showing hello twice? Isn't unique supposed to be able to go ahead and get rid of duplicates? So if it's the same pattern, in this case, the word hello, shouldn't it still be getting rid of that word and not displaying it to us? It takes a little lazy attempt at what it does, right? It isn't going to go through and compare everything that it's looking at to see if they're the exact same thing and get rid of duplicates. It's just going to compare it to what came before. So if we go and cat out our duck file, we see the first word that it would get when we go ahead and print out our column, right? That first word is the word hello. The next one is the word nice. So it's going to take that word nice and it's going to compare it to what came first. And it's going to say hello and nice are different. No need to remove any duplicates. Then it's going to go and get to the third word, hello. And it's going to look at what came before it, but only the immediately preceding pattern. So it's going to say hello, what came before it? Nice. those are two separate patterns. So it's going to say there's no need to remove any duplicates. Then it comes to our fourth word, hello. And it's going to look at the immediately preceding pattern. That was another hello. So it's going to say, those two things are the same. That's a duplicate. Let's get rid of one of those. And then once it's done getting rid of that fourth one, there are no other words. So it's done with its job. So that's how come we see hello, nice, hello. When we told it to print out just that first column, when we didn't do anything else to it, it's going and checking each one by one to see, is it a duplicate of the word that came previous? And nice was not a duplicate of hello. Hello was not a duplicate of nice, but that final word hello was a duplicate of our third one. And so that's why it got rid of it. And we only see these three. So we have a repeat, unfortunately. But when we did a sort in the first one we see here, right? I went ahead and got that column and I sorted it. Well, when we did a sort, all three of our hellos, right? Let's go ahead and do it again with just the sort. All three of our hellos are one after the other. So when we sort it first, we're grouping all of our similar patterns, right? And so now when it goes through unique, it's going to say, oh, hello is already there. So get rid of that second one. And then when we get to the third word, oh, hello's already there. Get rid of that third one. Then it gets to nice. Oh, nice is different. And so that's how come when we ran that through unique, it got rid of all of our duplicates of hello and only showed it once, right? So unique is going to look for our repeated patterns, but it's only going to compare it to what came before, right? Immediately before it to see, is it a repeating pattern of what I just saw? And so get rid of that duplicate. And if not, we're going to allow it, right? So typically you'll see that we'll use sort and unique together by going ahead and sorting first and then piping it over to unique. So that way it'll group those things that are the same together. And then when we run it through unique, it'll get rid of them. Any questions on how unique works or how our piping works to be able to go ahead and run multiple commands together like this? All right. One last thing I'm going to point out, and then we'll go ahead and get you guys into your breakout rooms. I want to go ahead and go back into my duck file, and we're going to go ahead and change some things into here. So here, I'm going to start using some numbers, and we're going to show you what's the difference between what we were doing as a lexicographical sort and what we might actually expect from a sort, right? So here, I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, let's say 10, 11, 12, and then 22, 23. So let me go ahead and save this. And if I cat this out, we see those are our numbers. Let's run this through a sort. Now, if I sort this, it's already kind of sorted, right? It's already in ascending order. So we might expect it to go ahead and come out like the way that it is. So let's say I go ahead and let's go ahead and actually cat duck, and we're going to send this into sort. When I run this, notice it didn't come back the way we might expect. Why? What sort does by default is a lexicographical sort. As Sean explained, this is going to our ASCII table and sorting it based off of that value, right? So when we see a 1, all of our stuff that start with a 1 are going to come first, regardless of what that value is, because it's not looking at it as a number. It's looking at it based on its ASCII value. So we see then 10 is coming before 2, even though we might want it to actually sort this numerically and have it go 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth, right? So it's not doing that by default. It's sorting it based off of the ASCII values. And so when we have to sort it with numbers, we're going to experience this problem, right? So any value that starts with a 1 will come before any 2s. Anything that starts with a 2, as we see right here with 22, will come before something that starts with a 3, and so on and so forth. So how can I be able to get it to change that up? How can I get it to sort numerically? Well, let's go into our man page for sorts. So we're going to see right here, when we go to our options, there is this -n. This is a numeric sort. So here we see that it's actually going to go ahead and compare it based on its numerical value if we give it this option rather than our typical lexicographical sort. So if I were to go ahead and do the same thing, right? Let's actually go ahead and clear this. If I were to go ahead and do the same thing, I'm going to print out my contents of this file and send it to sort. But now I go -n. That way it's doing a numerical sort. We'll notice that it comes back the way we would expect. Right now, I can go and jumble the file up, right? Let's go ahead and do that right now. So instead of having these already kind of in this sorting area, right? I can be able to go ahead and say 23, 13, 7, 4, -1, and let's go ahead and save it with that. And now, if we go ahead and sort it out, notice it does do it numerically. So we see -1 first. I had an extra space there in my file, so it then shows me that space. And then it goes ahead and goes 1, 4, 7, 13, 23. So it is going ahead and sending this in ascending order numerically, right? So we're going to see all of our negative values first, then our small values leading up into the larger ones. Now, again, if I did this without that -n, right, you would see that it starts it based off of the ASCII values. So the space comes first, then our negative, because of that dash, well, that dash value comes before our digits. So it's going to show -1 first, and then anything that starts with a 1, anything that starts with a 2, and so on, right? So we see 13 coming before 4, for example, when it shouldn't, if we're doing this numerically. So keep that in mind. If we're going to sort, our sort by default does a lexicographical sort, so it's based off of the ASCII values. If we wanted to sort our numbers correctly, we need to add that -n option. Any questions over anything that we've gone over tonight so far? All right. In that case, if the breakout rooms are ready, let's go ahead and open them up. We're going to go ahead and take a look at real quick. What is the thing we're going to have you work on? So let me go ahead and pull that up, and we'll see exactly what it is that we're going to have you guys do. So let's see, let me share my screen once again so we can see our Simply Learn. So we're going to see right here, right, in our self-learning, over here on the right-hand side, we are under finding files, so 1.3, right, finding files and data. And if we scroll down, we're going to go ahead and be in activity 2A. So we're going to have you work on activity 2A, file storage, right? You guys can read what the exercise is going to have you do. This is going to be using the different directories that we told you about earlier, right? 2B, to be able to go ahead and find and search, right? So again, here our exercise, we're going to see what that is. You guys can go ahead and read that. But this is going to be using our commands of locate and find to be able to go ahead and look for information, right? And we can be able to use our redirects. And then we're going to have try to get through 2A and 2B tonight while you're in the breakout rooms. If you're able to finish those, you guys can move on to the last two, right? So activity 2C, words and phrases. We're going to see right there, we're going to be using our grep. So the commands there are going to be grep, echo, and again, our redirects. And then finally, the last exercise we're going to have you work on 2D is going to be working with our awk command to be able to go ahead and see different files, right? So you guys can be able to go ahead and read through the exercise and then take a look at the commands in case you need a refresher on what we talked about. So we're going to be using awk, sort, and then our piping concept and our unique commands, right? So we're going to go ahead and put you into the breakout rooms. Again, if we're in our self-learning for our LMS, it's our second course, right? We're going to be at 1.3, finding files and data, and we're working activities 2A through 2D. Try to get the first two done, right? 2A and 2B tonight. And then if you finish those, you can move on to 2C and 2D. If you don't finish those, or if that's all you had time for by the time we're done with our breakout rooms, that's fine. Try to finish 2C and 2D on your own outside of class. So that way, by the time we meet tomorrow, right, for Thursday, you would have hopefully have finished those. So we're going to go ahead and give you some time now to be able to go ahead and get into your breakout rooms to try those 4 different activities. Any questions before we go ahead and have you guys get started on that? All right, let's go ahead and open up the breakout rooms and let's have you guys get started on that. And have fun working on those exits or those exercises, right? All right.
Sorry. I didn't know how to create the staff room.
Usually I'll just create an extra room and then rename it.
Okay. I did the basically I did the assign automatically. Is there a way I
Okay.
could create an extra room? Maybe.
I'm unsure if once they're started, if there can be an extra room. Let's see. Yeah, I'm unsure if once the rooms have started, if they're opened up and they've already joined them, I'm not sure if there's a way to create an extra one at that point.
Oh, okay. Whoops.
No worries.
I'll try to. I'll do it manually next time to see how that works.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
All right, so I think we'll go ahead and give them a little bit of time to be able to go ahead and work on these exercises, and then we'll jump into the rooms and see how they're doing.
Sounds good.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and step away just for a few minutes real quick, and then I'll be right back.
Okay, sounds good. See you in a little bit. Hey, Abel. Oh, you're muted. You're talking.
Yeah. So when I'm working on the lab, like I go halfway and I get interrupted with work or whatever, and then it closes. Is it possible to go back and continue, or do I have to start over all the time?
No, you should be able to start up the lab and continue where it left off.
Okay. So how? So when you turn it on, when I turn it on, is it supposed to be there already, or there's certain things that I need to do to open it?
No, yeah. So once you turn on your lab, you'll have to basically start up your terminal, but then everything you're not. So what I'm saying is, it's not going to take like a snapshot of it. However, it's not going to erase or reset anything. So if you go into the terminal and then go back to the directory that you're working on, everything should be there, right? Like it's not going to, like, let's say you ran like sudo activity1 setup, right? And let's say you timed out, you log in the next day, you don't have to run that command again. It will already be there. So you just have to change your directory to practice activity1A, and you should be able to continue where you left off.
Okay. Okay. So I see. No need to restart the whole thing. Just go to the practice and it should be there.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
So,
I've been
yeah,
restarting like from scratch, so I'm just
yeah,
I'll try
just
that.
don't run the sudo setup again, because that will basically wipe out all your work. Just navigate
That's
to
what I've
the
been doing.
directory.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yep. I don't think if we went over this, but do you mind quickly going over the two and greater than sign to dev null when you're running like the find command to like eliminate all the permission error that pop up?
Sure. So yeah, we haven't gone over that yet. But yeah, let's go ahead and cover that real quick right now. And then we'll go ahead and see if there's any questions or if anybody was experiencing any something that was very problematic. And then we'll wrap it up for tonight. So to go over what Sean was talking about, let me go ahead and clear this. So when we're doing our redirects, we showed you how you can be able to go ahead and redirect with just a single greater than, or we could be able to append with our two greater than signs. And we said, if I were to go ahead and do something, so like, let's say I go ahead and cat out my duck file, normally we'd see this information, right? It would go ahead and display the contents. I could be able to go ahead and redirect that, whatever command I give it, whatever output is going to show to the screen, I can be able to say, take that output and send it to somewhere else. So here I'm going to just call it some file. If I go ahead and do an ls, I've essentially copied over the contents of duck into some file, right? And we see that there. So what Sean has said, let's go ahead and take a look at what else can we redirect. So when we have just that single greater than sign, or if we do an append, this is going to take our output. So whatever our command is normally going to go ahead and produce, and what is it going to show us on our screen, that's what it's redirecting. However, we can be able to tell it to redirect errors. So let's say I go ahead and I try to cat file 1. If I hit that, notice I get this error message that says cat file 1, no such file or directory. So it's telling us, hey, there was a problem trying to execute this command. You told me to cat out the contents of file 1, but that doesn't exist. I wasn't able to find a file or a directory with that name. So instead of displaying that error message, right? Because even if I were to go ahead and say cat file 1 into, let's say, file 2, right? Notice I still see that error message, even though I told it redirect the stuff. I still see that it created file 2 for me. And if I try to cat that out, there's nothing in there because there wasn't anything to cat from file 1 since it didn't exist, but it didn't redirect that error message. So how can I do that? Well, I can be able to go ahead and say cat file 1, and then I can say 2 greater than. And this is going to tell us to go to a different channel, is what it's called. Our output is one channel, one type of message that we might see getting shown to the screen. If I go 2 greater than, this is going to go ahead and redirect error messages. So here, if I say, let's go ahead and redirect that to file 2, and I hit enter, notice it didn't give me that error message now. So before, when I was going ahead and doing this, right, without redirecting, it gave me that error message, cat file 1 doesn't exist, right? And as a matter of fact, if I go ahead and cat out file 2, we see it has that error message, because when I did a number 2 greater than, it's saying anything that you would display on the error channel. So any error messages that would happen from running this command, redirect it to file 2. And so that's what happened. We went ahead and sent it there instead of displaying it. So if I do a regular greater than sign, it's only going to redirect output. Error messages are still going to be seen. If I don't want to see those error messages, I can redirect it by going 2 and greater than. That'll redirect our error messages to anywhere that we want to send it. Now, one way we can handle this is typically we're going to go ahead and send this to dev null. Now, if we go ahead and take a look at this, so let's say that I want to be able to see, let's actually go ahead and go to dev. So this is one of the directories we talked about earlier. And if we go right here, we're going to see that there is this null directory right here, null. This is essentially a throwaway location where we send things there. We're essentially saying completely ignore this, just destroy whatever we send here, essentially, right? So when I go ahead and say, let's go ahead and do the same cat file 1, and I do 2 greater than, and I send it to dev null, I'm essentially saying, I don't want to actually save this to anything. I don't want to have a file with this information. I want to completely ignore it. So send my error message here so that we're just throwing it away. So when I do that, I'm running my command, and any error messages that it might produce are getting sent to this null location, which is just going to destroy it. So we don't actually have a file with that error message. I'm telling my command to completely ignore any errors that it's going to tell me. So this is one way to be able to handle that. And we're doing that with a simple redirect, but telling it to use channel 2, our error message channel. Any questions on that? All right, June, I see your hand is raised. Go ahead.
My question is, if I, for instance, what I was just doing in the practice 2B, if I wanted to find a group of files owned by a specific user, and I then wanted to send all those files to a specific file within a directory, like we wanted to send all the files from the fstack user into the activity 2b/badguy.files area, could we use the dev null extension to get rid of all the error messages that appear after you do that, or is that not possible?
So yeah, we could be able to give it the command to be able to go ahead and either search for that, or afterwards, if we want to copy it, right, to tell it to copy those things over. And then after our command, just kind of like how we did this right here, right? Our command here was simply, we want to, if file one exists, cat it out. We could then follow it up with this portion right here, which is going to say, run that command. And if there's any errors, if there's any problems with running that command, simply send those error messages to dev null. So yeah, we could have been able to go ahead and do that, right? Tell it to either display or try to be able to find those files that we were looking for, and then send those error messages to anytime it doesn't have permission to search for something, or anytime it's having a problem, just send those error messages to dev null. Or if we're trying to copy something over and maybe we don't have permission to copy something or something like that, again, send those error messages to dev null, right? So as long as we have a valid command first, we can then follow up that valid command with this, and that just simply says, run my command, and any error messages that it would display, just simply throw them away.
And then what would the syntax be if we want to do that, as well as do the proper syntax for copying all the files into a specific area?
So let's say right here, actually, let's go ahead and go back to. All right, so let's say that I'm back in my demo. I have all these files right here, and let's say that I want to be able to go ahead and demo 2. I want to be able to go ahead and copy them from demo into demo 2, right? So maybe I'm going to go right here and I'm going to say, let's see, let's go into demo. So maybe right here, I want to be able to go ahead and copy. Maybe I'm going to go ahead and copy, let's say, everything, right? So I'm going to use my wildcard for this in this case. And I want to be able to go ahead and tell it where to copy it to. So I'm going to go ahead and say, go up 1 and go into demo 2. So I want to copy everything here into demo 2. Now, if I wanted to do that, and if I were expecting that there might be a problem, there might be some error messages, I can just simply follow that up with, now that I have my valid command, 2 greater than, and then send that to dev null. When I hit enter, it'll perform that command, and any error messages that might have popped up, it's going to throw them away. And so now if I go over to demo 2, we see I've copied over all those files.
Gotcha, thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. John, I see your hand is up as well. What's your question?
Hi, Tony. I was wondering if you were executing a command that had you expected to have both a valid output that you wanted to send into a file, as well as a bunch of errors that you wanted to redirect, maybe not to dev null, but to another file for later analysis. Is there a way you could do both of those at the same time?
Let's see. So one beautiful thing about working with computers is we can be able to test that and see how does that actually work. So let's say that I want to be able to go ahead. I want a cat, let's say cow, and let's say file 1. Right. So as Sean has shown us, if I do that space in between, it's going to assume I want to do both of these things, right? I want a cat cow, I want a cat out file 1. If I hit enter, notice it's going to give me that error message right here that file 1 does not exist, right? Let's see. Cow itself doesn't have anything in it. So let's actually go ahead and tell it to cat our duck file, which has something there. So here we see that it did go ahead and print out everything that's in duck. And then it told us file 1 doesn't exist, but that file 1 is an error message, while this is our regular input, right? So let's see, can we do both of these things at the same time? So I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to say redirect. So if I just use the regular redirect, that's our output, right? Maybe I'm going to go ahead and send this to file 2. And then let's go ahead and try and see if I can be able to also tell it to redirect our error messages, right? So I'm going to go 2 greater than, and I'm going to send that to dev null. And let's see if that works. If I hit enter, notice I don't see any issues, right? So my error messages, we told it to send it to dev null, and I didn't see the error message that we got right here, right? At the same time, I told it the output of this, send it to file 2, and I didn't see this getting displayed, so it didn't show me my regular output. And if I go ahead and cat out file 2, we see there is my regular output. So we can indeed be able to go ahead and combine this, right? We can be able to say, redirect the regular output here, redirect the error messages here, just like this.
Well, thanks, Tony.
You're welcome. All right. With that, are there any other questions, concerns, or comments that anybody has with what we've discussed tonight? All right, June, I see your hand is raised.
Sorry to ask again, but if we have any questions on further exercises that we're doing outside of class, can we put them in the Slack channel?
By all means, yes. That's exactly what it's there for. So yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other excellent questions like that? All right. In that case, we're going to go ahead and close it down here tonight. Thank you guys for sticking around. I know we went a few minutes extra once again. So I thank you for your time. I thank you guys for sticking around. If you have any questions, Sean and I will stick around for a few more minutes to be able to address that. Otherwise, that's all we have for you tonight. Again, we're going to also have it that we'll post what we want you guys to do between now and tomorrow. So keep an eye on that on the Slack channel when we post that summary. Otherwise, have a wonderful night. We'll see you guys for tomorrow's class.
Survey.
Thank you, Tony. Sean, appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Good night. Is there a survey, Sean or Tony?
I think Harsh will post that if there is. I would
Maybe
say
on
keep an
Slack.
eye on probably on the Slack channel to be able to go ahead and see for that link for that
I
survey.
mean Slack. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Good night, Antonio. Antonino. Call him Antonio again.
All right. For those of you that are still here, if you have any questions, feel free to be able to go ahead and ask.
Good night, Alex. Henry, Joe, Griffith, Jeremy, Wilson. Oh, see, call the
Yeah.
names in.
Question. Yeah. So
Yeah.
so we were still in the breakout room, and I didn't get back. We didn't get back in enough time. But I know Tony, you were covering some of the material. So was that in reference to the lab that we just did, activity 2B, as far as running the single command to search the entire file system by Scrappy, I guess, by the malicious user, and
So
output it.
what we were demonstrating right there at the end was just a little helpful. It's not something that we actually need for the activities. But when we're doing our search through these activities, there could be times where we see a bunch of error messages coming up, and that can kind of clog the screen, right? It can be very cluttering.
Right.
So we just showed a way that we can be able to kind of get rid of that by having our error messages kind of just, hey, discard that. Don't actually show that to me, right?
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Okay.
Mhm.
So like hinting at what we need to do to solve that, the lab,
Right.
right?
So if we don't want to see those error messages, or if we want to be able to go ahead
Okay.
and kind of declutter what's happening, we could do that. But it's not necessary to complete the activities.
Right. Okay, great. All right.
Mhm.
Well, thanks a lot, guys.
All right, then.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.
Yeah. All right. Jeremy.
If you have
You
any
here?
questions, Jeremy, go ahead.
I think he might be FK. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove.
All right.
Sounds
Well
good.
then, gentlemen, good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Good evening, all the learners to join for today's bootcamp live session. Thank you for joining. Can you please confirm me on the chat box that my voice is loud and clear to you or not?
Yeah, we can hear you, Harsh.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Sean. And thank you all. Perfect. So without any further ado, let's start with today's session. I'm going to provide the presentation access to our trainers for today.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
kindly confirm me, Sean. Did you get the access or not?
1 second.
Yeah.
I don't. I think I still don't have access. Or I mean, I could share. I don't have co-host. Is what I meant.
Okay.
Now I have co-host. Thank you.
Perfect. Tony, can you confirm from your end once?
Yes, looks like I have co-host now as well.
Perfect. So yeah, I will be available on Slack and even on chat. So any general queries, please drop text. Okay. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Harsh.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, welcome to class. Before we begin, again, I'd like to give other students some time to join. So while we are waiting, please go ahead and start your labs. Get your VN Linux up and running. And my kid has a problem. Give me 1 second. All right, so that was my my older kid. He said he dropped all the popcorn. The dog ate it all. So I'll go check it out after this. How the dog is doing. Anyways, but yeah, if you haven't already, go ahead and start your VNs. And yeah, while we wait, just maybe a couple more minutes. If you have any questions in regards to anything that we went over so far, or anything cybersecurity related. Okay, Jim, go ahead.
Hi, I have a couple questions.
Mhm.
First question is that let me pull up the notes I have here. In exercise 2C, there is a prompt here that says the malicious actor tried to send some special code that gave them a special shell, and it's easy to recognize by the bin sh in their request. What time did he send this malicious code? I wanted to clarify what it means when it references bin sh.
Oh, shell. Bin sh
Yeah.
is shell. So if I do something, what is it? So currently, if I do something like echo shell, I get bin bash. But I think I remember saying last week that there are different type of terminals. There's the bash shell, there's the regular shell, that's the bin sh. There's a Z shell, there's T shell, there's a bunch of different shell names. But what it does is it's basically just a different version of the terminal. I don't know if we might be able to experience the bin sh version of the shell later on when we get to red team, when we get our initial access, and you'll see how much different it is. It's very similar in terms of the commands you run, but the way you interact with it is very different. And a lot of times what you'll end up doing is not elevate, but change your shell into bash so that you have these sort of different fonts, different color. But long story short, bin sh is just another version of shell, another version of terminal.
Gotcha. And then I have a
Yeah.
follow-up question.
Sure.
On exercise 2D, there's a prompt that asks us to cross-reference, it says here, let me pull this up. Using these two files, we can cross-reference to see who visited both SSH and the web server. Write a command that will output all of the unique IP addresses that are visited via SSH. I was having quite a difficult time trying to figure out how to do this, and I was wondering what the solution was.
Sorry, that was my my younger kid coming in to tell me the same story. Tony, were you able to get the question, or if not, can you repeat the question? I'm so sorry.
Sure. Question I'm asking is clarification on the 8th question on activity 2D, which says
Yeah.
using these two files, we can cross-reference to see who visited both SSH and the web server. Write a command that will output all of the unique IP addresses that are visited. via SSH. I was curious on how to do this because I tried and I failed a lot.
Okay, it's probably access log and SSH log, but let me just verify real quick. So if you go into var log, whoops. We have SSH. Where's SSH? Might not be. Did it tell you where it is? Hold on. Let's see here. Did you get these logs when you ran that setup?
I think yes, it came in the activity 2D directory.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. Let me do that. Okay, so if I do SSH. Okay, so notice how we have, you might have to do some brief analysis, but it looks like from me, from just looking at this, it looks like all the SSH people who have accessed our system via SSH, we have this entry where we have the month, the day, the time, the name of the server, the service, SSHD, and then basically either accepted or probably dropped password for root from, and this is the IP address. So what, from the question that I'm reading, it seems like what it's asking us to do is basically pull all the IPs out first, and then find the unique instances of those IPs.
I tried to do this, but the unique command that I used did not actually give the true unique IPs. It only gave the unique IPs if they were next to each other. And I forgot how to do the unique IPs based on the specific number instead of if it's like mentioned yesterday, if it was next to each other.
Right. So there's two things you could do. You could do, let's see. So you could actually do something like, so whatever your command is, let me see what it is. Actually, say, SSH. Do you remember what? Actually, we could do this real quick if it doesn't take too long. Did you do the awk to separate all of these?
Yes, I did.
2, 4, 5, 6. Oh, here. 1, 2, 3.
I did that and I turned it into a new file twice. But I guess I got stuck on the spot where I was supposed to cross-reference them.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's a better way. But to answer your question, you need to pipe it into sort first, and then do another pipe into unique. Or you could pipe it into sort. There's an option in sort where it will do unique sort, right? So if I do something like sort help, you can use something like -u, right? So basically sort it and give it a unique output. So technically you don't have to pipe it again into unique. So there's multiple ways to do this, but if you've already got the IP addresses out, you either have to pipe it into sort, then to pipe it into unique, or just pipe it into sort with the option of -u.
Okay, thank you for explaining.
Yep. Give me 5 seconds. I'll be right back. I'm back. Cool. All right. Before we begin, please if you have your cameras on or cameras available, please go ahead and turn them on now. Because I do look at your faces as I'm teaching, and if I see a frustrated face or a blank face, that's a good sign to me that I probably did a poor job explaining what I'm about to, what I was about to explain. So, and I think going forward, because we did get some feedback for those who have their cameras off or just don't engage that much when we get into breakout rooms. And it's not, once you have one or two people turning their cameras off and not having their mic, it just makes the other person who has the camera on and the mic on a bit uncomfortable that they're just there by themselves. So going forward, if you feel more comfortable that way, maybe, we could create another breakout session where, you guys could have your cameras off, right? But the idea here is that everyone should have their cameras available and on, right, at all times. Obviously, if you're going to the restroom or if you're eating, you can turn it off for a little bit, but this is, I think, the end of the second week, and I still haven't seen some of your faces, and it's not good, right? So, but hopefully, you'll start trickling in and putting that on as we progress here. But yeah, I think we have a lot of us here. Any other questions before we get started? Let me check the chat real quick. Oh, thank you, Brendan. Thank you for that update. And Navarro, Nancy, thank you, appreciate that. Cool. All right, if there's no other questions, let's go ahead and get started with today's content. So we'll be going over text editing today. And what I mean by text editing, I meant text editing in the terminal, right? We're not gonna be going over text editing on the text editor or the Word, Microsoft Word, or Google Docs. We'll be doing all of this inside of our terminal, which is very similar. It basically deals with strings and texts, but there are some shortcuts and some tricks, right, that we could enter text or strings into a file, right? We sort of learned it yesterday with redirection, right? We did the redirection, we did the append, we even redirected error messages, right? So we're basically going to learn some of that again today, but also we'll get into a couple of tools that's built into our terminal that does exactly this, text editing, right? And one of the main reasons why we go over text editing is because, like I said, once we get to the real world and you guys become cyber, security analysts or stock analysts, when we deal with servers, servers, whether it's web server or whether it's our internal tools or, database somewhere out there, right? Whatever the case might be, most, I'll say like 99% of the times, we're not going to get a GUI, right? We will have an operating system, but even the operating system will only have the terminal, right? If you look at like Linux servers, even though what you're seeing on my screen now, actually, are you guys seeing my screen now? Just to quickly verify. Okay. Yeah. When you guys see this here, yeah, it's a Linux, but you get to see this GUI, right? You get to see like this panther with the laser eye and all that. This is because it's not a server, right? This is just a Linux endpoint that have, again, Linux has a lot of distributions. Some of them are for user consumption. Some of them are for servers, right? And we talked about how lightweight it could be if it doesn't have any of this graphical user interface. Well, a lot of the servers are light. So what I mean by that is it won't have the graphical user interface. So in order to interact with that server, you need to basically do everything that you need to do from the terminal, right? Starting next week, we're going to talk about different way to connect to these servers through the terminal. But once we get to that terminal, whatever sort of file navigation or file editing all needs to happen from the terminal. And that's why it's important for us to understand how we could do that and learn different tools to help us, edit text. Because at the end of the day, it could be you doing the analysis, right? Collecting information, or you could be writing scripts, right? We'll also be talking about that in about a couple weeks, how to do some sort of automation, how to, write these sort of automated scripts inside of Bash, so that maybe you won't be there physically or remotely, but the server will run your commands automatically depending on the time of the day or time of the week or whatever the case might be. Yeah, and the way we do that is basically through the text editing. We have to write our commands inside the text, make that into a script, and let the server run it, right? And vice versa. If you need to pull some data out from that server, well, you can't really do that with just words. You're not going to get a pen and paper, start writing down notes. You'll probably have to put all of that notes or information or data inside of a text and then transfer that file from that server into wherever you need to take it over, right? So again, just a quick intro to why we're learning about text editing and why it's important, okay? Cool. So for the demo, before I continue with the demo, any questions on text editing? There wasn't that much intro to begin with, but if you have any questions, please let me know. All right, so let me go ahead and pull up my lab here. So for this one, let's go to my main. I was kind of playing around with some of these earlier today. Let's go into editor. Yeah, let me go ahead and remove all of this. Cool. Okay, so the first command we're going to learn is echo. Echo basically just display a line of text into standard out. So echo whatever, it's going to display whatever that I want to display into the standard out, which is the terminal. So for example, if I say echo hello, notice I get standard out of hello into my terminal. Now, this might be a review from yesterday, but if I do something like echo hello and then redirect it, right? Remember, the redirect is instead of putting this out into my standard out, I'm going to redirect it to somewhere else. In a lot of cases, to a file. I could call this a hello file. That if I do ls, I actually have a file called hello. If I were to cat hello, I should get the word hello out, right? Another sort of quick review from yesterday is if I say, give me 1 second, let me see. I hear myself talking, so let me see. If you, is that me? Who, does someone have a mic on? I don't see you guys, or I don't see who has their mic on, but I can still like hear myself echo. Never mind. Another quick review is if I do something like echo world and appended, right, using the > sign, and then append it into hello, right? Again, even though the echo command is supposed to output the world, the string world out into my terminal, it doesn't because I'm redirecting. I'm redirecting it and appending it to the content of file hello. So if I were to cat hello now, I get hello and world, right? Cool. So that's the first command, echo. Echo, you'll use echo a lot for testing purposes and to create files, right? You could do something like echo, let me see if this works, test. Yeah, you could basically create empty files using echo. Remember we talked about using the command touch, right? Well, you could also do this with echo. You just don't pass anything in it. Well, later on, we're gonna learn that it did actually pass something in. It passed in the new line, but other than that, there's no content in it, right? So let me see if this will work. Echo -n, pipe that into new file. If I were to cat new file, now there's nothing. So there's another trick. If you don't want to pipe or create a new line after the echo, you could do the -n, right? And so if I were to do this, it basically redirects nothing into a file called new file, right? The next command, I think we sort of went over this, or we didn't go over it, but you definitely seen myself and Tony use it. It's called nano, right? So if I do what is nano? Nano's another editor inspired by Pico. But basically it's just a text editor, right? So if I do nano, let's go into that new file that we just created with our echo command. This is the nano text editor, right? So at the very top, you have the new nano 4.8, probably the version name. You have the name of the file at the top. At the bottom is basically your what you would have, like, you know, if you have like Microsoft Word at the top, you have like the file, right? You have to edit, you have like, you know, insert, you know, whatever those help bar, right? Well, this is basically the help option for Nano while you're inside of the Nano application. You have to think about this as an application, right? Because we don't have the prompt anymore. There's no more prompt. But in the terminal, we have a text editor, right? So this is, in essence, is running on top of the terminal, right? In order to get our terminal back, or our prompt back, we have to save or exit out of this Nano application back into our terminal, right? So once we run Nano, we're now in the Nano world. We're no longer in our prompt, right? So we can't do something like Control-C and get out of here. We need to give it the options for Nano to either save or to exit. And once we exit out of Nano, we have our prompt and our terminal back, right? But while we're in it, right, again, you have the sort of the version, you have the file name, you have all these options at the bottom that you could use. This isn't all of the options that is available with the Nano. There's a lot of options you could give it. Now, we are not going to teach you every options because, again, it's not within the scope of this class, right? These options, if you want to get more familiar with it, just Google, you know, Nano shortcuts or cheat sheet. You'll find a lot of the options. Now, some of them you'll use a lot or frequently. Some of them you'll probably never use it, right? I personally don't use a lot of options. The only time I need to use something is basically when I need to save and exit out of Nano, right? Okay, so that's basically the layout of the Nano application. Once you're inside Nano, it works just like a text editor. If you were to open a text editor from the operating system, you just type whatever you need to type, you know, and it will just work, right? All of the keys work just as if, you know, you're writing on Microsoft Word. There's no, you know, different modes. And the reason why I'm going over this is because when we talk about Vim, we do have different, it is a little bit different. But as far as the Nano goes, it is very similar. The only thing I would say is a little bit different is if you were to go over the limit here, you have this little funny thing with the arrow. So you don't get to see the front of the text. So you basically went outside of your Nano page, and now you're in this sort of second page. You still see the first two lines because it didn't go over that page, but for the line that you went over, you just see it from where it was, you know, where it cut off, right? And so in order for you to edit something in previous, you have to scroll left, right? And the way you scroll left is with the arrow keys. Okay. Cool. Testing, right? But basically, that's basically it. It works just as intended, right? There's no secrets. It's just a text editor, and as you're writing text, it should work just like a text editor, right? Now, the way we save and exit out of this Nano will be a little bit different, which we're going to go over. Actually, let's go over that now. So, where is it? So basically, what I like to do from here is if I like to exit whatever, whether I exit without saving or I need to exit, after I save this, I don't like to go over multiple steps. So what I like to do is I go straight to exit. Now you can do different options to read file, write out. You could do, you could find, you could paste text, all of this sort. But let me just kind of go over how do you exit out of Nano. So every time you see these up arrow tick, it's called a caret. What they're actually telling you to do is press the control key. So in order to exit out of Nano, you do control X, right? And then it will ask you, do you want to save this modified buffer? And if you want to, you type in Y. If you don't want to, you type no. And if you type control C, you'll go back to your options. So for this, I'll just say, yeah, I want to save all my work. So I just type in Y. And then it will ask you, what is the name of the file that you want to write to? And it will give you the default name, which is the file that you just opened, which is new file. If you want to change the name, this is where you could change the name. I personally don't, right? But you can. This is where you can. So if you don't want to change the file name, you just type enter. And now you're out of the Nano. Now you have your prompt back. Now you're back in your terminal. So let's verify that whatever that we just did in the Nano application worked and saved all the content into new file. Let's do cat new file. And notice how we have all of our stuff, all of our work inside of that file, right? Any questions so far? This is pretty straightforward. Let me see here. Let me try this. Nano, new file. So a couple options that I see in the LMS is Control K, which is to cut text, line of text. So let's say this line was all in error. So let's go ahead and try this out with Control K. And notice how the whole line of text is now gone, right? And let's say I want to copy this. Let's see. Oh, actually, since I cut it, I could probably do this. Control U. Yep. So once you cut it, you could actually paste it using the Control U, right? What else? And then you could do Control W to say, hey, I want to look for hello world inside my text. And it will take you to that line where the hello world begins. Okay. Any questions on some of those that we just went over? Now you might be thinking, well, why do I need to delete a line of text? Why can't I just go to that line that I want to delete and just backspace? You definitely can, but it's just a shortcut. And a lot of folks in tech, they like doing things quickly. And if there's a shortcut to do the same thing, well, this takes in what, I don't know, 5 seconds and 30 keystrokes. Well, they could argue that they could do it in half a second with 2 keystrokes, right? Whatever works for them. But just know that the shortcut does exist in order, if you need to use it. And it will come in handy if you have a lot of lines that you have to get rid of, just like the one from our exercise. I think they make you delete like 26 lines. Well, if you're going to backspace 26 lines, it's going to take you quite a bit, right? Oh, the other thing I didn't mention. So in Nano, let's say we have like all these text that goes over like multiple pages. You can use the up arrow to go up and down, or you could scroll your mouse, the middle mouse, the middle key. you could use that scroll to scroll up and down. Again, the reason why I'm going over that is because in some other text editors, you can't do that, right? You have to use the up and down key arrows. So just FYI, okay? So let's go ahead and exit. Again, that's Control X. They'll ask you, do you want to save? This time I'll say no. And once you say no, they're not going to ask you about the file name because you didn't save. And then if I do cat new file, it should stay the same. Okay. So that is Nano. Any questions on Nano before we talk about the next text editor? Cool. All right. So next command or next text editor we're going to go over is called Vim. Not sure if they have a what is definition for this. Cool, they do. So Vim stands for VI improved. It's a programmer's text editor. Wow, cool. So if you want to be a programmer, you better learn how to use Vim, right? If we have time, maybe we could go over VI as well, but VI is basically by default, like the default text editor that I first learned of its existence. After I learned that it exists, I almost never used it unless the server that I was interacting with or whatever endpoint that I was interacting with didn't have Nano. If it doesn't have Nano, you need to be familiar enough with VI or Vim to use this text editor. But as long as you have a text editor of your choice, you should be good to go. But just know that not every terminal will have Nano installed by default. Some just won't, right? But VI will always be there. I think 99%. I've never seen a terminal without a VI install. But for the scope of this class, we're going to go over Vim, which is VI improved, right? Cool. So the command is the same. And the syntax, I meant the syntax. Yeah, the syntax of almost every or terminal command is the same, is that you first have to give it the command that you're going to run and some argument. In this case, the command is going to be Vim, and my argument is going to be a file name, so new file. Now, a little bit different, right? Again, we're not in our, technically, we're not on our terminal. We don't see our prompt. We can't do any more commands per se. Later on, maybe when we get to red team, we'll go over like how you could run different commands from VI. But for now, just know that we're not in our terminal or we're not in our prompt, right? We're in the VIM or the Vim editor, right? You don't really have any information at the top, but at the bottom, it'll tell you that you're in new file. I believe this is telling you that you have 6 lines, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I have an empty line here. So that's 6 lines. I believe this is 119 characters. And I think this is your starting point. The first line, first character. I'm not sure what this all stands for, but yeah, that's the Vim editor here for you. Right off the bat, the first thing that's different with VI or Vim is that you might not be able to see me, but I am typing in my keyboard and, oh geez, what's happening? I'm probably doing a lot of shortcuts right now. But the point I'm trying to make is I'm not able to type anything, but instead it's taking my entries as different shortcuts or commands. And that leads me to tell you that inside of Vim, there's 2 different modes. There's the command mode, or I think sometimes people call it the normal mode. And there's what's called the insert mode. The way you interact with Vim, like how you would with Nano, like typing stuff, erasing stuff, you have to go into the insert mode. And the way you go into the insert mode is from the command mode, you have to give it the I key on your keyboard for insert. And then at the bottom, it'll say, hey, yeah, you're in insert mode now. So at this point, whatever keystrokes you do on your keyboard is going to be registered as text, not as commands. if I could go back and actually type, and it will work, right? This will throw a lot of people off. They'll open Vim, they'll start typing, and it will just do all kinds of crazy stuff without actually putting in the text inside the editor. And then later on, you're gonna realize, oh, I'm not in the insert mode, and you have to, go back, press I. Yeah, so it will get you first couple times. You just have to get used to it. But that is just the nature of Vim. There's different modes: command mode, insert mode. While you're inside insert mode, it's pretty much the same, right? There isn't that much different than any other. Let me see if there's I believe you can't do, yeah. Well, actually you can. You could actually scroll. I didn't know you could scroll. Maybe VI you couldn't scroll. But here I'm able. Right now I'm using my middle cursor of the mouse to scroll up and down. But other than that, it looks like it's the same as Nano. It's just the difference is, in order to get here, I have to be in the insert mode. Now, how do I get back to the command mode? Is you press escape, right? So notice how my insert mode or insert text that was bold at the bottom left is gone now. So now I'm again back in the command mode, right? And at this time, let's say I'm done editing this file and I want to exit. Well, there isn't any sort of option that shows me what I need to press to get out, right? And the sequence to get out of the Vim application is you have to start with, so follow me at the bottom left here. So I just pressed the, is that colon or semicolon? Yeah, I think that's colon. So type in colon, right? And if you want to quit without saving, it's just Q. So that sort of makes sense, right? Because anytime we opened up like less or the man pages, if you want to get out of it, we press Q, right? So same thing here. If you want to get out of the Vim editor without saving, you could do the colon Q with the exclamation mark, and then it will basically kick you out. The other option is if you want to save it, you just put the W in the front. So for write, you're gonna write and then quit, right? So if I do this, it takes me out of the Vim editor. If I do cat new file, I should have all the new content that I just entered in there. Okay, and Vim has way more commands and shortcuts than Nano. It's a very powerful text editor if you get comfortable and if you get really used to it. There's so much you can do with Vim. Now, obviously, you have to get a little bit more comfortable, like I said, but once you do get there, there's a lot of shortcuts, right? So let's do a couple from the LMS here. So let's go back into the text editor. So the first thing is, while we're in the command mode, oh, go ahead, Pam.
I wanted to say, I was doing what you were doing, but I did the colon Q and exclamation mark, and it didn't kick me out, but it still says insert on the bottom. Is that why?
Exactly, because you're in the
How do I
insert
get out of
mode.
insert?
Oh, escape. At the top left of your keyboard, there's an
Got it.
ESC button. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely. And these are the little things that will get people. And it even for me, after like, 10, 20 years, or not 20, 10 years of experience, I still struggle sometimes with Vim. It's one of the things. And obviously, my editor of choice is Nano for a lot of reasons, but like I said, because Nano isn't available on every terminal, you still need to get familiar with how to use VI and Vim. Hopefully after this exercise, you will get comfortable. But anyways, let's go back to Vim. So while we are in the command mode, and the reason why I know that I'm in a command mode is because I don't see the insert, bolded insert at the bottom left, right? So you could do something like DD, right? If you type DD twice, it does what the Control K did, and that it just wipes everything in that line. Okay. And then you could also do the P command. I'm just typing P, and it's able to paste it or put that line of string, basically copy paste, right? Let's see. You could do. There's another command here for. So now I'm doing the colon set number. This will put line number on your text editor. And let's see, in order to turn that off, you do set no number, right? But let's go ahead and turn that on because that looked pretty cool. Set number. In order to search, you could do / hello. If you want to search backwards, you could do !, hello, right? So wherever you are in your text, if you want to search going up the text, to the beginning of the file, you'll do !. If you want to search down towards the bottom of the file, you'll do /, right? Let's see. Let me see, I'm trying a different command here. So Shift G, capital G, to go to the bottom of the document. Lowercase g 2 times is to go up to the top of the document. Again, this might seem trivial, but if you have a file that you're navigating in the terminal and it's thousands of pages, thousands of lines long, it will take you a long time to scroll all the way to the top. So these editors will have these sort of built-in commands or shortcuts to help you save time. Okay. You could also do something like, let me try this. I haven't done this in a while. Okay, yeah. So instead of typing DD to delete that single line, you could do something like D and then a number. So I'm gonna press 9 to get rid of the first 9 lines from where my cursor is. So after I run this command, it should wipe out my first 9 lines. And then now this blank space should be at the top. All right, so notice I'm just deleting multiple number of lines using B number D, right? What else? If you want to be very specific, maybe you don't want to delete the whole line of text, but maybe a character at a time, you could press X, right? And this is all without getting into the insert mode. So you're still in the command mode, and you're just typing these shortcuts to make these edits. And again, if you want to delete series of characters, you could do X, maybe a 4 and then another X, and it should wipe out 4 characters from where your cursor is, right? I think that's all the shortcuts that the LMS wants me to go over. Any questions on Vim? Let me see if there's any questions in the chat. Let's see. I love reading some of these chat. I love when students answer another student. It's like the best day of that's what makes my whatever me and Tony doing with the teaching really good. All right, so let me see here. So I'm gonna read after what Tony said. Hopefully he answers some of the questions. Escape isn't bringing me to the command mode, though I can't insert add more text. I used Control Q and it got me out. Wilson, are you in Nano or are you in Vim? Let me see if I could do Control Q. Yeah, I'm pressing Control Q, is nothing happening for me. The way you exit out of Vim is, again, you go into colon, right? You need to see this colon. Then to get out, you do Q exclamation mark, right? And because we didn't save, if we go back into the new file, it should have all the file, all the lines that we deleted earlier. Okay. But if you're in the insert mode, right? In order to get out of the insert mode, you press escape. So I for insert mode, escape to back to the command mode. Okay. And then Pam said, when would we use Vim? Again, you don't have to use it. However, there are some terminals that don't have Nano installed. But let's say you still need to edit files. If there's no Nano, you have to use Vim. If there's no Vim, then you have to use VI. Right? It's just sometimes it's preference, sometimes it's whatever that terminal has. Right? Did that answer your question, Pam? Yeah. But as you work through the exercises today, you will find some text editor of your choice. You know, grab that. Yep. See you later, Nancy. Wilson. Yep. So if we are using Vim, the controls are I to get into insert mode, so I can start typing. If you're done typing, escape. So now the insert text at the bottom left is gone. And then you could do colon. Let's save and quit this time. So right, quit. And it should take me out back to my prompt. Did that help, Wilson? I re-entered Vim and it's working like how you said it. Awesome. I don't know what was up. Yep, it will happen. Like I'm saying, like sometimes I turn on Vim and I think I'm doing the right thing, and then later on I see my text and it's all over the place and I screw something up and I had to quit without saving because I didn't know what I just did, and then so it does happen. So it's not your fault. First time using Vim, you might run into some issues where maybe you forget to press I to insert mode and you start typing away, and then you enter like a bunch of shortcuts, and then it already acted upon all the commands you've entered. So yeah, sometimes it's better to just quit and then re-enter Vim, so you start fresh. Yeah, cool. Any other questions? If not, let's do a quick breakout session for activity 3A. So you can kind of play around with Nano and Vim. And because we have a lot of other contents to go over today, maybe we'll spend about 10 minutes and then we'll bring everybody back, continue with 3B. And so at the end, if we have more time left over, we'll do another breakout session. But I do want to have you guys go into these activities before, you guys forget, or, before I cover all the content, just so you guys can at least test it out for a short little bit while we, instead of covering the whole thing. So let's do a quick breakout session just so you guys could test this out. Tony, do you have the breakout sessions ready? If not, I can just create one right now.
They're all good to go.
Awesome. Well, have fun, guys. See you guys in a little bit. I still see a lot of people in the main room. Okay. Now Mira, Arthur, Brendan, you guys can join the breakout sessions. There it is. Now Mira, Brendan, or I'm sorry, Arthur. Okay. Well, they do have the invites. So I'm gonna go into the staff room real quick. I'll see you over there, Tony.
Sounds good.
Yep. Welcome back. Is that Lance? Is that how you say name? Lance back? I feel like it's my first time seeing you. Nice. Welcome to class. Yeah. Welcome back. Let's see. Oh, let me share my screen real quick. All right. So we'll be moving right up. Oh, actually, before we move on, I wanted to go over this. So I did some research, and the reason why the zip file that, after running the zip command showed up bigger than the text file is because the zip technology, if you will, has overhead. So remember I told you it needs to understand how many ones and zeros there are and know the algorithm to bring it down, like get rid of the duplicates. In order to do that operation and to revert it back, it needs some overhead to understand what it's doing. And that's why when we're zipping the smaller files, the actual zip file were showing up bigger than the original content. There's also a concept of file headers, which we're going to go over in blue team phase, but that's later down. So I try to find a bigger file that we could use a zip command against to see how much we could actually save in terms of compression, right? So command again is zip, and then we're going to take this file with this size to zip. So the name, we could call it services.zip, and then where, or wherever the file is that we want to zip, right? So it says it's deflated about 60%. So let's go ahead and verify that. And notice how we reduced it about 60%, right? From 14,000 bytes to 6,000 bytes, okay? So just let you know, by default, it will compress, right? You don't have to identify. Remember, I use the tech Z option. You don't have to do that. That's it. If you want to use it for a different compression algorithm. By default, it will use the default compression algorithm to reduce its size, right? It's just when we did a smaller text file, the actual overhead to do the compression, decompression took more space than the actual text size or the text file. That's why I showed up bigger. But in general, it will compress and make the size smaller. Okay. Cool. All right, moving right along. So activity 3C deals with tar command. So basically the tar command is a very common type file within Linux, right? You'll notice if you start using different Linux distributions, they will have their own separate installation files, like dpackage, can't remember the other ones, but by default, everything, every Linux command or every Linux distribution should be able to use what's called a tarball. Tarball basically is the file type that you get after running the tar command. The tar command is a Linux default to, or Linux command to archive and compress, right? You could do one or the other or both, right? You could compress and archive using the tar command. So if we do what is tar, it's an archiving utility, right? Let's go over some of its features and its syntax and how we can use this command. So by default, you really can't use tar by itself. You need to provide different options. No, and the reason why we provide different options is because there's a lot of features we could do once we archive and compress whatever that we want to archive and compress. First option that you need to understand is the F option. almost every tar command that you run will probably have the F option. It stands for file. And right after the F command, you need a file name. Usually it will say something like some file.tar. Okay. So let's go over the first option to create a new tar file. Again, it's C for create, F for file, and now you're gonna give it the tar file name. So let's just call it new.tar, right? And then what file? New file. Yeah, just new file. So what I want to do is take a new file, and I just want to archive new file into the tar file, right? Using the tar command. So now if I do ls, I have this new tar file, right? If I do file new.tar, it will say it's a tar archive, right? Now, the concept is same. If I were to remove new file, right? And then I said, so if I do ls, there's no more new file. But if I were to say tar, again, the option here is, let me think, is it X? Extract, yeah, X for extract, F for file, new tar, then I should have my new file back. So we just learned 3 options for tar: C for create, X for extract, F for file. And like I said, almost every tar command you run, you're gonna have to identify the F option. And for whatever reason, the F option needs to come at the end of the list of options. So what I mean by that is, let me just verify what I'm about to say is correct. Let me go ahead and remove new.tar, right? Let's do tar. If I were to say FC instead of CF, and then I said, new.tar, and then I said new file, this in theory should fail, and just verify. Okay, yeah, so it did fail, right? It's because the way tar command is set up is you have to identify the F command at the end of your options. And I think it also says it in your man page. So just remember, you might have all the options memorized, but you have to put them in the correct order. And the only order that it really matters is that F needs to come at the very end, right? Again, so if I do the same command, except if I do -cf, where the F comes at the end, and then I say new.tar and new file, then I should have no problem. I will have my new file. Okay. Again, to extract is tar dash. Again, if I do fx, it won't work. You have to do xf, and then the name of the tar file, right? Which is new file. Cool beans. There are a couple others that we have to go over for tar. Let's see. There is tar. So again, create. You could use Z for, we just talked about gzip. If you use Z option, you're basically saying archive, create an archive file, but also compress it using the gzip compression algorithm, right? So I could say something like compressed new file tar, and then I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to archive and compress new file, right? So now I have this compressed new file.tar, right? So this is the compressed version, compressed archive of my new file. It should have reduced its size. I say should, but obviously there's some overhead. But if I were to do this on a bigger file, that size would reduce significantly. Okay. Now, how do I decompress and extract? It's the same option. So it'll be tar xf compressed new file All right, yep. So actually, let me do that after deleting the file, so you'll get to see what I mean. So notice I don't have a new file, right? If I rerun that command, now I will have my new file. So you don't actually have to define what algorithm you use. Tar file will basically figure it out for you. Okay. But in order to create a file, create an archive that is using some sort of compression, you need to provide an option, which in this case, I use the Z option. Right. There's another option that you could use. So let's go ahead and rerun the same command. Let's go ahead and remove some of these. So remove star.tar to get rid of all these tar files. So let's go ahead and create another tar file. We're gonna compress it using ZZip compression algorithm. And the V option here is called verbose. So dash V, just like some of the other commands that we went over, or options that we went over, like dash R, it could be like recursive, it could be reverse. Dash A could be all, right? Dash V in a lot of the cases means verbose. Like if you want more details after running your command, you could provide the option dash V. Now, this isn't always guaranteed, so always verify using the help command, help option, or the man pages to verify that dash V exists for that command, and that it means verbose. But a lot of times it does mean verbose, right? End it with the F, and then we'll say new.tar for the new file. It really didn't give us a lot of information back, except for the name of the file that it was creating the archive for and that it was compressing, but at least gave me something back, right? Whereas if I didn't have the V option, it didn't give me anything back. Let's see what we get. I'm going to remove new file again. New file. And let's go ahead and extract that file one more time. We're using the V option to see if we get any other information. Again, not much information, just gave us the file that it was extracting as an output, and then we do see that in our new LS here. But in other options, it will give you a lot more information, right? But in this case, it didn't really give us much. You could also do, let's see, let's go back up again and then remove editor.zip. So we don't have that zip. So we're going to do the same thing with the editor using the tar. So we'll say editor.tar for the editor directory. We forgot to give any of the options. So let's go ahead and give it C. We'll say, I want to create a new editor.tar. We'll say use the encryption, compression. Let's do it in verbose mode. And lastly, the F option. So this one gave us a little bit more information. It gave us a list of things that it was archiving into the editor.tar. So now if I do ls, I should see this new editor.tar, right? There's another option that we could go over real quick. So we could do tar-tf. I think T stands for test, or yeah, I don't know exactly what T stands for, but basically what it does is it will show you the content of your tarball without actually extracting it. Right, so you can actually see it starts from editor, and you'll have a new tar underneath it, new file, test, services, and hello underneath editor. Right, it's just a way to ls, if you will, into that tarball. Okay, and I think that's it for this exercise. Any questions on tar, why we use it, how we use it, and different options that we went over? if there's no questions, again, let's do a quick session so we can come back and finish out the day. And as I promised, when we finish early, towards the end, we'll do a longer breakout session where Tony and I will do a round robin, but I think. All right, testing. Can you guys hear me? Awesome. Every time I go get water, my Bluetooth range dies and it gets disconnected. When I come back, it doesn't connect back. And so I gotta turn it off, turn it back on. Anyways, let me go ahead and share my screen real quick. Chat, yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't see some of these chat here. 1 second. Did anyone who posted their questions on chat get answered? Well, let's see. So I think June answered to Min. Right. So Antonino. So Antonino asked, does tar doesn't have compression built in unless it's used with other compression tools like gzip. So it's somewhat built in because you have the option to use that algorithm, right? It doesn't have its own set of algorithm if that's what you're asking, like tar compression, but it doesn't necessarily, you don't necessarily have to run gzip after tar. You could just use the option and then it will use that algorithm. So, I mean, I guess it's a yes or no type of question, but you can provide the option to use gzip or different algorithms for that matter, right?
So if you
And then
don't,
Henry's, oh, go ahead.
if you don't use the option to use gzip, it doesn't actually compress the file, right?
Exactly. It will just use, it will just archive it.
Just archive it. Okay.
Yeah.
And if you wanted to say, can you encrypt tar files?
You can't.
Files.
And I don't, maybe Tony could back me up here. I might have to do research, but when I tried to do it, I could not. So when I needed to encrypt, I had to use the zip command. So zip actually has the option -E to encrypt after you archive and compress, which worked fine, as long as the other endpoint could decompress, decrypt, and expand those files, right? But with tar, yeah,
you can encrypt tar with a password only. So it's not like a true encryption of like a mathematical equation.
Right. So it's just the password protected and not data. The data isn't encrypted.
Yeah. So if you're dealing with sensitive, high priority files, would you say zip files or using zip with tar would be the best option for encryption purposes?
I think there's a lot of, so when we say what's the best option, we have to look at what's available to us. But if it's that sensitive, maybe it shouldn't be in the file system in the first place, right? What I mean by that is there's other places, locations where we could store these sensitive information and it will do encryption at rest, where we don't have to worry about encrypting or decrypting and all of that sort. But to your point, if there somehow some sensitive information that we want to encrypt while in transportation, then I'll use something that has actual, and we'll talk about some encryption later on, but there are other commands we could use to do actual encryption of the data. And then after we do the encryption, then we can use tarball to archive and compress. So tar, zip, and gzip aren't necessarily encrypting tools. They're archiving and compression tools. They do have zip has the option to encrypt, but there are other commands that we could use that will strictly do that for us, encrypt data and decrypt data. Right. Sai?
Yeah, so real quick, I just had like some confusion on what the V was used for because it looked like that it displays, but I didn't. I kind of was getting it confused with the T because I know that the T shows you the content without necessarily unzipping it, but I don't really get what V did.
V stands for verbose. Now, in other cases, like when we do -V with other options, it will give us a lot more information about what it's doing, where it's at in terms of the process of the command that's being ran. For tar, it wasn't very informative. It basically showed you what file was getting archived and what file, when you do the extract, it showed you what files are being extracted. The T option is a different option altogether. It's to list down all the content of that tarball without extracting.
What do you mean by? You said it was verbose. What is that? What do you mean by that?
Verbose. I'm sorry. So verbose basically means, so let's say if I said something like, let's say, and this won't be the only time we go over the verbose option, but let me just give you an example, like an artificial example. Let's say we just went over the echo command, right? Oh, let's see. Echo command doesn't have the V option. Oh, I'm sorry. It doesn't even print the help option here. But let's say we do like something like hello. It printed out hello. If command like echo had the verbose option, it will basically say printing something to the terminal. It will give you that verbose sort of detail about the command that you're running. And then it will say hello, right? This will come in handy when we talk about networking tools, where we say we're gonna learn some networking commands and we're gonna see which connections are being made. Without that verbose node, we're not gonna see who has connected to our network or who has connected to our system. But with the verbose option enabled, it will say, hey, this IP address or this host just reached out to us and we made the connection. So it just gives you more verbose details of what's going on. Does that help? If not, let's look at the let's look at the actual help pages to see what it says verbatim. Let's just search for verbose. Verbosely list files processed. Oh, that's it. Yeah. I wish they gave you a little bit more information, like the size of the file or, you know, some additional information. But let me see if they have a different option. No, they don't have VB. They even have what's called very verbose, right? Some commands will do VV option or VVV, right? It gives you even more information about the command that you're running. It just gives you a detailed explanation of what that command is running at that time.
So is it just like asking it to echo what you're trying to do? Like, isn't that a little redundant?
It is, but remember, each command acts a little bit differently, right? So in this case, the tar verbose option didn't really give us a lot of information. Whereas, like I said, with the networking commands, it will give us a lot of information if we were to turn on that -V option. Tony, by the top of your head, do you know any commands that I could demonstrate where the -V option could come in handy? Right now, I'm only thinking about like Nmap or like netcat. But maybe we could go over that real quick.
Yeah, I would agree that netcat would be the first one to come to my mind.
The reason why I don't want to demonstrate this now is because some of this will just fly right over your heads, and that's what I'm trying to avoid, just to explain what a -V option would do.
Yeah, so I guess like for now, because we're doing like such, you know, simple commands and exercises. It doesn't really, we don't really need it at the moment, but I guess it's good to kind of go over.
Correct.
Right, right. And after this lesson, I'll go ahead and do some research on some basic commands that we went over that does offer the -v option and show you the little difference if I could find it during the breakout sessions.
Yeah, just
but
if you wouldn't mind, just like send it to me over in Slack, if you wouldn't mind going
yeah, for
over
sure.
it.
Yeah, absolutely,
thank you.
absolutely. Yep. But yes, the tar command -v option wasn't very helpful. And I understand how it could cause more confusion than demonstrate what that option was doing. So I'll let the curriculum managers know as well. If there's a different option that we can introduce the -v option, do so before the tar command. All right, let me read some more questions here, see if any of them have been answered. Okay, so verbose equals more words. Yes, yep. Being explicit. What that means. June, is there a way to untar multiple tar files at once? Let me verify real quick. Let's go into editor. So let's do another, let's create another one, tar. Create another one for test. Tar test. And what do you like this? Not file and archive. Tar. Not found it. Okay, let's see. I feel like it should work, but I am failing with some different error. Let me try. There's nothing here. That's why I think. So let me try something else. Let's echo something into test. Something into test, and then remove test.tar, and then try that one more time. Tar create test.tar for test, and let's do tar. No found, not found in archive. Maybe not. I will have to get back to you on this, June. I want to say you can, but I am running into some issues here. So,
I guess the reason why I was asking is because in the exercise, it asks us to untar a bunch of files and find a specific amount of stuff. And I was wondering if there's any more efficient way of doing that than individually untarring each file.
let's try. Let me actually identify each like this. There's something wrong with test.tar. Let me see if I could just even do with test.tar. See if that will work. Okay, if I do single, it works. So from what I'm seeing here, unless I give it other options, I might have to look into other options to maybe allow me to do multiple tar files. But for now, it looks like I could only do one tar file at a time.
Thank you.
Yep. And let's see. I think those are all the questions. If you have other questions, I appreciate you writing the chat, but you could also just raise your hand or just speak out. By all means, in case I don't get to your chat, or just tag Tony, and he'll help answer in the chats. Okay. Cool. So let me pull the LMS real quick, see where we are. Oh, this is a very important concept. Okay, so activity 3D, the principle of least privilege. This is a very important cybersecurity concept. Not just in terms of archiving, compressing, and that sort. The concept of least privilege is used everywhere that you go, right? Even the operating system and the terminal they were teaching you now has some component of least privilege built in, such that you can only do what you're allowed to do, right? The concept here is whatever system that you're on, whatever command that you're running, you'll only have permission to do exactly what you need to do. If you don't have that permission, you might have to escalate your permissions to do what you're trying to do. But the idea is, you know, in the military, we call it the need to know, right? Like if you have clearances, you have, or even if you have clearances, they'll say, hey, do you have the need to know this information before we disclose it to you, right? So it's sort of that concept is, you know, they don't want you to start modifying, you know, system files. They don't want you to start creating or deleting users if you don't have to, right? It's only within you, the user, and the group that you're associated with, does the operating system allow or give you that permission to do whatever that you need to do on that system. Now, there are some commands that we went over that sort of give us that information. So first, I think I went over who am I. So who am I command basically tells me who I am within this file or this operating system, right? I can see it from here, from this command. I could also tell from the prompt. And the idea is I am not a privileged user. If you, and we'll find out what the difference is between just a regular user and a privileged user, is that, you know, if you've used Windows before, you're familiar with the username or the concept of administrator, right? You could either be an administrator and administer that Windows machine, or you could run an application as administrator to allow the application to have administrator permissions, right? Like for instance, if you need to make any sort of network changes or any sort of system configuration changes, when you run these applications, it'll ask you like, hey, run it as administrator so that I can make these changes. And that's the idea of least privileges, that you don't want any application to run in that privileged, you know, state, because it could do a lot of damage, right? In the little script in the LMS, it tells you back in the day, the concept of security didn't exist. What did exist was the ability to work, right? So as long as something works, that's what they're focused on, not necessarily is this secure. So back in the day, as you know, you read for the homework, is everyone had full access to whatever that they were doing. And that quickly became a problem, because if you give, you know, for instance, if I gave you guys root permissions or admin permissions for everything that you've accessed to come to this class, you'll be the host of this Zoom session. You'll be able to change your own grades. You'll be able to kick me out, you know, mute me, or do whatever. Like the power is in your hands, right? Not that you'll abuse it, but we're trying to limit the number of permissions and privileges that regular users will have. And even for the administrators, on a daily basis, they will never log in as administrator. They'll only log in to that permission user only when they need to run certain commands, right? Now, I kept saying the word administrator to make it more familiar for those who have a Windows background. But in Linux, that user is called root, okay? And I know it could be confusing with the file system root, because we said at the top of our file directory is the root directory. Well, the top of the user food chain is the user root. It is equivalent to the administrator in Windows, okay? Let's see. Now, because not everybody is root, right? And not everybody has access to the root account, what you do have access to is the sudo or sudoers group. Okay, it's a group named sudo or sudo. I call it sudo, some people call it sudo, but it's a privileged group membership. So any user that have sudo group permissions can basically run commands or access files as if they are root. Right? So when you, in Windows, when you right click something and select run as administrator, this is equivalent to that. If you, an example is when you guys set up your labs or your exercises, you have to type in sudo practice activity 1A or whatever setup, right? Because as a regular user, you don't have permissions to run that because you're basically creating a lot of files, moving some data over and all that sort. So you don't have access to perform that activity. Whereas if you run it with the sudo in the front, you're saying, hey, whatever command that I'm about to run it with root permissions. And that's how I'm able to retrieve data from wherever it's stored, create directories wherever in the file system, and your lab is basically set up so that you guys can work on the activities. Okay. So just know that we have regular users like Sean, Tony, and basically all of you students, right? Then you have what's called the privileged user called root. Now, root is for administrators. Even if you join a company, not many people will have access to the root account, right? Maybe the service owners, maybe some SRE engineers, maybe like some manager of security, but it's very rarely that it's disclosed. However, some of these key stakeholders might have access to the sudo permissions or sudo group, okay? So you have the regular user, you have the privileged user of root, and you have the privileged group called sudo, okay? And the command to leverage that permission is called sudo as well. So any command that you run that you need to run as root permissions, you put sudo at the beginning of that command, okay? Now let's sort of go over some configurations, right? So one of the configurations that I want to show you is in the etc directory. There's a directory called sudoers. Cat etc sudoers will basically have all the configurations for what members of the sudo group can do. Notice right away, I have a permission tonight. As a regular user, I'm not even able to see what type of permissions or the things that the members of the sudo group can do. So like I said, in order to bypass this or in order to run this command as if I'm the root is to run the sudo command before the command that I just ran, right? And with this, I will provide my permission or my password to verify that I am who I am. And because fstack is part of the sudo group, is a member of the sudo group, I'm able to run the sudo command, right? And basically what it says is I could run every command as root. I basically have every root privileges. So all is basically saying I could, everything that I do under the sudo command, I'm running as root, right? The other file that I want to show you is etc groups. Cat group. So etc group. So etc group is one of those configuration files where I show you a list of all the groups that exist in this Linux file system or in this operating system, right? And at the very left, you have the name of the group. Then you have, I think this is, not sure what the X is. It might be a placeholder for the, not sure what this first X is. But anyways, it's a placeholder for something. I'll get back to you on this one. Then you have the group ID followed by the group membership. So if I were to cat this and grep for sudo, notice how the Ubuntu user and the fstack user is part of the sudo member. They're the member of the sudo group, right? So if I sign in as Scooby, and if I say sudo, cat etc group, it will fail because Scooby is not part of sudo group, okay? So in order to run sudo commands, you need to be part of the sudo group. Okay. The other important file that I want to go over is cat etc passwd. So this shows you all of the users that are in the Linux or this operating system, right? You have the username at the very left. You have a placeholder for your password. You have the user ID, the group ID, and your home directory, and the bash, the default bash for when you turn on your terminal. Okay. And then one more thing. And we'll go over all of these files again. So I just want to kind of briefly introduce you to these three files. The last file that I want to go over quickly is etc shadow. etc shadow is gotta do sudo command again. A quick tip is, let's say you have a very long command and then you fail because permission denied. Another way to run the same command without typing it all out is you can do sudo exclamation mark, and that will, in essence, take the last command that you ran and replace it here. So notice this is the actual command that I ran, right? Etc cat, is it shadows? Sudo, oh, I didn't put the actual command. Sudo cat, etc shadow. So this is where you get your actual password of the users, right? So in fstack, I see that I have my, again, we didn't really talk about hashing, but we will talk about this when we get into the encoding module. But this is my hashed password for the user fstack, right? So when you have an exclamation mark, it means they don't have a password yet. And for the exercises for this, you will create some passwords, okay? But this file is very important because once I have your hash, I can start attacking this user to see if I can match this hash. Or this might be salted, so it might be a little bit difficult. But if it wasn't salted, and again, the term salted, we will go over it, but basically it means it takes the hash of your password, added some random strings to it, so you can't guess the password. But when we get to Red Team, we're gonna teach you guys how to take these files to crack these passwords. This might not look like plain text to you, but there are tools out there that will break a weaker password hashes. Okay. Any questions so far? I know we sort of briefly talked about these three files and the concept of least privilege with regular user, root user, and the pseudo groups. But yeah, any questions so far?
Yeah, I have one.
Sure, go ahead.
This isn't exactly a technical question, but I'm just curious. You mentioned not everybody has full access. Who does within an organization?
So again, it all sort of depends on how the company has organized its permissions. A lot of times what they do is they call what's called role-based access. So depending on your role, they might have permissions set up. And nowadays they come up with even more security concepts. So like, let's say you might have access to certain files or data type, but I might say, I will only give it to you, only give you those permissions just in time, right? So maybe you don't have permissions 24/7. It's only when you request it and then somebody approves it, you'll have access to that file for the next 2 hours or something like that. But to answer your question, it's usually the service owners. So whoever owns the service that needs to administer it, they'll have root permissions. Some of the SREs, so SREs basically site reliability engineers. They sort of manage the architecture of your entire sort of technology stack of the company. So they'll have root permissions. Sometimes security will have them as well in case we need to investigate or do instant response. We need some escalated permissions to look at the logs, to look at history of what happened at the endpoint. So those three are the primary sort of privileged users at a company. But again, it changes depending on which company you join.
And to add to
Thank you.
that, typically those users will just have an account that will have that access, but they shouldn't be using that account 24/7. So they'll have their own personal account on top of that. And so for normal everyday business, they'll use their regular accounts. And only when they need that privileged access will they log in with that root account.
Right. The point here is not only do you have to understand what least privilege concept means, you actually have to be the person enforcing it. So if somebody asks you like, hey, like I'm a new user at this company, I need permissions, the first thing you should ask is why? How often do you need this? Right. And you sort of have to think about in terms of like the security analyst mindset is, I'm not going to give you permission unless you need it, right? And if you need it, only then you can use this. And other times you have to use your regular account or regular user. So just be mindful. Obviously, practice it yourselves, but also you'll be one of those person, like the gateway person, to say, okay, if somebody asks for permissions or escalated permissions or whatever the case might be, I should be able to justify or turn it down or maybe reduce the time that they need to use that account, the root permissions, and so on and so forth, right?
An analogy you could use for that is if you have somebody that's going to be house sitting, how much access to your house do you want them to have? Should they have the key to your house? Well, probably if you want them to get in, right? But then should they have the key to your bedroom or to somebody else's bedroom? Or let's say you have a safe in your house. Should they have the key to that safe as well? Things like that. So what do they need to have access to in order to do the job that they're supposed to be there for? And then do they have access to that? But then don't give them access beyond that, because let's say that you give them Wi-Fi access to your house, right? So somebody's coming in, you're just hiring them to house sit for you. Maybe they're not a friend, maybe you don't really know them. Should you give them your Wi-Fi password? Well, if they need to do something that requires the internet, maybe. But if they don't need that, then do you trust that they're not going to do malicious things while on your internet, right? From your IP address. So do you have to give that to them? Probably not. Maybe if all they're going to do is just water your plants and take care of your pet, they don't need access to the internet. Why are you going to give them your Wi-Fi password? So it's kind of like that, right? If you think about that analogy, how comfortable are you with them having to have that much access to these things if they don't need it? Not that they'll do something wrong with it, but the possibility that they could, well, if you just don't give them access to it, then that possibility is eliminated, right?
That's a good analogy. Thank you, Tony. It reminded me of my military days. Basically, remember when we walked into some of these secure buildings, our badges will only work to get into our office. If we took the wrong turn and try to enter like our partner team's room, right? It won't work. So because they had their own sensitive information that even though I had the clearance for, I didn't have the need to know. So to Tony's point, even if you were to given a key to that house, maybe they don't need access to all the rooms. Maybe they don't need access to all the Wi-Fi passwords and so on and so forth. Right. So everything is kind of limited down. And we will find that out as we learn more about Linux, is that every file has its user and group permissions. Every directory, every file path has user and group permissions. So depending on who you are trying to access that file or that content or that directory, you may or may not access it because of your permissions. And we'll talk about permissions next week, but everything has permissions in Linux. But to go back to, I forget who it was. Did I answer your question in terms of who would have access? I remember I started off with role-based access and I kind of steered off a little bit.
No, you did. You did. Thank
okay,
you, Sean.
perfect. Awesome. Cool. Any other questions? I know we're running a little bit short on time. Cool beans. All right, there's a couple more commands I got to go over. So we went over 3 files: Etsy group, Etsy password, Etsy shadow. They all have different information. Again, Etsy group have all the group information with its members. Etsy password have all the user information with all the metadata about that user ID, the default home directory, default browser, or default shell, right? And then you have Etsy shadow, which shows you the user and its hashed password. Speaking of password, there's a command that you can use to change passwords of yourself and different users. And that command is called what is passwd, right? This is what we're looking for, change user password. So in order to change your password, you say passwd, that's the command. The argument here is the user. So let's do tail, let's see, passwd. Let's go ahead and change the password for Scrappy. So you'll do passwd Scrappy and press enter. You may not view or modify password information for Scrappy. Let's do this in sudo. Again, sudo, I call this bang bang, sudo bang bang, and it should work. So now it says, hey, sudo passwd Scrappy. What's the new password? Give it a new password, right? And they'll say retype your password. Now password updated successfully. So now if I do tail, let's see, shadow, and then we'll do sudo bang bang again. Notice before Scrappy had this exclamation mark, right? Meaning it didn't have a password, but now it has the hashed password. So I did not type this password. This is the hashed value. I know we talked about hash a little bit last week. Whatever size of the password you give it, you're going to get the same size out. So every one of these hash password is going to be the same length, right? The input doesn't matter, but the output will always get the same length. So that's one of the characteristics of a hash. But anyways, so now Scrappy has a password. Now that we have a password for Scrappy, one of the things we could do is we could switch user to Scrappy. And the command is what is su. Run the command with substitute user and group ID. Technically, what you could do is you could say switch user to Scrappy, enter, and it will ask you for the password of that user. You enter the password, and now we're in. And this is why we went over prompt first on day one, is because now we know that we're no longer fstack. We are now Scrappy. We're at the same box, right, Ubuntu, but now notice we're in a different directory, and we have a different, actually, no, that's the same. We have the same $sign. So if I do who am I, now we're on Scrappy. We're, and what else do I want to go over? Oh, now let's say I do sudo cat etc shadow. And then I put in the password for Scrappy, and now it will say Scrappy is not in the sudoers file. This incident will be reported. Uh-oh, sorry, Scrappy. But this is how we are able to control permissions-wise who could access what, right? Maybe Scrappy is not part of SRE, service owner, or security. So maybe we don't want him to access the etc shadow because, why should we, right? But anyways, this is why permissions are important. This is why we have groups. This is why we have regular users, privileged users. And so basically anything that requires pseudo permissions, I cannot do so as a user Scrappy because he is not part of the pseudo group, right? In order to get out of this user, you could switch user back to fstack, or you could just exit. And now we're back as fstack. Okay. Any questions on what we just went over? Anything at all? I know we're close at time, so I do want to give you some time to work on this. So if you do have questions, Slack us or let us know through Zoom. We'll help you out. But Tony, for the remainder of the time, let's go ahead and create the breakout sessions, and then we'll do the round robin into each room.
All right, they should be open.
Awesome. Have fun, guys. Hey, Tony, I'm gonna go because we're so short on time. I'm just gonna go start from room 1, and I'll meet you halfway.
Sounds good.
All right, yep, see you in a little bit.
Abel, I see your hand is raised. If you have a question, go ahead.
Hi, Tony. So with some of the exercises, I've been a little busy with the work. I had a little travel and stuff going on. I'm a little behind, so I'm planning on catching up this weekend. But I've been following the lecture. I'm taking notes and stuff. So the labs, do they have to be completed within certain time? Like how what is the time
So
frame? Like the practice.
So when it comes to the practice exercises, it's not really a time frame. We just want you to be able to work on them as we're going, so that way it doesn't snowball and you don't have it. There's a lot of stuff you have to cover and you haven't practiced yet, right? But as far as grading is concerned, the grades are going to come more from the competency checkpoints and the simulations for like the career stuff that we're going to be doing later on. Not so much from these exercises. The exercises are more for you to just get hands-on practice with what we're talking about. And that way, if you have any questions or as you're practicing them, you're having any issues or difficulties, that you can be able to come and ask us about it, so we can be able to help you out, right? So as long as you're completing them within a reasonable amount of time and instead of letting it snowball, that's really what we're looking for, right?
Okay, all right. Just making sure. Hopefully this weekend will give me enough time to catch up on everything and start fresh Monday.
Definitely.
Okay, that's about it. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, for those that are still here, instead of going to the breakout rooms, if you have any questions, go ahead and feel free to ask or go ahead and type it in the chat.
Hey guys, that was a quick one. Let me go ahead and share my screen. There's a couple things I wanted to go over, right? Let me wait for everybody to join back in.
For those of you that are already here, Harsh has posted the link to the summary that we want you to be able to go ahead and take, right? That survey. So make sure before you leave tonight to go ahead and click on that link and take that survey so we can be able to get your feedback.
The
All
link in the
right.
chat.
Yes, the link should already be posted to the chat.
Oh, okay.
Hey, somebody asked what branch I was in the military. I was in the Army. Go Army. Hooah. Anyways, couple things I want to go over, right? This is something that some of you guys actually found out, and I was like, whoa, where'd you get this information? So I heard a lot of requests to run through the whole exercise with all of you, which I think is a great opportunity, but I was explaining that we don't have the time allotted in our 3-hour window to go over all the exercises and go over all the new content. So what resource you have is basically the peers, the office hours that me and Tony will provide. And also there is in your LMS this reference material called solution files, right? And you could download this and you can look at the list of steps that, basically Tony and I will take to get to the answer. Now, the caveat here is that I don't want you guys to look at the solution file until you've actually tried to do the exercise, right? Only look at the solutions if and only if you get stuck on that one problem, okay? The reason why I highly discourage you to look at the solution file is because, if you sort of look at the answer before you look at the problem, your mind sort of works in a way that you can't draw that connection between a problem set and how to get to that answer. Like there's a way our brain works to see if we look at a problem, like we figure out how to solve that problem, we kind of engage like problem solving skill set and all that sort. So the idea is to make as much of those connections as possible during the exercises. But if you look at the solution, you're going to be missing out on that opportunity. So please try to solve the problem by yourself first. However, if you do get stuck and you don't have any other resource to get help, look at the solutions file to see, okay, I'm running this command. What does the solution tell me that I should be running? And to do like a cross comparison. And then close the solution file after you get that problem unblocked, and then keep working on it. If you get stuck again, reference the solution file and back and forth, right? Any questions on that? Any questions on where the solution file is, how to use it, or how we recommend it you use it? Okay, so Due Mercy, it is in your LMS. So if you log into LMS, right, you go into asset inventory management, you click on whatever module we're on, so text editing, right? And at the very left, this is where you do the labs. And right before you go to the labs, you should see a reference material, and it should say solution files. And there's a little download link or a button. So you click that and you should be able to download that file. Cool. Any other questions? Let's see. And I know our labs were a little short today, but next week is all about permissions, right? Or maybe not all permissions, but we do go pretty heavily into users, groups, different permissions. So this will all sort of circle back, right? But yeah, if you don't have any questions, I know I do apologize for going a little over time. You guys are good to go. Have a great rest of the day and great rest of the weekend. We'll post a summary of what to do for the weekend before Monday on Slack. So do watch out for that. And if you don't, yeah, like I said, if you don't have any questions, you guys are good to go. If you do have questions, stick around. Tony and I will stay back and answer any questions you may have.
And once again, before you leave, make sure to click on the link that Harsh has shared in the chat so that we guys can be able to go ahead and give us some feedback. Otherwise, if you've already done that and you have no questions, have a wonderful weekend. We'll see you guys on Monday.
See ya, June.
All right, looks like Joel has a question. Go ahead, Joel.
Yep.
Hey, hello. I know that you mentioned you were thinking about switching your one-on-one classes for tomorrow over to Monday. But is that still going to be a thing, or will you be available tomorrow for one-on-one sessions?
Office hours, you're saying?
Yes, after hours.
Yeah. Yeah, office hours. I will post my hours in the Slack channel. I haven't figured it out yet, but I'm gonna look at my calendar and then post the time that I'm available. So yeah, we could schedule whenever in the office hours tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Tony, do you have office hours tomorrow, or are you still figuring out what time works best
I
for
will
you?
be having some tomorrow, and I'll be posting those to the Slack channel as well.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Yep. Robbie, go ahead.
My question was a little similar. I was also inquiring about office hours, but I also wanted to know if you would be amenable to like a group session, so not just me, maybe a couple other people. You guys cool with that?
Yeah.
That's definitely okay.
Right. And that's better sometimes if there's too many requests. But the thing is, if we have to make the time where it's where everyone can join. I don't know if we could actually record, but we'll try to find some time where if there's a lot of people and the time works for everybody, then we'll do some group sessions. Okay. But yeah, definitely a thing that we do group sessions. But we just haven't figured out what time or who could attend.
No worries. Yeah, when you guys post your office hours tonight, I'll reach out and let you know who would want to be involved in that tomorrow if you're available.
Excellent.
Sounds good. Cool.
Thank you.
Yep. I see a lot of people still here, so if you have questions, ask away.
I wanted to know, how do we complete the permissions problem?
The permissions problem. What exercise is that one?
That is at the end.
Oh, at the bottom here? 4D?
No, so on the
Oh.
left side after the competency test, there's a permissions problem at the very end.
It's in assessments.
Thank you. Rob.
Permissions problem. I think this is, I don't know why this was added here. Tony, do you know if this is part of this module? Because I know we are going to have like a end of the unit sort of project, which is called career simulation,
Right.
where we sort of do this sort of like role play type of thing. I
I
don't know
think
why.
this is for that, because if you look, this assessment is a collection of all the ways we're going to be assessing your knowledge. So this is essentially what we will be grading you on. And so you'll see that there's, for example, course 2 1.4, right? So that was the competency checkpoint with the latest stuff that we just kind of went over. It's sort of what is in between what we discussed now and what we finished discussing yesterday, right? So that's our competency checkpoint for 1.4. You'll notice the one underneath that is for 1.7. The one underneath that is 1.10, and so on and so forth. So the permissions problem, as Sean was kind of hinting at, is going to be once we're done with the entire course itself, that we should have enough knowledge to be able to do it at that point. At this point, it's still too early to be able to go ahead and know everything necessary to be able to actually complete that problem.
Okay, I was just
Right.
curious, how is that done? Is that done like one-on-one? Is that a group session? Is that something we have to do that in the lab?
It'll be a mixture of both. It won't be a one-on-one. It will be a mixture of group exercise, or an exercise with us in the breakout rooms. But it won't be a one-on-one exercise. But there will be some. I don't know if it was this module, but there might be some like interviews that you guys also have to do amongst each other. So it's almost like getting ready doing a knowledge check as well as getting ready for those like technical interviews and so on and so forth. So there's gonna be a mixture of different exercises.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Harsh, I saw your message. I'll be posting up my office hours after the Zoom. So yeah. Well,
Okay, thank you, Sean.
yep. All right. Well, I do see what you guys dropping one by one. So if there are no other questions for the sake of time and the recording, we'll go ahead and close out the Zoom session. But if you do have any questions afterwards, Slack us or post it on the channel. We'll go ahead and submit our summaries, what to expect for the weekend. So have a great rest of the night. Have a great rest of the weekend. And I'll see you on Monday.
See you guys on Monday. Thank
Yep.
you guys.
See ya. Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you to Tony and Sean. Can you confirm from your end that is my voice loud and clear to you or not? And I'm gonna provide you the presenter access so we can start with the session.
Yep. We can hear you.
Perfect. Tony, did you get the access?
I did not.
Yeah, Sean, I'm giving you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
All to you.
Awesome. All right.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Harsh.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Harsh.
Sean will be available on the Slack and chat. Any doubts, please write it down. Okay. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Bye.
Awesome. Thanks. All right. So we can get this. If you haven't already, please go ahead and spin up your VM. I'm going to do that now. Let's see. And while we wait for our VMs to start up here, any questions on anything that we've covered so far? Oh, there it is. I'll go ahead and clear my screen here, make this a bit bigger. One more. Okay. Okay. If there are no questions, we'll get started. So before we get started on the hands-on portion, let's talk about a quick recap of the introduction here. So basically, they're going to talk about two different types of attacks. One is what I would like to say more of a noisy attack. It's a smash and grab, but basically it's going to try and it's a form of brute force attack where if you think about username and password, if you have unlimited, time, you could technically guess somebody's password. If you think about that, right? So if you think about if you have, infinite amount of time, you could start from the letter A and, try with letter A, try with letter B, and then you get to the letter Z and then all the numbers. And then if none of them work, then you start with, AA, and then again, A, B, A, C, then, go all the way to A, Z and try all the number combinations, then try A, and then, keep trying that until you guess somebody's password, right? Try all the lowercase, all the uppercase, and every combinations that there are, eventually someone's going to break your password. Now, there are some security controls in place, like if you miss, or, if you incorrectly enter your password, 5 times or whatever, an application or a website will lock you out, right? And that is for that specific reason, so that they're trying to minimize the brute force attempts on your password attack. There's going to be other type of password attacks that we're going to talk about later in our cohort, but just know that that is a form of an attack. If you don't have that security control in place, someone could attempt a brute force password attack, and they will guess your password, because, like I said, as long as you have, enough time and your password is not as complicated, it will be able to guess your password eventually, right? Starting from the first letter all the way to however many characters you have, it's going to try different variations and guess your password. Now, with that said, there is a different type of an attack where it's more quieter. What I mean by quieter is it's not very noisy. It doesn't create a lot of network. It doesn't create a lot of suspicion. There is usually a point of entry, and once an attacker enters your system, at that point, it's not going to start exfiltrating all of your data. It's not going to start encrypting all of your data. It's going to stay there and monitor different activities in and out of that system, look at different users that log in, look at what time they log in, look at what type of network that system has access to. It's going to start mapping out all the sort of details, right? User, the time of access, different type of network. From there, it might try to attack different user that logs into that system, or depending on which type of network that system has access to, try to do a lateral movement. So from moving from that system to another system, right? So compromising multiple systems as it goes, all the while staying and building persistence. So this persistence will come up again when we talk about red team. But basically, persistence means, in terms of red team, the ability to stay persistent. Meaning, even if I were to get kicked out of that system, there's going to be another method for me to re-enter, right? And just a quick example of that is, let's say I send you a phishing email, you click that email, and now I was able to get access to your system, right? Once I get in, maybe the first thing I do is maybe I create another user, right? Maybe I look at a list of users and I'll create another one that looks very similar, right? And then from there, maybe I'll create a couple automations to say, okay, at every midnight, I want to check if there's the user that I just created, and then create another user, if in case that user got deleted. And so next time, I don't necessarily have to log in from that phishing malware, but maybe I will log in from that user that I created, right? Or maybe I will download another malware that will reach out to me with an open port for me to connect to and get access to that system. All of this might sound a little bit abstract, but we will get into a lot more in detail when we get into networking as well as red team, in terms of how to build connections, how to look for vulnerabilities, and how to attack that vulnerability to get access to that system. But I just want you to, at this point, just understand there's two types of attack. One is very loud. You basically don't care if you get caught or raise suspicion. But at the same time is of the essence. You want to try as much of an impact as possible. And once you do get in, to start attacking. What I mean by attacking is do some sort of a damage to that system right away, right? either, so for instance, like if you're trying to pull some data out of the system, or if you're like a ransomware, you want to get in and start encrypting right away, right? So you have that type of attack. The other type of attack is a persistent attack. Now we're going to talk about APTs when we get to red team, but that is of the highest echelon of threats that anyone could, defend against. I don't want to get too much into detail, but it is a different type of attack where you stay sort of silent, and you gather intelligence, gather information about the system once you get in. And the manner you get in and the manner you move around, the manner you attack the system is very subtle. And you try to blend in with the existing user and the existing network traffic, right? Cool. So that is a quick summary of the introduction. And I think we're going to go over different topics for each of these modules here. This doesn't really pertain to what we're going to cover today, but just a good information, cybersecurity little nugget as we move forward in our cohort, right? Right off the bat, we do have a review for what we went over Monday in terms of permissions, the users and groups. Now we're gonna, for the first breakout session, we will give you extra time so you guys can work on the review. But for the time being, let's move into the next module, which is the special permissions. And this is a good segue because it's going to be an add-on to what we learned on Monday, right? So let me just pull up my lab here real quick. So on Monday, we learned about different type of permissions, right? We talked about the user permission, the group permission, and the other permission, right? And the way we identified each of those permission groups is by, let's see if I have any files here. Let's go ahead and create a new file, perms, right? If I do ls-l perms, I get these some dashes, some letters, R for read, W for write, and if you were to have X for execute, right? So let me just add that real quick. The command we used to change permissions was chmod. We could say +X and perms, right? If I do that command again, now we have read, write, execute for the user, read, write, execute for the group, read, can't write, but you could execute as the other, right? Any questions on that so far? That's basically all what we covered on Monday, right? Nothing new. Oh, Nancy, is that a question?
Yes,
I don't know
that's
if you're.
me.
Oh,
Sorry.
so if you want to raise your hand, it's a different emoji. Or
Oh, it is?
yeah.
What emoji did I do? Clap?
You did the wave, I think. But if you do the raise hand, there you go. You go straight to the top of the screen here. So yeah, but no, go ahead. What's the
Got
question?
it. Thank you.
good.
Chmod, what does that do again?
Yeah, great question. So whenever you're in doubt, do what is chmod? It stands for, I think, change. Oh, okay. I don't know what mod is, but it's basically change, whatever. Anyways, it's to change permission of a file.
Okay.
Yeah. And the way you call these commands, I heard it all sorts of ways. Some people say chmod, some people say chmod. You know,
Yeah.
some people just spell it out, chmod, like whatever is more convenient for you. I say chmod. I've heard other people say chmod. Just really up to you. But to answer your question, it is to change permissions of a file.
Okay, got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Another quick review. If I do chmod, I could also do numeric, right? Instead of symbols. So I could do something like, I don't know, 444 perms. And that will make it so that everyone could read, including the user, the group, and the other. but nothing else. You can't write, you can't execute, right? Any questions so far? Basically just review from Monday. Now, the reason why I keep asking for questions is because the next section is going to get a little bit tricky, right? What I mean by that is, oh, go ahead, Ken.
What does it mean when you wrote Shemad 444? Is that how you changed something?
Yes. So chmod is the command to change permissions. Now, Tony mentioned there's two ways to change permissions. One is the symbolic, right? You could do something like, hey, I want to do user, and I want to make it, or you could even do this, read, write, execute, right? For perms. And then if you do ls-l perms, you get read, write, execute, right?
Oh, okay, under user for the columns.
Yes, under users, right. And then you could do G for group and then O for other. But in this case, I use the numeric, which is, so the first bit, which is read, it has the equivalence of the number 4. The next one, the second bit has the numeric equivalence of 2, and then the execute has the equivalent numeric value of 1. We're going to talk about this when we get into networking. This is how basically all binaries work and how we are able to calculate our IP addresses, right? So if I want to give a permission of read, write, and execute, that's going to be 4 plus 2 plus 1, which is 7, right? That basically means read, write, execute. If I say 6, that means read and write. If I say 5, that's going to be read and execute. If I say 4, that's going to be read. If I say 3, that's going to be write and execute. If I say 2, that's going to just be write. If I say 1, that's just going to be execute. Right?
Okay, great.
If I say
Thank you.
0, yeah, got nothing. No problems. Cool. Any questions on the symbolic, the numeric, and how to change permissions of a file?
I'm sorry. And the perms, what is that? Because you.
Sorry, it's just shortened for permissions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep. Cool. The next type of permissions that we're going to be talking about today is called, I think it's called special permissions. It's the last, it's to, what's the word that I'm looking for here? So basically, when we say we execute, Pam, did you have a question, or is that from the previous one? No, okay, Joel, go ahead.
Okay, my question is, the command that you have above the one that you're about to write, at the end it says perm, up cursor C. What does the up cursor in C mean?
Oh, it's just Control C. I just, instead of backspacing all the way, or instead of running the command, I just Control C, so that I just get a new prompt back, right? So if I just type random stuff, I could press enter, but then it's going to give me an error, which I didn't want to do. So if you just press Control C, you'll just get a new prompt back. You're basically saying, yeah, just saying, don't run that command, because this isn't really a command, right? I'm just giving you a quick example, right? Cool. So let's do this real quick. Yeah, let's look at this. So before I talk about the set UID and set GID, let's talk about a scenario, right? So we talked about the passwd command, right? We used it to change somebody's password, right? Let me ask you this. Can anyone run this command? Can fstack run it? Can root run it? Can Fred, Velma, Scooby, can anyone that has access to the Linux terminal run this command? Or better yet,
No, right?
well, let's double check. So I could run this command to change my password, right? Oh, geez. Oh, password. Okay. So I was giving the same command here. Just cancel out this one. Just cancel it. I don't want to change my password. Okay, cool. Oh. To answer your question, was that Robert? Yeah, Robbie.
Yeah.
Let me ask this question a little differently. Should everyone have access to change their password? Or should everyone have permissions to change their password? Like if I want to change my password, should I be given permissions to change my password?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Like if I have a password and I want to change it, I mean, this is my account, I should be given permissions to change my password, right? And so do anyone that has access to any system. If you're logged in as your account, you should have permissions to change your password. Right? You should be able to manage your own password. Now, the other question that I want to ask is, where is passwords stored on a Linux system?
Shadow file.
The shadow file. Now, does everyone or should everyone have access to the shadow file? No, right? We talked about this, right? I shouldn't have access to it. You should have access to it because once anyone has access to the shadow file, I have the salted hash values for all of our passwords, which we don't want. However, if I change my password, I need to go into the shadow file and update the shadow file with my new password. So how do we solve this problem, right? How do we give everybody permission to change their own password, but limit access to the shadow file, right? That is the problem that we're trying to solve. And the solution that Linux engineers came up with is what's called set UID. And what I mean by that is, if I do which, if you don't know what which command is, what is which, it basically locates a command, right? It tells you where that command is stored. So if I do which passwd, it's going to show me where this command is being ran from. And it's being ran from user bin passwd, right? So if I do ls on that path, notice there's some difference than every other ls command that we ran, right? First of all, there's a little font color difference. It's all in red, right? Or it's in white font, but it's surrounded by red background. And can anyone else tell me another difference in its permissions? Just by looking at this 9 bits here.
Only the root user has write permissions. And it's
That's a
owned
good
by the root.
observation. Right. That's good observation. What's different about the permissions? Not what permissions is given to this file, but what is different? There's a little difference here. Go ahead.
The S.
The S, right? We've never seen that before. Go ahead, Pam. Oh, never mind. So yeah, this is different. We've never encountered the S, right? Usually there's supposed to be an X there saying, hey, if if there's an X there, it means that the user could execute this file, or the owner, right? But here we have the S, and this is what I mean by special permissions. This is called the set UID, right? What this tells us is that whoever runs this passwd command is going to run it as if they are the owner or they're the user, which is in this case root. Right, let me say that again. Anyone who uses or runs this command, passwd command, is running it as root because there's a set UID enabled in its permissions. So if I run it, I'm running it as the owner, which is root. If Justin is running it, he is running it as root because the set UID has been set. Go ahead, Justin.
Just quick question. So when you say that a command is existing in root, like when you did the which command,
Yeah.
am I understanding like commands have different locations and different files that they sit in, and depending on which file they sit in, they'll have different access and abilities?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, so which command will basically tell you where that command is located. Because if you think about it, we're running these commands out of thin air, right? What I mean by that is there is no which command here, right? There is no passwd command here, but we're still able to run it. The way we are able to run that is because there is inside your terminal, there is what's called like a default path that it's going to look at. One of them is the user bin directory, right? And that's why when we run these commands, such as ls, it knows where to find this command, right? In reality, this isn't user bin ls. So when we run ls command, we're in fact running user bin ls, right? Let me just give you a quick, I know this might be a little outside the scope here, but when you run any command inside a terminal, it's going to look for your command instead of user local bin. If it's not there, then it's going to look at user bin. If it's not there, it's going to look at /bin. If it's not there, it's going to look at /user local games. And finally, if it's not there, it's going to look at user games. If I do which ls, it's in user bin ls. So it's actually looking inside the path where the terminal should look for this command, and it was able to find it here, user bin. That's basically what which command is doing. It's going to look for where that command is located. Did that sort of help answer your question, Justin?
I think so. So like when you say located, you mean as to where the command is, like where the command would affect the file.
Not affect the file, but basically where the binary of that command resides.
Okay, that makes sense.
Right. Before I continue, does that make sense for everyone? This is where the binary of every command resides. We're able to find that using the which command. And whenever you run any command on terminal, that's basically where it's located, right? Now, if I were to move the ls out of the user bin, you're not going to be able to use the ls command because it's not going to, it won't know what ls means, right? The only reason why we are able to run these commands is because it's inside of this path directory, or this path variable, right? We're saying, hey, whenever I run these commands on the terminal, look for that command in these directories. That's where I have all of my commands. That's where you should look and run these commands for me, right? It's almost like a shortcut to the commands, right? Does it make sense? Nods? Negative? Positive?
Yeah,
okay, cool. Sounds good. Thank you. All right, so going back, if you want to know where your binary or your command is located, you could use the which command. In this case, we were able to find the location of where the binary of the passwd command is at user bin passwd, right? Again, when we run the ls-l command against that path, we get a new set of permissions that we have not seen before, which is the S. The S stands for set UID. And all it does is that if that permission has been enabled, then anytime this file or this command is being executed, you're executing it as the owner, as the user, which in this case is the root. Now, why do we do that? Again, this way, anyone should have their, have permissions to change their password. At the same time, they will have permissions to edit the shadow file after they change their password. So once you've changed your password, that new password hash is going to update the etc shadow file as root. I like to look at people's faces after I do, after I, say a comment like that, just to make sure if I see like a confused face, I do like to go over it one more time. Does that make sense? So the problem we had before was we want to grant everyone permissions to change their own password, but we didn't want to grant everyone access to the shadow file. This is a prime use case on when to use the set UID permissions to say, okay, I'll let anyone change their own password, but because changing a password requires the update on the shadow file, I'm going to set this set UID so that you're going to run this command as root. And so you're going to be able to change your password and you should be able to update the shadow file as root, not as you, but as root. Okay. So let's talk about that with just a little bit more detail. So the set UID has its own symbol and its own numeric equivalence, right? What I mean by that is, let's go back to my directory and change into sticky bits. So we created this file called perms earlier, right? Notice we have just basic permissions: read, write, execute, read, read. Now, if I want to change the set UID of this file, I will do chmod, which is the command to change permissions, and I will give it 4, followed by 744, because currently we have 744, right? So we add the 4 to indicate that we want to enable the set UID permissions. And we'll talk about why the 4 in just a bit, right? So if I run this command and do that again on perms, now notice how it turned red. And now instead of the X, I have the S. So now, if anyone, well, currently no one can execute this, but if I were to do something like chmod plus X on perms, right? Now, if anyone were to execute this file, they're going to execute it as fstack, as the owner of this file. Does that make sense? That's basically what set UID does. If you set UID permission on a file, anytime anyone executes that file, it's going to run it as the owner of that file. Go ahead, June.
So it's correct to assume that most of the time, a lot of this stuff has to do with running a file as someone with super user permissions to grant privileges briefly. That would, like you said, to temporarily modify shadow. That would make sense to give the set UID permissions to give a specific user the ability to do that one time with those permissions instead of having access to all of the root user permissions. Is that what I'm trying to say?
If I understand your question correctly, this is a form of controlling permissions without granting everybody sudo. So like technically I can give sudo permissions to everybody and say you could only run sudo to, edit shadow, which still is too much permissions because I don't want anyone to go in and change other people's passwords or wipe the whole shadow file out. So it is a form of access control without giving individual sudo permissions to, to change your password or whatever the case might be. Did that answer your question? Maybe I
It
didn't
did.
answer it.
I was
Okay,
just
okay.
clarifying. I just wanted to make sure that my
Okay.
perception of what you said was correct.
Yep.
But thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Any other questions on set UID? All right, if there's no questions, let's keep moving on. Because once go ahead, Jeremy.
So what was the number that's set for, like the number in a symbol that's set for the new ID? Is it 4 always?
For the set UID, yes. Right.
And what will be the symbol? Plus X, or will be something different?
Oh, good question. Good question. So if you want to do this with the symbol, it'll be U plus S. And then whatever file. Yep. Now, if you want to remove it, since we already have it added, it'll be just minus. And then if I do ls-l on perms, that permission has been turned on, and now it's back to normal.
Okay.
Yep.
So that number 4 has to be third. It will always be third, right?
Let's do this. Let's just
last.
change permissions to 777, right? So if I do ls-l perms, everyone has access basically all across the board. You could read, write, execute everybody in the system. Now, if I want to add the set UID permissions, it would be 4, right? And then 777.
Oh, so 4 will always be at the beginning. Okay.
Yeah. The last 3 is the same as what we covered on Monday. Those don't change. That's the set permissions for user, group, and other. The very first number now is the new concept they were covering today, which is going to be setting the set UID. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Great questions. So now if I do the 4 with the user, group, and other, I should get my sticky or set UID enabled or permissions enabled. So just to recapture, the first number is going to cover special permissions. We haven't covered the set GID or the sticky bit just yet. We're gonna go over that, but that's the first number, followed by the second number, right? Which is gonna be the user or the owner permissions, right? The third number in this case will be the group perms. The last number is going to be other perms, right? All right, Jeremy, if that answers your question, you could lower your hand, or if there's another question, ask away. Okay, cool. All right, if there are no other, go ahead, Ben.
Just to clarify, the S stood for special?
Whatever helps you remember, but in theory, I think it stands for set UID.
Set UID.
Right. The concept we're going over right now is called set UID. But the symbol S, you can remember it whichever way helps you remember better. All right, let me go over the set GID real quick, and hopefully that will sort of bring full circle on these special permissions. So we just talked about the set UID, which basically said, hey, anyone that have execute permissions are now going to execute this file as the owner. Set GID is the same concept, except that you're going to be running as the group, right? So if I do, let me clear this real quick. Let's go ahead and remove the set UID off of perms. So if I do ls-l perms, I should just get a normal file back. Now, if I do chmod, the symbol way is G plus S, because G is for group. Now we're going to add the special permissions to it. Now, if I do ls-l, notice it's not in red. Now it's in orange, right? And now, if you look at the S on the group permissions, that has the S symbol turned on, right? The concept remains the same. So now somebody runs this, they're going to be running as the part of the fstack group. Nothing changed. Go ahead, Willie.
I have a small question. Just like if we use chmod G plus S, and then this commander will change the permission of this file, and that is mean who who in this group can use this commander, or everybody can use this commander.
Wait, Willie, I'm so sorry. I think I don't know if it's just me, but your audio was cutting off, or it had like this static. But do you mind resetting the mic or just typing the question in chat? It sounded like a Darth Vader right there. I was like, let's see. Yep, go ahead. As you are asking your question, let me just read the chat real quick to see if there's any other questions. I think these are all already answered. Okay, cool. When I use chmod G plus S command, yep. Just user and group can use this. No. So basically, you're going to be running the command as if you're the member of that group, right? So that's the basically the point of setting the set GID is that, again, you're sort of escalating your permissions just when you run that file. So you don't have to be part of that group to run that command or that file, to execute that file. You're sort of going to assume that permission of that group when you run this file. Did that answer your question, Willie? Nothing? Cool. All right. We do have one more special permissions to go over. And this special permissions is a little bit different than the set UID and set GID. It's called the sticky bit. And what it does is, if you enable that permission, you're telling the Linux file system to say, hey, only allow the owner of each file delete their file, right? Again, what that basically means is if we have this shared folder and the sticky bit has been enabled, I can't go in there and remove or delete Tony's files. And at the same time, Tony can't go into that shared file and delete my files. Only the owners are allowed to delete their own files, even if it's a shared folder. as long as that bit has been turned on. Right? So let's do a quick example of what I mean, right? So if I do something like make dir test, right? So now I have this directory called test. Let's do this. Yep, so it's a directory. I have just normal permissions, right? Read, write, execute for the user/owner, read, write, execute for the group, read, execute for everybody else, right? Now let's go ahead and turn on our sticky bit. Again, the symbol for that is O plus T or just plus T, right? Because you can only set it on one of them. And then the directory, right? So now if I do ls-l, it didn't do that much difference. It just sort of highlighted it instead of highlighted in blue, right? But notice now the execute place for the test directory is now T. And that just says your sticky bit permissions has been enabled. So again, if I change directory into the test, let me clear this. Let's go ahead and touch some file, touch fstacks file. I have a file called fstack file, has normal permissions. It's owned by fstack, right? Now let's do something. Let's go ahead and switch user to Fred, right? And I'm in the same directory, home fstack sticky bit test. Let's go ahead and create a file of my own, say touch Fred file. Oh, I need to go sudo this. I don't have sudo permissions. Let's do this. Let me see. What's a good way to do a demo since I don't have sudo here? Let's do this. Let me change the directory into TMP and then do the same thing again. So let me go ahead and make dir test and let me change that to plus T on the test, move into test. And then let me go ahead and touch Fred file. So notice I have this file. It's owned by Fred inside of the TMP test directory. And if I were to go up, ls-l, this test directory has the sticky bit turned on, right? So if I were to go back to fstack, now before I run this demo, this demo might not work because the idea behind the TMP directory is that anyone could read and write, right? Doesn't matter who you are within the file system, anyone should have read and write access into the TMP directory. So I don't really know if this demo is going to work, but let me at least give it a try. Again, so if I do ls-l, the test directory has a sticky bit turned on, which means only Fred or anyone inside the test directory, only the owner of the file can delete their files, right? So if I move into test and do ls-l, in theory, I should not be able to delete this file, even though I have read and write permissions to the TMP directory because the sticky bit permissions has been enabled. I hope this works. Let's give it a try. Okay, it says remove write protected regular empty file Fred. Yes, yes, perfect. So now it says, no, you don't have permissions to delete this. even though TMP directory is a read write for everybody. And let me just verify that one more time. So let me go ahead and switch user one more time. And what I'm gonna do is create another directory called no sticky bit. Right? If I were to change into this, again, I'm going to create another file. Let me just clear this so everyone can see. I'm going to create another file, delete me. Fred's file. All right. So inside of this directory, which doesn't have the sticky bit enabled, I have another file called delete me Fred's file. Same permissions as the other one. And now if I log back in as fstack, right? And I'm going to change directory into no sticky bit, right? I see this file, delete me Fred's file. I am fstack. And now if I run remove delete. Oh, good grace. Didn't work as intended. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me troubleshoot this real quick. Delete me Fred's file. Let me save that. Enable. No sticky bit. I'm gonna have to get back to you on this. What I was hoping for is I should be able to delete inside of this directory. Actually, let me change the group and then see if that will work. Give me 1 second. So if I do chmod, no, own, and I'll change it to Fred. Let's change it to fstack. And then let's do no sticky bit. Now sudo this. Okay, so let me try that one more time. Okay, so if I do remove, delete. Wow, I feel like I'm gonna get with another permission. Oh, okay. Perfect. All right. So let me go ahead and do this real quick. One more test. So if I do chmod or chown, Fred fstack test. I'll sudo this again. Okay, give me 1 more second, guys. I'm just gonna do this real quick. See, Fred. Okay. So let me just show you what I just did from the top, okay? So I created 2 files. One is no sticky bit. The other one is called test. One of them has just regular permissions. The other one has the sticky bit permission enabled. Now, the owner of this directory, I call it Fred. And then the group, I call it fstack, just to give me permissions to do both, right? I should be able to create and delete files in here. I should be able to create and delete files in here. However, because I enabled the sticky bit, even though I could create files here, I shouldn't be able to delete files that's owned by other users, right? So what I'm gonna do now is go back to Fred and create files in both of those directories. So I'm going to touch inside the no sticky bit. I'll call it no sticky file, delete me, right? And I'm going to create another one inside the test. This one is sticky bit enabled. Try. delete. Here. So if I do ls into no sticky bit, I have this file, right? And if I do ls into the test, I have these two files. Let me go ahead and remove that real quick. Remove test that file. Cool. Do ls -l no sticky. All right, perfect. They're both owned by Fred. User group for both of these files. One's inside the no sticky bit directory, the other one inside the test. Again, the only difference is the no sticky bit doesn't have the sticky bit enabled, whereas the test directory does. So now let's go back into fstack. Right. So who am I? I'm back in fstack. Now let's go ahead and go into the normal directory without the sticky bit enabled. Notice I see this file. Now, if I do remove no sticky bit, yes. If I do ls, it should be gone, right? I was able to delete this file even though I was not the owner. Okay. Now let's go back into the test directory. Right. Again, a different file, but the same permissions. It's owned by Fred and by the Fred group. Now, if I do remove sticky bit, yes, it should say permission denied because you're not the owner of this file. Right. That's basically what the sticky bit does for a directory. And let me pause there to see if any of you had any questions on that one. Cool. Again, just to summarize, the set UID allows those who have permissions to execute that file as the owner of that file. Same thing with set GID. Whoever has permission to execute that file will run it as the group of that file. And then finally, the sticky bit, if you turn it on against a file or directory, every file inside of that directory you could create, but you cannot delete unless you're the owner of that file, right? It's just to protect from other users from deleting other people's files inside of shared folders. All right. Okay, let me see if I've covered everything for exercise commands, right? Give me 1 second. Which diff? Okay, there's one more command I gotta cover. It's called diff. So let me, for this one, let me go into my directory and move into this demo here. So let me create another one here, demo. All right, so what is diff? The command we're gonna, nothing, unknown subject, cool. But basically what the diff command will do is it will take two text files and it's going to compare the differences between the two files. Right, if I take file A and compare that to file B, it's going to show me all the differences line by line. What a file has more, what another file doesn't have, right? So for example, let's do this. Let's create two files, file 1, and let's go ahead and type hello world, simply learn permissions. go ahead and save that. And then let's create another file, file 2. And let's say, hello world bootcamp. And then, I don't know, cyber. Okay, so now I have file 1. Let's do this. Cat file 1, which says hello world simply learn permissions. And if I do file 2, I have hello world bootcamp cyber. So the first 2 lines is identical. So I shouldn't get any notifications that there's going to be a difference. But the 3rd line and the 4th line and the 5th line here, empty line, I should get something back saying, hey, these lines are different, right? So let's go ahead and run our command. And the command to run the diff command is the first, as always, the name of the command, followed by the file number 1 and file number 2. And now we'll say, hey, lines 3, 4, 4C3, I don't know what this means. And then 5 is different, right? So basically, if you look at the arrow, it's saying file 2 doesn't have simply learn, doesn't have permissions. And then file 1, if you look at the directions, it sort of tells you which direction it's going. And the file 1 doesn't have bootcamp, doesn't have cyber, and it doesn't have that empty line. Right? It shows you the difference between the 2 files, what they do have or what they don't have. For the lines that they do have in common, like the hello and world, those get omitted. Now, the idea for this is not to compare 2 completely different files. Right? The idea is to get version 1 of a file and then do a diff against the version 2, right? So for instance, if I were to back up my Etsy past3d file, a list of all my users, and then a month from now, I take a copy of that, right? So version 2 of Etsy past3d, and if I do a diff on those 2 files, I could see, okay, from last month, I had, I don't know, 10 users on my Linux box. And then this month I have 15. And I get to see exactly which of those 15 users or which of the 5 new users have been added to that Linux system, right? Or if there's any changes to say like, hey, maybe this user changed their default shell, or this user changed their comments inside their username, whatever the case might be, I could see that using the diff command. Any questions on the diff command or the use cases on how to use it? Going once, going twice. What? All right, there's some chat here. So was the output says line 3 to 4 needs to be changed to 3 to 5. I'm not sure what that question is asking. Line 3 to 4 needs.
I think Min is asking about what we saw on that 3rd line, how we saw 3C, right?
Oh, okay. 3C. Was it 3C4 or 4C3?
So with that, what we're going to see is the number on the left, whenever we get a little letter like that, it's going to represent what number in the file is this occurring on, right? So we're noticing that it's telling us that something happened on line 4. Typically, there's only going to be 3 different letters that we'll see. It'll be an A, meaning something was added to that line that isn't in the other file, or it'll be a D, meaning that something was deleted from this line that wasn't in the other file, or in our case here, there's something that's changed, right? So there's a difference there. And so then it'll tell us kind of where does it line up, or where does it think it lines up. On the left-hand side, the line with file 1, to the right-hand side, a line with file 2. So kind of try and be able to tell us where does it think that change occurred, or what happened to make that difference.
Awesome. Thank you for that clarification, Tony.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. And I think this is a great time to get into breakout rooms because my lab start. Oh, okay. Here's spinning back up. Any other questions on the set UID, set GID, and different commands that we went over? If not, Tony, if you could start the breakout rooms for this one, you'll do the 5A review, which is basically review from Monday. There's no new commands that you'll be going over, and then you'll be doing the activity 5B, special permissions.